Chapter 76, Release. Half an hour later, a long whistle sound came from the room. Zhang Baji oversteamed and sweated like slurry. You really didn't brag. The feeling of touch during filming is correct. This is really a man who will be responsible for women. She likes such a big and responsible boyfriend. By the way, you haven't said whether you will be responsible for me. Zhang Baji lay comfortably in the man for a moment, but couldn't help asking. During the inspection period, it depends on your performance. People in the sage-like style speak hard. Du Sheng not only didn't mind this relationship, but was even very satisfied. Is there still an investigation? You bastard! After a battle, Zhang Beizi was not drunk enough, and bit his shoulder with shame and annoyance. But this is simply a self-investment. The battle situation rekindled. Half an hour later, the battlefield was filled with smoke. Zhang Baji lay weak on the couch. A little doubtful about life. Don't you want to raise the defense line? Why do you still take the initiative to fight? When she thought of all kinds of indescribable things that night, she couldn't help but feel ashamed to bury her entire pretty face in the man's chest. Too outrageous. But I have to say that except for the special way of being responsible and the fact that this man is currently a little less popular, he is not comparable to Xie Tingfeng in other aspects. Especially in terms of caring, the difference between heaven and earth. A few days ago, she blamed the media. Xie is too childish. In his eyes, love is a joke, swaying from side to side, without a sense of responsibility, without ambition. Although it contains anger, it is mostly true thoughts. And what about Du Sheng? The feeling that she gave her was either the Dingai Shen needle was not moved or she simply couldn't pull and pull. Especially after increasing emotions tonight, I feel even more special. Big and considerate. Not to mention it, he is worthy of being a person from a special stunt and has the ability to perform. As for considerate, this moment is just like that moment. Du Sheng saw the woman lying on her body like a sloth and did not ask any questions about relationships. He breathed a sigh of relief and took the things from the bedside table over. Do you want to give warm water to you? Zhang Baji knew that this was delivered by the hotel, rolled her eyes speechlessly and said angrily. Bastard! You know I have no strength, but you still. She has been displaced since childhood, and after experiencing a love triangle, she has actually become more open-minded. Finding a boyfriend is also a bay, and he is always worried about scandals. Du Sheng is not only handsome, but also very capable, and considerate, not to worry about being played with his feelings. Can I blame me? Du Sheng was held and was inconvenient to get out of bed, so he simply reached out and lifted the kettle. I asked you many times before, but who made you nod your head all the time? Zhang Baji's speech was stagnant for a moment. I opened the bag casually and saw that in addition to emergency medicine, there was also a stack of small umbrellas. It was both ridiculous and ashamed. Is this really a hotel gift? How come so many? Du Sheng naturally wouldn't say that this was something he could get, and shrugged. If you don't like it, then next time. To be honest, you don't want the relationship between us to be separated by a damn barrier. Zhang Baji knew that she was in a disadvantage tonight, so she did not pursue the matter. She hummed. Didn't you say we were just a love affair? There's a big deal of feelings. She is one of the top well-known actresses in Xiangjiang after all, and is also among the top 10 in the mainland. This bastard doesn't even cherish it. Since the other party did not cherish it, she decided not to give him any chance in the future. But things in the world are often bizarre. It's okay if you don't set up a flag, but it's likely to be reversed after setting up a flag. In the next few days, under the shock and bizarre feeling of the crew, the two of them faintly went in and out. Sometimes, Zhang Baji even sat next to Du Sheng with food and picked up some meat he didn't like to eat into his bowl. Seeing the casual and nurturing actions, even if Du Kifeng is used to the weirdness, he has to sigh that things are unpredictable. Obviously, Zhang Baji chose to let the flow. After all, everyone is adult, and she also needs to get rid of the quagmire of love triangle. In addition, the two sides get along harmoniously, and I was even satisfied that someone would relax her muscles and stimulate her blood circulation at night. During this period, I often hang my wires, and there are some bruises on my body. Du Sheng's traditional Chinese medicine skill, Tianji Lingshu mastered, made her unable to let go. And this is exactly what Du Sheng expects. There is no complicated love-hate entanglement between the two, and they only maintain the purest relationship between men and women, satisfying each other. If he hadn't taken into account some consideration, such a thing would have been a lot of harm to both sides when it was exposed, so I'm afraid Zhang Baji would be more willing. However, even so, some of Zhang Beizi's ambiguous behaviors were still photographed. Explode. Zhang Baji had a secret meeting with a mysterious man late at night, and was suspected to have walked out of a love triangle. Big Melon. Zhang Baji and the handsome young man are in ambiguous and lingering relationships, and there are constant scandals. Big news. Zhang Beizi fell in love with a young man, and her sweet interaction caused heated discussion. Fortunately, the front was not taken, and the public relations of Oriental Star Entertainment were also very powerful, and public opinion did not ferment. Despite this, Du Sheng was mixed. What's good is that these waves of scandals alone have increased their reputation by more than 1,000, and have approached the 5,000 mark again. Even on the blog, there were people who were watching him according to clues, causing the number of fans to exceed 400,000 out of thin air. By rounding, he is now a fifth-tier artist. What I worry about is that Fan Ou and Lu Tao both called me as if they were smiling. Although it is not an indirect attack, it will most likely be squeezed next. When he thought that Zhang Baji had become a little clingy now, he felt a little sour. Fortunately, Du Sheng's scenes have been filmed long ago, and even the action guidance has been arranged, so he can escape from the clutches. It's really a magic claw. These nights, he was entangled by Octopus, and the other party took the initiative to come over to patrol the room. If this continues, the body is so hard that it is hard to bear it. When will the film be finished? Goddess Dragon is waiting for you to finish. Seeing the text message sent by Lu Tao again, Du Sheng said sadly. This is also a female fairy, and she is starting to think about Tang Monk. He thought about it and replied. If nothing unexpected happens, I will go back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. At this time, another message popped up on QQ. Cousin, Chenlong has been processed in the late stage and is scheduled to be released on New Year's Day next year. Did the crew ask you to run for promotion? When I saw the smiling face behind, I didn't have to guess that it was sent by Lu Yifei. There is no notice yet, so I guess the starring actors will have enough publicity. Du Sheng thought that December was about to begin, and knew what was going on. Are you on the notification list? Generally speaking, the crew asks the people who run promotion to either have the starring actors, or have their own popularity, or are directors and producers. It is rare to let the supporting roles outside the fourth series participate unless there is really no time before. Chapter 77 Cooperate with Publicity. Although Lu Yifei heard her mother's explanation, she still said regretfully. I have already notified that I will go to the Happy Camp variety show next week. I thought you would come, my cousin, but I didn't expect that I couldn't get it. Du Sheng smiled hoarsely and replied. It's nearly a month before the broadcast starts, and maybe there will be changes at that time. Although this is a comfort, Ling Zhiying is very busy with time, and Hu Jun probably has also taken the script, so there is no surprise that there are variables. Then I agreed that the crew will let you cooperate with the promotion and you can get it. .. Lu Yifei's eyes rolled and she suddenly thought of a solution. She has been too bored at school recently. There are not many students who can communicate with each other in a friendly manner, and their mother is strictly controlled by them. The study is even more boring. I really want to go out and play. Promotion has always been boring, and the people who accompanied him are at least a little older and have no common topics. This is a very suitable cousin who hasn't seen for a long time. Du Sheng didn't know what this girl was thinking, so he responded casually. Okay, I should have time then. It's cold and the Chinese New Year is almost over, and not many people are preparing for the crew. He has 3 dramas broadcasting now, so he is not in a hurry to go up. At least, wait for Qianlong to be broadcast and see the popularity feedback. At that time, your status will definitely improve, and there will be some preferential treatments whether you audition or invest in dramas. In this day afternoon, all the action scenes of Big Boy were filmed. Du Kefeng originally planned to complete all martial arts scenes within 10 days, and even reserved 2 days for possible unexpected situations. But since Du Sheng joined and replaced the murderer, the relevant scenes have been unexpectedly smooth. Even Lu fighting, under Du Sheng's disassembly and tricks, quickly realized the battle scene between inner demons and cause and effect. Liu's bathing is a scattered body of the 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 scattered body of the. A Sheng's design moves are novel enough, full of imagination, and he actually pays attention to the rationality of actual combat. This is not a cheating move. I have to say that this situation made the shooting process extremely smooth and it was finished 2 days in advance. Du Kefeng was also very pleased. Because every day saved is precious. This not only means that the shooting progress is ahead, but also means that the post-production time will be more abundant. To this end, Du Kefeng not only counted the money in full, but also said with a smile, "Next year I should be co-producing an action movie with the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions. If you have a schedule, try a role. I think you have such a strong sense of playing a villain." Du Sheng grinned. "I am a villain again, so I won't become a professional villain, right?" However, since the other party has opened his mouth, it is probably because of some ideas. PTU, big events, Judo Dragon and Tiger List, Society. Du Sheng's mind saw the names of the other party's next action movies, and he had some guesses in his mind. These movies have good reputation and box office, with much greater influence than TV series, and can also radiate neon and Southeast Asia. The most important thing is to win awards, and there are not many benefits to gaining status. Although the other party just said it, he had no promises like Zhao Jian, and just asked him to audition. But it is already difficult to say this sentence in front of so many people that it is easy to excite the media. Of course Du Sheng was a little interested and said with a smile. Du Sir opened his mouth, and I had to go even if I broke my legs. When everyone heard his words, they smiled. Previously, Du Kefeng joked that Du Sheng might be his nephew outside the 5th server, so this care would come. If you have the opportunity to cooperate again. Lu Yinglongken broke up and handed a card to Du Sheng. When you have time, come to Xiangzhong to have fun, and then let Bai Ji fulfill his friendship with the landlord. He has always attached great importance to the mainland market, and patriotism is a pioneer in action, and he also has an appetite for all aspects of this young man. With the other party's outstanding ability, his influence in the mainland will only increase and increase in the future. Who dares to say that this is not useful? In addition, look at Zhang Baji who has been holding Du Sheng's arm. This really makes no sense. How long has it been? To be honest, he was a little envious. Brother Hua, won't you have several movies to film next year? If you need help, just find him. Zhang Baji took the card and stuffed it into Du Sheng's arms. If you don't say anything else, where can you find this guy? Du Sheng was so amused that this young lady graduated from a junior college and treated herself as something. However, it is fake to think that Lu Huanyuyamu said that he was not moved. The most special thing is the infernal affairs. I don't know if it has been caused by the general changes, but now I have attracted investment. Lu Yingbao's old relatives and historians are in the street. Eternal classic. There must be ideas. After some polite conspiracy, Du Sheng said goodbye and left. But Zhang Baji suddenly became a little sentimental and actually walked with her for a while. If I hadn't deliberately avoided the boy, I would have received the reward again now. Seeing that time was still enough, Du Sheng accompanied the other party to visit the mall and gave him a Gucci bag and a necklace before letting go. Zhang Baji took out her necklace happily, with a coquettish tone. Sheng, please help me wear it. Although it is not expensive, it can be seen that she likes it very much. Du Sheng was not interested and put it on her slender snow neck. Zhang Baji was admiring in front of the mirror for a moment, and suddenly, she took out an exquisite gift box with satisfaction and took out a precious watch from it. Let's wear it, it's not suitable to change it. Du Sheng took a look. Good guy. Omega brand, the movement is also equipped with diamonds, and the cheapest is tens of thousands. In comparison, the things he gave were a little unprofitable. Will this be too expensive? Zhang Baji gave him a blank look and put it on the man himself. Just look good, you can be ashamed to go out in the future. Du Sheng really didn't expect this willful woman to have such a gentle side. He didn't want to smear his kindness, so he looked at him for a few seconds and smiled. I am worthy of being a brand, quite classy. The two of them wandered around the park again, and the time had just passed. Before getting off the bus, Zhang Baji remained silent and said, "Are you going to come to Xiangjiang next year to participate in the Legend of Wulin? It's time to come, remember to call me." Although Du Sheng didn't know why she changed so much, he saw that the girl was still a little reluctant, so he smiled and hugged her shoulder. It depends on the situation. Even if there is no show next year, I will go to Xiangjiang. Zhang Bazi wrapped her arms around his neck. Then you'd better come early, otherwise don't blame me for not recognizing you then. Du Sheng guessed that the other party was mostly influenced by his confidant, but he was just a knife-like mouth and a slander. You smiled. Who said last night that I was used to big moves and still disliked others for being out of reach? Zhang Baji didn't know what she thought of, but she was a little shy and pushed him away. Go away quickly, if you're too late, you'll miss the plane. Let's go, see you next time. Du Sheng let the other party kiss on the face, and before leaving, he kindly reminded. Remember to be less polite and treat each other with kindness in the future, otherwise no matter how generous a person is, he will be bored for a day. Chapter 78 Tempering. If Du Sheng hadn't joined the crew this time, there would have been too many changes. To be honest, if it were at this time of my previous life, this movie would almost never come out. One of the main reasons is that Zhang Baji is throwing temper due to a relationship problem. No one's face is given, no one answers the phone, no text messages are replied, and they live completely in their own world, and are willful and closed. Even the scheduled shooting was delayed and did not take into account other people's feelings. Even Lu Yingying was so obsessed with this kind of unprofessional behavior that he even made it clear that if it weren't for Xiang Tai's sake, he wouldn't want to take pictures. And this was also the fuse for Zhang Baji and Xiang Tai's fall in love in the previous life. Once Xiang Tai's support is gone, it is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Baji will not have achieved what she has today. The reason why she can become a top star in just a few years depends entirely on her excellent resources. Of course, Du Sheng was a little careful when he mentioned this. In addition to the little bit of grace of men and women, they are also interested in the resources of Oriental Star Entertainment. As long as Zhang Baji doesn't make a fuss, there will be several movies that will win both box office and awards. He never hides his ability to take shortcuts. What's more, there are additional benefits such as reputation and popularity soaring. Just like Huang Xiaoman in his previous life, the reason why he was successful in the front line was because he became Xiang Tai's godson at the beginning. Du Sheng is just a woman who is by her own family, and the starting point is more than a few stories higher. I know, you have said it tens of thousands of times. Zhang Baji rolled her eyes, but she also understood why Du Sheng reminded her many times, and her heart was a little warm. During this period, she was nourished and cared for by a man and regarded him as a confidant. In fact, her temper has long been much more restrained. Especially when both sides learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, she has realized that she has shortcomings in some aspects. So after going back, I have to drink more papaya soup. As soon as I got on the plane, a crisp reminder sound came from my ears. Discovered that the filming of Big Boys Have Great Wisdom has ended. Will the settlement lottery be held? After experiencing it several times, Du Sheng was no longer surprised. He considered it and chose to settle. Although there are a little bit of scenes, the evaluation may not be high, but I feel that the degree of fit is good. Moreover, there are currently 9 draws in the year. It's a waste not to use it. Instead of making guest appearances or playing some small prospects next, it is better to use it here. At least it is much more favorable. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was surprisingly good. In the statistics, the host character fit is 80%, the roles account for 3%, and the completion is 81%. The prize pool is re-updated. Du Sheng was quite satisfied with this. After all, he only plays a murderer. It is enough to be able to occupy this share in a 100-minute movie. After settlement, the performance rating of Big Boys Have Great Wisdom is good. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is F+, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/9. Will the lottery be held? Du Sheng took a look at the comprehensive evaluation. It would be very likely that he would draw 1 or 2 practical skills this time and then add points to break through to E. This means that in addition to comprehensive improvement of physical fitness, there are also 1 more lottery draw and 3 annual times. As for the murderer Coca, what are the better items and skills? Pistols, explosives, darts, light skills, bone shrinkage skills. Several things flashed through Du Sheng's mind instantly, all of which were of great use. With some hope, I silently recited in my heart, "Raffle lottery." As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush. As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining darts, LV1/green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of castor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Black Star pistol. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 7.62mm 8 rounds magazines. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3-inch jade statue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flying Eaves and Walking on the Wall, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving HK $30,000. Hey, Black Star pistol. Looking at the smooth-shaped and often appearing in film and television dramas, Du Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. This is a big weapon in China. Don't worry about whether you can see the light or not, or how many ordinary people have, etc., at least you can be brave with powerful weapons. I heard that foreign countries are in chaos. In the future, I will leave the culinary beauty camp in China. I will forget it. Du Sheng also knew the degree of measure and was unlikely to use it in the country. Even if you have punches and feet, you are afraid of hurting others to death. And unfortunately, I was unable to draw skills related to the equipment this time. If the 2 magazines are used for training, it is probably not enough. For the time being, I can only eat ashes. Du Sheng calmed down and glanced at the following. Darts, LV1/green, 1/1000. Throwing hidden weapons with exquisite and clever strength, with a range of 10 meters, fast speed, strong concealment, and achieve the effect of accidentally slandering the enemy. This skill is quite unpopular, probably related to the specialty of the murderer. Today is a modern society, who can play tricks and practice boring darts. However, for those who practice martial arts, since it is not convenient to use hands in China, it is good to use this dart as a substitute. It's good to use it for self-defense. You can practice when you have time. Or if you have redundant reputation, you can increase it to LV2 and increase the range by 5 meters, which can be regarded as an unexpected means. Castor. Are you planning to let me kill someone to silence me? Du Sheng rubbed his chin and threw it into the warehouse. It's really necessary in the future, so you can keep it for later. The 3-inch Buddha statue has a good shape and is a jade carving, which can be sold for a lot of money. No matter how bad it is good to use it as a relationship to build connections. 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, you can use it in Hong Kong next year, and you don't need to exchange it. Flying on the eaves and walking on the wall. I'll go, it's really revealed. Du Sheng was a little happy. Flying eaves and walls, LV1/Blue, 10/1000. Your agility is like a fox, and your body coordination and strength are excellent. You regard the eaves and walls as nothing, and you walk like flying. After reading the introduction, Du Sheng felt very happy. After all, the so-called flying the eaves and walking on the wall he used to shoot was just a clever borrowing of the power of kicking his legs, and he was unable to continue after 3 steps. And this skill is amazing, it is really flying around the eaves and walls. From now on, no matter whether you shoot a fight, run away from your life, or steal a fishy life, you will be more guaranteed. Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value column. 5,298. This is the hot searches with Zhang Beizi before that have risen to this conspicuous number. Otherwise, it's less than half. Du Sheng thought about it and set his sights on the main skills of acting LV3/Blue, 10138/100000, Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu 3rd level/Blue, 9200/81000, and Bajiquan LV2/Blue, 4188/10,000. It's just that my reputation is still not enough to upgrade, so I can only wait for the next time. His gaze was also on Kimandunjia, Heart-to-Heart, Tianji Ling Shu Jing, Dart Drifting Technique, and Flying Eaves and Walking on the Wall. If you want to try to upgrade the comprehensive evaluation across level to E, you can only spend it on these LV1 skills. This way, the cost effectiveness is the highest. Chapter 79 finally broken. With this in mind, Du Sheng made up his mind. His eyes skipped over Kimandunjia. Frozen in the 2 skills of Pull the Heart and Tianji Ling Shu Jing. 2,000 reputation value, instantly wasted. As a wave of insights was integrated into my mind, whether I was fond of myself or medical skills, I further improved. Heart-to-Heart LV2/Blue, 1010/10,000. Humans are emotional animals. They keep their hearts in mind for a long time, and they are determined to be close friends. There have also been changes in the introduction of Tianji Ling Shu Jing. Before, I had a basic understanding of first aid methods, but now I have become familiar with them. This means that Du Sheng can provide diagnosis and acupuncture for people without worrying about mistakes in location and pathological problems. He planned to go to his adoptive father's house later to see if he could help. But surprisingly, the expected improvement did not occur. Seeing that he still had more than 3,000 reputation, Du Sheng simply spent another 2,000 to invest in the last 2 skills. Darts, LV2/Green, 1001/10,000, Flying Eaves and Walls, LV2/Blue, 1010/10,000. The former's range was not unexpectedly increased to 15 meters, and the accuracy within 10 meters also increased from about 60% to 70%. The latter's coordination and agility have also increased significantly. If you walk a tightrope without safety measures on the cliff, you will probably be as stable as an old dog. Fortunately, it's finally broken. Listening to the crisp sound coming from his ears, Du Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the comprehensive evaluation finally broke through E. At that moment, an extremely powerful feeling traveled all over my body. Improved accompanying abilities not only enhances the vitality of the body and joints, but also significantly improves the cardiopulmonary function. Click. Du Sheng pinched it slightly, and the steel armrests on the seat actually made a crackling sound as if they were about to collapse. In addition to the body's resistance and immunity, the explosive power has also been further enhanced. Du Sheng showed joy on his face. The pinch just now was no less than 550 pounds. There have been improvements in confrontation, attack, and persistence, and this reputation is worth it. According to his estimate, if he held Fan Ou again and exercised, he would not breathe for half an hour, so he would ensure that this fairy would no longer have the idea of getting tired of the new and getting tired of the old. In addition to the above, this promotion also gave a lottery and 3 annual times 1/11 annual lottery draws. But there is not much reputation at the moment. Du Sheng feels that his luck in the lottery has also been exhausted, so he thought about it and was in a hurry to draw. After Qianlong is released, there will definitely be a huge wave of reputation, and maybe it will be popular and will make people feel a big explosion. Du Sheng's thoughts were still in a state of joy. He couldn't sleep on the plane, so he took a look at the changes before and after. In terms of money, it has increased at least dozens of times compared to half a year ago. When he was just reborn, he had no pocket except for 100,000 deposits. More than 1,000 yuan. Now, in the drama Big Boy alone, the pay plus action guidance will be 150,000 yuan. If we count the 1.7 million investment of Goddess Dragon is included, 30,000 Hong Kong dollars plus, Golden Leaves plus Yuan Bao plus Jade Buddha temporarily counts 500,000. Life in the future is promising. That afternoon, Du Sheng returned to the crew of Goddess Dragon. After a week of filming, most people have basically completed the filming, leaving only the last decisive battle drama. The first person Du Sheng saw was Sun Yaoei. He played the role of Stinky Tofu and finally became the Lord of Sifang City by chance, so he still has some roles. Seeing Du Sheng suddenly appear on the set, Sun Yaoei was a little surprised. Huh? Didn't you come back only after the genius? I didn't make it public, right? Du Sheng was quite surprised. Sun Yaoei laughed. Someone muttered all day about when you're back, and we heard our ears calluses. Du Sheng smiled, a warm current surged in his heart, and he was also a little smiled. He chatted with Sun Yaoei for a few words and took Wang Yang to the shooting scene. At this moment, the plot of the male and female protagonists combining swords and killing half a day of the moon together. The general idea is that in the fight, the dragon soul sword that half of Tianyu took away was suddenly sucked by the phoenix blood sword in Lu Tao's hand. The sword showed its power and killed Bai Tianyu in one fell swoop. The set was a bit noisy, after all, it had to be coordinated with the special effects, and the buzzing sound of the machine running. Du Sheng stood quietly beside the camera, carefully observing every movement and expression of Lu Tao. Compared with the filming of Qianlong, Lu Tao's progress is obvious. Now she can be free to show off in front of the camera, especially her heroic and cool look, full of confidence. After one, director Zhang Jun nodded with satisfaction and announced loudly, "Cut! Tao, you are doing well in this episode, keep working hard." Hearing the director's encouragement and praise, Lu Tao's face was filled with a bright smile. She was about to chat with the actor who played Wang Ying next to her. After a glance, she saw Du Sheng standing behind Zhang Jun. At first, she suspected that she was dazzled, so she blinked and looked carefully again. After confirming that she was not wrong, an indescribable surprise surged in her heart. "You're finally back." Looking at Lu Tao's surprise pounced on Du Sheng, many people present were attracted by the eyes. "Stop making trouble, many people are watching." Du Sheng smiled and patted the woman on the shoulder, and waved to everyone. "Thank you all, I brought some specialties from Jin Mansion back, everyone can try it." Seeing everyone's ambiguous look, Lu Tao turned red and left Du Sheng. He looked at the snacks Wang Yang took out, and was immediately delighted. "Wow! 3 boxes of Taigo cakes, as well as Pinjao beef and Wengzi cooked cakes." Everyone didn't bother to joke and leaned over. Even Sun Yaoei and Ren Ye were not polite to Du Sheng, so they would be poor first. After a lot of fun food and drink, the shooting continued. Du Sheng also resumed his action guidance position, completed his shots, and tried to achieve the best results in the final battle. During this period, producer Li Lida also asked him to chat with him alone. This drama should be finished tomorrow, but the right TV station has not been negotiated yet. What do you think? Look with a hammer. Du Sheng really wants to complain, this should be your responsibility. But he also understood what the other party meant. After all, my own investment accounts for more than 20%, and some things have to be discussed. After filming a drama, it is only the first step. In addition to editing, sound effect design, special effects, and other productions, broadcasting and promotion must also be arranged. At this point, the producer will hand over the video to the publisher or TV station for evaluation and discuss the buyout and the launch of the star. And capable producers, such as the Legend of the Condor Heroes, have already found a good broadcast channel during the filming. Obviously, this does not include Goddess Dragon. What's the saying over Zhonglu Film and Television? Du Sheng did not rush to answer, but asked a question. That's a coal boss, he doesn't care. After all, Li Lida is from Wanqing and has few resources in the mainland, so she is a little worried. And I only know the deputy director of Fujian Province Southeast TV station. He said he would watch the movie first, but he was not sure there was a good schedule. Actually, these words are still reserved. As a satellite TV media in Fujian Province, Southeast TV has a certain influence in Bay City and overseas, and the prime time will be full in the next 3 months. The deputy director had insufficient power to turn the world around. He had already vaguely said that even if this film was good, the best treatment he could give was daytime. Chapter 80 Shameless. Du Sheng observed his words and expressions and knew it in his heart. Are there any other channels for friends in the circle? Goddess Dragon was premiered in the daytime broadcast of Southeast TV, but it turned out that the waves could not even float. If you have to choose, this is definitely not a preferred one. Li Lida was a little embarrassed. No, this drama is my test work when I came to the mainland, so. This is a common problem for small crew members. Du Sheng didn't want to blame too much, so he thought about it and attracted Lu Tao. You have been in Canton for 3 years and have also starred in the popular drama The Foreign Wife and local COSM Other. Do you know anyone? Lu Tao is not a fool either, he said. Producer-director's contact the style can be found, but the relationship is very ordinary, just a nod. She is a literary soldier and has been accustomed to being poor since childhood, so she has always retained her connections. Du Sheng didn't expect much, anyway, gold would always shine. He asked for contact information and handed it to Li Lida. Actually, there is no need to hurry. We will deal with the later stage first. If it really doesn't work, let's try Heitu. If this producer was really bad, Du Sheng went to Zhu Zhuoyang, Fan Ou, and others to ask. After all, the Hong Kong circle is very tied to Guangzhou, so there should be no shortage of connections. If Zhongshen's rich lady cooperates, she can try to communicate. 2 days later, the filming of Snowflake Goddess Dragon has been completed. This is the advantage of the small crew. It is not particular, and it can pass every time, and does not pursue excellence. In the evening, the crew held a not-so-summer finale banquet in a local mid-range restaurant. Du Sheng spoke loudly at the banquet and raised his glass and said, "Set a small goal first. As long as this drama is released, it can enter the top 10 of the year. We will hold a celebration banquet in a 5-star hotel." At the banquet, Du Sheng also toasted to every member of the crew one by one. Although the crew is not large and there are not many people, he knows the importance of these people. This is not only a recognition of everyone's work, but also to unite people's hearts and lay a solid foundation for the preparation and arrangement of the crew in the future. These behind-the-scenes workers may not be famous, but their professionalism are quite good. For Du Sheng, at the beginning, those famous masters were not used at all, but instead they needed these solid, pragmatic, and professional personnel. After the finale, he chatted with the director and producer again, mainly discussing issues related to post-production. In order to take into account the resources and equipment required for production, we finally made an unanimous decision to shift the focus back to the store. After leaving the hotel, Du Sheng helped Lu Tao, who had drunk a lot tonight, go out. It was cold, and not to mention whether there were paparazzi squatting, there were not even many pedestrians. Despite this, Lu Tao still dressed up carefully for this final banquet. A white palace-style shirt was stuffed into a plaid skirt, and a long houndstooth coat was worn outside, which looked gentle and intellectual. As soon as they returned to Xiake courtyard, the two of them couldn't help but hug each other to keep warm before the door was opened. At this time, a black Mercedes-Benz drove over. Just got off the car and approached. Wang Ke, who was originally planning to come to congratulate him, looked at the two of them with a dull look. His mind was a little bad. I shouldn't be here, I should be at the bottom of the car. Realizing that he had been fooled before, he clenched his fists, walked forward with red eyes and said angrily, "You still say it's okay?" The two people who were calling for the group to keep warm were stunned, and their verbal attacks suddenly stopped. When they separated, they were quite conspicuous under the light. "Okay, why are you here again?" Lu Tao blurted out. Du Sheng noticed that she was a little scared and reached out to take her into her arms. Although he is not very good at wearing hard hats for women, it is still okay to give women a sense of security. It is true that Wang Ke is a playboy, but he was still angry at the scene in front of him and said angrily, "Didn't you always tell the public that you don't have a boyfriend? How do you explain tonight? Do you still dare to say that you are okay?" For some reason, he just likes Lu Tao and feels like his other half. Since the release of Fantasy Punisher 3, he has been fascinated by the princess played by the other party again. Recently, I have been holding other women and can't even think about food and food. A few days ago, after learning that Du Sheng, the hindrance man, left the crew, he became more active and came from the imperial capital to show his attention. Unexpectedly, I would welcome a drink tonight. My man, please pay attention to your words. A Tao is not someone you are, and it is her freedom to date who she is willing to. Du Sheng's tone was cold and he retorted without any mercy. You are an outsider, and you come here again and again. What's your intention? Could it be that it is unethical to interfere with other people's communication of feelings? Wang Ke was stunned. These words were originally supposed to be used by him to question Du Sheng, but why is it the other way around now? He was laughed at Du Sheng's shameless anger, and his chest was undulating. What about you? You are not saying that you are just friends with a Tao? What a bad morality now. Obviously, as you can see. Du Sheng shrugged and retorted with confidence. But even so, it doesn't mean you can be moral. Learn the good ones and learn bad ones. He came so late, which shows how unruly you are and your style is. The right choice is to not choose you. Wang Ke. He was Spartan all over. The more Du Sheng said it, the more he became, the more powerful he became. You always say that you like a Tao. Since you love her so much, you shouldn't bother her. What you call pursuit is just a desire to see the mind, and your thoughts are not pure. But I am different. I never thought of using a relationship between men and women to limit her choices, and I don't bother to do so. Lu Tao hugged the man tightly, feeling very touched. This is the best man in the world, knowing how to think about women. The person who was trapped in the whirlpool of love did not notice anything wrong with this statement. Wang Ke was so shocked by Du Sheng's remarks that he was extremely shocked. He never thought that a person could be so shameless. Wang Ke smiled angrily and said sarcastically, "You don't choose to use male-female relationship restrictions. Isn't you just want to have sex for free and then don't want to take responsibility? You're so proud. Mr. Wang, we are not familiar with each other, please leave." Lu Tao looked at Wang Ke with shame and anger, pulled Du Sheng into the residence angrily, and then slammed the door. Wang Kai subconsciously wanted to rush over, but when he thought that both sides had nothing to do, he punched the front cover of the car next to him, and shouted with red eyes. Why? He really couldn't figure it out. After all, he is also a rich second generation. After so many gifts, why didn't Lu Tao choose an ordinary person? Isn't this obvious? A Tao and I are like Li Jing and Hong Fu Nu. You want to come in with such a legendary story? It's simply morally degraded. Wang Kai followed the sound and found that it was Du Sheng who made the sound. But he didn't notice that the other party raised his finger slightly. Lu Tao couldn't help but pull the man back with laughter and cry, and then stood in front of the window and said to Wang Kai, "You go back, it's impossible for us. Please don't come to me again in the future, I'm afraid A Sheng will misunderstand." After saying that, he closed the window. Chapter 81 Reluctant. Cack. Wang Kai felt his heart break. In addition, I don't know if there are many insects here or if I accidentally touch them, and the pain in the neck suddenly appeared red marks. It's still a little numb and itchy. He was in a bad mood and had to stare at the window fiercely, get in the car and head straight for the nightclub. It's not okay not to vent. As for competition, can we not engage in revenge? He is a second generation after all, and he can't afford to lose his face. In the suite, Du Sheng saw that Lu Tao was a little worried and comforted him. "Don't worry about so much. If he pesters you again, I'll find someone to deal with him. It's so rude to come and disturb me so late. I wonder if this will cause trouble for me? Selfish, don't think about others at all. Don't do it randomly." Lu Tao knew very well that Du Sheng had a hint of rebelliousness in his bones, and a little worried reminder. He didn't do anything too much except to bother people. The most important thing is that she was worried that Wang Kai would be so embarrassed that he would be angry and play outside the game, which would only lead to both losses. "If you don't mention these disappointments, let's take a break early. The beauty is in her arms, and talking about other men is too unsightly." Du Sheng is preparing to review the close questions with the woman again. Facing the classmate Du who took the initiative to study, Teacher Lu was shy and timid and helped him step by step. "I can't solve this problem, I can't do it anymore." In less than half an hour, Teacher Lu was sweating profusely, his jade feet trembled, and he put down his pen with weak words. There is no one else to solve several math problems. Du Sheng, who was still striving for strength, shook his head in a little bit of emotion. But this is not a mistake from Teacher Lu. Since the last time he upgraded, the knowledge he has gained is as profound as the sea of abyss. Not to mention that it is difficult for ordinary teachers to teach, even those dads are hard to match. Du Sheng guessed that as long as he drove his full strength, it would be no problem to beat the two opponents. "What are your plans next?" Lu Tao lay lazily in the man's face, letting the other party wipe the sweat, and said lazily. "At noon, Director Zhu informed me to go to a happy camp next week to cooperate with the promotion." Du Sheng said casually. In fact, when he heard the news at noon, he was also a little surprised. After all, in Qianlong, he is at most a fourth to fifth male actors. There are so many big names in front of him that it is not his turn. Du Sheng suddenly remembered that Lu Yifei mentioned last time. It is probably because Hu Jun or Ling Zhiying can't get the time. But even so, the crew can still find actors such as Duan Prince and Su Zhu. Can't that girl suggested to Zhang De Hushao? Du Sheng really guessed it right. Next week, Hu Jun had no time and was always thinking about someone who had been pulling his cousin into the car, so he tactfully mentioned to Zhang's hit song. Zhang's hit song knew very well that this little girl was the future of Hongguo film and television, so of course he would not refuse such a small matter. In this way, Du Sheng, a famous newcomer, won the fast lane of the #1 variety show in the mainland. Although there may not be many shots, he is willing to accept that the exposure can increase his reputation. As for the follow-up plans, he considered waiting for Tianlong to be broadcast to see if there are any suitable dramas or investment opportunities. Go to the happy camp to promote it. Lu Tao was a little envious. Then you have to take it seriously. This is not something that ordinary people can do, she asked herself that there was no such opportunity. The Dragon of Heaven also arranged for me to cooperate with the promotion, but what I can't go through is I love remember lyrics. Lu Tao was weak all over and said. I heard that there was another crew at that time, with more than a dozen people on the same table, and there were not many shots at all. Let's go with the flow. Anyway, we're just green leaves in this drama, so I'd better look forward to Goddess Dragon. Du Sheng said without caring about it. I Love Remember Lyrics is a variety show of Blueberry Channel. It is currently a second-tier popular, and its promotion and exposure are also considered good. But just like him, the cameras are basically for big names or starring actors. By the way, didn't you say that Zongja Culture gave you an audition for a drama? Is there any follow-up? Du Sheng suddenly remembered something and sat down and said. The Last Emperor. Lu Tao still couldn't lift his spirits. It's true, but it will take a few days to audition, and it will be the third female lead. Although Goddess Dragon is just a small investment drama, after she played the leading heroine, she was somewhat uncomfortable with the low-end ones. Especially not long ago, Fantasy Punisher 3 was released, although it was not as popular as the first two movies, but it also brought her some popularity. For this reason, she also received resource subsidies from Zongja Culture from her original stocking state. This drama is okay in all aspects. The traffic of big brands is guaranteed. If you have any ideas, you can actually try it. Du Sheng filtered a circle in his mind and thought to himself. Although the ratings of this drama did not enter the top 10 of the year and caused controversy in the industry because of its random fabrication, its investment and lineup were luxurious. The male lead is the hotly Guanyi. He is now at the peak of his acting career and appearance. The two major dramas The Smiling, Proud Wanderer and The Legend of the Condor Heroes have been broadcasted and firmly ranked among the top young actors. The actress who plays the last concubine of the female lead is Zhang Qingqin, who is currently recognized as the spokesperson of ancient costume beauty and was personally given the stage name of Qian Yao as Shui Ling. The second female lead was Huang Yi, who was very popular with Getting into the Wrong Sedan Chair and Marrying the Right Man and Fantasy Punishment 3. The third woman is the woman in her arms. This drama can be said to be full of beauties and big names, and its recognition is beyond comparison to those ancient puppet dramas in the future. And although Lu Tao is just a third female, she plays a new-style woman who is passionate and unrestrained and has a poor ending, which has attracted a lot of favor. It's a pity that this drama has designated the male lead, so it would be great if you could star in it. Lu Tao hugged the man's waist and murmured with obsession. Don't worry if you have a chance in the future. Du Sheng smiled and patted her shoulders, revealing a bit of confidence. As long as the investment in Goddess Dragon can be twice the reward, he will have the opportunity to dominate the investment next time, and he will be confident of jumping out of the fish pond. I don't know whether it's because of the heartwarming influence or the love brain, Lu Tao has become increasingly obsessed recently. Even a little bit sweet. Although he is a bit unreliable in dealing with men and women, he is still generous to women who share the same bed. The next day, Lu Tao was going back to Mota to prepare for the audition. Seeing that she was a little reluctant, Du Sheng gave out the bracelet she bought in advance. Only then did Lu Tao happily send out the fragrant kiss and board the plane. The two of them parted for a while. After returning to the store, Du Sheng started working again and helped Li Lita and Zhang Jun work for 2 days. After the matter was almost done, he took advantage of his time to go out and bought 2 red double he cards, a bottle of Jianan Chun, and a bag of Biluakun. He took a taxi to the Third Ring district and parked outside a slightly dilapidated martial arts hall. Different from emerging boxing gyms that teach Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Jeet Kune Do and other things, it is full of Oriental retro style. A fierce white-headed tiger with a hung eye on the front door, with its eyes wide open, extremely powerful. Below is a quaint wooden plaque with 4 big words: Huang Family Martial Arts Hall. Although the scale of the boxing gym is not too large, every inch of space is full of the atmosphere of traditional martial arts. Chapter 82, Being Alone. At this moment, there was no one on the training ground, only a slight noise came from the corner. A middle-aged man in his 40s was wearing a military coat and limping away the fallen leaves and snow. This middle-aged man is Du Sheng's adoptive father Huang Deli. If he had not inherited the memories of his predecessor, he could not have imagined that this ordinary middle-aged man in front of him would be the grandson of Huang Sahai, the 4th-generation master of the Beiji sect. He is a descendant of Bajiquan who is so authentic that he cannot be more authentic. Unfortunately, as the Qigong heat subsided, the martial arts hall also suffered a significant impact. There are fewer and fewer people who are apprenticing to learn skills, and the business of martial arts schools is becoming increasingly deserted. Du Sheng's footsteps broke the tranquility of the martial arts hall. Huang Deli put down the broom in his hand and turned around. His face was full of traces of time, and he was surprised to see Du Sheng. "Why are you free to come back today?" Du Sheng's emotions fluctuated. He put down his cigarettes and wine, and Xiao Xiao came to Huang Deli to take the broom. "The crew has finished filming and hasn't been back for too long. Come and see it." He took out a stack of thick banknotes and stuffed them into Huang Deli's hand. "I made some money during this period, and I feel a little bit more willing." Huang Deli grinned, as if he noticed Du Sheng's sadness, patted his shoulder with his rough and calloused hands and said, "No need to be sad. I haven't seen any storms in the old man. It's very common for the fact that there are no students in the martial arts school. There are still tens of millions of people who are unemployed in the Zai Gongchao. Your master, I can still have a martial arts school, which is considered to be covered by tiles." Speaking of this, he looked at the thousands of dollars that Du Sheng had put in. "Didn't you always want to invest in a movie? It doesn't exist. It is natural to respect your master." Du Sheng knew that Huang Deli was guarding this martial arts hall alone, not for the sake of tiles covering his head. It is purely guarding the honor of the past and guarding the years when Wang's Bajiquan was once powerful. Before, he was a martial arts and designed moves for others, but he just made a living. It is always difficult for such a person to bow to the cruel reality. Du Sheng did not persuade anything and pushed out an orange wheelchair from behind. "Didn't you always like to collect antiques? This is an antique wheelchair made of rosewood, which can be more convenient when you go out in the future." Huang Deli looked at Du Sheng, who had not seen him for more than 2 months, and a warm current surged in his heart. He has run the martial arts center for many years and has received hundreds of disciples, but with the time as time goes by, most of them have been disconnected. Only this abandoned child will come back to give him some filial piety as long as he makes money. "Time flies so fast, I didn't expect you to be alone in the blink of an eye," Huang Deli said with emotion. "You keep this money, there is still a long way to go in the future. But there is one thing you have to remember, no matter where you go, don't forget to practice boxing, because that is your route." Du Sheng did not answer, but took out a row of silver needles and changed the topic. "Recently, I took some acupuncture with an old military doctor, saying that it has the effect of pushing the uterus and promoting blood circulation." "Oh." Huang Deli indeed became a little interested. "Then I have to try it." Du Sheng half squatted down and began to apply a needle to Huang Deli's right leg where his muscles were atrophy. This is the chapter on promoting the uterus and promoting blood circulation in Tianji Ling Shijing. By using acupuncture and massage to the meridian acupoints outside the body, it improves blood circulation in the human body and unblocks the meridians, in order to stimulate and improve dark diseases. Huang Deli felt a numbness, and his eyes were a little surprised. Looking at Du Sheng's familiar needlework, it is obviously not like a new hand. Because people who do not have the level of traditional Chinese medicine, they are afraid they don't even understand acupuncture techniques such as twisting and lifting. "My level is limited, and I guess I have to try it a few more times before it can be effective." Half an hour later, Du Sheng stopped, breathing a sigh of relief. Applying acupuncture requires concentration, otherwise you will be impaled if you are not careful, and it will take a lot of energy to push and rub. Even if his comprehensive evaluation is increased to E, it will be difficult to last for too long. It's okay, I'm old and I don't expect to recover. Huang Deli smiled lightly and didn't care. Du Sheng knew that the old man said that he would let go of his kung fu, but he might not have let go in his heart. Seeing that it was getting dark, he cooked himself and even had a few drinks with the old man, which was quite relaxing. He bought another batch of ingredients to store them, and he said goodbye until Wang Yeyang called. After going out, he bowed deeply to the martial arts hall and turned around and left. "Cousin, are you here? I'll prepare for rehearsal tomorrow." As soon as I got into the car, a slightly cheerful text message popped up with QQ. Lu Yifei originally planned to surprise Du Sheng, but now she couldn't help but pick up her phone while her mother was not paying attention. Du Sheng smiled and had guessed something, saying, "Come here tonight, are you here? I'm ready to get on the plane, I'm probably here tomorrow morning." "That's not suitable to play with your phone, and we will meet and chat when we meet." "Well, __. Lu Yifei hid her phone again with a little expectation. Seeing Du Sheng put down his cell phone, Wang Yeyang said, "Recently, another brokerage company came to contact me. Are you really not planning to sign a contract?" "Hui, Bays Hita, Zhonggai Ao. All of them are considered to be Tedido companies. Under normal circumstances, many people want to sign in to get resources." "And what about Du Sheng? He couldn't even stop others from asking for intentions. What a fucking monster. Don't you really want to go all the way to the dark, right?" Du Sheng looked at the night outside the window and said without raising his head, "No hurry, let's wait until Qianlong is released." He was not in a hurry, but just calmed down. Wang Yeyang does not have the ability to predict the future, and he knows nothing about how popular the snowflake goddess dragon is. What's more, there is also the legend of the Condor heroes as a backing. In this Jinyang martial arts masterpiece, although Du Sheng's role is only the fourth male lead, he believes that he has the opportunity to use the east wind of this drama to achieve a leap in his acting career. If the two are combined, the effect will be significant, and it is inevitable that the value will rise sharply next year. Du Sheng has grand plans for the future, and then he can be more confident when he chooses how to move up. In addition, if you want to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, you do need to have a company or an artist team to protect you. Only in this way can one not be controlled by others and better develop one's career. As for resources, it doesn't have to rely on others, in fact, sometimes you can be a resource. Du Sheng already had some thoughts in his mind. If he had accumulated enough capital and connections, it would depend on whether he could succeed. The worst thing is that you can set up a studio first and make breakthroughs step by step. Then, with your forward-looking vision and ability, you can poach some artists who will become famous in the future and create a circle that belongs to you. Of course, these are a bit far away. After all, I have just started and the road ahead is still long. With two dramas, Snowflake Goddess Dragon and The Legend of the Condor Heroes, we should be able to take root. Du Sheng's eyes flashed. If you can become famous by your role, even if you don't have enough money, you will be the main player in a small production drama and be the second male lead in a popular drama, etc., it should be very easy. As for choosing scripts and drawing top-quality special skills, there will be some in the future. Chapter 83 Girl, keep a low profile, you snatch my lines. Xiang Fu, Shet. Mango TV, Happy Camp Program Team. Since the filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Zhang Dehuzi, who wanted to regain his reputation, began to promote and distribute it in major media a month ago. The kind that is overwhelming. I have to say that investing is rich and willful. And this is just the first stop for Du Sheng to participate. He had to admit that Zhang Dehuzi came from Yang Shi, it's indeed a sign. The Legend of the Condor Heroes has long been confirmed to be broadcast on Blueberry Channel, and it can still be promoted on the arch-rivaled Mango Channel. This is more than just human favors. If you compare Li Lido with Zhang De Hushao, you will be afraid that you will be left with nothing left. However, it is normal to think about this situation. At present, the world is unified, and local stations can only join the group to keep warm. People who come from the sun and have real achievements are indeed very popular. The next morning, Wang Yeyang contacted the crew and took Du Sheng to a lounge on the second floor. When I opened the door, I saw that the crew had almost all the leading actors. Ling Zhiying, Gao Hu, Lu Yifei, Cheng Hao. Wow! Cousin, you are finally here. When Lu Yifei saw the person coming in, her beautiful eyes lit up and she stood up with a happy smile. Du Sheng greeted everyone with a smile, then looked at the beauty who came to her. Hey, I haven't seen each other for a while, my cousin has changed. As soon as this said, everyone looked over. Lu Yifei suddenly felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head shyly. She was guessing whether she had gained weight after eating more recently, or she had not put on makeup in the morning when she was lazy in bed. Just listen to the bad guy's cousin laughing. Not only has he turned white and beautiful, he also has a lot of fairy spirit. If I didn't look carefully, I would have thought my cousin had come out of the drama. Where is it? When Lu Yifei saw everyone joking, her ears couldn't help but turn red. My cousin is talking nonsense. I just changed into a dress. Du Sheng saw Lu Yifei shy and pretty, very cute. He decided to tease her again and blinked at everyone. I don't think this is the only one. If you don't believe it, please ask everyone. Ling Zhiying smiled and sighed. My cousin is here. I feel so happy when I am happy. I must be beautiful. Poor brother Duan, I was treated differently when I met just now. Recently, my schedule is quite rush, and I didn't sleep well enough and my eyes were normal. As a result, I was hit hard by Lu Yifei. He said why he has changed, he is much more mature than last time, and has he put on uncle makeup? Uncle? Gao Hu laughed and broke the news. No, since Sheng, you finished filming, this girl and a group of us are not energetic at all, and they feel very bored. Alas, it seems that our group of masters can't compare to a cousin. Ah! Lu Yifei's face was so shy that she blushed and said awkwardly. No, I don't dislike it. Du Sheng laughed and said. If you continue to bury like this, my cousin is afraid that my face will be red in the recording. Lu Yifei's face was flushed with shame, and she couldn't help but stretch out her hand and pinched his arm with shame. It's all you, the bastard cousin who takes the blame. Du Sheng did not hide, but instead allowed the other party to interact with each other. Well, Lu Zili is not here. What's wrong? Who bullies such a beautiful and cute little fairy sister? A slightly familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door, teasing. Oh, it turns out it's Mirong Fu's cousin, that's all right. Teacher, he is here. Everyone smiled and stood up to say hello. Lu Yifei pouted, but didn't help her. It seems that it is natural for my cousin to bully her cousin. Du Sheng pierced his little hands, pinching his troubled hands and looked at the young version of Hejiang. Compared with memory, the other party is obviously a bit immature and his connections are not as huge as the future. Hejiang brought Li Wajia and Xie in with the two hosts, and said enthusiastically with a smile. Everyone, welcome to a happy camp. Are you still used to it here? No, it feels like I'm back home. Everyone responded with smiles and spoke politely to each other. Hejian was present at this time, in fact, in order to establish a tacit understanding with the guests in advance and pave the way for the next recording. After chatting for a few moments, a group of people were led to a studio. Hejian smiled and said, before the program is officially recorded, we usually have a rehearsal so that everyone can cooperate better. This is also for the better promotion of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Through rehearsals, the host and the guest can better understand each other and determine what kind of jokes they can make. If someone is not very good at variety shows, the host will try to avoid putting too much pressure on them to avoid embarrassment on the show. With the press release, this rehearsal went smoothly. Although the most popular Ling Zhiying was a little bit unwilling to let go of her burden, Gao Hu, Cheng Hao, Lu Yifei and others were not very adaptable at the beginning, but their performance was quite remarkable. However, even if everyone makes mistakes occasionally, He Jian will use jokes to deter and try to control the situation. It can be said that although his experience is not as rich as the future, he has shown the potential of a gold medal host. After some interaction, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. What surprised He Jian was that Du Sheng's variety show talent was far superior to regular customers such as Gao Hu. Isn't this a newcomer? How are the rules and adaptability more familiar than Xie Na? This is naturally due to Du Sheng being a guest of QuickBook in his previous life and also having an understanding of other variety shows. While watching and complaining, I also understand the rules of variety shows. Therefore, it is easy to integrate into the atmosphere of rehearsal. While having lunch and resting, He Jian turned to Du Sheng curiously and couldn't help but say, "You handled it very easily. Have you participated in variety shows before?" Everyone also had this feeling and looked over with a little curiosity. They participated in these promotions. I have made a lot of stories, but no matter whether it is a brain teaser or a humorous tone, I can't compare to a young man. The other party's unrestrained demeanor made them feel a little ashamed. Especially when the host is shaking his burden, the scene is about to be embarrassed, and the other party returns from a tricky angle. Haha, teacher, he doesn't know anything. It was rare to meet Du Sheng today. After Lu Yifei was angry, she was actually in a very good mood and couldn't help but smile proudly. Don't look at my cousin's reputation now, but he's very capable. In the crew, he is the most eye-catching besides several directors, and he is also very responsive to dealing with matters. Oh, will he guide you? He Jian was a little surprised and looked at Du Sheng and said, "It seems that you are really a master who is hidden." Looking forward to the official recording next. Although the main perspective is on the big guys during recording, you can also gain a lot of shots by taking on jokes or supporting actors. Lu Yifei was very happy when she saw Du Sheng being praised by others and felt proud. "My cousin has given me a lot." Du Sheng touched her little head and sighed. "Girl, keep a low profile, you've snatched my lines." Lu Yifei, oh. Cheng Hao, who was beside him, rolled his eyes. She found that this cousin had a very good relationship, even surpassing the general relationship. Especially at this moment, Lu Yifei not only did not reject this kind of intimate action, but was a little doting and enjoying it. This is being recorded. It's gone. Chapter 84 Ambiguous Confession? Please order first. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the recording session. The atmosphere on the scene ignited and the lights focused on the center. "Hello everyone, welcome to Happy." He Jian took Xie Na and Li Wajia out of both sides of the stage and started with a smile. After interacting with the audience, He Jian unveiled the mystery of today's guests. That's right, the one who came to participate in our Happy blog today is the main creative team of the popular drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Ling Zhiying, Gao Hu, Cheng Hao, Lu Yifei. I believe that all the audience in front of the TV are familiar with these people. Seeing the audience excited, He Jian continued to smile. Today, I have an exclusive news to tell you that this highly anticipated drama will be released on New Year's Day. At that time, everyone can witness the new interpretation of this classic work together. Good. Xie Na took over the conversation, her appearance was funny and shy. When I think of my idol Ji Ying's handsome face, I probably will be sleeping wet again tonight, woo. Li Wajia staggered, but she didn't expect that her teammates didn't follow the script at the beginning and said, "So, let us welcome their arrival with the warmest applause and cheers." As the words fell, there were loud calls on the scene. Among them, the voices of calling Ling Zhiying were the most loud, followed by Hu Jun and Cheng Hao. Lu Yifei also gained a certain popularity because of the broadcast of the Golden Fen family, and her name is also well known to many viewers. As for Du Sheng and the others, although the audience basically did not recognize them, but standing on the stage at this moment has also become the focus of everyone's attention. After a relaxed chat, enter the interactive session. Du Sheng noticed Xie's colorful clothes and suddenly smiled. Don't you think Sister Na's outfit looks dazzling today? In such a big scene, not everyone can get into the camera. Especially in the interactive stage, members can take the initiative to find topics. If you wait for others to throw away the jokes and have a low status, you may only get limited exposure after the entire recording. If he can fight for it, of course he will not be able to use anything as a background board. Sure enough, Xie Na proudly showed the shiny dress and said very badly, "You guys have vision, but I have a lot of choices." He Jiang knew during the rehearsal that Du Sheng was very good at raising the atmosphere. He instantly found out the mystery in his words and added a bit of pity. "Nana, can't you hear Du Sheng's words irritating? He said that you are the only Yao Yan today, and you are usually old-fashioned." As soon as these puns were spoken, laughter burst out immediately on the scene. Xie Na looked at everyone with a smile and couldn't help but stare at Du Sheng. "Tell me, are you deliberately burying me?" The audience reacted and laughed. Gao Hu and Cheng Hao looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Why can't they find good ideas? Before Du Sheng knew it, the camera was snatched away. Lu Yifei covered her mouth and smiled. It would be fine if her cousin was both civil and military. What surprised He Jian was that Du Sheng's on-site response was very good and the cooperation effect was excellent. After all, their funny performance is extroverted and exaggerated, while Du Sheng is implicit. If you really want to interpret it, it is naturally more difficult for the latter. I'm ashamed to say that teacher he is still my idol. Du Sheng came to He Jian with a smile and said, "I grew up watching his works when I was a child, but I didn't expect that so many years have passed in the blink of an eye." He Jian. Invisible complaints are the most fatal. Well, teacher he. I grew up watching your works. Can I sign an autograph for me? Gao whose hand is a girl's heart, looking shy appearance. For the sake of the camera, he no longer wants to pay attention. He Jian looked at the bald uncle who was about the same age as him, and looked amused and crying. When Du Sheng saw that the others did not finish the fight, he had to do it himself. I like teacher he's album Orange Flowers Bloom the most. I heard that I'm having an event recently. Can you give me a poster? No problem, I'll give you a new P version. It was rare to meet fans, and He Jian agreed happily. But before he could finish his happiness, Du Sheng turned around and muttered. It is not very beautiful to block the mouse hole at home with newspapers, so it is better to have a poster. Ha ha ha. It's still a brand new P version. Everyone burst into laughter again, leaving only He Jian standing there laughter and cry. Du Sheng didn't make Lu Yifei's joke, just made a small joke. When passing by Ling Zhiying, he suddenly didn't know what he remembered and looked around and said, "Hey, aren't there 9 people in this episode of Quick Book? Why do you only see 8? Li Wujia, who was not as tall as the body, sat directly on the ground, looking at Du Sheng with no desire. Ha ha! Brother Wujia, are you squatting in the corner and drawing circles? But you squat on the ground like this and look like a migrant worker. It would be strange if others can notice you. Wujia, it's just the beginning now. Are you going to become a salted fish so soon?" He Jian and others naturally would not miss the opportunity to make fun of it, and immediately complained. "You guys are so enough." Li Wujia covered her heart and stood up with anger. "What's wrong with short people? What's wrong with migrant workers? Who do you look down on? I insist on letting you see that I am not only short, poor, but also ugly." Puchi. Lu Yifei had already endured it very hard, but now she could no longer maintain her image as a lady and burst into laughter. Looking at the lively atmosphere on the scene, even Ling Zhiying had to envy Du Sheng's leisurely and at ease. He doesn't have such variety show cells at all, and he can't let go of his idle burden. Lu Yifei looked at her cousin with her big shiny eyes, her eyes full of magic and surprise. This was something that was not available in the rehearsal before, and it was so natural to cooperate. I am worthy of being my cousin. She just stood beside Du Sheng so cutely, and the camera was inevitably shot into the camera. Although she didn't say a word, her cute look also gained the attention of the audience. Although Gao Hu, Cheng Hao and others also envied Du Sheng for being so easy to steal the spotlight, they also understood that the better the ratings of this episode of Quick Book, the better the promotion effect of the crew, so they could only smile bitterly. At this time, Xie Na raised the corner of her mouth and hummed with some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the handsome guys and beautiful girls in this episode, Wajia, you would have really dragged down the show. After saying that, she deliberately teased her hair to show her strengths. But Li Wajia seemed to have not seen it, but instead looked at Cheng Hao and Lu Yifei with a smile. It is true that there are so many beautiful women, competing for beauty. Even handsome guys like Duan Yu, Su Zhu and Mirong Fu are no exception, and they are the most pleasing to the eye. Listening to the audience cheering, Xie Na was not satisfied, and expected to look at Du Sheng. A Sheng, who do you think is the most beautiful on the stage? While speaking, she pretended to be a little reserved and sluggish. He Jian blinked at Du Sheng and said, "This is a plus point, maybe I can hold the beauty back." Du Sheng glanced at the girls at the scene, including Lu Yifei and Chen Hao, who looked a little hopeful. Finally, his eyes stopped on Xie Na and said gently, "Sister Na shouldn't be added here." Chapter 85 Cousin Camp. Please order first. Wow! Is this a confession on the spot? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately started to make a fuss. Xie's eyes lit up and he asked shyly, Yifei and Chen Hao, who is better in your mind? That's more, of course. Du Sheng left her aside and returned to Lu Yifei, saying for granted, "My cousin and good sister." When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter. Although I had long guessed that Du Sheng would prank people, it still made the audience laugh so much. Even Lu Yifei, who was a little nervous for some reason, showed her cute little tiger teeth. The warm scene of looking up at my cousin was so similar to the scene reported by the media before. Xie Na rolled her eyes and shouted dissatisfied. A truly attractive person is not just looking at the appearance, but the inside is equally important. You bastards are so superficial. In the backstage monitoring room, the producer and the program director couldn't help laughing out loud. The producer glanced at the director and asked, "Now, do you still question the variety show cells of these newcomers?" The director sighed in his heart, but still said stubbornly, "I think it's better to focus on Ling Zhiying, at least to ensure the ratings. Let's take a look." On the stage, the recording continues. "Yifei, do you know how charming the fairy sister is? He Jiang is always good at provoking topics," and looks at the slightly shy girl with a smile. Although the topic was off the script, he was not worried. Moreover, in order to make the program full of entertainment and publicity, this can be regarded as indirect helping to regulate the rhythm. During this time, he deliberately ignored Li Wajia, who was trying hard to show his presence in front of Lu Yifei, and instead turned his attention to others. "Why don't we make a small game and see who can win the favor of Sister Fairy?" When several big men heard this, they actually showed a little shyness. Du Sheng suddenly found Gao Hu pinching the corner of his clothes, looking shy, and pretended to be surprised. "Brother Hu, you are playing a monk. Isn't this suitable?" Gao Hu is not good at his appearance. At this moment, he is holding a bright head, but he insists on pretending to be shy, which is really funny. Could it be that you still want to stage a scene where a scaly monk eats swan meat? When everyone thought of this possibility, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gao Hu touched his big bald head and smiled. "Monks can also return to secular life. Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Gao Hu also showed his attentiveness to Lu Yifei as funny, but the latter unconsciously hid behind Du Sheng. Gao Hu was very angry and simply pushed out Ling Jiying beside him. Yifei, do you like a novice like your cousin? Don't come to see your brother Duan. He is a Dali Guan, and he doesn't want anything. Lu Yifei was a little caught off guard and waved her hand shyly to deny. Ah! No, no. Ling Jiying, who was originally just watching the show, was involved in a farce and made a speech. Brother Hu, forget it, you can't just use me to block the gun. However, He Jian refused to let him go and continued to reveal. Don't be fooled by Jiying's appearance. He does hug him in the play, but what about in reality? He is a big boy who will blush when a woman looks at him. This is just to please Ling Jiying's fans. Stabilize the popularity and indirectly bring out topics. Haha! Seeing Ling Jiying a little embarrassed, everyone was amused again. Because of the scandal between Ling Jiying and Lin Xinru, it was still on the hot search not long ago. Seeing that Lu Yifei was still shy and had few shots, Du Sheng suggested. Why should we verify it? Let Yifei and Brother Ying look at each other and see if it is as tangible as in the novel. This, no need. Ling Jiying waved her hand awkwardly and refused. Lu Yifei also lowered her head shyly, not knowing how to respond. Everyone started to make excuses, but the two of them refused to cooperate. The awkward atmosphere seemed to be felt through the screen. But the audience loves to watch these fun. Du Sheng suddenly walked to Lu Yifei and looked at her gently. Cousin, it seems that your brother Duan is in love with you, so why don't you consider returning to your cousin? How comfortable it is to sail on Tahoe Lake and play among the green mountains and clear waters. This is actually a point out the plot of the drama and give everyone a surprise in the future. After all, this was originally a love line, and there were great changes. Lu Yifei's face was red and her heart was like a deer. Because this is her line asked by Mirong Fu in the play, her cousin no longer became obsessed with restoring the country and retiring to Yamata together. Now that Du Sheng said this, is he a formal response? When she thought of this possibility, for some reason, she felt both ashamed and somewhat sweet. As soon as Du Sheng said this, many viewers became interested in this remake. Everyone wants to see the latest version, if there are such big changes. Du Sheng, you are so enough. How dare you in full view of everyone? Gao Hu grabbed him funnily, and wanted to squeeze in and confess his love. At this moment, He Jian suddenly shouted. Look! Yifei actually blushed. Everyone looked at Lu Yifei lowered her head, covering her red cheeks with her little hands, looking very embarrassed. Li Wajia also came to join in the fun and walked to Lu Yifei and said distressedly. Yifei, your cousin is a model product at first glance, don't be fascinated by him. Haha. Someone can't compete and starts to attack. Not only did He Jian and others not help, they instead mocked them. Gao Hu, who was still unwilling to give up, was still complaining, and Ling Jiying simply pushed him out and the atmosphere became lively. What are you doing? I'm also a handsome guy in the monk world, okay? Ling Jiying was merciless and attacked. Brother Duan, have no chance, you can queue up. Gao Hu was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Lu Yifei knew that these people were making fun of each other, so she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. She felt that with her cousin by her side, she was not short of cameras at all. Okay, I won't be kidding. Seeing that Gao Hu was so depressed that he was hit, Xie changed the topic at the right time. Don't you think I've become much more mature and beautiful recently? While talking, she took out the mirror and looked at it narcissistically. Du Sheng knew that this person was going to be big again, so he was fun. Sister Na, you always say this every time you appear on the show. Can't you still watch your own plays after you go home? Xie Na is a little shy. That. Actually, after each variety show is broadcast, I will cut out my own part and watch it several times. Haha, you are such a talent. Everyone was hilarious. Unexpectedly, Xie was so narcissistic and stinky. I have to say that although Du Sheng was in the show not too much, but the rhythm can always be controlled just right, and it can always be easily amused by the audience. Moreover, the promotion of Qianlong has excellent results, at least it has a deep impression on the audience. Chapter 86. Are you moved? Cheng Hao sighed secretly, wondering. She found that except for the fact that she received some attention when she first appeared, the focus of the whole audience seemed to be on Ling Zhiying, Du Sheng, and Lu Yifei at the same time. Speaking of which, at the beginning, she was very confident in her talents in all aspects. I thought Hu Jun was not available this time, and Ling Zhiying, the biggest brand, couldn't let go. This time Happy Camp will become his most dazzling performance stage. But unexpectedly, Du Sheng's appearance completely made the fantasy fail. Gao Hu also felt depressed. He originally thought that he could win by being open-minded, but after all, artists these days rarely go out and make fun of it. However, Du Sheng's performance broke his plan. The other party is neither as specialized and funny as Li Wejia, nor is it like them who win with their talents. But Du Sheng can accurately capture the audience's spot and attract the public's attention with many novel and interesting things. Humor. Exporting becomes interesting. This is something that many people cannot get. Although Du Sheng has the lowest status and popularity, his presence on this stage is the most. The audience off the court no longer knew how many times it was laughing. Every time, it is almost caused by Du Sheng's jokes or supporting roles. Especially the cooperation with He Jian makes the whole program more vivid and interesting. Gao Hu and Cheng Hao looked at each other and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. They played games in different ways and prepared for it for several days, but the result was not as much attention as Du Sheng gained as a few words of lightness. This made them sigh. It's really amazing that people are more angry. The directors and producers also find it difficult to hide the joy on their faces. They knew in their hearts that this episode was absolutely safe and would definitely be very popular. The producer stared at the scene of Du Sheng on the projected screen. Now you understand why I ordered some shots to be given up at the beginning. The director had to admit that a strange gaze was nodded. Ginger is still so spicy, boss, your Zhou Yuan's vision is indeed not comparable to us. This kid was born for variety shows, and the ratings of this episode should be able to increase a lot. Yes, it's unimaginable. The director couldn't help but sigh. Although Ling Zhiying is very popular, his audience is actually relatively narrow, and he can indeed guarantee the bottom line for our program. But if you want to break the shackles of ratings, you must make some choices. This lens distribution is like investing in business. Unexpectedly, this accidental investment made a big gain. The producer smiled. Indeed, this time I invited the crew of Qianlong to work together, especially this young man named Du Sheng, who is too strong in variety shows. After the show ends, you can try to contact us to see if he is willing to join Mango TV. The director felt a little surprised. They are very clear about how picky their leaders are in selecting people. This kind of producer who can be called a small boss in Taiwan will look at a newcomer differently. This was simply impossible in the past. However, variety show sales cannot be practiced through practice, and require talent and experience. Once Du Sheng agrees, even if the variety show status is not as good as He Jian, he will probably match Li Wejia and others. It's really amazing that the Yangtze River is pushing the previous wave. At the same time, on the left side of the stage, Xia, known as the #1 agent in the East, and was the first beauty in Hengguan City, who also came to the scene. However, at this moment, his gaze was firmly locked on someone and his interest increased greatly. Not your own popular chicken. Not Gao Hu. But a newcomer who has never heard of it. It's interesting. Xia_'s mouth raised slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. His eyes changed for a moment, and he called his assistant to come. Check me about his information, including his life, origin, and what scenes he has acted in. I'll make arrangements now. The assistant could hear the importance in Xia's tone and quickly replied with respect. Just as she was about to go out, Xia seemed to remember something again and said, "Also, check in detail if he has signed a contract. If you sign, see which agency it is." The assistant was shocked and did not dare to neglect. She has tried her best to overestimate the importance of the young people on the stage, but she did not expect it to be so. I also had some thoughts. Even if the other party signs a contract, consider poaching? Du Sheng knew nothing about this, but he was fishing in the water during the recording. However, he was not complacent, but instead did not forget to take care of Lu Yifei, Cheng Hao, and others around him, which also made them show some of them. Based on his current situation, he is very clear about the consequences of eating alone. It would be better to have fun with everyone, at least you can get some love. As time goes by, the recording of Happy Camp is gradually coming to an end. You guys, you can. I believe that after this episode is broadcast, you will definitely be able to attract countless fans. He Jian began to control the progress of the program and looked at Du Sheng with a smile. Maybe someone will be able to edit your avatar at that time. Du Sheng smiled slightly. He knew that in this era, some of the words he accidentally came out might be a little ahead. But it is this uniqueness that makes him in vain. However, this kind of thing is difficult to explain, so I said. Actually, before filming The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I had already participated in the shooting of more than a dozen works. Regardless of whether it is a substitute or not, it is correct to participate. More than 10 works. He Jian was a little surprised. Although he knew the intention of Du Sheng saying this number exceeded his expectations. After all, the other person is only 18 or 19 years old, is it a child star? The audience also showed curiosity and thought. After filming so many movies, even if only half of them can be released, they shouldn't be famous, right? This curiosity instantly attracted many unknown people. Lu Yifei covered her mouth and smiled. She discovered that this cousin was so naughty. This is half hidden and half hidden, obviously making the message poor. And deliberately making small things big, making people think of them. No wonder he has taken the limelight tonight. No one in the crew of Chenlong can compare to this by playing around. Good. Du Sheng spread his hands, a little disappointed. I have not only filmed more than a dozen films and TV series, but also created a few songs, but no one cares about them. At that time, the roommate gave a very friendly comment, saying that it could be described as magic sounds piercing the ears. This is borrowing Ma Yaoei's character, which is in line with the attention. It's not too shabby to make reputation. Sure enough, the audience burst into laughter. This is really a very friendly comment. He Jian laughed. What did you react at that time? Do you want to hit someone? Du Sheng spread his hands and pretended to be angry. Of course I want to hit someone. But he is still too naive. I actually said only one song was unpleasant, it was obvious that I hadn't finished listening to my other works. Puff. Haha, that's so messy. I'll go, there's a reversal. Can you tell me this? He has given up treatment. This is the real thing, it's just a big deal to cover up and cheat. After the broadcast of Tianlong, I have to take a look even if I just want to chase this Murong Fu. There are so many of them in this issue of Happy Book. As long as you maintain this energy, you will most likely become popular in the future. Chapter 87 Replace it. The audience was attracted by Du Sheng's humor and wit, and they talked about it from time to time. In the current entertainment industry, artists are relatively conservative about their image and negative public opinion. Many people are worried about saying too much and making mistakes, and speak carefully. The most famous one has to mention Xiangzhang superstar Lu Huai. All marriages have to be hidden, and the worry is that it will stimulate the fans' mentality. However, Du Sheng was abnormal, with a little bit of self-deprecating and humorous words that always drove the atmosphere on the scene. Under his leadership, even Lu Yifei, who had always been shy, performed a dance to the audience under the instigation of Du Sheng. Her tall and graceful body, graceful and smooth movements, combined with her beautiful embroidery. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a piaruki. After more than 10 minutes, the recording of the program finally ended. He Jiang and the hosts looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. This issue can be said to be extremely smooth and there is no need to worry about it. When the audience left the scene, their faces were filled with happy smiles, and some viewers turned their heads frequently. The name Du Sheng has been mentioned many times. The producer also breathed a sigh of relief in the director's room. This episode of the show is risking selecting 70% of newcomers, and also bears the pressure of Ling Zhiying being unable to let go of her burden, and the final effect is beyond expectations. The effect is good. The director put down the guide with a little excitement and changed his previous attitude of difference. For variety shows, eye-catching links are undoubtedly the most critical. If the show ends hastily, it will undoubtedly be criticized and even lost viewers. This issue of Happy Book not only presents an unprecedented laugh point, as well as a tense and exciting eye-catching point, but also makes the audience laugh. The director suppressed his excitement a little and said, "We should make full use of the advantages of this episode to build it into a high-quality product and promote it vigorously. I believe it will definitely attract more audience attention." Breakthrough of 1.5% ratings is not out of reach. 1.5% of national viewers. When the director heard this, he looked stunned and could not imagine. Although Ling Zhiying's popularity is good, she wants to increase so much out of thin air. Can she not rely on publicity to do so, right? The highest ratings of their program are only about 1.3%, and that episode was the result of the gathering of big names. The director was full of confidence at this moment and said, "People always have to dream, maybe there will be unexpected surprises. You can give it a try." The producer thought about it and nodded in support. There may not be such exciting content in the future, and it is a pity to miss it. Come on, drink. I wish this episode a new high. In a well-known hot pot restaurant in Changsha, a group of people are toasting festively. At the banquet, Du Sheng received some preferential treatment. Everyone knows that tonight's Happy Camp is very likely to break the ratings records of previous episodes. This is indispensable for Du Sheng's assistance. Even Cheng Hao and Gao Hu at this moment, I have to admit that Du Sheng is indeed more skilled in the field of variety shows. After halfway through eating and drinking, He Jiang suddenly looked at Du Sheng as if it was real or fake, and said with a smile, "You kid is very anxious and wise. Why don't you just come to our show to be a resident guest?" Du Sheng was stunned for a moment. This is obviously a bit beyond expectations. Is this He Jiang simply admires himself? Or what some people in Mango TV think? Although the other party's tone was joking, Du Sheng knew very well that there should be some deep meaning in it. Everyone in the table turned their heads with their eyes in unison. Even Lu Yifei, who was sitting obediently next to Du Sheng, couldn't help but turn her head. As the leading variety show in China, Kui Ben will undoubtedly bring great help to the career. Cheng Hao and Gao Hu looked at each other. Would they be moved if they were the ones? "Teacher He, you are polite me." Du Sheng smiled slightly. "I know how many pounds I have. It's okay to go on 1 or 2 occasions occasionally, but staying on is a big use of small talents." Hearing him declined, Jimmy Lin and Gao Hu were both surprised. Especially the latter, even if he was not moved, he would not refuse. This kind of olive branch is not common. But they didn't know that Du Sheng had his own career plan. Next year, the 2 dramas The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Snowflake Goddess Dragon will be released. If the historical trajectory remains unchanged, it will only be a matter of time before it becomes popular. So there is no need to change the original intention. Moreover, Golden Finger is a lucky draw, and choosing variety shows is a bit of a cart before the horse. That's a pity. He Jiang's words are regretful. Xia Na and Li Wajie relaxed secretly. If Du Sheng joins in, he may not be able to threaten He Jiang, but the other party's variety show talent is enough to pose a threat to them. Du Sheng naturally would not steal jobs. On the contrary, in order to ensure the convenience of future publicity, he also talked to the two slightly awkward hosts about role and positioning issues. Mango TV will firmly sit in the throne of local TV ratings champion in the future. Du Sheng is very clear about how big the connections these people have. It is better to give timely help than adding icing on the cake. After a full meal, He Jiang and others said goodbye, and the people in Qianlong gradually dispersed. Sheng, let's talk. Du Sheng was about to have a leisure time with Lu Yifei, but suddenly she was called aside by Ling Zhiying with a complicated expression. Is it the recording problem that made him a little unhappy? Logically, Ling Zhiying does not have such a personality, and with his status, he will directly put pressure on the program team. I just brought a message, he is coming. Ling Zhiying was a little mixed with emotions. Du Sheng was thoughtful, turned around and looked at Lu Zili who was rushing toward him, and said to Lu Yifei, "Girl, it's tonight tonight. Why don't you go back first and get back together tomorrow if you have the chance?" Oh well. Although Lu Yifei was a little reluctant, she couldn't communicate with her mother under her gaze. Du Sheng watched her cousin get into the car, turned around and quipped, "Does Brother Ying plan to support me?" Ling Zhiying was a little embarrassed and said, "My agent wants to see you." A hint of surprise appeared in Du Sheng's eyes. Xia, known as the #1 agent in Bay City? He didn't say much, and vaguely guessed something. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the nearby Western food box. Pushing the door open, a middle-aged man sat inside. If it weren't for Ling Zhiying's introduction, Du Sheng would feel that the other party was more like a wealthy businessman. As expected, the other party's motivation is similar to that of Mango TV, all for the purpose of winning over or signing a contract. And the conditions given look even more attractive. Various dramas, variety shows, interviews, endorsements and online and offline performance opportunities have been proposed. Referring to Ling Zhiying, who had fallen to the bottom but was pulled up by Xia, you know that this person is indeed connected. Compared with Wang Jinhua, the first agent of domestic entertainment, he is not too much. Even said that the resources overseas are more abundant. If Du Sheng could seize this opportunity, he might really be able to reach the top in one step. No wonder Ling Zhiying looked at him so complicated before. It turned out that Xia already had the plan to sign herself. This feeling is indeed depressing. After all, there is a saying that he can replace it. In response to this, Du Sheng just smiled. My conditions in all aspects are not necessarily better than Brother Ying. Can you tell me the reason? Before he grows up completely, he will not be pretentious and will not waste his personal connections. Chapter 88 Love Winner. Please subscribe. Xia smirked. I have always seen people very accurately, and your future achievements will never be bad. Moreover, your stable performance on the show today is also one of the reasons I value it. Du Sheng asked without commenting, out of the idea of Tantan's own value. If I join Jinkai Media, what level of the contract is? Xia raised 2 fingers. I started with Zhiying, and I signed for 7 years, and I will optimize my results during this period. Of course, the relevant resources will be in place, or even tilted. After hearing about signing B for 7 years, Du Sheng did not continue to listen. Even if the other party has the strength to operate the theater. Brother, thank you very much for your attention, but I think it's good to accumulate more experience while you're still young. Xia unexpectedly picked it. Raise your eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng would reject him. In the past, whenever he gave this condition to the newcomer, the other party would have been ecstatic. After all, Ling Zhiying's success is there. This is very popular in Asia. At its peak, one person resisted the existence of the three kings of Xiangzhong. Do you think my proposal is not attractive enough? Xia_ was not discouraged, but became more interested. Du Sheng shook his head slightly. No, brother's conditions are quite attractive. But I think a person's success does not only depend on the company's resources and support, but more importantly, his own efforts and choices. I hope that on the road to success in the future, I will rely more on myself to work hard. Xia_ suddenly laughed. I like confident people, which proves that my intuition is correct. But the forced melon is not sweet. Since you make a choice, I still don't bother with despicable means. 1 year, if you change your mind a year later, the door of Jinkei will still be opened for you. Thank you, look forward to the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Du Sheng smiled slightly and gave the other person enough. He could see that this person really valued him. Considering that you have to expand your connections in the future, isn't this kind of communication also a hidden resource? Human relationships and worldly ways are sometimes more important than abilities. On the other side, there is a chain hotel in Changsha, and the lights in the room are soft. Lu Yifei, wearing Hello Kitty pajamas, was sitting at the table flipping through the script in her hand. But her expression was a little bored, and she glanced at her phone from time to time. Lu Xili, who had just finished washing up, felt both relieved and helpless as she looked at her daughter's head-to-head look. She knew her daughter's persistence and love for her acting career, but she was worried that she would be too tired, so she walked up to her and whispered to remind. Zixi, go to bed early, and you will have to get up early tomorrow to catch the plane. Lu Yifei hid her phone, turned around and smiled at her, and replied. Well, I'll go to bed in a while. But she didn't leave her seat, and it seemed that her mind was still on the script. Lu Xili, who was standing behind her, didn't pay attention to the details and was in a complicated mood. This movie, The Big Winner of Love, is an opportunity she finally won. It seems that her daughter knows to cherish it. Just as she was about to persuade her again, a crisp text message sounded. Lu Yifei picked up her phone and looked at her, and she immediately smiled and yawned and put down the script. Zixi, who is that? Lu Xili asked curiously. Where is my cousin? He knows I'm going to go to bed tomorrow, so I'll go to bed early. Lu Yifei spoke in a light tone, picked up her toothbrush and toothpaste and went to the bathroom to wash. There is a saying she didn't say, that is, my cousin will give her a ride tomorrow. Looking at her daughter's back as she obediently went to wash, Lu Xili's mood became more and more complicated. It was this kid again, and he easily persuaded him with a text message. This made her doubt herself. Is it better to be a mother than a cousin in my daughter's heart? This weekend, Happy Book was broadcast as scheduled. At present, Mango TV has a strong influence that it has not reached 70% of its peak, but its local ratings are still good. Among them, Happy Blog has always attracted much attention as a star program on Taiwan, and its audience base cannot be underestimated. Su Yao is one of the audiences of the show. She is from Xiangfu. She is a freshman this year. Including half of Xiao Tornado's fans, she was also pulled into the platform's fan group by her best friend. The group manager started to explode the group the day before yesterday, saying that Brother Ying was in Happy Camp this episode, and he turned on the TV to hike the ratings. In order to watch The Little Whirlwind, Su Yao waited for this episode of Happy Camp to be broadcast. There is no way, who made her a good-looking party. Ling Zhiying's handsomeness is the benchmark of the Asian whirlwind. However, after the show started, Su Yao felt a little depressed. Although Little Tornado did appear, his performance on the show was not outstanding due to his unhappiness. Fortunately, the content of this issue is extremely interesting. A newcomer stands out. The humorousness drove the atmosphere of the entire scene, making Su Yao's beautiful eyes lit up. Especially when the other party throws the jokes to Ling Zhiying, it is a lot of mistakes and omissions, and the main focus is misconfrontation with each other. It is precisely because of this that Su Yao couldn't help but notice Du Sheng's existence. During the subsequent game Q&A, Xie naughtily asked Du Sheng what girl on the scene moved him the most. Du Sheng easily listed a bunch of names, but he didn't thank him. This scene made Su Yao laugh and burst into laughter. The performance of this newcomer on the stage is really eye-catching. He showed himself unrestrainedly, even making jokes about his musical works, and he was not ruthless when he became vilified. Su Yao saw it and secretly admired her. Without burden, this is an artist. Su Yao suddenly realized that compared with Du Sheng, Ling Zhiying, who had been paying attention to before, seemed to have lost some glory. This Murong Fu seems to be as knowledgeable and talented as in the novel. The more Su Yao looked, the more moved she felt. As the program deepened, Du Sheng's sense of humor became increasingly apparent. The jokes he had revealed one after another caused laughter from time to time. Moreover, sparks of wisdom flashed from time to time in his words, making people think deeply. For example, the saying behind the scenery, "It is either dirty or vicissitudes," is impressive. At this time, Su Yao finally understood why the show was specially promoted this episode. In addition to the outstanding performance of several hosts, Du Sheng's performance is also full of charm and can always surprise people inadvertently. This issue is really a surprise. Su Yao smiled so hard that she leaned back and forth, her cheeks almost couldn't close. She didn't notice at all, and never left again from the moment her eyes remained on Du Sheng. Even the episode Happy Book that she originally watched for Ling Zhiying was forgotten. Moreover, Su Yao also had a wonderful feeling in her heart. Although Ling Zhiying is very handsome, Du Sheng is like a cup of fragrant tea. The more you taste, the more mellow it makes people irresistible. The show came to an end, and Su Yao's heart was still immersed in it. Although she is a good-looking guy, she is not a person who is keen on star chasing. At most, she will only pay attention to some entertainment programs occasionally. However, this issue of Happy Book made her have a strong interest in Du Sheng. Chapter 89 Gossip. Su Yao couldn't wait to turn on the computer and start searching for this name. But the search results disappointed her. Except for some of the incomplete gossips, most of them are exaggerating the starring actors of Chen Long, and there are very few contents to mention Du Sheng. She looked through the page unwillingly. Suddenly, a report about Goddess Dragon caught Su Yao's attention. She glanced at the content and her eyes lit up immediately. Following the title of the thread, click on Du Sheng's blog. There are not many posts in it, only a few dozen. The latest one is to forward the official promotion of Chen Long. Haha, it's so funny. Although Du Sheng is a newcomer, his overall performance is no worse than that of the two hosts. Did you notice that Wang Yuan and her cousin have a more obvious interaction? I also noticed that in the original work, Wang Yuan should be paired with Duan Yu, and she had the most contacts in and out of the play, but when Li Wajia teased her, she subconsciously hid behind Du Sheng. Yes, my cousin's interaction is very warm, and it can be seen that Du Sheng is deliberately giving her a shot. Du Sheng once joked to Lu Yifei, "Your brother Duan is gone, why don't you return to your cousin?" This is not the emotional line changed in the play, right? If there is such a big change, I'm interested in taking a look. Su Yao found that almost all the people who were posting in it were attracted by Du Sheng because of Happy Book. Looking at everyone's discussion and praise for Du Sheng, a feeling of finding home arises in her heart. Hey! Can you still apply for an administrator? Su Yao noticed that the management column on the platform page was still empty. She is not interested in this kind of thing, but now she is strongly trying to become this network manager. Because she noticed that some tourists with the titles of Big Brother and Bing Bang were flooding the screen with sourness. Some even show that they are just here to pick on the tricks. It also clearly stated that the group team found out Du Sheng's bad habits and made the ratings fail. However, I don't know if Du Sheng was too busy and failed to control the comments in time. The whole page is a bit messy. Su Yao subconsciously frowned, so she took the initiative to apply for management. Du Sheng has indeed been a little busy lately. In addition to visiting the post-production series of Goddess Dragon, the crew of Qianlong was also called to promote the publication. This is probably because the crew received superior feedback from Kui Ben. With Zhang Dabi's personality, free labor is useless. It was not until this moment that Du Sheng had time to board the social platform. He had expected the discussion inside, but just smiled. However, those Big Brother fans were really a little surprised and actually questioned him for snatching love. Isn't this obvious? What are you going to question? And this group of people's 3 views are ridiculously explosive. What qualifications does an old man have to do with him? Not to mention that these annoying fans even came to pull and stomp the floor. These are the ones he doesn't like the most. After thinking about it, I simply clicked on the 2 fans who were active in the fierce battle of the post. Su Yao is one of them. When she saw that the application was approved, she was surprised to send a private message. Are you Brother Sheng? Can I use my permissions to clean up the page? Inside and out of the conversation, there was a bit of sharpening the knife to the pigs and sheep. Du Sheng smiled and asked her to let go of the Big Brother. As for the fans of Bing Bang, considering that they can punish their idols personally, they temporarily skipped them and deleted them. The main reason is that this group of Bing Bang fans are full of combat power and are everywhere. His fans are just a little bit too good. 480,000. This is Du Sheng's current blog plus Taiba fan. After only 1 episode of Quick Book, it soared from less than 400,000 to nearly 80,000. The reputation value also jumped from more than 1,000 to bottom, exceeding 2,000. And this is just a big deal. The subsequent hot searches and releases are probably the big ones. Qianlong swept the Kuaiban and burst into hilariousness. Little Tornado made a stunning appearance, full of laughter. Murongfu # Wang Yuan's CP is super sweet, I regret it for a year if I don't read it. As expected, several related hot searches have been frequently browsed on the post bar. Seeing that Happy Book is mentioned many times between the lines, it is hard not to say that this was created by the program team. Although it is only on the tail of the hot searches and has not been on the list for a long time, the exposure is not simple. Du Sheng was so happy that he didn't spend his money after all. Kui Ben uses his role to attract traffic, and the more feedback it will be, the better. In less than 2 days, his platform fans broke through again and reached the 550,000 mark. There is still a trend towards 600,000. According to the law of loyal fans, more than 500,000 are considered 5th-tier artists. As for reputation value, it soared directly to 4,598, breaking 5,000 is not a luxury. A Sheng, there is an online game company that asks for a game endorsement. Do you want to try it? On this day, Du Sheng had just arrived at the China Film Digital Production Base and was about to see how the post-production of Goddess Dragon was produced, but he received an unexpected call. Game endorsement. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and stopped. This word is definitely a new thing in contemporary times, and it can even be said to be a thing that came out 2 months ago. Because even online games are just starting out, let alone endorsements. That's right, it's exactly the endorsement of Jinyang Games. Zhu Zhuoliang shook his head and smiled. What's the name of Jinyang's Legend of Heroes Online? I haven't heard of it anyway. To be honest, when his friends in Wancheng came to him, he was a little confused. Game endorsement? What's the matter? After listening to the introduction, I realized that this is an online game built by Wancheng's Oriental Net Dragon company with Jinyang's classic book series. Recently, the company wants to expand its ability to achieve success. I plan to find some celebrity artists to shoot game graphic installations and place creatives to promote them. The Legend of Jinyang's Heroes Online. Du Sheng was a little interested and asked. How could I find it from my head? Because he remembered that this game was the dominant player in this era. Logically, it is not his turn to be a small character with little fame. There are most likely other unknown factors here. Aren't you starring in Quick Book? After watching NetDragon, I think you have a good image and let you audition. Zhu Jueliang explained briefly. There are naturally hidden things. In this era, most of the online game market was divided into Stone Age, Legend, Dragon Clan, Miracle, and other things in the country of Kimchi. It was not until July last year that Oriental NetDragon, an online game called The Legend of Jin Yang, appeared, and it broke the above monopoly in one fell swoop. The company is very clear that the success of this game is all due to the blessing of Jin Yang, the largest IP of Chinese. Therefore, publicity and promotion will also move closer to these. However, after NetDragon found Jo Sun, the heroine of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the effect was pretty good, but it did not meet expectations. After learning that the Dragon and Dragon Basketball, which has invested more than 100 million yuan, will be released and the drama is scheduled, he had an idea and aimed at the starring actor of the drama. Chapter 90, Hype. After all, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was released last year and its influence has dispersed. Tianlong is currently overwhelming with public opinion and discussion, so it is obvious who has more advantages in promoting it. But Ling Zhiying does not lack endorsements at all, but is more interested in racing. Hu Jun cherishes his feathers and does not want to rashly shoot these inexplicable TVC commercials. So after a round trip, NetDragon Company couldn't find a suitable one. Just as I was about to give up on my plan to find someone else, I happened to see Quick Book aired. I have to say that Mirong Fu's performance is indeed eye-catching. Being able to appear in Happy Book shows that the characters have many roles and excellent image. Out of the idea of casting a wide net, NetDragon Company simply asked Du Sheng to give it a try. Play TVC short film. Du Sheng thought about it and had already guessed what it was. Okay, about when? The so-called TVC advertisement is actually a promotional video. It's just that the former is a television media advertisement, while the latter can be disseminated through television, the internet, social media, and other media. In addition, in order to quickly attract audience interest and convey limited information, TVC advertisements usually take a short time, most of which are less than 30 seconds. The reason why he had ideas was that in addition to a sum of money, he valued more the publicity and exposure. The day after tomorrow, the investor also recommended a few harbor artists. You have to prepare. Zhu Jueliang gave a reminder out of kindness. Du Sheng put down the phone, suppressed other ideas, and under the leadership of assistant Zhang Jun, he took a look at the special effects, editing and other situations. The post-production of Goddess Dragon was quite smooth. According to this progress, it is estimated that the end will be completed in 1 month. Back at the store, Du Sheng was planning to ask Wang Yeyang to check the situation of The Legend of Jin Yang and the audition matters. Unexpectedly, Zheng Xian, who had no excellent manuscripts, came to her again. Du Sheng thought that the news media person was well informed enough, so he simply mentioned it while bored. What? Zheng Xian's beautiful eyes lit up, a little unbelievable. I heard it right? Did you actually audition for The Legend of Jin Yang online? The sound was crisp and loud, and Du Sheng's phone receiver leaked, making passers-by look at each other from time to time. She happened to be playing this game recently and knew very well how popular it was. The Legend of Jin Yang has become popular in East Asia since last year, and every news is enough to attract play.home gaze. It not only stood out under the siege of the Chinese online games of Kimchi, but also became one of the most popular online games in the market, but also successfully established the founder of domestic martial arts online games. This guy Du Sheng is going to audition for the TVC commercial The Legend of Jin Yang online? Is this true? However, when I think of the national server starting to run in September this year and Jo Sun becomes the spokesperson, it seems that everything is possible. After all, Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, is also a classic character in Jin Yang's novels, and is also one of the big villains in the game. Zheng Xian thought and her head quickly turned. Du Sheng knew what the little witch was thinking when he heard it, and he did not deny it. Yes, I'll go the day after tomorrow. Zhang Xian looked at the station of a small crew and suddenly lost any interest. Compared to the legend of Jin Yang, which has become popular quickly and has almost become the focus of countless netizens, what are the gossips of those young actors in it? If you can get some exclusive reports on the legend of Jin Yang, what are you doing here? Her head kept turning, recalling her contact with Du Sheng. The legend of Jin Yang online has become more and more popular recently. Even if it is just a TVC advertisement, there are probably many people who compete for it. Du Sheng smiled and said nothing, waiting for the other party to come down. He heard from Zhu Zhuoliang that this advertisement is likely to be broadcast on local stations such as Mango Channel, Chili Channel, and Lizzie Channel. It is indeed rich and powerful. It's a good opportunity for you. Zhang Xian's big eyes rolled and organized the words. With the spread of the influence of that episode of Quick Book and the overwhelming publicity of Tianlong, NetDragon will definitely not miss this popularity. As long as you are selected, not to mention how much popularity it can bring, your status can at least be greatly enhanced. Du Sheng was waiting for the other party's words and said with a smile. Since you know this is a hot commodity, do you know who is the competitor? Zhu Zhuoliang was vague before, saying that there were popular artists in Wancheng who also wanted to use this to explore the mainland market. In addition, NetDragon also invited Xiangzhong and mainland artists to audition, and it is said that they were all stars who played Jin Yang's dramas in the past. How deep is the water here? Just relying on Wang Yeyang to inquire, I guess I won't get much in a moment. Zhang Xian got so much information from Du Sheng, so she was happy to repay her. She laughed. The information I collected here is said that Luo's Hixiang, the Triple Crown in the other side of Bay City, is quite interested. In the other side of Xiangzhong, Wen Zhealun, who has starred in the movie The Deer and the Cauldron, recently left the nest to go to the mainland for development. He is probably interested in it due to urgent needs. If Ling Zhiying and Hu Jun don't make any noise, the most likely one is Zhao Wenzhuo, Gao Hu, Cheng Hao. All of them are popular artists, and the competition is great. After listening, Du Sheng sighed, but his heart was much clearer. Among them, the biggest competitor is Luo's Hixiang, the famous time management master. And Zhao Wenzhuo, who starred in the popular drama The World of Storms this year. This kind of audition is usually decided in 2 rounds. Sure enough, Zhang Xian showed her fox's tail. How about this, you can take the time to take a few photos of those artists for me, it's best if there are controversial or there are scandals. She added. If you hear or see some explosive or gossip news about the legend of Jin Yang online, you can also share it with me. I will write a report that is biased towards you, so I can just pull it and step on it. It's hype. Du Sheng understood what she meant and smiled. It depends on the situation then. If Qianlong fails to be released, I don't have to think about it. With the popularity of the legend of Jin Yang online, this promotional video is likely to bring a lot of reputation. But if you go to the slap in trouble, you will sometimes die miserably. Even if it is to hype it, it will be guided by him. Okay, remember to notify me if you have any hot news, and you will be available 24 hours a day. Zhang Xian laughed and guessed that Du Sheng had some thoughts. She was a little looking forward to how the other party would unfold next. Early that morning, the 3rd floor of Shanshui Hotel was extremely busy. In order to open up the mainland market, NetDragon Company's director Lu Jiayi arrived in person. Not only did she spend a lot of money to invite first-line celebrities to endorse, she also used her connections to invite 2 famous directors to help and arrange the audition for TVC advertising here. It can be seen that this publicity is highly valued. After a simple encounter, Lu Jiayi reminded her. The TVC filmed this time focuses on the role of ancient style. I understand. Zhu Zhuoliang is responsible for the 2nd round of auditions and understands what's going on. He was about to go out when he turned around the corner of the corridor when another director Huang Jianzhong came over. Director Zhu, wait a moment. Chapter 91 Designated Role. Please give me a monthly vote. The other party is known as the fourth generation director, and Zhu Zhuoyang has to give him some thinness. Is there anything wrong? Seeing that no one seemed to him, Huang Jianzhong mentioned as if nothing had happened. Luo's Hixiang, what we mentioned a few days ago, will take care of you later. Zhu Zhuoyang nodded and left, found the assistant and asked. Only then did they realize that Luo's Hixiang and Du Sheng were auditioning for the same version of the role. Zhu Zhuoyang shook his head and placed Luo's Hixiang's resume at the end. Du Sheng arrived at the Shanshui Hotel and met Wang Yeyang at the door. He called Zhu Zhuoyang's assistant. When I approached the audition room, I found that the crowd was crowded and a row of benches were already full of people. There were still many people standing by and waiting. At this time, the door of an office next to it opened lightly. Female assistant Xiao Lu walked out with the documents, saw Du Sheng standing at a glance, and hurriedly greeted. Alung, bring 2 chairs here. Soon, someone brought 2 chairs, and Xiao Lu took one of them and greeted Du Sheng warmly. Brother Sheng, sit down. Du Sheng politely took the chair and whispered. Thanks. They had many contacts when filming Chen Long. Even when Du Sheng was auditioning for Murong Fu, Xiao Lu even gave a reminder. Why don't you be so polite? Xiao Lu glanced around and lowered his voice, said gratefully. I haven't had time to thank you for the news you revealed to me last time. Director Chu praised me in public and recommended me to study. Du Sheng smiled and sincerely wished. This is a promotion, congratulations. Xiao Lu smiled gently. In fact, the nature of the job is still the same, but the salary has increased slightly. Du Sheng encouraged. With this experience, I believe that it is not impossible for you to become a casting director in the future. I'll accept your auspicious words. Xiao Lu thought for a while and whispered. Zhao Wenzuo did not come. Director Huang Jianzhong strongly recommended Luo's Hixiang. Du Sheng narrowed his eyes and a middle-aged man who looked like a profiteer appeared in his heart. If Zhang's last revelation was correct, this director who had been worried about her would not be simple. He can be regarded as the backbone of the 4th generation of directors. Among them, the Good Family Women and Children filmed by Huang Jianzhong won an award at the International Film Festival. Smiling Proud co-starred with Zhang's hit song has made stars such as Li Guangzai and Su Qing famous. Faced with Zhang's revelations, Huang Jianzhong calmly explained to the media. I had a meal with Zhang, but after drinking a bottle of beer, I was already dizzy and didn't know anything about what I did next. Even if something really happens, it is my confused account after drinking, not my original intention. His words not only made a good defense for himself, but also left enough for himself, which was meticulous. And he also said with some meaning that he could drink a few bottles of beer and pour 1 bottle that night. When the reporter asked Huang Jianzhong if he was fascinated, he secretly said, there is no evidence that cannot be said. Du Sheng admired this ability to bite back. Especially last time, the media revealed that this person was playing the 3 Flowers Gathering with a bunch of female artists. If you have the chance in the future, you have to ask for it. Just as Du Sheng and Wang Yeyang were just sitting down, someone next to him muttered dissatisfiedly. Why do they have seats but we have to stand? Xiao Liu's face instantly became so serious. If you don't want to stand, you can choose to leave. Seeing this, other audition actors closed their mouths one after another, and Xiao Lu raised the documents in his hand. I'll finish it first. Du Sheng nodded. You go, don't worry about me. In the waiting room not far away, Luo's Hixiang was observing there. Caoge, a friend from Wancheng who came with him, asked. This person has been very popular on Mango TV recently and also plays the upcoming Jinyang drama Tianlong Murong Fu. Luo's Hiking asked. He is so famous. Happy blog, I happened to be here to participate in the first episode. Caoge's expression was a little exaggerated. I heard that He Jiang and others were impressed by his novel host positioning statement, so I'm ready to try it. He also heard from the inside story, let He Jiang be responsible for controlling the whole audience, let Xie Na be responsible for making trouble and making things difficult for the guests, and let Li Wajia be responsible for making jokes. It sounds like there are really a few brushes. Luo's Hixiang was a little anxious, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. When he appears at this time, is he also auditioning for the TVC commercial of the decisive battle with Guangmingding? Caoge glanced at him, feeling a little distracted. You have the relationship with the director of NetDragon Company and the strong recommendation of director Huang Jianzhong, what can he compare with you? However, Luo's Hixiang did not feel relieved. He frowned and said, the relationship between him and director Zhu Zhuliang looks unusual. Didn't you see that the female assistant was deliberately trying to please him just now? Caoge disagreed and said, didn't director Huang Jianzhong say that your information will be put first? The order of auditions of this scale is very important. Luo's Hixiang interrupted Caoge's words and made up his mind to say, Caoge, you have some connections in the mainland. Please help me check his background. Caoge looked at him with some confusion. I'm just a little person, as for being so nervous. It's not just this problem. Luo's Hixiang took a deep breath, and a bit of solemnity appeared between his eyebrows. NetDragon has very close cooperation with Zhonggaiao in the mainland, and you should understand what this means. Caoge was stunned when he heard this, and then seemed to think of something, and his eyes changed. Luo's Hixiang continued. Director Huang revealed not long ago that director Zhu Zhuliang is preparing a large-scale costume drama for Zhonggaiao film. I thought I'd like to take it. NetDragon will be a good opportunity, but now it seems, the situation may not be that optimistic. Although he starred in Young Liang Zhu 2 years ago, he was shortlisted for the Best Actor in the Golden Bell Awards for Kimchi. The upcoming work girl also has the potential to be popular, but its influence cannot radiate to the mainland. So, this TVC audition is a stepping stone, and I am determined to win it. Caoge finally understood Luo's Hixiang's concerns and said in surprise. You mean he may be designated as a character by Zhu Zhuliang? Is he trying to find a way to erase the potential threat? Luo's Hixiang nodded calmly. At least I have to figure out what this opponent is. If you don't even know what trump cards your opponent has, what will you use to compete at that time? In the audition room, the atmosphere was tense and serious. The male actor who had just finished the audition left the room with a little nervousness. The person in charge of the mainland game agency looked at Lu Jiayi and asked, how is this? Lu Jiayi shook her head without hesitation and said bluntly, not good, too thin, not on camera. Director Huang Jianzhong, who assisted in screening, made a prominent red cross on the actor's profile. Although he has a certain say in matters such as casting, he respects the opinions of Lu Jiayi and the agency, and it is the uncle who pays the money. But Huang Jianzhong believes that the two will not express too many decisive opinions. After all, he is an expert in this area, and said to his assistant, let the next one come in. Chapter 92 Only have feelings for you. The assistant who had been reminded by Huang Jianzhong had quietly moved a resume up. The next moment, he took Luo's Hixiang in. Huang Jianzhong saw Luo's Hixiang and looked inadvertently smiling at Lu Jiayi. Yubei City's Triple Crown champion, your image is indeed quite good. At this time, the audition room was outside. Du Sheng observed the audition actors coming and going, and most of his expressions changed from excitement to disappointment, which made him a little curious. When he saw his assistant Xiao Lu coming, he simply asked a question while bored. Xiao Lu thought for a while and said, I heard from Director Zhu that Lu Jiayi, the director of NetDragon Company, has a lot of say in selecting people. As for Zhu Zhuliang, he was sent to meet with another executive of the game agency to discuss TVC's design and line plan. Du Sheng nodded slightly and thought about it. As long as the first exam is passed, Chen Long has been released in the second exam, and a lot of points should be added. At this moment, Luo's Hixiang walked out of the audition room with a spring breeze on his face. Unlike the first 3 dejected audition actors, he obviously passed the first audition. At this moment, the assistant shouted, Du Sheng. Du Sheng stood up and followed her into the audition room. This is a primary audition, without the cumbersome makeup and dressing changes. As soon as he entered the door, he quickly and concealedly swept the surrounding environment. Du Sheng's eyes first fell on the camera opposite, and then noticed the bench facing him. There were already several people sitting on it. A serious woman sitting in the middle of the main seat and having short hair in her 40s should be Lu Jiayi, the director of NetDragon from Wancheng. The middle-aged man wearing glasses on the left is probably Zheng Wenyu, general manager of the mainland agency company of The Legend of Jin Yang. In this way, the short and fat man on the right with the temperament of a profiteer is probably Huang Jianzhong. Most of the people who came to audition this time were well-known artists, and these 3 were considered as audition representatives to give them enough cards. Huang Jianzhong looked at Du Sheng and asked, I heard that you have played roles in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Du Sheng did not look at the camera lens and replied calmly, Yes. He knew that this person was optimistic about Luo's Hixiang and was wondering whether the other party would be picky on the Q&A. Huang Jianzhong had actually seen the promotional poster of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, with Du Sheng on it. For the game The Legend of Jin Yang, these are the advantages of the other party. He was thinking about how to dig a hole, but Zheng Wenyu, who was silent, suddenly spoke. The Legend of the Condor Heroes will be released in 2 days, and the promotional response is currently good. If this drama can be exploded, it will be beneficial to the follow-up promotion here. Thanks. Du Sheng was not too humble, this was indeed his biggest advantage now. Please show your image. This is not too simple for people with the skills of type and demeanor. Every movement and gait are so calm and confident, with a unique sunny and handsome charm. Huang Jianzhong knew that Du Sheng had entered Zheng Wenyu's eyes and it was very difficult to dig a hole, so he simply looked at it with his appreciation. It has to be said that Du Sheng has clear muscle lines, his face is like a knife and an axe, his figure is tall and strong, and his whole person exudes a masculine beauty. Especially when the other party turned around and stepped, his slender legs and strong buttocks were as smooth and graceful as a sculpture. Huang Jianzhong sighed in his heart, and had a strong thought in his heart. It's good for him to have a first-time test quota, as long as... This idea became stronger and stronger. Because once you miss it, there will be no chance. Zheng Wenyu whispered to discuss with Lu Jiayi. This is the candidate that Zhu Zhuoliang is recommended. In addition to playing Murong Fu, he also has a martial arts foundation. What do you think? Lu Jiayi nodded slightly and expressed her approval. Very good, it's not bad in all aspects. Hearing this sentence, Huang Jianzhong knew that it was meaningless to oppose it, so he simply insisted on it. The previous thoughts looked at Du Sheng. Okay, that's okay. Du Sheng was a little confused. It's so easy to get yourself through? This is not like the style of the 5 female artists in the audience of a drama. However, this is just a primary election, and the agent seems to be optimistic. This time I guess I just look at the image and photogenic issues. Sure enough, he had just walked out of the audition room and waited for a moment, and an assistant came to inform him of the first round of auditions and took a photo with makeup 5 days later. Du Sheng nodded and asked some questions about the second round of audition. When he learned that Zhu Zhuoliang was in charge, he felt relieved. Just as I was about to go out to meet Wang Yeyang, my phone rang again. Nokia's voice is loud enough, but its disadvantages are not that there is no caller ID. Press to answer and just about to speak. Is Du Sheng? Yes. Du Sheng felt that the other party's voice sounded familiar, so he raised his eyebrows and said, "Who are you?" I have to say that the old man's phone was loud, and Luo's Hixiong, who happened to pass by, heard it. Coincidentally, he heard the sound instantly and immediately stopped and turned his head in surprise. "Do you remember the audition director Huang Jianzhong who I just met?" A hint of surprise flashed in Du Sheng's eyes and he asked. "So it's Director Huang, is there anything wrong?" "That's right. I think I still have to talk about the audition." The other party directly reported an address and mentioned the interview and time. Du Sheng's face looked strange and passed it in his mind. Despite some speculations, it still tastes fun. "Okay, I'll arrive on time at 7 o'clock. When Luo's Hixiong heard this, his face changed color instantly and he quickly walked towards the business car. Could it be that the bastard named Huang was untrustworthy and granted the quota to Du Sheng? Du Sheng put down his cell phone and glanced at the left figure inadvertently. He thought about it and simply called Wang Yeyang to explain a few words in a low voice. "Ask you to meet? Does he want you to get money?" Wang Yeyang had also heard of the bad deeds of this great director and said a little surprised. Du Sheng's tone was plain, but his smile even worse. "I guess it's something inconvenient, I want to yi guo huan tao bo long." Wang Yeyang seemed to understand, but he didn't notice that Du Sheng curled a sneer on the corner of his mouth. If there is such a good thing, it is really a matter of no choice. Several treasures he had obtained before were not opened and were about to rust. It is also hidden, and it is always something that can be seen if it is easy to use. "So, you go first." Seeing that it was still early, Du Sheng took Wang Yeyang to eat something nearby, and asked him to make full preparations out of the idea of being prepared. "I understand, I guarantee there will be no problems." Wang Yeyang was surprised, but he didn't ask much, and turned around and went out. Du Sheng pondered for a moment, remembering Luo's Hixiong's reaction, a cold feeling appeared in his eyes. He first went out to buy some things he might use, and then prepared to go back to his residence to bring the guy with him. After I came to the nearby area to put things in my arms, I saw that it was not yet 7 o'clock, so I simply picked a drink shop and sat down to observe the surroundings. As night falls, neon lights flash. The streets are full of pedestrians, very lively. As expected, a familiar figure appeared. Although the other party made a disguise, he could not hide it from Du Sheng, who was more and more intelligent. He savored his gaze and pretended not to see it, and tasted the tea leisurely. Chapter 93 The Fish is Caught. Subscribe. Luo's Hixiong stood in the alley across the street with an expressionless face. In a hidden place, I looked at the figures over the floor-to-ceiling window. He did not return to his residence with his friend Caoge, and he didn't even bring his assistant. Instead, I chose to wait here alone, hoping to find some clues. Sure enough, everything was terrible. Huang Jianzhong actually called Du Sheng to the hotel, which meant that the other party was likely to intend to break his previous promise. This made Luo's Hixiong feel angry and puzzled. What exactly went wrong? But Huang Jianzhong is also a famous mainland director, so he is not easy to stumble or question. No one can help if such an accident occurs. And this can only be found in Du Sheng. If it was as he had guessed before. As time approached 7 o'clock, Du Sheng stood up and walked towards the hotel. Seeing this, Luo's Hixiong took advantage of the other party's attention and put on a mask and entered the hotel, sitting quietly in the corner of the hall. He is waiting for a possibility. Because not everyone can accept the director's good intention. Especially the other party was a short, fat, and ugly man. On the third floor of the hotel, Du Sheng looked around and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door was opened. The short and fat man I met in the audition room in the afternoon, Director Huang Jianzhong. Du Sheng's face was as calm as before, and he said hello. "I am Du Sheng, Director Huang, you called me in the afternoon." Huang Jianzhong looked up and down at Du Sheng's eyes and nodded. "Don't go back. He found that the other party was still dressed in the afternoon. I have something to deal with, so I'm too lazy to go back. Du Sheng's LV3 acting skills are flawless, as if nothing is wrong. Huang Jianzhong sat down on the couch, and while greeting him, he took out a bottle of Kaifeng red wine. This vague attitude made Du Sheng more and more sure of his previous guess. This was exactly what he planned and did not stop. Huang Jianzhong looked at him with his appreciation eyes. Du Sheng was leisurely tasting red wine. Are you guessing why I came to you? It was not until Du Sheng walked in front of him that he spoke casually. Actually, it's very simple. The TVC advertising of NetDragon is very demanding. It is necessary to have a starring role-playing and also to be photographed. It is best to have a starring role in Jinyang film and television. You are in line with all aspects, but your internal and external image is still uncertain. As he said that, he said the 200,000 yuan in his speech, with some temptation. Take off your clothes. Despite his predictions, Du Sheng still pulled the corner of his mouth. Damn, it's so direct. Is it so urgent if I don't take the process away? This is a bit off Du Sheng's arrangement, so I pretended to hesitate. He only had a recorder on his body, and it had not been turned on. Moreover, the other party's motive is still unclear. What if he is forced to retreat with this? Then I bite back and said that I had no other thoughts at all, just to see his muscle lines. If this is the case, will there be a handle if you don't follow it? The most important thing is that there is surveillance indoors. In less than a moment, various thoughts came to Du Sheng's mind. Hurry up, don't waste time. Du Sheng glanced at Huang Jianzhong and reached out to button the shirt as if nothing had happened. But he pressed the recorder secretly. Girl! Huang Jianzhong stared at Du Sheng's movements, purred, and couldn't help but lean forward. I took off my pants, too. Du Sheng showed sarcasm on his face, and finally confirmed that this was a double-headed person. He was too lazy to pretend, so he stopped his movements and kicked the tea table in front of him. Go to it. A pig with a fat heart is worthy of playing with it. I also said how advanced the methods are, go back and play with your mother. The coffee table flies, the wine bottle is broken, and the red wine is sputtered. Taking advantage of the other party's furious attempt to speak, Du Sheng's fingers shook slightly. Then, he slammed the door and came out with anger. Bastard, don't you want endorsement? Huang Jianzhong was splashed with red wine and roared angrily. Du Sheng walked out of the room and there was no anger on his face, but instead he was replaced by an intriguing sneer. Of course he will not give up on this endorsement. The reason why I agreed to come this time is naturally of course a different purpose. Of course, another person needs to cooperate next, and I think the other party will be happy to jump in. In addition, it is to collect some interest bonds. That's right. Huang Jianzhong was one of the people in charge for the crew whose adoptive father had an accident at the beginning of the year but did not receive compensation for the accident. I have never had the chance to reward before. None of his self-destruction, which was burning with both jade and stone, could seriously damage Huang Jianzhong, but instead destroyed his future. It can be seen that using legitimate means is likely to be unable to do anything to the other party. Fortunately, Du Sheng didn't plan to use it either. Any means to play? The other party didn't deserve it if he carried his shoes. Today, Huang Jianzhong probably didn't recognize Du Sheng, otherwise he wouldn't have invited him so boldly. Next, wait for the good show to come on stage. On the other side, in the room, Huang Jianzhong changed his clothes and suddenly felt thirsty and felt a little hot. He knew that he was being provoked and needed to be extinguished with cold water. Bitches are raised. Huang Jianzhong picked up his phone with his eyes ignited, and clenched it but put it down. If Zhu Zhuoyang intervenes, I am afraid that both sides will not be able to step down. But this kind of thing cannot be counted like this. He has been director for so long, and no one has ever dared to be so disrespectful. Du Sheng is not just a bastard, he is simply coming to the door to step on his face. At the same time, the hotel lobby. Luo's Hixiang sat in a corner resting place, paying close attention to the entrance and exit. When Du Sheng walked out, he was instantly happy. Because Du Sheng had been going up for a short time, he did not have any strange expressions or actions when he came down. What does that mean? First, Du Sheng did not cooperate. The other way is to guess wrongly. Luo Ji thought about it carefully and the possibility of mistaken guessing was slim. He has been immersed in this circle for several years and is well aware of various rumors and ways of playing in the circle. A director called the actor to his residence for an audition, and his intention was already somewhat obvious. Although he had never had contact with Huang Jianzhong, this situation was not a problem in Wancheng. Before coming, Su Xiao and Xiao even asked him to start a special party, and even Ye Zi and M fans were casual. When Luo's Hixiang thought about this, he couldn't sit still. He wants to seize the opportunity and take advantage of the opportunity to kill his biggest competitor. In order to gain popularity in the mainland, he also won the audition of Against the Cold that Zhonggai Ao film will prepare for. He has already made a lot of money before and there is no possibility of giving up halfway. He walked quickly to the side and took out his cell phone to dial. However, Luo's Hixiang did not pay attention. The moment he turned around and dialed, someone who was walking at the hotel gate suddenly glanced at it with the reflection of the glass. The fish is hooked. It's still killing two birds with one stone. At the worst, it can make it notorious, but at the worst, it can never harm others. 20 minutes later, Du Sheng got into a taxi and took a walk around. As soon as he changed his clothes at the hiding point, he heard Wang Yeyang excitedly say, "Brother Sheng, you asked the director you noticed to come out, and the person named Luo got on the car, with the license plate number." Chapter 94 Chapter What is Social Death? 3 chapters incorporated into 2 chapters, 6,300 words. As the night became darker, a black car slowly drove into an elegant house. Inside the car, Huang Jianzhong and Luo's Hixiang were talking in a low voice, and their eyes could be vaguely cold. Huang Jianzhong suppressed his increasingly agitated thoughts and said coldly, "That bastard is optimistic about Zhu Zhuoliang and Zheng Wenyu. The probability of winning the contract is higher than that of you. What do you think?" This time NetDragon plans to shoot several endorsements, and the only one with relatively small competition is Ancient Costume TVC. Luo's Hixiang knew that he would not give any more benefits, and no matter how angry this old bastard would not take the bait. But he didn't want to use his body as bait and pondered. "You can start from Director Lu Jiaoyi, if you can make an appointment with her." At this time, they did not notice that a motorcycle was quietly following him and parked nearby. The man in grey wearing a mask and gloves hid in the dark and looked around. It is quiet, with no pedestrians or surveillance. He flew to run, supported and flipped, and went to the low attic next to him. I have to say that the ability of flying the eaves and walking on the wall has definitely been underestimated. Even if he is unwilling to be a plum blossom thief, it would be good to use it if necessary. At least tonight, it can be considered the first achievement. After doing this in a similar manner, the man in grey jumped into several alleys. During this period, I even casually walked away with the jacket and baseball cap next to the attic. When he appeared in the street next to the Huang family's residence, his dress changed again. The man in grey also specially selected the back door on the retreat route, lowered the brim of the hat, and then climbed over the wall. There was a hunting dog in front of the house, and there was even surveillance, so he simply walked around to the drain pipe of the back door. Support one hand, connect both feet, grab, hold, hang, support. The climbing movement is like a textbook. Without any tools, he climbed to the second floor in an instant without alarming anyone. Even if a rock climber sees this scene, he will definitely not be able to help but stretch out his thumb. I really pretended to be a cat's eye. The man in grey stopped and glanced at the top of the corridor. He looked around and couldn't get around, so he picked up a stone. Whoosh! With a click, the cat's eyes instantly turned black. The man in grey approached the living room quietly and vaguely saw two figures sitting there. I think I can find a chance to make a trap for him. Although Luo Hixiang noticed that Lao Caesar put his hand on him, he did not throw it away, but took advantage of the situation to make a suggestion. Let him make a big ugly in front of everyone, and he will have no shame to audition again at that time. Huang Jianzhong also wanted to exclaim his anger and nodded slowly. I'll give him a surprise during the second round of audition, and I promise to let him lose face. The man in grey shook his head slightly, too lazy to listen to nonsense anymore. Click! The hall door was kicked open and wood chips splashed everywhere. Before the two of them could react, he broke in with a bending bow and arrow and rushed in. Listening to the whistling wind, Huang Jianzhong was shocked and wanted to hide sideways. But if he has a mindfulness or no intention, how could he be faster than the attack of the man in grey? Click! A big open and closed elbow hit the chest and hit Huang Jianzhong's stomach with a tricky angle. Ah! Huang Jianzhong was so colic that he fainted from suffocation. Director Huang Luo Hixiang, who had just reacted, had no time to move, and was hit on the back of his head by a turning around and throwing his fist, and he suddenly lost consciousness. The man in grey did not stop, dragged one with one hand to the balcony. Then he took out the silver bracelet he obtained for the first time, walked around the iron grill, and handcuffed the left hands of the two people. In this way, unless someone sawed the iron grill, they could only hijack beasts and fight. Seeing that it took some time for the two to wake up, the man in grey quickly glanced at the room. This should be Huang Jianzhong's permanent residence, with many calligraphy, painting, and antique decorations. In addition, the most conspicuous thing is that there is a locked security cabinet in the bedroom. The man in grey thought that since he came here, it made no sense. And for caution, it is necessary to transfer detection and disguise it. The confidential cabinet is opened. There are stacks of soft sister coins and knives, as well as famous watches, jewelry, gold bars, etc., which should be worth no less than 1 million. These things are probably because others respect this great director. They were left to the bank for fear of being investigated, so they simply exist in a confidential cabinet. Out of disguise, the man in grey still wiped it. The issue of the adoptive father not receiving compensation has not been mentioned. Even if the previous drama is released, it will not be refunded so quickly, and I still worry about how to do the next drama. This time there are so many fat man Huang Jianzhong, who is rich. Nothing left behind. In today's era, collaborative investigation is like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, although he considered himself not a good person, he was not an exaggeration to deal with the evil garbage. Huang Jianzhong's excessiveness is not a secret in the circle, and he often uses power to force others. Not to mention, this beast wanted to touch him. Can you not charge any mental loss fees, loss of work, frightening fees, or errands fees? If he hadn't wanted to cause a murder, he would have wanted to further break the bank. As for Luo Hixiang, as a time management master, I should have done a lot of this kind of thing and I should be happy to accompany Huang Feng. Humph! At this moment, a muffled groan suddenly came from outside. The man in grey dragged his suitcase to the evacuation place and saw it from afar a scene. It has to be said that human potential is infinite. You guys are happy, I won't be with you. The man in grey could not appreciate it, so he turned around and left after processing the traces. The balcony here has a wide view and a rousing sound. It will probably attract onlookers in no time. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the man in grey found a secluded place to take off his coat, mask, gloves, etc. on the way back. The suitcase he replaced was also processed and then he started to go back on the road. The Huang family's residence is already very lively. Its balcony is facing the driveway, and the transparent guardrail is clear at a glance. Passers-by stopped to watch from time to time. Damn it! What's going on with these two big men? What a yoga on the balcony at night! How can I be more than elegant? Look clearly, this is more than yoga. Hey! It looks a bit familiar. The old man seemed to be director Huang Jianzhong, and the young one was the Bay City Triple Crown? Damn it! It's true. Mom, it's too wild, amazing. In the crowd of people, there are two other weird guys who are walking in the air, holding up their cameras and taking pictures continuously. But it was Zheng Xian who came here with great information in advance. She was surprised and happy, and repeatedly urged the photographer around her. Come on, if you can get a lot of stuff like this, you will be a ghost. The photographer held the camera while taking pictures, and had to avoid pointing fingers and complained. Xiao Yan, you shouldn't participate in such a bloody gossip entertainment. Despite saying that, he still squeezed forward with his fat figure. It is still even more difficult for the big director and the popular Bay City stars to fight each other. This is definitely a rare big news. Thanks to the tip of a stranger, it seems that I will make a big profit this time. The photographer pressed the shutter frantically, not only photographed the two people who were happy, but also pointed them at the onlookers and a few plainclothes who were coming. Flowers also need green leaves to set off. Shocking! Director Huang De, who once directed Laughing, actually went in both directions. Picture.jpg. Exclusive heavyweight. Mainland famous directors spoofed Bay City young actors, destroying their 3 views and breaking the lower limit. As expected, the relevant news quickly became a hot topic that night. What is social death? What does it mean to be discredited? At this moment, Huang Jianzhong and Luo Hixiang, who were so embarrassed that their faces were red, had a deep understanding. Can we deal with it first? Faced with the strange gazes of the assistant and several interrogators, Luo Hixiang wanted to dig a hole in the ground and drill in. What shamed him the most was that he was implicated. It's really involuntary. I didn't want to play cards with Huang Jianzhong at all, but just perfunctory socializing. Who wants to? Moreover, he really doesn't know who the raider is. At that time, I fainted without seeing anyone. It's useless for you to ask me. It's better to get evidence first, otherwise everything will be too late. However, Luo Hixiang did not notice that Huang Jianzhong's face turned ashen. The pain in his body was really hot, which made him feel uncomfortable. During this period, he had to face those embarrassing problems, which made him go crazy. Which bastard is messing with him? Names flashed through Huang Jianzhong's mind, but he could not confirm it. After all, there were too many people who offended before. In the face of events in the past few years, the few things in the past few days were not ranked in the top 10. In addition, this time I was just making money on my spare time. Who would have expected such a weird thing to happen? In addition, it is true that he is rushing in both directions, but there are many situations in the circle, and he can still play around as long as it is not exposed. Now that I die in the light, who dares to cooperate with him in the future? What even more frightened Huang Jianzhong was that his mind was now full of scenes from last night. Brother Sheng, this advertising endorsement should be stable. That afternoon, Wang Yeyang, who was working on the news collection work, came back excitedly and said that director Huang was quit by NetDragon, and the person named Luo was also released on bail not long ago. As long as you can win the endorsement, 200,000 can be easily put into the bag, which is more than working hard to shoot a 2-month drama. As an assistant, he will have an additional errand fee even if he doesn't pay dividends. Chapter 95 by hot searches again. Subscribe. Du Sheng, who had eaten the melon online, had already realized it and smiled. I can't say it for the time being, everything depends on the ratings tonight. It is too early to say this now, and we have to wait until the Dragon and Dragon Basketball will be broadcast tonight before we can find out. If the ratings are not good, then even if Mirong Fu is stealing the spotlight, he will not cause any storm in the face of the general trend. How could NetDragon spend money randomly as a sucker? Although the other party took a fancy to him and contacted him twice, he set the second test 3 days later. Isn't this the meaning of wanting to see the ratings and whether his performance can conquer the audience? Speaking of which, the release trailer for The Legend of the Condor Heroes in the past half-month has been bombarded in turn on Blueberry Station. It just makes Du Sheng feel a little regretful that these trailers have several protagonists as the core of their promotion, and his shots just flashed by. Despite this, many martial arts and special agents who used to be with each other were envious. On this day, the phone was vibrating constantly, and various congratulations came one after another. Among them, some of them come from the two crews of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Snowflake Goddess Dragon. Lu Yifei also called specially and laughed. "Cousin, The Legend of the Condor Heroes is about to be aired, happy is it?" Du Sheng replied with a smile. "I don't have any special emotions, but I just have some expectations. I am worthy of being my cousin, and I am confident enough." Lu Yifei smiled happily and her confidence was also infected. "I just chatted with Wang Yi, Cheng Hao and others, and they were both nervous. And Du Sheng is undoubtedly the calmest one. Since my cousin felt that the ratings would not be bad, she had no doubts at all and had a sense of peace of mind to talk about other interesting things." After hanging up the phone, the clock has quietly skipped 19:30. The Legend of the Condor Heroes has finally started broadcasting. Du Sheng brought the snacks and sat in front of the TV and glanced at them. Wang Yang, who was originally still eating melon seeds, suddenly felt excited. "Look, your shot!" At this time, the opening of the movie was playing. On the screen was Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, who was sitting on a grave with a solemn expression. Several rural children knelt in front of the grave, shouting "Long live in a mess." It seemed as if the Mirong family had restored the country, and he really became the 195th emperor. Using this seriousness and solemnity to reflect Mirong Fu's crazy end is undoubtedly an extremely ironic. Cutting it to the beginning is also eye-catching. Du Sheng felt a little moved. "In my previous life, I wanted to become a star and appeared on the screen. This time it was a preliminary implementation. So much so that when the opening of the film gave Lu Yifei the scene of looking at him lonely, he didn't even come back to his senses. The opening song is over and the plot is gradually unfolding. When Du Sheng saw that the wire rope that had been hung on everyone was erased in the later stage and the mysterious feeling of adding special stunts during the fight, he felt a little unspeakable in his heart. It feels like being in another time and space, creating a wonderful dislocation with the real world. More than 10 minutes later, Du Sheng officially appeared as Mirong Fu. In the picture, he was dressed in white and was spotless, but there was a corpse lying beside him. Stepping on the bamboo forest, gently waving the folding fan in your hand gracefully, feeling uncomfortable. The gentlemanly temperament of a stranger who is like a jade is vividly displayed, but he is still arrogant and unyielding. It has a kind of loneliness and pride. This is the atmosphere deliberately created by Du Sheng. He was quite satisfied with this interpretation, but he didn't know whether it fits in the public image. As an audience member, Wang Yang was surprised. Although he witnessed many shooting processes on the spot, he also knew the efforts Du Sheng had put into this. But after post-production, the broadcast effect is completely different. The deepest feeling he gave was that Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, was more vivid and rebellious. It was imprinted in my mind, and it has not dissipated for a long time, and it has been lingering. After the first episode was broadcast, Du Sheng looked at Wang Yang with a smile. "What do you think?" "Incomparable." Wang Yang waved his hand excitedly and said. "But this is a one-man statement, and it depends on the feedback from the audience." Seeing that the second episode had not started, Du Sheng signaled him to bring his mobile phone. "Go to the blog plus post bar to check it out. Zhang Dehuzi will probably buy hot searches, and there are probably headlines tonight." "That's right, I almost forgot that there is this hype king, and I will definitely not miss the hot spot. Wang Yeyang immediately picked up his phone, opened the social platform interface, and habitually glanced at the account he followed. His movements suddenly subsided, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Sheng, when did your number of fans exceed 600,000? It's less than 550,000 in the afternoon. Breakthroughs so quickly." Du Sheng glanced at the mobile phone screen and saw that the total number of people following him had reached 620,000. Looking at the continued upward trend, I can't stop for a moment. Although Du Sheng was not surprised, he couldn't help but feel happy. Will it be very lively? Wang Yeyang was not in a hurry to pay attention to the headlines and clicked in with joy. Sure enough, under the promotional blog post of The Legend of the Condor Heroes forwarded by Du Sheng, the entire page was full of Mirongfu's related discussions. So handsome. Gao and handsomeness coexist. I never thought Mirongfu could be so charming. Ah, my little heart. This is simply the most perfect Mirongfu in my mind. If I were Wang Yuan, I would never leave this cousin. Although this version of Mirongfu has not had many scenes, the wisdom he showed completely subverts his former image. I just finished watching the first episode, so I came to the blog plus post bar to see. This newcomer's acting skills are amazing. I'm the same as above. I haven't heard of Du Sheng as an artist before, but now I'm completely fascinated by him. Popular reviews are everywhere and are constantly refreshing. It seems that most viewers can't help but share their thoughts while waiting for the second episode. Wang Yeyang doubled and was surprised to find that most of them were praised. He couldn't hide his inner joy and said, "It seems to be better than expected, TVC advertising endorsement is stable. After all, Mirongfu has just made a debut, and there are many good shows in the future. For example, the next use of Azu to target Xiao Feng, and at the same time conspired with Quan Guanqing to make Xiao Feng a public enemy in the martial arts world. The same is true for dealing with Duan Yu. He repeatedly used strategies to restore the country. Anyone who saw it knew that this villain was very valuable. And it is full of charm, which makes people feel so angry that they can't help but want to keep watching." Seeing that the audience generally accepted their interpretation, Du Sheng also smiled satisfied. "I have made so much preparations for this role before, and I have not stingy with Zhang Dehun. Isn't this what I am doing? Like today, I have gained a wave of fans and popularity, and my reputation has also increased significantly out of thin air. It can be said to be complementary. According to this trend, it is not surprising that the platform's fans will increase by 200,000 to 300,000 after the broadcast. As for reputation value, it is easy to have 30,000 or 20,000 yuan, and it is probably predictable to double it. Not to mention, this does not include the hidden benefits brought by money and status improvement. Hehe, Zhang Dehuzi really bought a hot search." At this time, Wang Yeyang clicked on the entertainment headlines and saw 3 hot searches hanging on it at a glance. The premiere of The Legend of the Condor Heroes triggered a ratings frenzy. The epic martial arts masterpiece was released in shock, and the world is in chaos again. The revision of the dragon is too big, and Xiao Feng becomes a murderer, it's simply a fool. Click on the third hot search to see. Du Sheng was not surprised and shook his head and smiled. This should not be bought by Zhang Dehu. Sure enough, some bad reviews appeared in this hot search. However, it is basically aimed at the interpretation and overall performance of this version, not just for Du Sheng personally. Damn it! Isn't you afraid of committing suicide if you have such a big change? The plot line has changed, it looks novel, but the role fit seems a bit problematic. It's not just a little problem. This Xiao Feng is incomparable to the 97 version. He is like a bandit blocking the road. As expected, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. This is really a ruined classic. Hu Jun's acting skills are pretty online, but he almost has the momentum to play Xiao Feng. He relies on special stunts plus audio to make up, and he has bad reviews. Ling Zhiying's appearance is okay, but Duan Yu is lovely in the original work, and he has no desire to be free and elegant. Mirong Fu is too unruly and evil, but fortunately he still has the temperament of a noble young man. There were mixed reviews of good and bad reviews, and some tourists even started to squirt because of a little controversy. Du Sheng was not surprised by this. The version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes in the previous life was mixed after it was broadcast. Even at the beginning, there were so many bad comments. However, as the plot progressed, the reputation of the subsequent reversal and the score continued to rise, and finally became a classic. The ratings exceeded 5.3% at the time of release and won the Best TV Series. To talk about the shortcomings, perhaps some plots are unreasonable and lack logic, and they are criticized for being disconnected from IQ. Here, Wang Yiyan and several villains have made great changes, but the general context is still similar. The most important thing is that there is no directing Zhang Dehuzi here to seize power, and the directors participated in the filming and later stages, making the characters flesh and blood, and not just treating them as stepping stones or vassals to Qiao Feng. Du Sheng knew very well how ruthless the motives he played for Mirong Fu were to restore the country. He should be able to erase many unreasonable plots and even support the bottom line of several starring actors. Soon, the second episode began. This episode basically revolves around Ling Zhiying. Among them, Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, also began to make careful plans step by step, killing Ma Dayuan, colluding with the Beggars sect, and framing Qiao Feng. After watching the 2 episodes of the plot, the complaints and doubts on the blog and post bar are even more serious. Wang Yiyang suddenly felt a little worried. If there are too many such doubts and complaints, will it have a negative impact on The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Won't. Du Sheng acted calmly. This drama has invested heavily in big scenes, real shooting, costumes, and props, and has also met the standards. There are also previous versions for reference, and the failure may be very small. And he hasn't said anything yet. The Blueberry TV ratings in his previous life could exceed 5, which is likely to be driven by this wave of enthusiasm. Black and Red are also red, without controversy or gimmicks, and even less attention. Why did Zhang Dehuzi use all the bullshit things to hype? Isn't it just to attract attention? Today, TV stations are still the dominant player, but once local station ratings exceed 5, many other stations will compete to buy and rebroadcast. Every time it is broadcast, it is an opportunity for Du Sheng to show his talent. Although he is not sure whether the ratings can surpass his previous life, as long as there is exposure and controversy, it means that the continuous stream of tap water shocked or slandered him. This is the guarantee of reputation. Wang Yiyang relaxed a little and said with a smile, "The evaluations of all parties should come out tomorrow. This is Zhang Dehuzi's work after all. Public opinion and hot searches are indispensable. You can see it at a glance after a summary. The audition for NetDragon after the day should be released." Du Sheng put down the remote control and had some expectations in his heart. It depends on whether the ratings can last forever. His role will increase tomorrow, and the audience will be basically determined by then. Whether the overall reputation will be reversed will be revealed soon. Chapter 96 Who is the most eye-catching? The next day, nothing unexpected happened. Major domestic newspapers and magazines have reported on the grand occasion of the premiere of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The controversy also came as expected. In this era, any remake of Jin Yang's works will inevitably arouse public discussion and doubt. However, this cannot change the fact that the show has been ratings all the way. The local broadcast has reached a rating of 4.18%, which is definitely a very amazing thing. It must be in line with the expectations of major investors for this drama, and even was happy. Because reputation is fermenting, it is not difficult to increase it by another percentage point. In addition to the hot discussions on the internet, newspaper media also discussed the characters in the play. However, most of the discussion revolves around several leading actors, occasionally mentioning he went to supporting roles such as Mirong Fu and Yu Tanzi, but he didn't write much. This made Du Sheng somewhat different, but he quickly shook his head and smiled. I'm a little greedy. After all, he has not yet taken off his current situation, and too high expectations will only cause gains and losses. Thinking of this, Du Sheng's mentality balanced and lowered his expectations. He logged onto his social platform and found that the number of followers had increased a little, reaching about 660,000. Even the reputation value soared to 8,298. Considering the needs of skill allocation, there is no rush to improve for the time being. Wang Yeyang bought 2 fast foods and said happily, "Brother Sheng, have you heard that Blueberry Channel has decided to broadcast The Legend of the Condor Heroes during the day?" "Oh? This is a good thing." Du Sheng nodded slightly, understanding why Wang Yeyang was so happy. Generally, only major dramas with high ratings, good reputation during the premiere, or full of expectations before the premiere will be followed shortly after the premiere to further increase the attention of the drama. It is obvious that The Legend of the Condor Heroes belongs to the category of high ratings and good reputation. This can also set the tone for this drama. For other stations to purchase in the future, second broadcast and third broadcast are no problem. It can be foreseeable that the difficult sutra will also come in handy. It is inevitable that fans and reputation values have increased significantly again. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot one thing. Wang Yeyang, who was fiddling with the dining table, suddenly slapped his head and turned around with a smile. The endorsement of the decisive battle with Guangmingding has been sent to you to audition tomorrow to see the effect. As expected, NetDragon has also been paying attention to the release of Qianlong and the reputation feedback played by Du Sheng. At present, the positive results have come out. With this wave of popularity, as long as you keep it stable and have no major competitors, there is a high probability that 200,000 yuan will be safe. In this way, a few more days passed. The Legend of the Condor Heroes has reached the 16th episode without realizing it, and Mirong Fu has appeared in the play more and more. In order to eliminate obstacles on the road to restoration and win over all parties, various slandering and secret schemes have frequently appeared, and they have a faint sense of becoming a boss. Such a different Gasu Mirong Fu naturally attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Especially after the game agency was fueling the fire, Du Sheng's popularity completely fermented. That's right, the endorsement was won. After all, it is not surprising that Zhu Juliang was in the second round of audition. In the popular section of the game community of The Legend of Jin Yang, a player posted a promotional photo of Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng. No one should object to the game when such a handsome Mirong Fu promotes the game, right? As soon as the post was posted, it immediately attracted many players to watch and heated discussion. So handsome, it's totally my food. NetDragon finally got to know her. Instead of finding so-called big stars to endorse, it is more appropriate to find these characters. I also follow this drama. Mirong Fu's performance is so amazing. It makes people fall in love with it at a glance. Yes, Mirong Fu always thought it was almost interesting. He either had a bad appearance or had an exaggerated acting skills, but this version of Mirong Fu really made people shine. Indeed, it perfectly interprets the image of an ambitious hero, and it is worthy of the name of the guard boss in The Legend of Jin Yang. As the responses continue to increase, more and more netizens are beginning to pay attention to the newcomer's endorsement promotion. This actor who plays Mirong Fu seems to be a newcomer, right? I haven't seen it much before. His name is Du Sheng. He has shown his face in promotional activities before, and his performance is eye-catching. Yes, I remembered it too. He was really outstanding in that episode of Happy Book program. He was not only good-looking, but also very talented. Some enthusiastic netizens dug out Du Sheng's promotional activities to let more netizens see the style. Zheng Wenyu, general manager of the game agency, saw that the response was good and his popularity continued to soar. He simply made people mark the post read to allow more netizens to participate. Unconsciously, the heat of discussion began to spread to other forums related to Jin Yang. NetDragon also made a 30-second TVC in the decisive battle with Guangmingding on Blueberry Station. That night, many viewers who watched Qianlong were instantly attracted by a strange promotional video. The first thing that caught my eye was a rolling mountain range, covered with snow, like a silver dragon winding around. Those who have played The Legend of Jin Yang will probably speak out in surprise. This is the peak of light. It is indeed the martial arts holy land that countless players have always dreamed of. Suddenly, a figure spread its wings and jumped down from the top of the mountain. She was wearing a white dress that was better than snow, with graceful figures and fairy sleeves floating like waves coming. A sword was slashed out, and the sword light disappeared, and corpses were everywhere. Blood rain splashes, and the visual impact is very impressive. A group of martial arts people retreated in panic and exclaimed, "It's Kasumurong Fu, run away!" In the picture, Du Sheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. "A group of ants is not worthy of filthing my sword. If you have the ability, come to The Legend of Jin Yang Guangmingding. It is both a distinction between high and low, and a determination of life and death." Although the advertising slogans are a bit eye-catching and make Du Sheng unable to complain, this kind of ridiculous publicity is also novel at the moment. At least the second-year junior high school is full of passion and can resonate with many young people. The audience of The Legend of Jin Yang is actually them, and it can be said to be output at a fixed point. Sure enough, this promotional video was clamored to the hot search the next day. Domestic. The name Murong Fu has also been frequently mentioned in major martial arts and online games forums. In addition, the game's mainland agents helped the game behind the scenes and made it directly on social headlines. Murong Fu looks down on the world and wants to challenge the heroes at the top of Guangming. Although he was replaced by other headlines after staying for less than 20 minutes, during that period, Du Sheng's name surpassed the 3 starring actors of The Legend of the Condor Heroes for the first time and became the hot topic of countless netizens. It's really his appearance is so eye-catching. With that unruly look, even if the players are not attracted, they are attracted. It's worth it. Zheng Wenyu clenched his hands excitedly. If it weren't for the identity of the general manager, he would have cheered with the promotion department now. NetDragon director Lu Jiayi was also quite surprised. To be honest, they couldn't find Ling Zhiying and Hu Jun as promotional endorsements, so they just listened to Zhu Zhuoliang's suggestion and let Du Sheng give it a try. But the other party's position was there. In fact, they didn't have much hope, so they just cast a net in the sea. Unexpectedly, among so many endorsements, he is the one who responded the most enthusiastically. The download volume also increased a lot out of thin air. It seems that this time I accidentally hit me, I was considered a bet on the right treasure. The endorsement fee of 200,000 is indeed worth it. Zheng Wenyu even considered continuing to work hard and continued to ask Du Sheng to take a few more photos. If Lu Jiayi hadn't said she was not in a hurry and expanded the publicity channels to see the situation first, I'm afraid she would have started to move now. Du Sheng smiled at this. It didn't matter. This is just the first commercial he tried, and the harvest was beyond expectations. During this period, the social platform fans have exceeded 700,000, and their reputation has reached 15,982. It also impressed many viewers with his role as Murong Fu, and he was considered a daughter. It also gained a lot of attention. As for whether this film will be ridiculed or controversial, for those like Du Sheng, who are used to various outrageous promotional endorsements in his previous life, this kind of worry is completely redundant. For example, the advertising slogan Zia Zhahui also gives it an invisible publicity. Not to mention, without controversy, how much reputation can you gain by acting alone? And from another perspective, it can gain public discussion. Isn't this a recognition of his improvement in status? Otherwise, if you change to the same little kid, who will care who you are? In addition, the game promotion can attract attention and feedback to TV series, allowing more people to remember his character deeply. Apart from some complaints, it is almost a win-win result. And how could Zheng Zian, who specializes in this bowl of rice, remain indifferent to such a big hot topic? She and Du Sheng also have a comrade-in-arms relationship, so it is easy to find some materials. However, this time, The Legend of the Condor Heroes is very popular, and many colleagues have joined in, which is really too much. You must find a different approach. Because since the show started, domestic media have been reporting on it like a shark smelling blood. In order to attract attention, I have tried all kinds of thoughts and started from unexpected angles, so that this drama often occupies the headlines of the entertainment version. Not to mention, there are Zhang's hit songs, various bearded men and hot searches, which makes it not lack focus at all. Logically speaking, the news of this drama has been almost dug up, and the reporter media has also begun to turn their attention elsewhere to find new hot spots. Zheng Zian didn't want to eat leftovers. However, just now she accidentally saw the TVC promotional video taken by Du Sheng, and when she clicked into the game forum, she was surprised to find that there were so many discussions about Mirong Fu. Zheng Zian suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart. My partner is probably going to be popular. This excitement not only comes from her keen sense of smell as a journalist, but also because the several powerful information she reported before were provided by Du Sheng. As a friend, she felt that she was not able to make any contribution to the support. She was not behind her back. In fact, Zheng Zian has also been watching this drama recently. Every time Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, appears, her eyes can hardly be moved. In addition to being so handsome, this guy also has a deep understanding of the character. Especially the quick and neat fight made people shine. Today, when Zheng Zian noticed the hot atmosphere about Mirong Fu on the forum of Jin Yang's Legend of Heroes, she knew that this opportunity to boost was finally here. The other party's reputation accumulation has reached a critical point, and it only takes a suitable opportunity to push this topic to the top. Zheng Zian couldn't wait to open the computer document and started to crackle. Who is the most eye-catching in The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Mirong Fu. This time she not only needs to publish it online, but also publish it seriously, making it full of professionalism and authority. Zheng Zian believes that once this press release is released, it will cause a stir. Attracting eyes and earning traffic coexist. Where can I find such a provocative topic? Chapter 97 Popularity Soars. On this day, Du Sheng got up early. As soon as I finished practicing a set of stances, I saw Wang Yeyang come back with a smile. He was holding a steaming breakfast in his hand and several newspapers under his armpits. I'm so happy, have you picked up the treasure? Du Sheng joked and wiped his sweat. Wang Yeyang is not surprised by this roommate and the master of martial arts practice, so he lets go after breakfast, I said excitedly. Come and take a look at this newspaper, and you will be so happy that you can't stop reading it. What kind of news? Du Sheng did not take the newspaper, but just glanced at it casually. Surprisingly, it was the Metropolitan Entertainment News where the little witch was located. Isn't it a scandal in The Legend of the Condor Heroes again? Du Sheng has been tired of Zhang Dawang's hype these days. In order to view the ratings, in addition to hyping up scandals with artists, even Fan Xinmin, who is having a divorce from him, can even mess with him. The shocking titles such as Fan Xinmin and Shin's son spent 48 hours happily and wife and the assistant director feed each other were circulating online. And Fan Xinmin is not a simple character to become a Yangshi planner. Backhand revealed that Zhang's hit song had a small child and even gave birth to an illegitimate child. The marriage between the two couples was in a prosperous and messy way, which indirectly attracted the popularity of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. However, as half of the participants, Du Sheng was provided some of the materials to Zheng Zian, and this kind of melon was not very pleasant to eat. No, this time it's related to you." While Wang Yeyang was speaking, he handed over the newspaper. Du Sheng then took it and glanced at the entertainment page headline. "Who is the most eye-catching in the legend of the Condor heroes? Gasumurong Fu." What surprised him was that this report was written by the little witch himself. "I have to say that this girl has a good writing style and evaluates her acting skills and her image shaping of the role from all aspects." For example, in the following paragraph, Du Sheng almost doubted whether she had collected the money. He appeared in a white dress and folding fan, handsome and elegant, showing the aristocratic temperament of the Dian clan to the fullest. Whether it is the image of a sinister and cunning conspirator in the early stage, or the despair when the dream of restoring the country is broken, or the collapse of his father when he witnessed his father's death, he can vividly interpret it. In every move, there is also handsomeness, arrogance, and murderous aura. Moreover, Du Sheng, who was born in martial arts, is not only tall, but also has good skills. His martial arts moves are neat, and he is determined not to use a substitute. All the fighting scenes in the play are all designed by him and designed by him. For the butterfly actor who always uses cutouts or stand-in boxes, who cannot love such a dedicated actor? Especially in the latest episode, even though Mirong Fu was seriously injured, he had a hard time rescuing his cousin. What moved me the most was the sentence he said when he left lonely, "Don't I want a fairy couple?" Is this the most affectionate Mirong Fu? Against the backdrop of his helpless fate and his feelings for Wang Yuan, I didn't feel hatred, but only felt love. Wang Yuan even said bluntly, "Leave your life to Duan Yu and your destiny to your cousin." After seeing this episode, I realized why my cousin, who looks like a flower, is so obsessed with her cousin. Finally, the report gave Du Sheng high praise. Compared with the unique exposure of protagonists such as Hu Jun and Ling Zhiying, Mirong Fu can be so outstanding as a villain with few scenes. This is not the most eye-catching character, what is it? This girl must have charged the money. After reading the report, Du Sheng even doubted whether Zheng Zian was drunk. Although he was quite satisfied with his acting skills, he didn't think much about the above. How big is this little witch's imagination to connect it? However, there is still joy. After all, the legend of the Condor heroes has been so popular for so long, this is the first time that someone has reported it with his visuals. Before this, when online comments mentioned this drama, they always revolved around protagonists such as Hu Jun and Ling Zhiying, and at most they just mentioned Mirong Fu. In addition, what makes Du Sheng most happy is naturally his reputation. Before we knew it, this number exceeded 10,000, and it had reached 38,629. This means that hundreds of thousands of people have already shocked or slandered him. If you include other miscellaneous worship, dislike, admiration, hatred, etc., this word exceeds millions. Brother Sheng, you are going to be popular. Wang Yeyang pointed at his cell phone and shouted excitedly. The online fans have exceeded 900,000, so now they are considered third and fourth tier artists. Du Sheng just smiled. If you follow the ratings of those who are interested in blogs plus post bars, it will be at least 1 million. However, according to the current situation, Tianlong is almost the same after the broadcast. The person who played this version of Mirong Fu in his previous life was almost the same as his fame at that time, and the main focus was on several starring actors. There are many changes here, and the villain is more outstanding. Du Sheng believes that his character will not be buried. If we count the goddess dragon to be broadcast, we won't be able to become famous overnight, but it's more than enough for the second and third tiers. If there is a popular drama starring, you can look forward to it at the front line. Thinking of the planned drama, it shouldn't take long to wait. As for this version of the report, it has more or less a meaning of Zheng Zian returning favors. But no matter what, it is always good. Why don't you count? Your Mirong Fu has become out of the circle, okay? Wang Yeyang was still excited. Especially the Mirong Fu TVC commercial, several forums related to martial arts are still discussing it in full swing. While talking, an advertiser seeking cooperation called in. "Look, the feedback is here." Catch. After listening, Wang Yeyang smiled proudly and shook his head. "It's a pity that I want to pull you away, I don't think I'm in a hurry." Du Sheng nodded slightly. "Too much of this kind of thing will only ruin the popularity of passers-by, not to mention that it is not as rich as NetDragon, so there is no hurry." However, as this report came out, Du Sheng's popularity became more popular. Especially on this day, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was broadcasted in the Ishiyama Mountain Battle, and the ratings officially exceeded 5%, which is the highest record in Blueberry Station in recent years. Not to mention how well the various investors and the production is earning. Just because other TV stations want to purchase the rights of second and third broadcasts, this is a clear proof of the extension of the influence. For Du Sheng, although he has not reached the level of popularity, his name has begun to be circulated in the circle. Compared with the past, its popularity has also increased significantly. He is no longer the unknown stunt actor, but is beginning to be paid attention to and discussed by more people. Replay will also have many benefits for him. At least he will gain popularity, and his reputation will continue to flow. However, I can't say for the moment about my current status. Actors may become famous because of the popularity of a drama, or may be forgotten by the audience after the end of the drama. Wang Yeyang is a person who can't stay idle, so he simply contacted some small crews to indirectly touch Du Sheng's status and value issues. He found that the single episode pay for those crews who wanted to take advantage of the situation and attract traffic almost doubled. From the previous episode of Goddess Dragon 2500, it soared to 5,000 or 6,000 episodes. The highest martial arts drama is even priced at 8,000. But when he saw the title, lineup, and configuration of the drama, he was destined to be mostly bad movies. It's nothing more than trying to use Du Sheng's short-term fame to quickly monetize. This practice is harmful to the long-term development of artists. Conservative can reach 6,000 episodes, that's okay. For Du Sheng, pay is not the primary factor he values. What he pays more attention to is the quality of the show and his role positioning. Of course, the top priority is the draw preference and how much reputation it can bring. Now if you want to improve several main skills, you will cost tens of thousands of yuan at any time, which is unaffordable. As for what to shoot next, he actually has some ideas. If you can't make up enough investment, then look for a rich woman. However, it is urgent to deal with the release of Goddess Dragon. Whenever CAO was mentioned, CAO would arrive. Sheng, the post-production is almost done. Do you want to come and have a look? The call was Li Lita, but he seemed to have some problems with his tone. Du Sheng also vaguely guessed what was going on and thought about it. I happened to be here, meet and chat later. Okay, see you then. Li Lita agreed readily. The investor on Zhonglu Film and Television is the coal boss who doesn't care about the matter. He can be fully agent. It is natural to talk to Du Sheng about the follow-up. That night, the two met in a small sealed playroom. The editing, special effects, color adjustment, etc. are all processed. Look. While Li Lita spoke, he put the master belt into the playback device. After the filming of a TV series, the master will be completed by the director or producer and will be issued by the investor after the post-production. Unless the actor himself is the investor of the TV series, it is unlikely to see the master. Du Sheng is obviously an exception. He roughly watched the first 3 episodes and found that the completion was not much different from his previous life, so he felt a little relieved. That's right, what are the other problems now? Li Lita smiled awkwardly and said. The problem now is that the TV station's evening broadcast cannot be found. As for the star? In the past, he might have fantasized. But recently I have been hitting walls everywhere, especially after being disliked by my old friends from Southeast TV, I couldn't even win the quasi-primary time at night, so I said it could only be broadcast during the day. He was no longer energetic and did not expect this drama to become popular. He would burn incense and return to his destiny as long as he had the capital to protect him. Have you ever contacted several TV stations in Cantonese? Du Sheng knew very well the difficulties of such a small investment drama, and did not blame him too much, and asked in a deep thought. I've contacted you, but I don't have many acquaintances. Those who I contacted you will see that they are of this type of martial arts drama, and they are more perfunctory. Li Lita told the truth, and said a little dissatisfied. And several stations in Cantonese are broadcast in Cantonese, which is different from our positioning. The drama Goddess Dragon is all universal versions, regardless of the post-production, dubbing or songs, which is a bit inconsistent with the local Cantonese. He doesn't know why Du Sheng is so optimistic about that. He even vaguely guessed in his heart. Can't it be because the heroine plays some audience base in Canton, and she plans to start with this, right? But then I thought about it and thought that the efforts were not proportional to the gains. Moreover, Lu Tao is not a well-known artist there, which is unreasonable. Du Sheng read the letter from Fan Yejing, and just smiled when he heard this. If there is a choice, would he want to go through such a big deal? Chapter 98, A unique skill is drawn in the lottery thanks to time 1979, Hua Ziqiang for rewarding. There is a saying that is poison, my treasure. Du Sheng naturally would not tell Li Lita the cruel facts in his previous life. He wouldn't be so stupid that he would hurt his confidence. He thought for a while and said, as long as you can sell it, dubbing is not a problem. Cantonese TV stations have their own team to re-record it. These songs have some influence, but as long as you are willing to do it, it is no tits hard. There is Xiangzhong, the once prosperous entertainment industry in Guangzhou, and it will cost a few more money to change to episodes. However, the opening and ending songs are a bit difficult to perfunctory. After all, the impression points at the beginning of the matter were lost in the previous life because of this. Because of this era, Mandarin is not fully popular in Canton, and most of the middle-aged and elderly people are watching TV. However, such a thing is not a problem. Du Sheng will never miss it if he can choose to premiere in Canton. There are shortcuts to success in the previous life. Who would be so stupid that he would take risks randomly, right? After chatting for a while, after parting with Li Lita, Du Sheng suddenly remembered something and glanced at the visual interface. Comprehensive Evaluation, E, 1/11th Annual Lottery Draws. Now the reputation value is close to 40,000, Qianlong is released, and its popularity is at its peak. It is appropriate to draw now. Because he remembered that he had drawn songs when he was promoted for the first time. This kind of reward lottery draw is itself a more realistic item. If luck breaks out now and you have something good to offer, you may not have to worry about any aspects in the future. He did what he thought of, and after getting in the car, Du Sheng focused on the lottery roulette. As the thought moved, the remaining 1/11th times ignited silently and exploded with a bang. Then, 19 cards with purple, blue, green, white, and grey colors appeared. Hey, it actually has purple. Du Sheng's eyes lit up slightly, and he began to ponder. What skills or objects that you have come into contact with in your past and present life deserve purple? After thinking for a while, I couldn't figure it out. He simply didn't bother to think about it. After all, the comprehensive evaluation of E is not high, and the probability is slim. Draw a time bomb. Du Sheng remembered the obsession last time and said casually. Unexpectedly, things in the world are so impermanent. Even doing things without intention, but often unexpectedly. As the thoughts fall, the cards on the roulette turn rapidly counterclockwise. Brush. 7 cards exploded, like flowing light, and freeze. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a time bomb. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic knowledge of music theory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the action director, blue, skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the song Thousands of Water and Thousands of Mountains. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sanda, Green, Practical Techniques. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Special Physique, Blue, Passive Skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the TV script of Shuya Cave. After the lottery ends, 7 phantoms turn into streaming light and automatically converge to the body. Du Sheng felt that the vast knowledge, skills, etc., as vast as smoke turned into rushing rivers and poured into his mind. Action directors, special physiques, Sanda, song scores, and other related applications and insights are coming one after another. The impact of knowledge made his head buzz and his body numb and itchy. It was not until a long time that Du Sheng gradually absorbed the blessing from heaven. Damn it! I've really drawn the time bomb. Am I following the words? Du Sheng was stunned and nodded with satisfaction. What does red energy nourish people? That's it. If you don't double it, you can draw 2 blue and 1 green skills. This doesn't count as luck or something. Remote control is detonated, and it is also equipped with a remote control? Yes, yes. Du Sheng's eyes first stopped on the large red object in the shape of a thunderous sky. On one side of it, there is also a timing remote control quietly. This is a real killer weapon in China. However, like a machine, this kind of thing is a banned object. Du Sheng naturally won't use it indiscriminately. At most, he can use it for self-defense, or for self-defense when going abroad. For the time being, like a black star, you can only eat dust. The basic knowledge of music theory includes a lot of knowledge and is quite practical. It involves music theory cognition such as melody, rhythm, beat, sound area, harmony, etc., and you will be more confident when you come up with songs in the future. At least, in the future, if others say that he impersonates a substitute for his creation, he can flexibly spray it with various knowledge. The TV script of Shuya Cave seems to be a hit next year's booking. Not bad. Du Sheng was in a good mood, and continued to glance down. The song Thousands of Water and Mountains. He was very clear about the characteristics of this golden finger, and the song scripts he extracted must be in the parallel world. But Du Sheng had no impression of this song for a while. However, since it is extracted at this time, it is mostly necessary to adapt. After a closer look at the annotations, it was indeed as expected. This is a Cantonese song, and it is also a classic composed by Huang Zhan, a famous Hughes group in Xiangjiang, and composed by Gu Jiawei. Although it is a bit old, the whole song is magnificent, and both the lyrics and music and the soundtrack are full of heroic spirits. It's indeed powerful, just listen to the lyrics. Thousands of waters and mountains are everywhere. How could you be afraid of the wind and rain? The heroic spirit of sucking wind and thunder. Drink a cup of snow cup. Du Sheng roughly passed it, and the more he read it, the more satisfied he became. The lyrics are quite consistent with Goddess Dragon, and the opening song of the Cantonese version is correct. He thought about recording a sample later, so that he could use it later. The full set of experience of action director. Du Sheng took a look at the introduction and said, the action guidance upgraded version. As the highest position full-time responsible for martial arts action scenes, his work includes ancient costumes, early Republic of China design, training, arrangement, shooting, editing, dispatching, etc. of any martial arts movement form such as fashion. According to the entire set, its power is second only to the director of the general, and it is equivalent to the director of the literary drama. Moreover, this skill not only covers the action guidance, but also turns the level blue, so it should not be underestimated. If you direct and act in the future, this will be useful. Du Sheng was happy. Although it is a bit out of reach for the time being, salted fish also has dreams. Sanda, Green, Practical Techniques? Is this a fighting technique that I didn't know before, and has it been purified and improved? Du Sheng aimed at the next one, slightly happy. It's good, at least it saves the hard training stage. Sanda is known as one of the 3 major fighting techniques in the world, and is also an Oriental national treasure. It is simple and crude and straightforward to understand. Who doesn't like this? The knowledge and skills in my mind are like the master who has been practicing Sanda for several years. Although it is just a first look at the way, it is good to use it as a self-defense normally. It can be used if you participate in fighting in the future. You can practice again when you have time. Du Sheng's eyes finally fell on the same skill. Passive skills? It's rare. Special Constitution LV1/Blue, 10/1000. It can slightly enhance physical fitness, improve physical strength and endurance, and be immune to common infectious diseases. After a closer look at the introduction, Du Sheng was even more happy. Those who understand the first 2 special features are natural for people like Du Sheng who follow the action star route. In addition, the improvement of physical strength and endurance, the battle with women is comparable to that of a young strongman who cannot be beaten. However, what Du Sheng values the most is immunity. You should know that there are nearly 40 known fever diseases around the world today. Many of them are still common, such as measles, avian influenza, dengue fever, rabies, syphilis, etc. There are also plague, cholera, AIDS, anthrax, etc. that are quite harmful. Regardless of whether this passive skill can prevent the hazard level of AIDS, the immunization of diseases of syphilis and hepatitis alone is enough to make people feel ecstatic. Du Sheng's bad habit is to have a beautiful actress audition, and he was a little worried about being hit. Now that he has this special passive attitude, he put his hands in his pockets and asked who else is the opponent. 1 vs 2? No. He is now inflated, and he can try 1 vs 3. It's just that there is some difficulty in choosing the candidates. If you want to fight in the arena, you have to work harder. Don't mention any drama at that time, it's not a problem to have a copy of the Time Manager. The next day, Du Sheng came to Wang's martial arts hall and gave his adoptive father the 7th acupuncture course. What made him feel relieved was that the medical skills of Desisai Huatua were indeed good. Huang Deli's broken right leg was originally unconscious, but now after continuous acupuncture and treatment, he can feel some numbness. This is obviously a sign of recovery. After the father and the 2 of them finished their meal, Du Sheng was about to leave after washing the dishes, when a phone call came in. Sheng, congratulations! There is finally someone who has a keen eye to recognize your song. The phone number was called by Zhu Zhuoyang. In addition to congratulating Du Sheng on his adoption of the difficult sutra, he also asked him to sit at Zhongyao film industry. Du Sheng vaguely guessed the other party's purpose and went there happily. He was worried about the broadcast of Goddess Dragon, so someone came to his door. The family behind Zhongzhen has been working hard in this industry for many years, so they naturally have no shortage of related connections and relationships. Sheng, come in. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuoliang pulled Du Sheng, who was still curiously looking at the internal structure of Zhongyao film industry. There are many beauties here. If you really have ideas, it will not be too late to see them slowly in the future. The words and meanings are vaguely regarded Du Sheng as his own person. Du Sheng heard the other party's kindness, but he had his own plan. He looked at the rich woman who was as elegant as Orchid in the office and was full of confidence. Mr. Zhong, long time no see you. Zhongzhen put down the signature pen, looked up at him for a few glances, and pointed to the seat with a smile. We have been in contact with each other for a few times, so there is no need to see you. Putting aside the car body contact, she is now impressed by Du Sheng. It can even be said that I regretted not increasing the bargaining chips when filming Qianlong before. Now that it has been released, Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, has received a lot of praise, and his fame has increased a lot. If you want to win, you have to pay a certain price. Especially after learning that Xia, the first agent in Wancheng, wanted to sign Du Sheng, but she died without any problems, her mind became even more enthusiastic. Wang Jinhua can cultivate well-known artists such as Hu Jun and Li Ou, but she is not bad either. What's more, Du Sheng's foundation is much better. As long as she has the right and easy resources, she can guarantee that she can train Du Sheng to be a martial arts star as good as the older generation. For example, Zhao Wenzuo and others. Chapter 99, Heart Has Something to Do. Please subscribe. Zhu Zhuoliang observed his expression and said with a smile. There is no need to say much about the popularity of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Cantonese Southern TV has clearly purchased the right to buy the second broadcast. The price contract issue is currently being discussed. They want a suitable opening song. Lao Zhao and I will recommend your song. I'm ashamed to say that if it weren't for the love that Director Zhu and Director Zhao, this song would probably have been ruined. Du Sheng politely said thank you and smiled. I'll be the one next time. I'll be there for a drink, so you have to come here. Although he didn't have much money, only 20,000 yuan, he didn't dislike it if he could improve his fame and reputation. Of course, you are a little rich man now, and you must be poor. Zhu Zhuoliang smiled and naturally knew that Du Sheng had invested in the small crew of Goddess Dragon. Zhong Zhen also occasionally interrupted, and the atmosphere was pretty good. Next, Zhonggaiao film industry will prepare for a martial arts drama. As a general of the company, putting aside Zhong Zhen's kindness to support him, Zhu Zhuoliang also wants to use a convenient artist. What's more, Du Sheng not only has outstanding acting skills, but also has various novel skills in action guidance, which is a perfect blessing. After some chatting, I started to get to the point. Zhong Zhen sat at the desk, and her eyes looked at Du Sheng like she was focusing on food. Your performance and potential, needless to say, I personally prefer you, and this has never changed. As long as you are willing to join in, you can choose the second episode of Against the Cold. The investment of this drama is expected to be 20 million, and the production and promotion will be top-notch. You should understand what this means. Zhu Zhuoliang also said something, his tone was a bit ridiculous. Sheng, you are in this momentum. If you want to rush up, it is best to strike while the iron is hot, and this requires a good resource. You also know the strength and resources of our Zhonggaiao, and you will never suffer any loss. In addition, which dramas prepared this year can crush Against the Cold? It is fake that Mr. Zhong and Director Zhu look down upon it. To be honest, it is not moved. Du Sheng smiled. Since the other party was very sincere, he simply spread out and said. However, this novel itself is very brain-burning and most people can't understand it. It has been nearly 20 years since it was released. Why no one has adapted it during this period? Do you know the reason? His words were tactful. Having some memories of the previous life, to be honest, the adaptation of Against the Cold is hard to describe. Do you want to say it is not good, but the Dubon score is as high as 8.6? If you want to say it is good, the ratings cannot even break 3%. Do you want to say it has no fame? That's not the case, because on the Tianya forum, a starring actor was named the Four Beauties of Tianya and was named a classic. But the same thing is true, such a big investment did not cause any waves when it was broadcast. In addition, Du Sheng was worried. It is because he does not guarantee that he can reverse the audience's aesthetics against the times. What's more, he himself focuses on popularity transformation, rather than waiting a few years before being revealed. Are you worried that the adaptation is not good? Zhong Zhen and Zhu Zhuoliang were stunned, but they didn't expect that this was the reason why Du Sheng refused. It is true that such a famous novel is also a masterpiece of Wen Ruiyan, one of the four famous masters, and it is indeed not necessary that it has not been adapted for so many years. After all, the other party's four famous captains written at the same time has been adapted into films and TV series 5 times. But this novel is very outstanding, there is no need to question it. Don't worry about this, I'm confident that I can take it well. After all, Zhu Zhuoliang is from a martial arts drama, so he is still very confident now. And in order to perfectly present the texture of the picture, film will be used to shoot at that time. He knew very well that he could not look at Du Sheng from an ordinary perspective, and also knew that this young man was very forward-looking, so he explained a few words patiently. If it were an ordinary actor, he would even owe nonsense. While speaking, Zhu Zhuoyang handed over a script. He has always wanted to make a martial arts film that combines suspense, action, emotion, and desert scenery. And Against the Cold is the most qualified work. This is also the reason why he repeatedly proposed that Zhong Zhen purchase the copyright of Wen Ruiyan's novels after joining Zhongai Ao. Du Sheng took it and took a look at it while he was free. It was similar to the previous life and said with a smile, "I know Director Zhu, you really want to make a martial arts film that is different from the past, and you also know that you have this ability. But there are some things in the world that even if they meet all aspects of the situation, they often go against each other. Especially film and television involve all aspects, everything must be accepted and interesting to the audience." Zhong Zhen raised his beautiful eyes and began to appreciate the other party's words. She knew very well that no one could refuse such benefits. But Du Sheng was abnormal. However, she could also see that the other party did not refuse for the sake of refusal. There is a bit of a sense of enlightenment in it. This made Zhong Zhen quite surprised, calmed down and pondered. "Let's talk about it. Why do you think this drama is difficult to please the audience?" "It's because the novel is difficult to adapt." Seeing that Zhu Zhuoliang was about to speak but stopped, she waved her hand and told her to listen to her opinion first. After all, it is related to an investment of 20 million yuan, and it is not something you can do just by taking it. If it is a waste of money. In addition, Du Sheng successively declined the olive branches of Huayi, Tang Ren, and even Xia, which is obviously an idea and capable person. It is never wrong to open up your ideas and focus on your ideas. What if I was really neglected in some places before? Du Sheng carefully observed the expressions and reactions of the two, and confirmed that they were interested and serious, and then half-jokingly said, "Then let me talk about it. You should just be the audience. Just don't worry about any inappropriate things." Zhu Zhuoliang gradually calmed down. He knew that he was too eager to show off before, so he nodded. "Everyone can be considered friends, just like to chat. First of all, the plot and theme are very complicated no matter how the novel is adapted, and it is difficult for the audience to substitute or resonate with it. You won't deny this?" Seeing Zhu Zhuoliang hesitantly nodding, Du Sheng continued. "Also, this kind of subject is not very consistent with the current social hot topics and audience interests, and it is difficult to attract everyone's attention in a popular way. The biggest problem is that the novel itself also limits the adaptation. The emotional scenes are not focused, there are too few female characters, and there is almost no ambiguity. The protagonists have simple backgrounds and no entanglements of their ancestors and sex. They only rely on loyalty and righteousness to support them." Du Sheng's words were still reserved. "After all, we are just friends, and if we say too much, it will only cause disgust. If this drama is as constant as in the previous life, there are also problems such as the plot is long, the soundtrack is too shocking, the opening and ending song is simply dismissed, the broadcast platform is not ideal, and the series is in conflict with other popular dramas. Many people thought it was not good after watching a few episodes, and they didn't finish watching it at all. Even if you watch it, it is just to pursue the handsome look of the second male lead, not the plot." Of course, Du Sheng was also a little careful when he persuaded the two of them not to shoot. First, the other party has helped him a lot, and he is very reasonable. Second, it is convenient to attract investment in future filming. Third, he already had a pre-selected drama in his mind, but he was not sure which one to choose, so there is no need to hesitate now. In addition, if Zhongai Ao falls into this quagmire, even if he can afford to climb in the future, he will be much more cautious in investing, which does not meet his ideas. After listening, Zhu Zhuoliang fell silent. As the saying goes, Bystanders are clear, this is indeed reasonable. Before, he devoted himself wholeheartedly, but he didn't expect to ignore so much. Zhong Zhen can lead such a large company, and many things can be achieved at one point. Although she didn't say much, it was necessary to postpone it. At least some obvious details must be corrected so that this drama will have a follow-up. At this moment, Zhong Zhen suddenly thought of something and looked at Du Sheng with a smile. After saying so much, you actually have something to do with your heart, right? Haha, I can't hide it from Mr. Zhong. Du Sheng called out and laughed. I don't have a heart yet, but I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are interested in listening. Oh? Let's hear it. Zhong Zhen had already vaguely guessed the other party's purpose and asked with great difficulty. Du Sheng has not been idle for this period of time, and he has already started to screen in his mind, and finally locked in a popular drama in his previous life. He was very sure that the show had not been put on the screen yet, and seemed to say something. Who do you think has the most popularity in the entertainment industry in the past 2 years? Zhu Zhuoliang raised his head, not sure why this guy who hit him asked this question, so he used to replying. Big bearded man Zhang. Seeing Du Sheng smiling and shaking his head, Zhong Zhen felt thoughtful. Jin Yang. Du Sheng had his eyes approved and clapped his hands and gave this quick-thinking strong woman a positive answer. Who is the top of the entertainment power in the past 2 years? Who is controlling the direction and speed of entertainment express trains over the years? Who can respond to the news that it can attract the media exposure across the country and even Southeast Asia? Yes, it is Jin Yang who has released many dramas. Even Cheng Long, who became the first Asian actor in history to have a blade pay of $20 million and reached the level of Hollywood's first-line superstar, has to be ranked below Jin Yang. Zhu Zhuoliang also reacted and said unexpectedly. You mean to remake Jin Yang's drama first? Filming Jin Yang's drama is indeed a guarantee. Previously there are The Deer and the Cauldron, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Night's Walk, The Sword of the Blood, The Sword of the Book, The Dragon of the Dragon, etc. In this era, some Jin Yang dramas may be criticized when filmed, but the ratings have never been severely disappointed. The key is that the ability to make money and collect money is quite good. Zhonggai Ao Film has invested in self-made dramas for the first time, and it is indeed the safest to choose the adaptation of Jin Yang's novel. It's just a problem. Everyone knows that Jin Yang's novel adaptation is very popular. Which other novel has not been adapted in recent years? Within 5 years, except for The Sword of You Girl and The White Horse Screaming the West Wind, which are really not suitable for adaptation, everything else has been favored. This blocks the road. After all, the first thing that is needed for a remake is the opportunity of the times. Especially for Jin Yang's drama, there are too many remakes, and it will take at least a few years, or even 10 years to be remakes. The same is true for the audience. Only after a few years can I revisit this drama and see different actors and adaptations, will I feel aftertaste. Otherwise, there is no value for old dramas and new films. Seeing Du Sheng smiled and nodded. Which movie is he referring to? Chapter 100 The rich woman was moved thanks to the graceful Zhan dance, Crowley apple reward. Zhong Zhen knew that Du Sheng would not use them to start swiping, so he thought for a while and said. Actually, at the beginning, the first thing we considered was to remake Mr. Jin's drama. But Lao Ju consulted that Jin Yang's only remaining novels that are suitable for remakes in the next 2 years are The Flying Fox of the Snow Mountain, The Fallen City, and The Legend of Condor Heroes. The Flying Fox of Snow Mountain was remade 3 years ago, but the response was average and it failed to become popular just like the previous versions. The remake of the Lian Chengju drama version was 12 years ago, and the adaptation was difficult, and not many people dare to touch it at present. The remake of The Return of the Condor Heroes is in the hands of Zhang Dehuzi, and they did not withdraw, so they aimed at the Wen Ruiyan series. No. There is actually one more. Du Sheng smiled mysteriously and corrected. And if I remember correctly, this copyright would have been sold long ago, but due to lack of investment, I have never been able to prepare. Zhongzhen finally became interested. Zhu Zhuoyang suddenly remembered something and blurted out. You are talking about the legend of the Condor heroes. Du Sheng didn't play the puzzle, and nodded with a smile. 8 years ago, the ratings of the Lai Shuijiaxin version reached 26%, making Ma Jingtao, Ye Dong, and Zhou Haid famous all over the country overnight. But director Lai was not satisfied and thought that some places could be done better, so he told him that he would remake it again. He did not break his promise. He purchased the copyright for HK $700,000 the year before yesterday, but his budget investment of 20 million was stumped. Zhu Zhuoliang nodded slightly and thought for a while. This is indeed an opportunity, but we are not sure to convince him. Lai Shui Cai is a person from the Hong Kong circle, so he has naturally come into contact with it. In addition to having the ability to newly filmed old dramas, the other party has a good skill in judging beads. He just has a stubborn temper and doesn't listen to advice. When looking for this investment cooperation, whoever leads may be the one who leads it. This may not be. Du Sheng smiled playfully. This director has not been doing well recently, you may try to contact us. Some time ago, he asked Wang Yeyang to inquire about the relevant information. Lai Shui is not willing to make people say he is old, and with the idea of surpassing his previous version, everything is prepared according to the strictest standards. As a result, he overestimated his influence too much, and he had to start with 20 million, which instantly scared away many investors. In addition, there are the most important constraints. That is, Xiangzhong Wireless Channel remakes The Legend of the Sky last year, not only released in advance, but also has excellent ratings. With such a recent period of time, it is destined to be a long time. Can you make a profit after continuing to invest in the auction? Moreover, wireless stations are likely to be sold to mainland China for broadcast. Audiences are tired of watching one, how can they compete? Therefore, Lai Shui's recent salesman ends Washu. In his previous life, this great director finally had to bow his head, find a joint film between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions, and consciously handed over the dominance. Zhongzhen pondered for a moment and said to Juju, "This is somewhat unexpected, you can try to contact us." Zhongyao Film has invested in more than a dozen dramas in recent years, and almost half of them can make money are Jin Yang's dramas. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to have a special liking for Jin Yang's plot. As for the collision period with the wireless station, actually, the problem is not big. First of all, the mainland audience is large enough. Secondly, unless the version of the wireless station is broadcast on Yangtze, the probability of collision is slim. Because there are still barriers to local stations and the audience is all subjects and the jurisdiction of each government, there are cases where the second and third broadcasts are purchased. In addition, what surprised Zhongzhen was that Du Sheng was actually more concerned about the industry's work dynamics than them. And these are not something ordinary actors can do. Many directors have not even considered it. This young man really cannot use common sense to judge him. Thinking of this, she asked with a hint of strangeness in her eyes. "You are so active in recommending this drama, can't you be the starring actor?" "I think, but I still have self-knowledge." Du Sheng shrugged and smiled calmly. "The reason why I mentioned it is not only because everyone can talk about it, but I actually have some thoughts." He does have ideas about the legend of the Condor heroes. Not to mention the popularity and far-reaching influence of this drama, the two heroines alone are worthy of his warmth. But now I am not in a position, and no one believes it after saying it. I might as well wait for Goddess Dragon and Big Boy to be released. At that time, there should be some possibility of competition. According to the current situation, Lai Shui has to struggle a little while, and it takes time for Zhongyao to contact the other party. If the status is not enough at that time, then invest to make up. Related to investment. Zhongzhen vaguely guessed something and asked tentatively. As long as the proportion is okay, are you willing to join Zhongyao? When Du Sheng saw Zhu Zhuoliang also came over, he smiled and asked without answering. You two must have heard of the drama I invested in and filmed, right? Zhongzhen was stunned and then said with a smile. So, is it a problem with the release channel? Her Zhong family started out by doing videotape distribution, and she is very clear about all channels. It is naturally difficult for a small crew of 3 noon to release it, but the producer still has half a bucket of water from crossing the border. Speaking of which, the drama Goddess Dragon also asked Zhong Zhenla to invest in it at that time. She was quite interested in the novel setting of the heroine and also became interested in investing. Anyway, it's only a few million, and the last drama earned more than that. Unfortunately, it was still a failure due to the heroine's problem, but I didn't expect that after going around in circles, I came back again. Mr. Zhong is worthy of his keen eyes. This kind of thing can't be hidden from you. In order to release, Du Sheng didn't mind praising a few words, and changed the subject. I also thank you for your invitation twice. If I decline again, I will be a little ignorant. Otherwise, what if we use this? Zhu Zhuoliang, who was looking through the script and thinking about how to change it, couldn't help but stop. Even Zhongzhen, who had been very upset, became a little interested at this moment and said with a smile. Tell me, what method do you want? She knew that the young man in front of her was very opinionated, will not make promises easily. There is a sudden change at this moment, either you have full confidence or you have enough benefits in disguise. No matter which one it is, Zhongzhen welcomes chatting. Being a human being is like doing business. You are not afraid of bargaining or adding more money, but you are afraid of being worthless or not being worthless. Speaking of which, she really valued Du Sheng more than the last time. Even the development direction of his action star after joining has been made preliminary plans. Just wait for the other party to nod. Now that I feel relieved, everything is easy to say. It's very simple. Isn't Director Zhu contacting Southern TV station now? Du Sheng knew that the rich woman was moved and said calmly. Using your connections, it's not difficult to recommend Snowflake Goddess Dragon. No matter whether it is Zhejiang Channel, Southern TV Channel, or Cantonese TV, it can be broadcast on any evening schedule. If the ratings cannot break 4, I will become a member of Zhongyao at any time. If it is lucky, I will shoot in a joint venture in the form of a studio. Zhongzhen and Zhuoliang looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Yes, I was surprised. Such a simple condition? Is this going to give it my best? The ratings exceeded 4. It's not that it's so light. Last year, more than 90% of the local dramas released nationwide cannot break 4 in 100. Even the Qianlong hyped by Zhang Dehuzi was only broken by 5 some time ago. It is conceivable how difficult it is to break this barrier if it has no big investment, no fame, no big name. Not to mention, it's just a night shift. But it is not specified to be the prime time. If Zhu Zhuoliang hadn't known that this kid was not smooth, he would have doubted whether he wanted to find an excuse to come in and pick up the boss. This is what you said, I'll call now. No matter how much he thought about it, Zhu Zhuoliang was unwilling to let go of such powerful people, and said bluntly. We have a good relationship with Cantonese TV here. As long as the quality of the drama is acceptable, there should be no big problem. Zhongzhen changed his mind, but he didn't expect why the other party was so confident, so he nodded slowly. My second uncle is in the press and publication bureau over there, and he asked him to say hello to me in just one sentence. The value of the press and publication administration is understandable. Du Sheng breathed a little relieved and said with a smile. Then it's a matter of just one word. The Goddess Dragon was aired at 10 p.m. in the previous life, and it can break 5, not to mention that there is still a chance to be ranked in the prime time. As for whether the other party will deliberately let the TV station stumbling, Let's not talk about whether the TV station leaders will damage their reputation and obey your instructions. How worthy is it that Songyao spent so much effort on his own for a pawn? That is no longer a treat as the top brother, but as an entertainer of the old man. What's wrong with him signing in? That night, Du Sheng was recording a sample of Goddess Dragon and the good news came back. Sheng, it's done. The caller was Li Lita, and his voice was a little excited. The producer-director of Zhejiang Station is very optimistic about this drama. After a tentative schedule of 1 month, it will be accepted at 10 o'clock in the evening. If you want to promote the drama and take your master to run around as an introduction, you naturally need the producer Li Lita to do it. Otherwise, this would be too much water. Du Sheng suppressed his thoughts and thought for a while. Then we will speed up the processing and finish the finale, and we will do it according to the Cantonese version premiere. The opening song here has been recorded, so it's later. Zhejiangtai is indeed good. It is one of the top 3 TV stations in Canton, let alone the evening time. It is estimated that the content, settings, and other aspects of Goddess Dragon that he proposed have been upgraded, and it has attracted the attention of the director. If it were in the previous life, after the show was premiered on Southeast TV, it was pushed back and forth by several major TV stations in Canton. After a few rounds, it could not find a buyer, so it was acquired by Zhejiang TV at an extremely low price. Now, the thing returns to the original owner is still the first broadcast. Although the selling price is not high, as long as the broadcast effect is good, there are more opportunities to make money in the future. As for the problem of confronting Songyao, Du Sheng remembers that the drama in his previous life was once broadcast on Zhejiang Channel, and this time it was much more generous in all aspects, so he was not worried at all. In addition, half of the good news is Songyao film and television really listened to it and began to be frightened by Lai Shui. The reason why I count half is because the two sides don't know how long it will take to discuss Enrunen. It is related to interests and I guess it is not possible to prepare for a moment. However, this is also good for Du Sheng. Because his status has improved, it takes time to ferment. And this period of time is enough to do a lot of things. Chapter 101, The Unknown Prophet Subscribe. When he got home, Ma Yaoei, who had not been in contact for a long time, suddenly called and said excitedly, Sheng, the new woolen legend will be held after the spring festival. Are you here to participate? Du Sheng thought for a while and said, depending on the situation, if there is no show here, just take the time to go and have a look. He had promised someone before that he would take time to go there if he was not too busy. The two chatted for a while, and Ma Yaoei suddenly laughed mysteriously. By the way, I forgot to ask you something. Our number 1 beauty in Xiangzhong, isn't you a little bit like you? Away, I think you should change your career and be a martial arts master. Du Sheng said nothing but talked about it. He could naturally hear it right. Who is Fang referring to? A few days ago, when Tianlong broke 5, the other party made a special call to congratulate him and chatted for half an hour. If her agent hadn't urged her to shoot the endorsement, Du Sheng wouldn't have to sleep. No, do you think I should change my career? Ma Yaoei was a little uneasy. Because his aunt, father, and Yuan Bin all advised him to change careers. Tell him not to harm the boxing gym anymore. Just based on your gossip nature, it is really a human loss to not be a paparazzi. When paparazzi has a big future, just do projects that are stable and profitable. Ma Yaoei curled his lips. This guy just started to swipe himself and said to himself. For example, it's good to grab the Y-hailing business. If you have any skills, come and have a vote with me. High risk and high returns. If you can't do it well, you can still afford food and accommodation. It's true that there have been 3 robberies in Xiangzhong in the past 2 months, among which the armored truck and jewelry store were both successful. Based on this 66% chance of success, it is indeed very promising. Du Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth and said. I hang up after nothing else, the long-distance phone bill is very expensive. Ma Yaoi laughed, it was quite reliable, and he got back to the topic. That's important, it has something to do with you, but you decide you can't guess what it is. Ma Yaoi deliberately paused, but Du Sheng did not take the bait and shook his head and acted as gossip. Xie Tingfeng has returned to Xiangzhong after filming the Great Transformation of the Magic Hand, and he broke up with Wang Fei for the second time, and the city was full of turmoil. He also planned to look for Zhang Baji back. Speaking of this, he smiled. Guess what the result is? Du Sheng raised his eyebrows, which was indeed aroused a little interest. Although he is quite confident in his talents and skills, he doesn't think that Zhang Baji, who was hurt before, will change her mind so quickly. But the love triangle in the previous life was a hot topic, and they broke up several times and reunited, and no one could explain it clearly. However, when I remembered the girl's enthusiasm for sending messages from time to time recently, I felt a little relieved. I don't seem to have to guess it anymore. Du Sheng thought that Xie Tingfeng was always rebellious and had a bad temper when he was young, so he said casually. It won't be a rampage. Damn it! How did you know? Ma Yaoi was shocked. This is something just happened, and media reporters still haven't had time to report it. If he hadn't just heard his friends gossip and talked about it, he would have known nothing at this moment. Could it be that Du Sheng is a god? Will you know what is going on? This is naturally impossible. Du Sheng only has references to the memory of his previous life and is very clear about some of the context. Xie Tingfeng's father was called the only Chinese in the Xiangzhong film industry who could compare with Li Xiaolong by Cheng Long. It was even more like a god existence in Xiangzhong in the 1970s and 1980s. Therefore, Xie Tingfeng has received countless attention since his birth. The moment he was born, he was targeted by more than 50 cameras at the same time just to ask for a picture from him. It is precisely because of his popularity that he has developed his arrogant and rebellious personality. This year, Ji Qingqing is already a well-known thorny man in the entertainment industry. If someone dares to disobey his wishes, it is easy to go wild. It can be seen that Zhang Baji was not moved. But in this way, how can someone who is rejected not be angry? Du Sheng remembered again that it would not take long before Xie Tingfeng had a night meeting with Wang Fei in the imperial capital and joined hands again. Although he knew that the woman was not hooked away, his interest was raised and he asked a few more questions. After listening, Du Sheng had to amaze that the world was really bizarre. It turned out that Xie Tingfeng, who was heartbroken, was a little bored. He was instigated by his friends that night, so he called a few girls to come to the bar for a happy time. At that time, a genius sent a call from Zhang Baji. However, what annoyed Xie Tingfeng was that Zhang Baji not only refused, but also said bluntly that she already had a boyfriend and told him not to bother. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for the inquiry. When Xie Tingfeng wanted to call back, he found that he had been blocked. How decisive is this? How insulting it is! As the most eye-catching second-generation star in the Hong Kong circle, he is still favored by all the bigwigs. How could he ever suffer such grievances? Besides, the phone was hung up in front of a group of friends. How could I get out of the market? Xie Tingfeng's rebellious character was aroused and he was furious on the spot. He drove his friend to Zhang Baji's residence. I wanted to ask the reason and catch who the wild man was. By chance, I saw an extremely handsome young man standing outside the door with a bouquet of flowers. That's right, it's Chen. I'll beat your mother. The two parties debuted together and were still in a competitive relationship. How could Xie Tingfeng not recognize the other party? His forehead was exposed with blue veins and his eyes were red. Blood pressure soared. The reason why he broke up with Zhang Baji before was that this bastard interfered with it. Unexpectedly, it was planned? I want to take advantage of the situation? Xie Tingfeng was furious on the spot. His rebellion is famous, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as an absolute prince when he was young. Especially after experiencing last year's incident and being forced to leave the entertainment industry temporarily, this rebellious personality exploded at all. I also drank alcohol tonight, and I couldn't suppress my anger. I rushed forward and pushed hard. This push, something happened. Who is Brother Guangzai? In a word, it is no less than Xie Tingfeng's existence. He was also a rich second generation who stood at the top of the pyramid since childhood, and he was also very rebellious since childhood. Smoking, drinking, going to bars, fighting are all casually, and they were still there. The misunderstanding provoked Sir. In addition, the entertainment industry tycoons Cheng Long and Zhang Yaozu are also shining with glory. Usually he is the only one who provokes others, but when has he been pushed and beaten? Bang! Brother Guanxi, who was staggering and retreating, was immediately angry when he saw the flower in his hand damaged. Subconsciously, he slapped his backhand. The crisp slap not only made Xie Tingfeng's cheeks red and swollen, but also made everyone on the scene stunned. Some people who knew the severity of the situation even more shocked. Sure enough, the scene soon turned into a chaotic battle. At first, the two of them seemed to feel that they were not popular enough, but later, an irritable brother joined one after another. At that moment, the fight was so dizzy that it was fighting. It's really hot and I can't stop at all. This made the paparazzi entertainment reporters who rushed to the scene very excited. All kinds of click spotlights and shutters resounded continuously, and even the title was thought out. Shocking! Xie and Chen Wei competed for women and staged a live fight. The two little kings in Xiangzhong broke up in fists and kicked each other. What is the charm of Zhang Baji? Brother Sheng, I tell you that this explosive news will definitely not be able to suppress it. I will definitely cause an uproar tomorrow. Ma Yaoei is not serious about eating melons, and he becomes more and more excited as he talks. Also, these two people will definitely be locked in confinement. Even if they don't fall off, they have to push back. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to rob, otherwise the next 4 little kings would be me. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully. You mean, they all suffered varying degrees of injuries? These two are the newcomers highly recommended by the Hong Kong Circle and even the pillars of the future. If that hadn't happened in my previous life, the Hong Kong Circle wouldn't have been so sinking so quickly. Now, this incident has a great impact and is likely to be exposed. Even if the two companies work together, they cannot eliminate negative news. Even if you can't make a sound in Xiangzhong, the media can also spread it online on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, 3 places, and even abroad. It is foreseeable that these two people have a major loss in their image, and they may even be disliked by the citizens. The drop in resources and status is not surprising. Xie's nose is blue and swollen, Chen is weak and weak. I heard that his wrists are broken. Ma Yaoei has always been disgusted with this kind of peer who is born with a golden key, and gloated. Referring to the serious incident of Brother Fengwei last time, it is not just a confinement, but a temporary withdrawal from the circle to avoid the limelight. If Xie and Chen really lose resources as Ma Yaoei said, then he will have some chance to miss it. After all, Zhang Beizi is backed by Dongfangxing Entertainment, and she has a lot of resources. The big names who cooperated with Du Kefeng and Lu Yingyi will have some impression of him. As long as it works well. Du Sheng returned home and was about to send a message to ask about Zhang Baji's situation. Unexpectedly, an unexpected call came in. Sheng, the movie Infernal Affairs will start in a few days. Do you have time to come? The call is actually King Lu. But his tone was a little low. Depending on the situation, it seems that I have just been disturbed by some bad news. Brother Hua called me, even if I will be pushed tomorrow, I will have to push the wedding candle. Du Sheng naturally would not hesitate and agreed on the spot. Infernal Affairs. The Hong Kong magic film back then. It can even be said to be the most classic movie since 1997, no doubt about it. The role to be auditioned. It is a young version of Lu Jianming's filming Inspector Lu Jianming. The epidemic in Xiangjiang was raging, the economy was sluggish, and the film industry suffered a heavy blow. The number of Hong Kong films released hit a new low, and the box office of a single film exceeded 5 million. With the industry's negative voices, Infernal Affairs was released in the opposite direction. Xiangjiang alone won more than 50 million box office, becoming a well-deserved rescue work. Even if you play a supporting role, you can become a classic of a generation. This kind of film will cause lightning to strike if it is not picked up. Besides, thanks to King Liu's favor, he has to go even if he helps with friendship. As for why such a good thing suddenly came. When two gods fights, they won't have a result so soon, right? Du Sheng felt thoughtful, his eyes were filled with some fun. Because of this role, he was played by brother Guanxi in his previous life. Chapter 102 One step opportunity to reach the sky. It seems that things are making a big deal, and it has spread now. In addition, the movie start schedule has been selected, and it is impossible to reschedule for a supporting role of Chan. The reason why the decision to substitution was made so quickly was probably because of the negative and release issues. As for why King Lu went to him directly? Although Du Sheng had some speculations, only the other party knew the truth. In fact, Lu Yingtian was indeed a little careful when he came to him. First, if it weren't for the big names in the Hong Kong circle, he would have wanted to replace Chen, who was originally scheduled to play. After the crew was preparing for this period, Chen had a bad temper because of his background. He went out to go to the bar until late at night. The next day, he was so sad that he was not energetic that he didn't listen to anything. Yesterday, Chen fought against a passerby on the street because the other party mistakenly recognized him as Chen Yuxun. Especially after this incident tonight, Lu Yinghua finally showed his determination. Second, the mainland market. When he worked on Big Boy, Du Sheng left a deep impression on him in terms of acting skills and action guidance. The other party has both good looks and temperament, which is very consistent with the sunny image of the young version of Lu Jianming. In addition, Tianlong is currently very popular and there are endless discussions on the internet. There is also a newspaper that publishes an issue for Murong Fu, played by Du Sheng. This is a treatment that other supporting roles, including the protagonist Su Zhu, do not have. Next, Du Sheng and the movies Snowflake Goddess Dragon and Big Boy will be released soon. Popularity will only increase. Pulling such friends who are destined to be a big hit in the future will definitely be beneficial to the box office of Infernal Affairs. Moreover, taking the initiative to make friends is also a favor. Maybe there will be unexpected gains in the future. As for Lu Yingzi's fierce arrows, she called her to pull her back. As the unsigned producer and producer of this movie, no one can do it, but he definitely has this right. Du Sheng, who occasionally heard about this, also knew it well. The preparations for The Legend of the Condor Heroes are not yet clear yet, and this vacant period is just right. Because he was not worried about being wiped out, he had to be prepared and go to Xiangjiang as soon as possible. As for why you are so confident? In fact, at the beginning, Du Sheng didn't know that Lu Yinglong's father was ruined. It was not until some time ago that Ma Yaoei noticed the preparations for Infernal Affairs that he asked Ma Yaoei to check it out. It turns out that the two directors directing the movie, Mai Shaowai, is the screenwriter of Lu Yingzio, and Lu Wei, is the director of Tianmu Company. The three of them got together and wrote the original script of this film. Later, because Mai Xiaotang sued Tianmu Company, the entire Tianmu Company's business line was shut down. This suspension lasted for more than 2 years. Lu Huanxiang was still unwilling to give up, but most film manufacturers refused on the grounds that the subject matter was too low. It was not until last month that he found Lin Jianyu of Huanya Film, and the other party gritted his teeth and decided to invest. But the budget is not large, and I am only willing to invest 20 million Hong Kong dollars. There is no way, and Lu Huanzhao did not charge any compensation to reduce costs by sharing the money. He has worked so hard for this movie, why didn't he get the name behind the scenes? The reason is that the lawsuit has not been completed. Mai Xiaotang went to court to file a lawsuit, demanding that Lu Huan be able to jointly submit his arms to the tibia. In this way, Lu Huan is easy to get a drought. In order to enable the movie to be released smoothly, I could only use one trick to secretly cross Chen Kang. Although he did not have a name, he participated in the entire process, whether it was the early script creation or investment in the actors. Tonight, it was indeed a decision to eliminate the negative Chen and invite Du Sheng to join in. The reason why it is an audition should be to give the outside world a lecture. In addition, if it were in the previous life, the film would have been almost finished. It is probably because of the lawsuit that it was delayed for another half a year. The general trend changes and the delay in finding investments have been stranded until now. All of the above are beneficial to Du Sheng. No matter what, it is definitely a blessing to be able to participate in this classic. Du Sheng calmed down and began to arrange the situation here. Although Lu Jianming's young version does not have many scenes in Infernal Affairs 1, it will take half a month to finish filming. And what outsiders don't know is that this movie will be a big hit and a sequel will be made soon. Infernal Affairs 2 is a prequel, and the young version of Lu Jianming is one of the protagonists. What does that mean? An opportunity to reach the sky in one step. For the next period of time, Du Sheng probably had to stay there. There is still half a month left for the new year. If you don't want to run away from both sides, you will have to spend the first new year there. On the mainland, there are the promotion of Goddess Dragon and the problem of dealing with the release. However, the drama itself has little investment, and the post-production special effects are compact, and there is no media promotion and promotion of press conferences, promotional videos, newspapers, and magazines. At most, let the actors post blogs plus posts, cut a few behind-the-scenes and specials to promote online. As for whether it can become popular, the main thing is that the TV station will wait for a schedule. In addition, you have to come back at the end of February, and you can't delay the registration for the exam. Next, there is the movie Big Boy and Big Wisdom. It has been scheduled for the Spring Festival, and the Xiangzhong and the Hong Kong peptides will be released in progress. Of course, Du Sheng is only a little Kara in the movie, and any promotional release has nothing to do with him. Just be able to gain popularity and reputation. And Fan Yaojin's appointment. After the inventory was completed, I washed up and fell asleep, and prepared to go to Xiangzhong the day after tomorrow. The next day, Du Sheng handed over the sample Thousands of Water and Thousands of Mountains to Li Lita for the theme song of the Cantonese version. There is no way, he doesn't have much time to play the ending song again. In order to save money, Li Lita decided to share the opening and endings of the movie. Du Sheng asked the other party to deal with it. Fortunately, this producer may not have enough connections in the mainland, but his business ability is still reliable, otherwise he would not be able to get rid of it tomorrow. Considering that he had not been able to come back for a while, Du Sheng sent messages to Lu Yifei, Fan Ou, Lu Tao, and other girls respectively. Yet, cousin, I really want to go there. One punch and one whimper. Du Sheng didn't expect that this girl had learned to be cute. How bad is she? He suppressed his restless thoughts and replied with a smile. Aren't you at the exam time? There is no such time. Besides, after the new year, aren't you going to Wanqing and Xiangzhong to shoot movies? Maybe we can meet again then. It has to be said that among the actors after the release of Chen Long, except for Hu Jun and Ling Zhiying, who made the most profits, this girl was the one who made the most. In addition to the popularity of the second female lead in the previous movie The Golden Fen Family, it is now a popular young actress and has firmly entered the second-tier category. Behind it is Hongguya Film and Television in operation, there is no need to worry about resources at all. In addition to the movie Little Winner of Love, there is another movie in negotiations. Hearing this, girl said, "It seems that Han Shanping, a big name in the circle, is the producer." Du Sheng just smiled and had no other ideas. This is the background advantage. However, these two movies have no waves in their previous lives. He is currently not qualified to practice or intervene, so he is just a girl who practices. Lu Yifei pouted her mouth, feeling a little depressed. "I was too busy at that time, so I didn't have time to visit. My cousin didn't take her to play with both times. I thought about the fact that there was still a movie and a TV series to be filmed later, so how could I be happy? Okay, I will go out without cats or dogs, I will only take you. After all, raising a pig can make a fortune." "Cousin. I hate it _carrot. After chatting for a while, Lu Tao also sent a text message. "Oh, yes, I've made the second movie." Her words were much more casual. People are really angry when comparing people. Based on her status and popularity, she is much better than Du Sheng, but she is treated differently. Fortunately, she knows the ability of men and can still carry herself in the future, so she mostly jokes. "It's just an audition, it's not worth showing off." Du Sheng was not arrogant, but just smiled faintly. "Brother Hua is optimistic about you, okay?" Lu Tao encouraged him, ignoring the resentment. "It's a pity that I just joined the crew of The Last Princess. I was not allowed to go out. I was thinking of you and I was teaching me to learn swimming. Learning to swim is very simple. As long as you are not afraid of being flooded, relax and breathe when you sink, it will naturally float up in a few days." "Bastard! Are you chatting with other women, so perfunctory?" Chapter 103, Grizzly and Smooth-Tongued. Add to 1 chapter. Being guessed. Du Sheng's face did not change. He took a look at the name of the pop-up text message Ji, and he still had the leisure to go back to the past. "Forget it, there are paparazzi at your doorstep. I'm afraid I can't leave the airport when you come." Then he opened QQ again and said worriedly. "Atao, I'm leaving tomorrow. I can't sleep tonight." "If you can't bear it, can you be tonight?" Lu Tao secretly whispered, and he knew what bad idea this bastard was trying to make. "Don't even think about it." She didn't know what she remembered, and her beautiful eyes turned and said, "I heard that the LV flagship store in Xiangjiang is making special offers. Can you buy one for me on Valentine's Day? I will buy it for you, then will you be obedient?" Add to be obedient. "Be obedient, we won't buy it." "Bah, you're such a bastard." Lu Tao rolled her eyes. In fact, she didn't want a man to give it to him. Just thinking that the other party has made 2 movies, the gap between the 2 parties will soon become bigger and bigger, and I am just a little worried and talking to relieve my mood. Du Sheng smiled. In fact, he didn't need to remind him that he would not save what he should give. "I chatted for a while and just put away my phone. I just returned to the store and have supper together." Fan's reply was late. "However, it was just after Flying Knife again that I just finished filming the fight scene of Fanfiction hanging wire, and I only returned to the yesterday. Now I am filming the plot of Theft of the Palace in the Qin Palace. In fact, the 2 sides made an appointment a few days ago, but the time was not enough. I haven't finished the filming yet, I'll pick you up then." Du Sheng naturally would not refuse and replied to a text message. Just as he was about to call a car, he glanced at Wang Yeyang who was about to return to the rental house. "Why do you always put your hands in your pocket when you walk?" Since Wang Yeyang became a business agent, his overall appearance has changed a lot, but the temperament of a naive migrant worker still cannot be changed. Especially the habitual movements of talking and walking, they look like a turtle. Wang Yeyang sighed at the graceful girl wearing a hip-clad skirt not far away and sighed. Because some things are always involuntarily and it is easy to make a fool of yourself if you don't pay attention to adjusting the ballistics. A single person with strength has no choice but to have all kinds of troubles. What can Du Sheng say? He can only give up his thumbs up and say, "Yes, you are such a rich person. Does it count if you want to look back after you finish shit? Wang Yeyang heard the other party's ridicule and rolled his eyes and said, I really don't need to follow me tomorrow. No need for the time being. There will be many problems with the release of Goddess Dragon. You can follow up and report it first. Du Sheng recruited a car and said, I won't go back tonight. I suggest you relax too, don't always feel wronged. I'm so wronged. I have dozens of G of my computer. Wang Yeyang looked at Du Sheng's figure leaving and muttered. This kid can't go to check-in, right? In fact, he also wanted to be free and easy, but when he thought of the leaking mud brick house in his hometown and his sister who asked for money to go to college, he suppressed his restlessness. When Du Sheng found Fan Ou, she had just finished filming. A Sheng is here, wait a moment. Fan Ou seemed to be in a good mood and turned his head and said hello. Brother Lei, Director Shen. My friend is here and I'm missing. Du Sheng smiled and nodded and greeted him without saying much, and watched calmly. Fan Ou wore a lilac costume long dress today, which made her devilish figure look quite dazzling, and her every frown and move exuded a charming temperament. Even Brother Lei, who was mentioned by the other party, couldn't take his eyes away and joked with a smile. This isn't your new friend, right? He said the word friend in ambiguous way, and others could understand it as soon as they heard it. In fact, many people in the crew were quietly looking at Du Sheng, guessing in their hearts what his relationship with Fan Ou was. After all, in the middle of the night, Fan Ou not only agreed to go out, but also looked forward to waiting. Especially when we meet, we don't look like we pretended to be happy. When did you give me a young man? Brother Lei, have you forgotten? You made the series with you when I filmed Single Police Flying Dragon last time. Fan Ou has been immersed in this industry for several years, and I have seen this scene many times. She put away her previous joy and Tai Ruo said naturally. A Sheng also played a role, and we met at that time. He will go to Xiangzhong tomorrow, and I will ask him to help buy something. The crew had many eyes and mouths, and there were paparazzi squatting nearby. Fan Ou didn't want to be spread all over the world. That way, it will be mostly negative for her and Du Sheng. While talking, she blinked at Du Sheng. Du Sheng knew it instantly, glanced at the director surnamed Shen in the other party's mouth, and his eyes fell on a middle-aged man with a somewhat ferocious face. It looks a little familiar, and then compares the memories of the previous life. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the second leader of Huai, Wang Zonglei, known as the Little King of Kings and Kings of All and Big. Du Sheng suddenly remembered Fan Ou and asked him to pick her up, and he vaguely understood something. However, he was not familiar with these people, so he simply stood aside after he finished his politeness. See you tomorrow, thank you. Fan Ou smiled and said goodbye to everyone, and stayed by Du Sheng. The walk is graceful, and it is a very demeanor. Wang Zonglei looked at Fan Ou's swaying figure and couldn't help feeling a little hot. Such an infuriating beauty, I was just nostalgic about another person, Sun Sun and Zhang before? No. It shouldn't be. As long as he thinks, he is afraid that there are a lot of actresses lined up to throw themselves into his arms. Fan Ou is so ignorant. I happened to come tonight, and she actually asked other men to pick me up. This is a bit ignorant and sensible. If you have the chance, you still have to teach me a stick. Wang Zonglei suddenly thought of Wang Jin who was stumbling block, and his face changed. The two of them came to the parking lot, and Du Sheng took the key handed over by the woman and started the car. Fan Ou, who was sitting in the co-pilot, thought for a while and said, "This outfit is not suitable for Western food, so I'll take me back to the hotel first." Du Sheng reached out to help her tidy up her bloated collar and looked up and down. "It's very beautiful. This outfit is full of elegant feeling and it's definitely a turnaround. If I hadn't avoided paparazzi, I was afraid that not only would I turn back, but I would probably have been following along the way." Fan Ou gave him a blank look and said in a charming way, "Good mouth, drive quickly." Du Sheng was distracted when he heard this. If he hadn't been worried about the troubles around him, he would have really wanted to beat this fairy up before talking. That man was Wang Zonglei just now. Fan Ou knew who the man was talking about, and was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, this is a big player in the entertainment industry." As far as she knows, the actresses who have had rumored relationships with Wang Zonglei include Li Ou, Zhou Sun, Zhang, Yin Neng, and socializing. And this is only on the surface. Because Wang Zonglei once revealed that he was a double-headed person. Those who are very close to him and transcend ordinary brotherhood include Huang Xiaoman, Zhang Hanyu, Duan Yuheng, and others. Fan Ou is not interested in such people who are not afraid of being cold and easy to get caught. At present, thank you for being accused of 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 being AC. Du Sheng calmed down and asked while driving. Wang Zonglei is not just a good person in Huai, but also a decision is made. What are your plans? Although he also disliked this kind of scumbag that both men and women took, the other party's status in domestic entertainment was there, and I was afraid that many actresses would want to be involved with it. As long as you can win Wang Zonglei's favor, it is not a fantasy to become the next Zhou Sun and Li Ou. When people are under the roof, I can only do this for the time being. Fan Ou said in a casual tone. She naturally knows what a man means, but she is still in this circle and some people should not be provoked. Unless the other party has a Waterloo or a complete failure, it can still be considered non-existent. Chapter 104 Elegant and Pretty. Please subscribe. Du Sheng glanced at her and suddenly seemed to point out. How many years will your contract be left? Fan Ou finally heard something, turned his head in surprise and said. There are 4 years left, what's wrong? She signed under Wang Jinhua's name 3 years ago. Not long after, Huai was established. Wang Jinhua was appointed as the general manager, and she also signed into Huai. I heard that Sister Hua and Huayi have a conflict. You should be clear about the details. Du Sheng ate this melon in his previous life, and many things are clear. Out of future development plans, it is inevitable to have an involvement with Huai, a domestic entertainment giant. When it comes to this now, I naturally have some thoughts. The flowers are not red in 100 days. If you have any ideas, I think you can take the opportunity to consider the position. Or if you want to go to Neon's emerging studio model, you can make plans in advance. It is impossible to last in the entertainment industry alone. If you want to build your own team, you have to do some things in advance. As long as Fan Ou is not foolish, I believe he will listen to it. Do you think this is an opportunity? Sure enough, Fan Ou turned his head and was a little surprised. She just had a vague idea about forming a neon studio model and never revealed it to the public. Wang Jinhua and Huai became more and more irritable, which did make her have some strange thoughts, but she would not talk about this. How did Du Sheng see it at a glance? Having said that, most of the artists of Huai Media were indeed signed by Wang Jinhua. It is also with these artist resources that she is qualified to establish Huai Media with Wang Zongjun and Wang Zonglei. Currently in Huai, the artist brokerage business is second only to the film revenue, accounting for more than 30% of the company. This means that Wang Jinhua has a lot of say in her hands. However, the old saying goes that power is the best poison, and Huai is no exception. As far as Fan Ou knows, Huai's artist brokerage business has always been controlled by Sister Hua in the past. But since the company introduced a set of office software 3 months ago, all business decisions need to be approved by the big and big kings. This change not only restricted Wang Jinhua's management rights, but also became a subordinate of the big and small kings in disguise. This is undoubtedly killing the donkey. Although she strongly opposed it, she couldn't fight 2 to 1, and finally proposed a condition that the software management password must be shared. The big and small kings agreed happily, but openly and secretly cultivating the management rights of craftsmen. Gradually erode Wang Jinhua's control over artists. And this became the fuse for the fall. Fan Ou has been paying attention to the company's situation before he vaguely knows the senior management. How did Du Sheng know? He also vaguely advised himself to get rid of Huai's control. Are you not worried about being liquidated? After all, Huai has a huge power, and it is easy to fail if you make a mistake. But she didn't know that Du Sheng was just following the clues of history and the latest news of Huai, and that Wang Jinhua had not come forward. She guessed that his power had begun to fall. It won't take long before Wang Jinhua will take most of the artists to separate and separate. Fan Ou wants to be self-reliant and self-improvement, which is indeed one of her few opportunities. If you take into account Wang Jinhua's affection, the measurement here must be handled in advance. However, considering that the three kings will have to make a breakup for a while, Du Sheng just smiled and reminded. Even if you don't want to let down Sister Hua's cultivation, with your current status and popularity, it's okay to change something a little. Fan Ou was stunned, then reacted and said in surprise. You mean, try to change the contract? Du Sheng smiled and said nothing, and it would be boring to say something. Moreover, just now he could feel that Wang Zonglei was feeling slightly unhappy with him. This is not his fault for prying the wall, right? If the other party really dares to stretch his claws to his plate, he doesn't mind giving him another big gift. Fan Ou smiled and used to put his slender hands on Du Sheng's legs. You are so brave if you dare to urge such things. Don't you know exactly whether it's big or not? Du Sheng smelled the quiet fragrance on the other person's body, turned his head and glanced at her charming sitting posture, and said seriously. It's very difficult for me to do this. Please help me straighten it out first, otherwise I won't be able to drive the car. Where do you want to go? Du Sheng lowered his head, it was really hard to control himself. Fan Ou looked along his gaze and suddenly looked like peach blossoms and said angrily. Little bad guy, don't think too much, drive seriously. Is my skills not silky yet? Why don't I be serious? Fan Ou naturally couldn't understand the memes of his previous life, so Du Sheng stepped on the accelerator and accelerated the speed. As there was a gap left in the car window, her hair floated up as the car speeded. However, after such a walk, she gradually improved a lot because of Wang Zonglei's worries. A Sheng is slower, it's too fast, my heart can't stand it. The fox's charming cry made Du Sheng feel distracted. It's so uncomfortable to drive with a tough bullet and you must take care of it first. Moreover, I will leave for a while tomorrow. If I don't take advantage of the advantage, who knows if I will be taken away by Wang Zonglei. Take action when you think about it. Then let's change another way. Du Sheng lowered his speed and was eager to look at her. Fan Ou is quite curious. Are you proficient in other ways? Soon, she got curiosity and got it. It's 2 chopsticks, slow down. Most of the time later. Because the storm came a little suddenly, the debris in the car were blown away all over the ground. The rear seat of the car was tilted. Fan Ou was a little tired. If it weren't for being firmly secured by a man, he would have been blown away by him. Bastard, now I'll be so cute and remember to buy it for me. What kind of posture technology is this? It's so outrageous. She didn't want a little guy to follow her when she was young. But her voice was endless, and Du Sheng showed signs of resurrection. How could Fan Ou feel the change? She is no longer an opponent, and said with her silver teeth. Don't come again, I don't need you to buy medicine, hurry up and tell me what's going on. This bastard actually got into the big movie between King Lu and Liang Chaoei. Where does this come from? Even a status like her is not related to it. You can imagine how surprised she was when she heard the news before. What do you think of me? Am I such an irresponsible man? Du Sheng hugged her in and said with a righteous heart. If something really happens, I will definitely be responsible for you, don't worry. If I don't let me take responsibility, and if I don't obey you, how can I become an entertainment celebrity in the future? How can I get top-seeders like you to film for free? No, I just asked you to buy it, I didn't want to be pregnant. Fan Ou was a little confused by Du Sheng's words. She never thought of letting Du Sheng take responsibility. Her concept is relatively open, and she doesn't have to be responsible for having sex. Moreover, the relationship between the two parties has not yet reached the point of discussing marriage. Although she doesn't hate Du Sheng, the other person has a very good figure and appearance. If it weren't for the gap in status, she might have been more proactive. Du Sheng interrupted her directly and scolded. Do you want it or not is your question. But as a man, I cannot violate the fine morals passed down by my ancestors. Ha! With your high intensity, are there fewer women? Fan Ou rolled his eyes. At the beginning, she could play 2 moves with the other party, and even try riding a horse with entertainment. Now, it's tears to say too much. Can you blame me? It's your reason, right? Du Sheng retorted something with a verbal rebuttal, a little bit disappointed. If you hadn't been able to support the mud and give up halfway, I wouldn't have to swallow my food because of the waste. Fan Ou. For a moment, she didn't know where to refute it. Because it's all a fucking point. She knew that she could not tell the other party, so she simply didn't bother to worry and said angrily. Now you are in high spirits, can you talk about the travel to Xiangjiang? For her, the most important thing now is the resource issue in the circle. This man only made a movie not long ago, and this is another one. Although there was a lucky factor last time, it was a bit outrageous one after another. After all, many first-line artists in Huai do not have much movie resources. If he really gets into the big names in the Hong Kong circle and even has the ability to connect with the bridge, she will have to change her plan. Maybe there will be a chance to get lucky in disguise in the future. Don't think about it for the time being. This time it was Brother Hua who spoke, just to replace a certain unlucky guy. Du Sheng moved Fan Ou's body, otherwise it would be a bit uncomfortable to press it heavily. I think you have a good relationship with them and you will have the opportunity to help you with your words in the future. Although Fan Ou felt incredible about the climbing speed of a man sitting on a rocket, she admired him from the bottom of her heart that he was capable of socializing and dared to fight this. As long as you continue to keep it, it is not impossible to bring her some resources. Du Sheng glanced at her and knew that he was still resentful of the lost movie resources last year, and seemed to say something. It depends on the situation. If you have the chance, you can work together to make a movie next year at the latest. If his long-term plan does not make any mistakes, the accumulation should be similar at that time. This woman wants popularity and connections, and it is not impossible to bring her in. Then I'll wait for good news. Fan Ou hugged the man's waist and buried his pretty face in his chest and murmured. I don't care about the other person's previous rudeness. The next day, Du Sheng, wearing a mask and pretending to be slightly disguised, took a taxi and arrived at the airport. Recently, I don't know if it's because of the New Year's free trip, many tourists have gone to Xiangjiang. Entering the boarding gate, Du Sheng accidentally saw an elegant and pretty acquaintance. Chapter 105 Who Wants to be a Sandwich Cake? His temperament is so eye-catching that he can see it at a glance. The other party was wearing a thin grey women's suit and a light-colored shirt pierced into dark straight-leg pants, highlighting the concave and convex and tall figure. Long hair is neatly tied behind the head, and the facial features are three-dimensional and delicate and gentle. It has both the quietness of Oriental women and the elegant beauty of retro women. It was Yezi. Coincidentally, the seats on both sides are not far away. Mr. Du, what a coincidence! Yezi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she greeted her. Yes, I didn't expect to encounter this. Du Sheng came to her face with a smile, looked up and down at her outfit, and joked. What businesses does Huai have in Xiangjiang? You won't still work part-time in business, right? Haha, how can it be? Yezi smiled. I have some interest in ceramics, jade, and zizang art. There will be a treasure exhibition in Xiangjiang tomorrow, so I will go and have a look when I have time. While speaking, she waved to the flight attendant. Can you help change your position? Thank you. She refers to the position beside Du Sheng by the window. Obviously, I was still a little unwilling to do so and wanted to talk about signing the contract. The flight attendant coordinated and didn't make things difficult for anyone, so he changed it in a moment. Du Sheng also guessed the other party's thoughts and stood up with a smile. A faint fragrance floated past in front of me. I have to say that children from superior families are born with elegance and nobility. The granddaughter of the commander beside her is calm and elegant in words and deeds, and her fair and pretty face makes others look at each other frequently. Some gossipers even speculate whether this is a Hong Kong star. Mr. Du, is your time relaxing when you go to Xiangjiang this time? Yezi actually vaguely guessed the purpose of Du Sheng going to Xiangjiang, but this was not friendly to the next conversation, so she changed her opinion. If Du Sheng relied on the resources in the Shanghai SIPG circle, then her original intention would be even more hopeless. That's right, go to a friend's crew to try it out. Du Sheng didn't want to hit her, so he started chatting along the topic. At this moment, he was also a little careful. Test to see if there is a chance and pull this beautiful agent over. Not to mention the performance level, the other party's background and connections alone are enough for him to look up to it. If she comes forward to filming films and TV series, she will not have to worry too much about being stuck by the incident, such as passing the review, promotion, and release. Why did the diving queen in her previous life still have a smooth career and endorsement after she retired from the service, and married a wealthy businessman in Xiangjiang? The care of Yezi is indispensable. Even if the diving queen was reported in various negative events during this period, she would not be affected by Yezi's interference. It can be seen that she is quite capable. Yezi learned that Du Sheng was about to take on the second movie and was working on Queen Lu Tian, and she felt bitter and even more expectant. She is still a little career-oriented. If we can win over such newcomers who are preparing to take off, it will be beneficial to open a media company in the future, and the ranking alone will be much higher and we will not have to worry about future issues. Because both parties have intentional contact, this brief conversation was pleasant. At this time, a fat young man with a mountain looked at the boarding pass and moved over with difficulty. Yesi suddenly had some bad premonition. Because there is only the empty space in the aisle next to Du Sheng. Crack! Sure enough, after the fat young man put down his stuff, he sat down. Maybe it was uncomfortable sitting, and my thighs were placed on the lowered armrest in the middle. Not only was Du Sheng squeezed toward her, but even the seat made a shaking whimper. If Du Sheng hadn't been calm and steady, he would have probably gone to the side. Despite this, Yezi, who was sitting against the window inside, still had to curl up tightly, and it was inevitable that her body would be squeezed. Du Sheng looked at the fat young man sitting next to him and glanced at the surroundings. As the Spring Festival approaches, there are many passengers on this plane, and there is no room for replacement when you want to change it. And when others see that they are adjacent to the giant, who will change with you? As a last resort, he could only find a flight attendant to see if he could coordinate. "Sir, do you need any help?" A smiling stewardess came over. Du Sheng signaled to the innocent fat man next to him and said lightly, "If he sits like this, we have no room for it." The flight attendant actually noticed it a long time ago, but it is better to have a small matter than to have more things. Now that she can't help feeling tricky. I saw that the 3 seats that were originally side by side were now occupied by the huge passenger. The flight attendant looked at the fat passenger with a look of distress. This really caused me a big problem. "Sir, I'm really sorry." She tried to keep a polite tone and said, "There are no spare seats available for this flight. Can you please try your best to coordinate?" The fat young man moved out of the corridor with a look of embarrassment, but the effect was not obvious. His size is too big, and he may not even be able to tie his seat belt when squeezed out. When his thighs moved, Du Sheng was pressed into it, which was a reverse effect. Yesi felt even more uncomfortable being squeezed, and her whole body was stuck with Du Sheng. The warm rub made her face flush naturally. This was never imagined in the past. Unfortunately, the ticket booking was slow today, so I only booked economy class. Yesi knew the difficulties of the flight attendant and said helplessly, "Forget it, don't move." After hearing Yesi's words, the fat young man shrugged and looked at Du Sheng. "Try to adjust it, otherwise it will be troublesome if you vomit." Although Du Sheng didn't care and even enjoyed it, the girls couldn't stand it when they had been flying for nearly 3 hours. The flight attendant was very helpless, and it was the first time she encountered this situation. When the passengers nearby saw this scene, they couldn't help laughing strangely. But when the flight attendant looked over, they turned around and pretended not to see it. "Who wants to be a sandwich cake?" The stewardess' smile on her face became stiff and she said to the fat young man, "Sir, why don't you consider changing to the next flight? We will provide you with corresponding compensation." The obese young man said without changing his face, "No, my wife has a second child, so I have to rush over today. The next flight is likely to be tomorrow, and he can't wait at all." The flight attendant felt a little overwhelmed, but could not get angry at the passengers, so he looked at Du Sheng again. Just before she could speak, Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said, "My sister was kidnapped away. Do you think people are still there tomorrow?" The flight attendant was irritated and looked at Yezi inside with hope. "I don't know, ma'am, you." Although Yezi is not very comfortable, calmly shake your head. "I'm going to participate in the exhibition tomorrow, if I miss it, I'll be gone." "Yes, there is no need to adjust this at all." The flight attendant's face was full of darkness, and he barely smiled and said a few apologies, then gave him a few bottles of juice to compensate. When the fat young man saw the flight attendant walking away, he didn't know if he was teasing his mind, but he deliberately squeezed his butt. Du Sheng's strong body was not greatly affected, but Ye Ji was in trouble. Looking at her uncomfortable look, Du Sheng was also a little disgusted. He raised his hand and waved it inadvertently, and a drop of imperceptible things fell into the mouth of the fat young man who was sucking juice. At this time, Ye Ji, who was originally pressed to her body tightly and her pretty face was so embarrassed that she blushed with embarrassment, suddenly let out a gentle doubt. Then, I felt a force surrounding my waist. It turned out to be Du Sheng. The fat young man who was secretly proud of himself suddenly became sour when he saw this. He looked at Du Sheng enviously and Ye Ji, whose face was blushing to his neck, muttering, "Actually, I'm a wider place, so I may." Just facing Du Sheng's sharp gaze, he swallowed and turned his head away. Ye Ji felt the big hand surrounding her waist, and she was almost unable to maintain her elegance and blushed and whispered, "Actually, you can sit even if you are a little narrow." Du Sheng smiled and shook his head. "Not to mention whether you can sit comfortably or not, what should you do if you vomit after being squeezed?" He was not intending to take advantage of her, but was just worried about various unexpected situations during the flight. Ye Ji also understood the danger of bumpy airflow during flight, and was in the takeoff state, so she no longer felt embarrassed. "It's just that my body is straight and I want to keep a distance deliberately. But some things often backfire." The plane happened to fly over a large building, and the airflow of the terrain and land objects was disturbed by weightlessness. The plane caused violent turbulence. Even Du Sheng, who was sitting calmly, shook his body. Suddenly, screams and muffled groans sounded from time to time in the cabin, and they became busy. "Ah!" Ye Ji was also thrown to shake and leaned back like a conditioned reflex. From the outside, half of her body was almost leaning against Du Sheng's shoulder. Du Sheng didn't expect that the airflow would be so sudden and Yezi's reaction would be so violent. Feeling the warmth and conscience pressure brought by his delicate body, he felt a little warm. Even through her coat, she could still clearly feel the gentleness of her figure. Yezi's mind, which was originally a little panicked due to sudden fright, also relaxed a little. But at this moment, she suddenly felt something strange. Why, how is this happening? Yezi was suddenly embarrassed, her cheeks seemed to be burning, and she suddenly became hot. If it weren't for being fixed by Du Sheng, I would have to use my toes to pull out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It's so outrageous. Yezi wanted to get out of here. But the plane was not stable yet, and listening to the frightened sounds around, I felt a little timid again. After a while of contradiction, she was still unable to make up her mind and comforted herself a few words. This should be caused by the severe bumps in the plane caused by mountain waves and airflow. The uneven force caused the wings and tail wings to be imbalanced, and it should not take long to stabilize. Anyway, it's all like this, and the other party is a gentleman, as long as it's not messy. Chapter 106 Don't Fight or Rob. However, before the thought was over, Yezi threw it out of the sky. Even grinding his teeth secretly. It turned out that Du Sheng's palm that was protecting her waist was accidentally bumped with the bumps. This guy is not as honest as he appears. I thought he was a gentleman. Yezi's cheeks were red with shame. She didn't have any thoughts at this moment. She just wanted to pass the plane quickly. This is actually no wonder Du Sheng. The two sides were in close contact with each other and they were a little angry, and that turmoil was inevitable. He can control his thoughts, but he cannot control his physical reactions. No wonder men like to take their girlfriends to feel the bumpy feeling. It turns out that they are really happy. Du Sheng turned his head and looked at Yezi. Under the dim light, Yezi's pretty face was vaguely red as if it could drip bleeding. She bit her lip gently, as if she was enduring something. Du Sheng thought the other party was too frightened and thought that he was too timid. I couldn't help but pat her on the back and said softly, "Go over soon, don't worry." Yezi was so embarrassed that she wanted to bite her teeth, but she couldn't remind her. Because his body was too close, the breath of the other party inevitably brushed across her cheeks when he spoke. The warm and hot current was like delicate waves, rushing into her heart layer by layer, making her breathing become rapid without realizing it. Yezi felt as if she was next to a stove, and the skin on her face gradually warmed up. She could even clearly hear the sound of her heartbeat. It was a throbbing, an indescribable thumping sound. About 2.5 hours later, Yezi walked out of the plane with a pretty face red. Du Sheng shook her head and smiled from behind, and kindly helped her carry the remaining suitcase. He had no intention of doing anything randomly. But unexpectedly, after the fat man went to the toilet frequently, Yezi was like a obedient little sheep. Even Lu Xiaowai couldn't stand that feeling, so he really couldn't blame him. Fortunately, there was no excessive behavior, otherwise how could I feel as refreshed as I am now? Looking at Yezi's elegant and pretty appearance, a trace suddenly popped up in Du Sheng's mind. Idea. If we can take it down, can the studio be started in advance? Why don't you leave after dinner? When he arrived at the terminal, Du Sheng handed the suitcase back to Yezi, and his eyes fell on the other party's somewhat messy corner of his clothes. No need, I'll make an appointment with a friend, see you next time. Yezi almost bit her teeth and said this sentence, but she still looked elegant and charming on the surface. Things mentioned to you just now, think about it. Du Sheng looked at her beautiful face and seemed to say something. Aren't you planning to be independent? Now it should be a good opportunity. He just mentioned the matter of establishing a studio to the other party. Taking advantage of the unstable situation in Hawaii, it is natural that it is better to be early rather than late. Yezi returned to her elegance and naturalness, and thought about it seriously. I'll think about it and I'll give you a reply in 2 days. In fact, in addition to participating in the treasure exhibition this time, she also plans to start a cultural company with others. But her family did not agree with it very much, thinking that it was not doing its job properly, so she was still worried. As for Hui, she entered in the form of an internship and was led by Wang Jinhua. It can be said that she has nothing to do with Hui and can leave anytime she wants. And to put it bluntly, everyone has a background of sex. If you really want to talk about it, the big kings have to give way to her. Just as Du Sheng and Yezi talked about the studio and were about to part, Hui inadvertently caused some twists and turns. Sister Ou, Sister Hua is here. At noon, Fan Ou, who finished filming the morning drama, was told by his assistant Zhang Simon that Wang Jinhua was coming. The general idea is to go here to promote the movie Kara is a dog and come here to go. Where is it? Fan Ou thought of what he talked to Du Sheng last night and suddenly felt a sudden change in his heart. Just finished dinner with Ji Zhu and the others, I was at the Yanyu tea house. Zhang Simon guessed that she had something to discuss with Sister Hua, and mentioned again. She knew that you followed the advice and gave up the small investment movie and changed to Flying Knife again. She said that you were much more sensible and would rather praise them in front of several directors. Now that I'm over, I might be able to catch up with afternoon tea. Wang Jinhua is the president of Hui Taihe and one of the founders. She signed most of the artists in the company, and her status is second only to that of the big and small kings. Assistants and small agents like them admire her the most. Fan Ou nodded, seeing that there was still some time to rest. She mentioned to the director and turned around and walked out of the set. Her face seemed calm, but a trace of turmoil appeared in her heart. A few days ago, another movie was obtained. All the partners are popular artists, such as International Zhang, Lu Hua, etc., and they are also co-produced by two people, and are also distributed by Lighthouse Country Company. It was obviously international media who went there to strive for the award. And the night that the Sir was captured by the media having a happy dinner with Wang Zonglei. Fan Ou knew that the other party had an ambiguous relationship with Wang Zonglei, and it was not ruled out that he could go to the back door to get resources. If it were in the past, she would have considered it in order to climb up. But since the resources of that movie were cut off and he had fought with Du Sheng for several times, for some reason, this thought became weak. Especially after last night's Xia, she still has that guy in her mind. It's so strange. So when I think of this, I can't get interested at all, and it's not even fun to climb resources through the back door. But then again, if that guy really enters Hong Kong circle relationships and becomes more powerful, he should prepare himself. At least, the contract matter has to be discussed. Yanyu Tea House, 3rd floor. Fan Ou has been here a few times and is familiar with her. I'm here? Come here. Wang Jinhua saw the two people knocking in the door and greeted him with a smile. You are so coincidental. You have just picked the tender buds of Longjing West Lake that you sent, come and taste them. Zhang Simon smelled the fragrance of tea, trotted forward and looked at her eyes, and exclaimed. The tea soup is clear and transparent, with fragrance everywhere, the best dragon heart before the rain. Wow, there are also white elephant fragrant cakes and seaweed cakes, which are all the snacks that Sister Ou likes to eat. Wang Jinhua put down the teapot, looked at Fan Ou with a smile, noticed her radiant face, and said strangely. I haven't seen you for a while, so you're much more beautiful. I've been exercising very frequently recently. Fan Ou pulled the corner of her mouth and spat in her heart. Exercise is exercise, but it is pulled to the Pacific Ocean by someone. He smiled and said with a smile on his face. Play badminton when you have time and do a plank support appropriately. Maybe you have lost weight. In fact, she was also surprised at the change in her face at first. In the past, not only did the hard work of filming like this, but sometimes it was even more jet lag, and I laughed secretly if I didn't have acne on my face. Unexpectedly, since I met Du Sheng, although I have been playing in the early morning every time, my temperament and expression have become better. It's indeed magical. According to that bastard, it was because he worked day and night and watered it on time, which made her flower rejuvenate. No matter whether this fallacy makes sense or not, she is actually a little worried about it anyway. Although the recommended technique that relaxes muscles and activates the meridians is a bit strange, it is indeed comfortable. You are born with a star face. Although it is necessary for girls to lose weight, it is not necessary. Pursuing the ultimate. Wang Jinhua asked the two to sit down and said with a smile. As long as you maintain this motivation, it is not impossible to raise your popularity. It's all supported by Sister Hua. Fan Ou is not a newcomer, and the scenes are common. Seeing her so calm, Wang Jinhua couldn't help but look at her side. Li Ou won the movie Purple Butterfly, which is a big hit, and it is almost everywhere in the circle. Fan Ou cannot not know about it. In the past, the two of them had already made a fuss about this resource. Even the two men under him were fighting each other openly and secretly because of the trivial matter of you have something and I don't have it. Now he is calm and does not fight or rob. Does she really care, or is she changing her sexual intercourse? Speaking of which, in addition to being serious about Wang Jinhua's arrival this time, she mainly calmed down Fan Ou's emotions. Stop Li's incident from irritating this person. Seeing her behaved like this, Wang Jinhua hesitated whether to mention it. What happened recently that made her change so much? Can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. But she no longer cared about these things. After a few casual chats, she smiled and said, "The company will have many major projects this year and next year. I will mention it to you at a meeting next week to see if I can get a few high-quality resources." When talking about resources, Fan Ou's heart moved and said, "Sister Hua, can I change my signature file?" Wang Jinhua was stunned. When she noticed that Zhang Simon was a little surprised, she said calmly, "What's wrong? Do you think your current income is not satisfactory enough?" "It's not a matter of income, I just think the contract is a bit." Fan Ou smiled. "I was a B+ artist in the company 2 years ago, but now I am still. But as far as I know, Zhou Sun, Ren Bing, etc. during the same period have all been mentioned in the level. And Li Zonghan, who was a completely newcomer before, but now he is in level position. This is based on contribution and performance, and everyone is similar." Wang Jinhua pondered for a moment, and felt that she should give her a reassurance, and said, "But being motivated is a good thing, only by being motivated can you go further. There will be a meeting next week, and I will help you discuss it with the above. Your popularity has increased quite quickly in the past 2 years, and it is indeed appropriate to follow the market conditions." Fan Ou noticed that she did not give a clear message, and she couldn't help but think a little more in her heart. As we all know, Wang Jinhua has 50% of the equity of Taehi Film and Television Brokerage. The artist's contract for promotion is normally a matter of whether she wants or not. But now I said I would hold a meeting to discuss. It is unknown whether it can pass. This made Fan Ou feel a little unusual. If the decision to upgrade the contract is in the hands of Wang Jinhua, then what he said just now is just a polite refusal. But if she can't decide on the contract promotion, the situation will be a bit subtle. Fan Ou recalled what Du Sheng said and asked tentatively, "Does this matter require the consent of the head office?" "That's for sure." Wang Jinhua blurted out, but then she seemed to realize something, and her face changed slightly. Chapter 107 The Dog Begging for Food. Wang Jinhua narrowed her eyes and took advantage of drinking tea to look at Fan Ou. Seeing that she was nothing, it seemed unintentional. Wang Jinhua pondered for a while and explained, "Your popularity is different from others. According to the current promotion procedures, you must negotiate with the decision-making level of the head office and get the 2 directors nodded." Fan Ou keenly captured the changes in her expression and tone, and knew it in her heart. It seems that Du Sheng guessed that Wang Jinhua's control over Taehi's brokerage business was not as solid as imagined. Fan Ou smiled slightly and said, "I originally thought that if you can decide on Sister Hua, you can relax appropriately in terms of division. After all, I was supported by you, and I only signed the contract with Huai for your sake. But if you talk to the head office, it would be a different matter. Although she only said half of this, with Wang Jinhua's intelligence and talent, it should be easy to understand. The statements containing private goods are not just about contract upgrades. It is also about Wang Jinhua's control over Taehi and his concerns about whether he can be stable in the future. Sure enough, Wang Jinhua fell into a short-term thought. Since the introduction of smart software, her influence on artists has gradually been weakened and she has been gradually eroded by the big kings. This feeling of powerlessness made her feel anxious. As an agent, she knows that artists are her capital for survival. Losing them, Wang Jinhua will be worthless in Huai. Recently, this heavy burden has been lingering in her heart, but she has been silent. However, when Fan Ou talked about the contract upgrade this time, it was like a key that penetrated the past deep in Wang Jinhua's heart. Did she hear some rumors? If it were another person who was close to the king of the big and small, it would not be surprising to know that these were. But Fan Ou is still under his wings and has not been eroded yet. Moreover, the other party's clear and honest eyes didn't seem to be tempting. I was afraid that Wang Jinhua would break his head, but I never thought that these were mentioned by Du Sheng to Fan Ou. Just now Fan Ou noticed her emotional reaction in a moment. I was keenly aware that what the bastard said was basically inseparable. A ripple appeared in her heart, but out of respect, she did not say it out loud. Don't worry, I'll help you with the things you raised. Wang Jinhua is also an old fry, so she calms down her emotions. All parties are optimistic about the drama of Flying Knife. There are already contacts on the Star Channel. You just need to shoot this drama well. Fan Ou nodded slightly and said nothing more. The moment she lowered her head to taste the tea, a trace of helplessness and emotion flashed in her eyes. It seems that Sister Hua is still thinking about her old love, so she can't mention too much matters. Wait. When he returned to the set, Jiang Simon was in an extremely heavy mood. She didn't expect that Sister Ou would propose a contract change this time, which made both parties very passive. Fan Ou didn't say anything, thinking in his mind how to break the situation. From Wang Jinhua's words and deeds, she could feel a subtle change. Based on the situation of my rejection of Wang Zonglei last night, there are many twists and turns in the contract upgrade. This also indirectly proves that Wang Jinhua not only lost her brokerage business, but also had problems with her decision-making power in Huai. If artists like them do not take the initiative to embrace Huai, they will probably have fewer and fewer resources. Fan Ou considered the love between herself and Wang Jinhua and Wang Zonglei's obscene eyes last night. Fan Ou pondered for a while, and suddenly looked at Jiang Simon. If I want to terminate the contract in advance, how much liquidated damages do I need to pay? Jiang Simon was shocked by this question and couldn't react a little, and he was a little stuttering when speaking. How did you suddenly think of this? Curious to ask. Fan Ou's face was calm. Jiang Simon's expression became solemn, and she was a little worried. Sister Ou, don't be impulsive. You also have to rely on Huai's resources. If you do this, you will probably ruin your future. It is indeed a self-destruction of its future. After all, Huai currently represents half of the domestic entertainment industry, and many people hate it and want to sign in. Just tell me the penalty for liquidated damages. Jiang Simon sighed helplessly and reported a number. There are 4 years left, no less than 1 million. Hearing this number, Fan Ou couldn't help but shake her head and sighed in her heart. It's better to be a boss. If you sit in the office, you can get money by crossing your legs. Those artists who have signed Alavel termination are worth more than 1 million yuan. If you want to leave with ease, you may have to pay a huge price. This even more prompted her to think of independence. It may not be difficult to get out of here, but breach of contract and offending the big and small kings is a difficult problem. Once you go to court, you will be annoyed to death even if you are not drowned by Huai's naval media. Moreover, the gun shot out the first bird. Fan Ou decided to wait and see for a while to see if things really develop as Du Sheng said. If Sister Hua really can't stand it, then. At the same time, Yunyu Tea House. Since Fan Ou and Zhang Simon left, Wang Jinhua has been sitting there frowning and thinking. Her assistant looked at her appearance and couldn't help but say, Sister Hua, Sister Ou has made a lot of money for the company, so it is okay to raise the file for her. Could it be that the two boards of directors object to it? It's very involved, you don't understand. Wang Jinhua waved impatiently, and her thoughts floated elsewhere. After thinking for a while, she hesitated and still took the laptop computer out of her protection. Log into the software management account shared by Wang Zonglei, and planned to modify Fan's contract and then print it and keep it. Unexpectedly, not long after the modification was completed, the account was forcibly logged out. Wang Jinhua frowned and immediately called a number. Mr. Wang, it's rare to be so idle today. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Several directors of the company all have the same surname, but Wang Jinhua has no blood relationship with them, and she doesn't like the title of Dong Dong. Mr. Wang, has my login permission been cancelled? Wang Jinhua guessed that the other party was playing with holding the phone and said directly. Oh, I'm about to handle some business contract, but I didn't notice that you were using it, so I logged in. Wang Zonglei said lightly. I happened to see the document you modified. Fan's contract period is less than half, so why should it be upgraded? The other party was so disregarded and clearly didn't take himself to heart. Wang Jinhua felt angry in her heart, but she suppressed her. Her contract is signed in my name. I have the right to decide whether to file or not. Is Mr. Wang going to intervene? It's wrong for Mr. Wang to say this. Wang Zonglei said with a smile. Taihe Film and Television is also the leader of Huai. If you raise the artist so much at once, will the company's revenue shrink a lot? I will handle the revenue well. No matter how much I share the profit, I won't lose 1 cent less. I won't bother you to worry about it. Wang Jinhua's tone became indifferent. After years of cultivating the mind and nature, she has rarely had any energy. Today is an exception. Wang Zonglei laughed and did not answer positively. I will talk about this matter at a meeting the day after tomorrow, and it will be a year-end summary. I still have some tips to deal with, so I will talk to you if I have time. Listening to the beeping and blind sounds coming from over there, Wang Jinhua took a deep breath, and an uncontrollable anger flashed in her eyes. Is this planning to break the bridge across the river? Very good, very good. Thinking back to the humble attitude when Wang Zonglei asked her to work together to establish Huai. How long does it take? After gaining a foothold, you want to kick yourself away? There is a saying that rabbits will bite people if they are anxious. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Jinhua's eyes were flashing and her heart was filled with anger. But in the end, she tried hard to suppress the anger. No matter from that aspect, it is not yet time to break with Huai Big King. Although he holds a lot of artists in his hand, his film and television resources are relatively weak and have always been firmly controlled by Huai. Even if she doesn't think about herself, she has to think about her artists. If you turn against Huai at this time, although it will be difficult for everyone to have a chance, you will only get the benefits of Rongxinda, Xinbeiyuan, Tangren and other companies. If Wang Zonglei still had some old feelings and didn't want to break up, there would definitely be something to talk about. Even if Wang Zonglei is stupid, Wang Zhong, who is in charge of the helm, should not let it go. At the same time, a high-end club in Modu. Wang Zonglei threw his phone aside, and a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. A 3-year-old who runs a technical school is pretending to be noble with me. He really doesn't like Wang Jinhua's nanny-style management and treats artists as children everywhere. Usually he wanted to invite a few female celebrities to drink, but the other party asked about it. which made him very embarrassed. This time he was connected to intelligent software management. He really wanted to squeeze out Wang Jinhua. As he said that, he coldly ordered his assistant, "Go notify the shareholders and discuss the changes in decision-making power positions the day after tomorrow." Wang Zhong, on the other side, waved the cool woman who was giving her a rosy and pondered. "The Chinese New Year is coming soon. Wang Jinhua is a partner after all, so it is not advisable to make too much trouble for the time being. He is considering the overall situation. At this time, the split will not help attract capital to invest and facilitate subsequent listing. Several artists want to control us. She really thinks she is a green onion." Wang Zonglei snorted coldly. "It's okay if we don't let us craftsman agents be allowed to be, but we still plan to turn Taehi into a back garden? It's simply ignorant to treat us directors as decorations." As the chairman, Wang Zhong naturally knew that the conflict between the two sides was deep and said with a smile, "When you are in this circle, resources are important, but connections are also indispensable. If you push each other step by step, aren't you worried that she will be anxious? The reason why Huai has won the domestic entertainment giant in just a few years is that in addition to its deep resources and background, it is also essential to attract big leaders and big-name stars to join. Give her 100 bravery, ask her if she dares." Wang Zonglei sneered disdainfully and said, "Without the market and investment we have developed, brokers are not even a big deal. To put it bluntly, what is an artist? Artists are just a group of begging dogs. As long as you throw a bone out and go out, a lot of dogs are scrambling to grab food. Why should you be controlled by Wang Jinhua, the turtle woman?" Wang Zhong knew that he was still angry and didn't say much. "Turn around and walk slowly towards the club owner. Lao Liao, where is that famous European painting? The Portrait of Iron by Paul Cézanne, the father of Art Nouveau, was priced at 1.8 million. Take it out and take a look." Chapter 108 Good Opportunity. Add to one chapter. On the other side, Du Sheng and Ye Zizi separated and came to the airport lobby. "Sheng, I knew you would definitely contact me." Ma Yaoei, who had been waiting there for a long time, was very excited and asked Du Sheng to get in the car. "Let's go and have a meal first." The reason why he was so happy was that in addition to reunion of his old friends, he knew the purpose of Du Sheng coming to Xiangjiang. "When I think about working together to make a lot of money, I feel even more excited." Having said that, if Du Sheng had not rescued him in Yun Mansion last time, he would probably be in the hospital just like Yuan Bin. "You have been back for a while, how are you investigating?" After dinner, Du Sheng asked inadvertently. "We'll investigate it early. Ma Yaoei has done his homework long ago and can't wait to explain. At present, Asia has formal qualifications in the fight competitions, mainly include Gao competitions, Neon K1, Nanyang 1, etc. To say that it is the most recognized by Chinese people, it must be the Legend of Wulin. It is the only recognized institution of the world's highest palace event, UFC, in the Asia-Pacific region, and it is also the first Asian MMA event to be watched for a pay-per-view abroad. There have been 2 sessions, including Kimchi Country, Neon, Kangaroo Country, New Zealand, Luzon, India, and Oriental. The competition does not have many restrictions on the contestants. Sanda, Oriental martial arts, Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, boxing, wrestling, etc. can be used. Ma Yaoei really hopes that Du Sheng will participate in the competition, so he says it incredibly detailed. Because in addition to winning big and winning numbers, he might also be able to witness the rise of a top fighting expert belonging to the Chinese. Du Sheng listened with relish. He didn't pay much attention to his previous life, but he also knew that the Legend of Wulin was considered an advanced MMA organization in Asia, but unfortunately he went bankrupt in the later stage. The 3-time signing contestants either took the UFC stage or went to One to Fight, which can be called the cradle of Asian fighting to the world. Even the rising domestic star Kunlun fight was inspired by it, and even in many places saw references. Ma Yaoei added. The championship bonus is HK$ 1 million, with gold belt plus endorsement, and the qualification to go directly to Ultimate Fighting, UFC. The second and third place also has 500,000/200,000, which is a considerable additional amount. To enter the Ultimate Fighting Championship game, at least tens of millions of guaranteed. Hearing this, Du Sheng became a little interested and looked at Ma Yaoi with a smile. Did you sign up for the competition? Ma Yaoi smiled awkwardly. I signed up, but it's mostly a foil. This is an event for the entire Asia. Even experts such as Neon K1 and Nanyang 1 are attracted to them, and they can be called crouching tigers, hidden dragons. He still has self-knowledge. The reason for registration is that my hands are itchy. Du Sheng nodded slightly and then asked again. If I participate in the competition, where can I register and what information do I need to submit? This is exactly the focus of discussion on Ma Yaoi's trip, and immediately said seriously. The Legend of Woolen has registration points in countries and regions such as Neon, Kimchi, and Nanyang. The registration point for Xiangzhong is right at the Elizabeth Stadium in Wanchai District. Just provide. Anyone who wins a gold belt or championship in an international event is eligible to parachute to the top 64 and even compete for the championship in the finals. Wanchai District? Du Sheng's heart moved. Infernal affairs seemed to be on the filming and worshipping God, right? If you have an idea, it will be the way. Seeing that he was a little moved, Ma Yaoi knew that this was a good opportunity and set off the railway while it was hot. How about I help you arrange the competition? Du Sheng pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Don't worry, settle down first. Lu Huiquafu is tired of this. He is thinking about the happy cooperation last time. No matter how busy he is, he will send someone to pick him up. Zhang Baji actually wants to come too. But she is currently in the center of a whirlpool of public opinion and is being squatted day and night by paparazzi, and it is difficult for her to go out. Du Sheng didn't want to be attacked by regional areas as soon as he came to Xiangzhong, and he didn't want to be greeted by Chen and Xie's fans and the forces behind him. He was quite satisfied with the current situation. Ma Yaoi started the car and drove Du Sheng to Xiangzhong Island. Wanchai, as one of the most prosperous areas in Hong Kong, is as famous as Tsim Sha Tsui, Mong Kok, and other places. Moreover, it is backed by the largest business circle in Xiangzhong and even in Asia. Causeway Bay Commercial District, Times Square, Sogo Department Store, Royal Ford are the most famous. There you can find shops of almost any luxury brand in the world. Although the current store transactions in the core area cannot reach 1 million per square meter in the future, 60% to 70% are still possible. It was not yet night, but Wanchai was quite lively, and mainland tourists could be seen everywhere. On those cruise ships, boat girls wearing Tang Dynasty shirts and pants rowed the boats, picking up and dropping off tourists between seafood boats, bar boats, and singing boats, which had a unique flavor. Look there, Brother Hua won the award-winning Dark War was filmed on the roof of the Bank of China building. Ma Yaoi was familiar with this place and introduced it while driving. Du Sheng looked at the skyscrapers flying past the window, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Xiangzhong, a land that is only the size of a county in the mainland, was once called Oriental Hollywood. Looking back on the Xiangzhong culture in the 1980s and 1990s, there are almost no rivals in the entire Asia. At that time, Xiangzhong movies, music, and fashion were all leading the trends around the world and were deeply loved by Chinese people. However, with film and television making quick money, remakes, and followers, and the continuous invasion of Western culture, even their own territory is now losing. As filmmakers such as Du Kefeng, Lu Wei, and Wen Qiang who have experienced that glory, although they really want to restore their glory, they are also working hard for it. But if you want to return to the glory of the past, you can't see any hope. Du Sheng had no feelings about these. When he came here, in addition to participating in the test role of Infernal Affairs, he observed the battle situation of The Legend of Woolen, and at most he felt the cultural memory that had touched him in film and television with a tourist attitude. The vehicle drove into Wanchai and a phone call came in. However, it was Zhuang Wenqiang, the screenwriter of Infernal Affairs, and Lu Yingde asked him to come and answer. Sheng, Brother Hua seems to value you very much, and he actually invited you to receive him. Ma Yaoei, who was driving the car, quipped. As usual, whether Xiangzhong actors audition or join the group, they usually cook by themselves. Lu Ying'ai was definitely busy preparing for the start-up, and he still remembers Du Sheng, who has few scenes. Zhuang Wenqiang is also a member of Tianmu Company. Like Mai Shaowai, the director of Infernal Affairs, he participated in The Tasteless Detective directed by Du Qifeng and entered the entertainment industry. So this circle is not big, and you can meet almost just by meeting each other. How do you understand this? Brother Hua probably considers that I am not familiar with the place when I first came. Du Sheng just smiled and some thoughts came to his mind. Zhuang Sir is in Lan Kuai-fong, so just go there. Zhuang Wenqiang is currently a new generation of screenwriters. He will win the Best Screenwriter Award for Infernal Affairs. He will also take charge of the second and third films. Later, he was invited to Hollywood to participate in the Screenwriter of the Walker. He also directed many works, including the Eavesdropping on the Storm series, The Wind Listener, Incomparable, Golden Finger, etc. Not long after, the vehicle stopped beside Lan Kuai-fong Cross. Zhuang Wenqiang looks about 30 years old, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, and is generally gentle. I'll treat you tonight. What do you want to eat? Zhuang Wenqiang knew very well that Du Sheng was invited by Lu Yingli, and greeted warmly. Chinese food? Western food? Or hot pot? It's rare to have Chinese food every day, so let's change it. Ma Yaoei's old fried dough stick is naturally aware of Zhuang Wenqiang and enthusiastically proposed. It's cold and cold, why don't we go and have a hot pot? The beef pot that has been popular recently feels very delicious. This is a good idea. The young screenwriter beside Zhuang Wenqiang's eyes lit up. A new hot pot restaurant has been opened in Causeway Bay, and its reputation is very good. Let's go there to try it. No problem. Zhuang Wenqiang looked at Du Sheng. Sheng, what do you think? Du Sheng smiled and said. I can do whatever you want to be with the host. So, the group headed for Causeway Bay. Chapter 109 Explosive Public Opinion. By the time we arrived, night had already fallen. The prosperous scene of Causeway Bay comes into view, and there are crowds of people. Zhuang Wenqiang walked around the block for a few times before finding the parking space. If Yao Tsim Wang is the engine of this city, then Causeway Bay is undoubtedly the heart of Hong Kong. The luxury cars are slowly moving on the street, and the hairstyles of young people on both sides are colorful, which is even more eye-catching than those of celebrities. Foreigners can be seen everywhere, and white-collar workers in straight suits are in a hurry. The skyscrapers surround the surroundings, and colorful neon lights form a brilliant sea of stars. Walking on the avenue in Causeway Bay, Du Sheng deeply felt the difference between this place and Hengdian. Although the hot pot restaurant is not on the street, the store is still full. However, their arrival did not cause much sensation. Even if they recognized their guests, they just glanced at them curiously or said hello. However, when Sun Yaoei arrived halfway, the scene suddenly became lively. When the young girls saw him, they screamed and rushed forward to ask for their autographs. Sheng, why don't you notify me in advance when you come to Xiangzhong? After dealing with the girls, Sun Yaoei greeted everyone and came to Du Sheng with a smile. It can be seen that even if it is banned by the company, its popularity has not declined much. He and Du Sheng had a pretty good relationship. He learned that Du Sheng was invited by King Lu and came here to meet him out of friendship. Aren't you preparing for a concert? Du Sheng pulled open the seat for him and teased. And just now, I'm afraid I can't leave the airport even if it's dark. Ma Yaoi poured Yu Sheng into the pot and joked. A Sheng is also very handsome. If he has Yaoi's popularity, it would be difficult for us to enter the store. Zhuang Wenqiang said with a smile. Yaoi is an idol singer, so there are naturally many fans. If Brother Hua came, the roof here would have to be overturned. And a Sheng has just arrived and his home court is not here, so how can he compare? If you cover your face and ask the rich woman to choose, you will know how popular Ashen is. Really? Du Sheng followed the topic and quipped himself. I heard that there are hundreds of rich women in Xiangzhong with assets of over 100 million yuan, and many of them are young and beautiful. If you just want to get along with someone, I don't have to fight anymore. Is there any good introduction to Zhuang, sir? It's time for everyone to make 50% of the money. Finish your family first when you meet a good person, start your career first when you meet a noble person, start your family first when you meet a rich woman. With such jokes, the atmosphere in the private room is quite harmonious. Everyone started chatting. During this period, Zhuang Wenqiang also mentioned the interesting stories of infernal affairs. It turns out that there are two versions of this movie. When it comes to investment, it will be filmed with a high-end version starring Lu Yingyi. If it doesn't work, it will be found to star in a newcomer. Fortunately, after more than 2 years of struggle, Lin Jianyu, the boss of Huanya Film, finally decided to invest, so that he has the current starring lineup. Unfortunately, Huanya is not optimistic about this video, which has kept the budget very low, resulting in a very shortage of production fees. In this case, we can still invite actors and actresses such as Liang Chaoei, Lu Jialing, and Zhang Jiwei to join. The reason is funny and sad. They didn't come for money, they just wanted to help Huazai, and at the same time they did something for Hong Kong films in trouble. After all, it is Hong Kong films that made them successful, and they also want to contribute to the decline of Hong Kong films. Brother Hua is in a lawsuit, what's the situation? Du Sheng knew that Zhuang Wenqiang was a member of Tianmu Company and was very clear about the inside story, so he asked while he was talking. As soon as this said, everyone looked over. Zhuang Wenqiang did not hide it and said with a smile. The films I made in the past few years are very popular, and I have lost 50 million in total. You should all know these things. It was not until 3 years ago that Tianmu received capital injection from wealthy businessman Mai Xiaotang that Tianmu was able to be reorganized, and the problem lies in this. After Mai Xiaotang's capital injection, Lu Yingkong still made a boss who turned into a worker. Last year, Mai Xiaotang agreed that 15 million yuan was not received and he still had to owe him a salary. Lu Yinjiao asked for it in vain but had to sue it in court. Mai Xiaotang accused Lu Huazizi of not only asking for huge compensation, but also used his connections to apply for an injunction to the court to completely ban Lu Huazizi. It is still in the ban time limit, and even the shooting and production cannot be named. Only then did everyone understand why Lu Huazi, Infernal Affairs paid so much, but he didn't even have a name. Ting Zhuang Sir said so. Since the main scenes revolve around the youth version of Brother Hua and Brother Wei, there are not many scenes in the young version. Sun Yaoi glanced at Du Sheng and seemed to say something. With a Sheng's acting skills and appearance, do you still need to audition? He knew there was no play, so he spoke casually. Ma Yaoi has never been afraid of offending others, and he laughed. Is the capital still reluctant to give up Chen Wangzai? Although Du Sheng didn't say anything, he smiled and turned his ears. Zhuang Wenqiang hesitated for a moment, and he would like to tell the truth. Yes, Lin Jianyu has always wanted to promote him to the top and succeed Brother Hua and his generation who are in trouble. In addition, Chen Wangzai's father has also been in operation recently, trying his best to lower the incident and lobby Brother Hua to reconsider. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Du Sheng, with a touch of playfulness in his eyes. But the last fight was too big and I couldn't hold it back no matter how hard I tried, so. Although the other party didn't finish speaking, Du Sheng understood. The reason why he was asked to audition was not to examine his acting skills. In a word, just wait. Let's see if the storm between Chen Wangzai and Xie Tingfeng can calm down. If possible, then continue to adopt Chen Wangzai. If not, let Du Sheng, the spare tire, be on the rise. Although it is very realistic, it is acceptable. Unless Du Sheng is a film and television tycoon now, no matter who comes, he will be treated. I have to say that if he has this opportunity, he also has to thank the woman for the assists he sent. If Zhang Baji hadn't been a bit biased and directly broke Xie Tingfeng's contact and attracted the prodigal son Chen Wangzai to PK, there would be no possibility of this replacement. Of course, there are factors that affect your own talents here. Otherwise, with Zhang Baji's arrogant daughter and arrogant temperament that day, it would be impossible for her to turn into a foolish man and a resentful woman. Ma Yaoi heard the subtext and laughed. So, is there a result? Zhuang Wenqiang nodded with a smile and looked at Du Sheng. The crew has started filming, and tomorrow Ashen will just go to Lanta Island to join the crew. He no longer mentioned the audition issue. Obviously, this short silent PK won with Du Sheng and Zhang Baji. The reason is that Chen Wangzai not only broke his wrist bone, but also broke his appearance. As the saying goes, it will hurt your muscles and bones for 100 days. In this case, it is impossible to appear within a month. Not to mention that if you want to eliminate the storm, you have to retire at least for 3 or 5 months. Of course, thanks to Tingfeng. If he hadn't been half drunk, he was still a little rational and did not use Xie's leg to break his roots, it would have probably been as simple as breaking his appearance. However, the current situation is quite unfavorable to Xie Tingfeng. Not to mention the reports from the reporters and media, there were even some enthusiasts who took photos of the entire picture and posted it on foreign forums. Even if the Xie family is a big shot in the Hong Kong circle, it cannot eliminate the explosive public opinion. Du Sheng secretly felt ashamed, but was happy to be a melon-eating crowd, and even a little happy to see it. Xie Tingfeng and Chen Wangzai are both representatives of their extraordinary backgrounds and are spoiled. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are young and arrogant. To grow, similar disasters are essential. Although they were accused by the masses of teenagers, they gained a lot of popularity, but they were not as strong as being forced to temporarily withdraw from the entertainment industry. So if they really have to worry about it, they should thank Du Sheng. This time he reluctantly helped brother Guanxi share the burden of resources. It is also very appropriate. Sheng, congratulations. Sun Yaoi congratulated him with heartfelt congratulations. There is no competition between him and Du Sheng, this is true. It's a must-have treat. Ma Yaoi is not an artist, and he smiled unintentionally and said, "It's okay if you don't treat you. Remember to participate in the boxing competition and let us cooperate to buy and win a few times." Speaking of the popular legend of the martial arts in Xiangzhong, Sun Yaoi and Zhuang Wenqiang both looked at Du Sheng curiously. The former is very clear about Du Sheng's ability, and if Du Sheng participates in the competition, he will definitely support him. Not for other things, just for the many topics of talk when boasting in the future, he pointed to the champion on the stage and said lightly, "My brother, isn't your strength okay?" Although the latter listened to Lu Yinjian and Du Sheng's extraordinary skills, he did not have the experience with his own eyes and wanted to open his eyes. Du Sheng actually had an idea, so he thought about it and said, "There is half a month left to register. I don't have time to join the group tomorrow. Let's check it out in a few days." Ma Yaoi said excitedly. "Then let's make a decision first, I'll drive you there then." His mind became even more active and he was preparing to ask his family for some money. In the name of investment. 100% return rate, where can I find this business if I missed it? Chapter 110 Lawless. Thanks to Xian Yunbu and Pinelia Cuttlefish for rewarding. The next day, Lanta Island, the Temple of Heaven. As a famous tourist attraction in Xiangzhong, this is the statue of Sakyamuni Buddha in front of Balian Temple. The Buddha statue sits on a 268-level stone step, consisting of 202 copper pieces, with a total height of about 34 meters. In Du Sheng's eyes, it feels like he is looking at the small mountains. At this moment, he and Zhuang Wenqiang were here on the Ngongping 360 cable car, and through the crystal carriage, he could enjoy the beautiful scenery of Xiangzhong. After getting off the bus, it will take a slope to get to the Buddha. Today I will be filming the beginning of the movie, and I will put on makeup first. Zhuang Wenqiang smiled and patted Du Sheng on the shoulder, pointing to the temporarily renovated dressing room. Du Sheng nodded, greeted Lu Tianwang and others who looked from afar, and walked into the dressing room. If he remembers it correctly, it has appeared many times in the Infernal Affairs series here. The first part of Zheng Jiwei's sentence "One general succeeds and thousands of bones are bleak," and Infernal Affairs 3. At the beginning of the film, the gang leader Han Chen and Shen Cheng, played by director Chen, met for the first time, and they were filmed here. While Du Sheng was putting on makeup, director Lu Wei and Lu Fei were getting together to make a show. At the beginning of the filming, several foreplays have actually been filmed, all of which are centered around the two leading actors. Lu Wei's outstanding performance as always made Lu Wei and Mai Shaowai feel relieved, and his confidence in this film increased greatly. In contrast, it is reasonable for other characters to perform poorly. Liang Chaoei flipped through the script and sighed. Wujian? Wujian. Haha, the evil man is rising step by step, but I, a little bit ironic, died thoroughly. The biggest feature of the movie Infernal Affairs. In addition to the ups and downs of the plot, the conflict between black and white, and the person who survived in the end. Chen Yongren's final tragic death made this film break away from the police and gangster model where justice will eventually defeat evil, highlighting the endless disaster. Lu Huanhuang cut pygama but did not explain it. Do you think my ending is good? I think that surviving may not be a good thing. He and the two directors figured out this script together, and he knew the theme very well. The movie opens with a famous Buddhist saying, "The road to hell of absolute life, way of infernal affairs." The whole movie is a place of endless torture. Lu Jianming's sincere regret and his daily torture may be a reflection of this torture. For Chen Yongren, the adherence to justice and the expectation of every day are destined to be meaningless. Death may be an unfair destiny, but it can also be regarded as a relief. In this film, survival and death intertwined, forming a complex and paradoxical theme. Liang Chaoei didn't care about these things anymore. He glanced at the dressing room and suddenly said, "Is it really worth it to let him take over Chen Wangzai?" As soon as these words came out, even Lu Wei, who was in the camera, looked sideways. Liang Chaoei's words clearly have a deep meaning. In addition to having strong background and connections, Chen Wangzai is also favored by Cheng Long, Zhang Yaoxuan, the boss of Yang and others in the circle. Chen Wangzai's first album title song is still Gan Ji Zhang Yeyu's main Slaughtering. Cheng Long, who entered Hollywood and became a first-line superstar, said that Chen Wangzai would be invited to join the next drama. Boss Yang, Ying Huang, even publicly stated that Chen Wangzai will be the successor of the Four Kings in the future. There are many similar facts that can be revealed to the outside world. This is the prince of the Hong Kong circle. Although there have been some twists and turns now, and there are not many roles in the young version of Lu Jianming, Lu obviously has to make a lot of determination. Do you know what my motto is? Lu Yinghuang had no change and asked without answering a question. Everyone was stunned and thoughtful. They all knew Lu Fei and Huan Fei's roaming. As a public figure, he has a strong sense of responsibility and mission, and always maintains a good image and behavior, and uses his own efforts and actions to inspire everyone to be positive and pursue their dreams. It is more difficult to bear this consistent than going to jail, and they ask themselves that they can't do it. Mai Shaowai remembered the theme of this movie and said, "If you have some destiny, you must always have it, but if you have no destiny, don't force it." This is Liu's bathing scapula. He had just joined the sky and still remembered it freshly. No, people will change. Since the change of ownership of the sky, Lu Ying Yuna Fansong Songjibo's expression is a bit complicated. There is no perfection in this world, but hard work can be close to perfection. And what I look down on the most is the person who does not work hard and does not take care of it. If I don't care, I will even look down on myself. This means very clearly. While he can still lead by example, he hopes to leave more positive influence on young people. A rebellious person like Chen Wangzai is completely unanswering with words such as hard work and hard work. Previously, due to the face in the circle and the fault of the younger generation in Xiangzhong, he had to use it. But now that public opinion is so big, it is very likely that continuing to use him will affect the release of the movie. And what about Du Sheng? The Dragon is currently on the air, and mainland audiences' discussions about Mirong Fu once approached the three leading actors, and they were highly recognized. In addition, there are 2 films and TV series to be broadcast, and they have a good appearance. Which one is better and worse is clear at a glance. It's good to change it, so you can save trouble. Lu Wei also has deep feelings about this. Last year, he directed a fight scene with Chen Wangzai. The other party was pressed to the ground and could not move. He instantly became angry and almost grabbed the iron rod and hit him. Later, Chen Wangzai also fought with passers-by at the airport due to a lineup incident, and even broke into a fight. It's simply lawless. 2. Liang Chaoei and Chen Wangzai had little relationship with each other, so he just said casually and looked at Du Sheng, who was walking out of the dressing room. I heard that you have a lot of praise for this handsome guy, but I'm a little interested. He has never talked much and usually speaks with actions. If the other party's acting skills are really so good, it may not be impossible to communicate with each other. Photography starts. Everyone is here. Lu Wei has returned to the monitor and call the board. What we will shoot next is the opening scene of the movie. Han Dynasty was hoping to catch him into the police system, and the first person to be affected was Lu Jianming when he was young. Suddenly, everyone looked at Du Sheng. Oh no! Not Du Sheng! The young man now gives everyone the feeling that he looks very much like Lu Jianming, who was born in a short mule. A low-level gangster born in Wangtai Sin district. Especially his cynical eyes and posture at this moment give people a strong impact of rebellion and disrespect. Liang Chaoei's eyes lit up slightly. It's interesting to get into the state so quickly. Action. With Lu Wei's order, the staff of the scene recording, photography, and other places quickly took their place. The shooting officially begins. At this time, the camera's lens slowly advances, and the distance passes through the layers of the temple, accompanied by the low and mysterious background sound, creating a solemn and tense atmosphere. In the temple, there is smoke lingering and the Buddha statue is solemn. What is inconsistent is that there is a group of misbehaving people standing in front of the temple. Zheng Zhiwei stood in front of a group of selected short mules, as he looked like a big brother. His eyes swept across everyone sharply, and he stayed on Du Sheng for a while. No, it should be Lu Jianming. Because under his siege, the other party did not bow his head like others, but instead seemed disobedient. There was a hint of indescribable resentment and reluctance in those eyes. Zheng Zhiwei had to admit in his heart that he could be castrated by Liu's bathing oxym and phenolic flakes. Who dares to say that he is not born cruel? In his feeling, the other party seemed to be completely immersed in the role. It is similar to Lu Jianming in his youth. Lu Wei and Zhuang Wenqiang were also a little surprised and couldn't help but mutter. How come this kid has a more conspicuous presence than Zheng Zhiwei? The ruthless temperament is too different. Will it steal the camera? After all, now we focus on Zheng Zhiwei's introduction, which will accelerate the audience's sense of immersion. But this thought flew away. Because the next main perspective will be centered around Du Sheng. Even the rendering transition is not needed. The audience will automatically pay attention to the substitution. As for questioning Du Sheng's interpretation, all experienced veterans present. If you can't even tell the difference in acting skills, don't just stay in this circle. Just based on the other party's eyes, except for the starring actors Liang Chaoei, who can perform this quickly in the younger generation. He's gotten into the show. Liang Chaoei put away his thoughts and said to Lu Yingyuan. And it's very natural to get involved. Lu Yingying's wife nodded deeply. Although he had known that Du Sheng had good acting skills, he was still shocked now. He dared not speak out, his eyes were filled with resentment and resentment. It just fits the character of the young Lu Jianming in the movie. 5 years ago, Taihing Village, Tunmun. The parking gear outside the gate of the Royal Palace restaurant is very good to open. Zheng Jiwei spoke with a smile, but his tone was shining. My brothers and I have ambitions. At this time, the camera slowly pushed towards Du Sheng. No, it's Lu Jianming. He is the future police officer and the only outstanding person among this group of undercover agents. Who knew that it was less than half a month since it opened, and it was swept 1 or 3 times a day on average. Within 1 year, 6 brothers died. The lens surrounds and focuses on Du Sheng again. It just happened that he looked indifferent to life and death. The fortune teller criticized my horoscope and said that I was successful and had thousands of bones woven. Zheng Jiwei smiled slightly and shook his finger. But I don't agree. I think life and death should be decided by myself if I come out. You and I have the shortest life and the most innocent wealth. You decide how to go on the road. No, just go through one by one, keep working hard. Off the field, Zhuang Wenqiang finally recognized Du Sheng's ability. After all, he is the focus of this scene, or he is still facing a group of old actors, and he is not at a disadvantage. Continue and bring the view closer to Lu Jianming. During the whole scene, Du Sheng didn't say a word, but just the delicate changes in his eyes and the slight movements of his limbs fully revealed his stubborn and ruthless nature. The same person remembers Du Sheng is Lu Wei, who is in charge of the camera. This young man was shooting face-to-face with the camera without any fear or sense of incongruity. Every expression, reaction, and movement of his expression was smooth and natural, and the characters stood up directly under the interpretation. It seems that it is born for the lens. Looking at such an outstanding Du Sheng, Lu Wei couldn't help but think of Chen's performance. No comparison. He only remembers in his mind that Chen was still wandering around while filming, and he was not sleeping the next day and was depressed all day long. Chapter 111 What does it mean to be ashamed of yourself? Subscribe. In this way, the shooting was carried out as usual. According to Lu Yingying Wenqiang's casual chat, this film will be finished in at most 1 month. This is similar to Du Sheng's memory. Whether a movie can be shot well does not depend on the length of the shooting, but whether the preliminary preparations are in place. Although Infernal Affairs has undergone many twists and turns, it has been more than 2 years of preparation. It can be said that it is water. It's natural. The young version of Lu Jianming has few scenes, even if it counts as polishing and waiting, it won't take 2 weeks. During this period, Du Sheng met Liang Chaoei's girlfriend Lu Jialing, Wancheng's female Sea King Xiao Yixuan, Lu Yingnao Yamu De Zheng Ziyuan, Xiangjiang's first-class female singer Hulan Cheng. Unfortunately, most of them come and go in a hurry, or they don't meet at all when they shoot, and they only have one chance to communicate with each other. If you want to say that the impression is very deep, there is Liang Chaoei's girlfriend. In his 30s, he is as mature as a watertight peach, very moist. It is worth mentioning that Huang, who was originally scheduled to play Huang's Heshan, was bitten by a dog and could not be included in the group, and was changed to the gold medal supporting role Liao Qizi. Du, who plays the role of Shaiqiang, also relapsed due to his addiction and owed millions of debts overnight. He went to Bay City to hide from debts and disappeared. He changed to Ji Hui, who won the Best Supporting Actor many times with his comedy talent. Fortunately, they are all supporting roles and their acting skills are good, which has little impact on the whole film. In addition, I don't know if Du Sheng performed well or if everyone is familiar with each other. Not only was Lin Jiadong, who played the role of Big B, to think about his acting skills. Ala Lin, who was also played by Han Yi's great thugs, went to practice martial arts. Lin Jiadong will not talk about it, the future hurdle master Dong Guanzai. He said that at the beginning there were two characters for him to choose, one was silly and strong and the other was the Big B. Because he had never played a bad guy before, he chose Big B. This character is Lu Jianming's subordinate, and in reality, Lu Huangui Wo's boss. According to the script, you should be a two-sided character like me. Du Sheng guessed that Lu Wei did not tell Lin Jiadong that Big B was actually an undercover agent, and he would not tell until the end to let him play well. But now his scenes are almost the same, and the clues are almost clear. I was a little strange before, I could understand it after hearing this. Lin Jiadong couldn't help but ran to ask Zhuang Wenqiang, and gave him a thumbs up when he came back. As for Lin Fuan, it's not simple either. At the age of 9, he became a famous martial arts leader Su Xiaoming as a teacher and learned martial arts. He successively learned karate, tai chi, northern Shaolin mantis boxing, etc. During this period, he served as props, photography, substitutes, and assistant director. Next, if nothing unexpected happens, he became famous overseas for serving as the martial arts commander of films such as The Promise and Spider-Man 2. Du Sheng knew very well that it was hard to support himself. Considering that in the future, if you invest in filming, you will get along well with each other happily. That morning, Du Sheng got up early. After he finished practicing morning exercises in the hotel garden, he only wore a set of practice clothes and a thin coat on his face, and felt a little warmth. The winter in Xiangjiang is like the early spring season in the south of the mainland. On the streets and alleys, passers-by were wrapped in heavy clothes. The comparison between the two sides seems out of place. After returning to the bottom of the wall, I washed up a little, and there was a knock on the door outside. "A Sheng, have breakfast together? Registration is about to start." Du Sheng changed his clothes slowly, then he got into Ma Yaoei's car and headed to Elizabeth Stadium. There is no filming today. During this period, Ma Yaoei came to communicate several times, so he simply went to join in the fun. This is the second largest stadium in Xiangjiang and the registration place for the Legend of Wulin Xiangjiang competition area. Du Sheng thought that there were only a few participants in this kind of small circle competition. However, when I arrived at the scene, I found that it was crowded and very lively. Most of the contestants were young and energetic. Dyed with colorful hair colors and various tattoos on your body. You can tell at a glance that it is a so-called Xianyanshu. Back then, Hong Jinpi, known as the Double Flower Red Stick, not only fought abroad with his Hungfo fist, but also swept the Holland Underground fist, and won tens of millions of dollars in the society, which made the younger brothers envious. Later, Chen Huimin, a Tsim Sha Sui talker, represented Xiangjiang in the Southeast Asian fighting competition and won the championship. He then KO Neon Boxing King Sen Qigong, became famous in one battle, and has since become a success on the road. Nowadays, these short mules all have the legendary dreams of their predecessors, hoping to try their luck in boxing competitions and find a way out. Major societies have participated in fighting competitions across Asia to earn huge tickets and peripheral lottery revenue. This time, the Legend of Wulin is so grand, they certainly won't miss it. Among the bustling crowd, Du Sheng accidentally saw a familiar figure. Fatty Hong's son, Hong Tianzhao. He was actually at the registration site. Du Sheng's eyes were entertaining. Last year, Fatty Hong spent money and effort to film a TV series Single Police Flying Dragon to promote Hong Tianzhao's debut. As a result, after it was broadcast on the Zhejiang channel in Canton, even the waves could not float. The pounce was silent. Hong Tianzhao was also a little surprised when he saw Du Sheng. "Aren't you the one who plays the groom? Why are you here too?" Although Du Sheng doesn't have many scenes in Single Police Flying Dragon, Hong Tianzhao still has some impressions. There is nothing else, Kuan Yin Du Sheng is his informant. Du Sheng looked at Hong Tianzhao and saw that the other party was not very hostile, and guessed that it had nothing to do with Fan Yejing, and said, "Will you be interested in joining in the fun with your friends?" "Oh, that's a coincidence." Hong Tianzhao saw the filling out form in his hand and smiled. "We can still fight side by side together at that time." Ma Yaoi heard that the other party looked down on Du Sheng a little and was about to speak. Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile and said, "I heard that this invitation we may not be able to meet many boxing champions and boxers with gold belts." "That's right, not everyone can reach the finals in this year's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon." Although Hong Tianzhao knew that Du Sheng was a stunt actor, he was also a trainer since childhood and was not afraid at all. "We will probably have a chance to meet you when you enter the quarter-finals." As the son of a martial arts superstar, he has been influenced since childhood. He has a solid foundation in martial arts and is proficient in Hongquan, Sanda, fighting, etc. Fatty Hong once said that he would make him the second Zhen Ziden and get back with a kung fu student. Du Sheng didn't care and said lightly, "Then wait and see." Hong Tianzhao smiled conceitedly and seemed full of confidence. It's not a saying that you can tell whether you have a dragon or a worm that has been beaten. To be honest, he really doesn't take this mainland guy seriously. After all, if you are poor, rich, and powerful, and your identity level is there, what can you learn? Not to mention the others, you will know by comparing your muscles first. Du Sheng did not respond, just smiled. "I heard that your father is a kung fu superstar, but unfortunately I haven't had the chance to ask for advice. As the saying goes, a tiger father has no dog son. I believe you will not disappoint you. Last time, I failed to break into Fatty Hong's corner and failed to let him hear what it means to be ashamed of himself. It would be great to let his son come and feel it this time." Hong Tianzhao naturally couldn't hear the subtext, and he was full of fighting spirit and laughed. "Very good, I'm just about to learn about the ability of the successor of Bajiquan." Ma Yaoi's mouth twitched. "I really want to ask, how many peanuts are you so drunk after eating? This guy may not even win, so where can he get the confidence to provoke Du Sheng?" "The registration procedures are very simple, so check the procedure." Not long after, Du Sheng had an extra card 888 in his hand. The Legend of Wulin is only pre-selected now and is officially held on the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. This exclusive card will determine his opponent and appearance order in the game. There are more than 10 days left before the competition, and it should be just right after the filming of Infernal Affairs. On the way back, Du Sheng casually said, "Hong Tianzhao should be practicing Sanda, have you never had a conversation?" "No, it's not in the same circle." Ma Yaoi said while driving. It can be seen that Fatty Hong wants to train Hong Tianzhao to successfully become a star. That guy didn't look strong, but his pectoralis and deltoid muscles were still quite obvious. Just like those track and field athletes, they are mostly tall and thin, but their bursts are not bad with endurance, which is leanness. Du Sheng remembered the other party's confidence just now and said, "How famous is he in the boxing circle in Xiangjiang?" Ma Yaoi explained. "It should be okay. I heard that he has studied with boxing champion Zhou Billy for several years, so the actual combat should not be too bad." When talking about Zhou Billy, a bunch of titles emerged in Du Sheng's mind. The World Boxing Champion, the World Champion of Light and Middleweight Free Fighting, the only world-class Chinese boxing champion to date, and the #1 off-screen fighting person. When Zhou Billy entered the entertainment industry, it was discovered by Fatty Hong. This most famous person should be the movie The Legend of the Martial Arts opposite Li Lianjia, who plays the role of Neon Officer. Boxing King's Apprentice? No wonder I have confidence. Du Sheng smiled, but didn't take it much to heart. The reason why he signed up this time was that in addition to winning a lottery, he was actually a little careful. The Chinese martial arts have been declining for a long time, and even people can step on it. Although he has never regarded himself as the Beiji successor, this mark cannot be erased. It's like Hong Tianzhao, who hangs you up as soon as he opens his mouth. Since you can't turn yourself away, it's better to just shine your fangs. Stop any cat or dog from slandering or provoking it. I have been to Xiangzhong for more than a week and the shooting is still going well. Du Sheng has not many scenes, and now he has finished filming the police academy training, and he is almost like a scene intersecting with the young version of Chen Yongren Undercover, and it can basically be completed. However, this does not mean that he can leave early. As the Spring Festival approaches, there is little festive atmosphere on the streets and alleys of Xiangzhong. Since the governor's office implemented the British Queen's order and strictly prohibited the setting of fireworks and firecrackers, the New Year atmosphere in this city has become increasingly thin. In addition, there is only 3 days off, so there is not much time to celebrate the festival. In the busy Wanchai and Causeway Bay commercial districts, office workers who are in a hurry are still busy working. Only the innocent and romantic laughter of children on the streets reveals a little about the festive New Year. For people in the entertainment industry, the Spring Festival is more like a severe test. The new film Big Boys Have Great Wisdom, directed by Du Kefeng, is scheduled to be released in Xiangzhong and the mainland on the Spring Festival on February 1. For this video, he had long led the creative team to run around. As the starring actor, Liu Yingmao had to change his shooting schedule and cooperate with the promotion. Du Sheng was also invited to participate and jointly build momentum for the film with a group of actors. Chapter 112, Promote the Army to Ask for Guilt. As the heroine in the movie, even if Zhang Beizi was squatted by paparazzi, she had to cooperate with the publicity. Or rather, she had long wanted to find an opportunity to meet a man. At this moment, Zhang Baji was wearing a simple white long skirt and a sweater. Her skin was white, and her mixed blood contour perfectly blended the characteristics of the East and the West. It is neither too ostentatious nor fresh and refined, and can be said to be born with beauty. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by reporters and I don't know how many villain was murdered. However, surprisingly, Zhang Baji was in a good mood today and waved to the media with a smile. After she greeted Du Kefeng and Liu Yingyu, her beautiful eyes automatically navigated to Du Sheng. No more move away. Bastard, I haven't come to see me for so long. Zhang Baji's words were a little resentful. The delicate and lustful expression that seemed anger and joy made others stunned. In fact, since she saw the man, the little resentment in her heart has long disappeared. What is even more commendable is that she is still carrying the unique charm and agility of a girl, like a lively deer, and anyone can see the joy in it. Hi! Although Zhang Baji lowered her voice, her expression and actions could not be concealed. The reporters were more excited to find a big secret. What's the relationship between these two people? Why did Zhang Baji act so kind-hearted when she comes? Is there an ulterior motive? What's the name of this handsome guy? It seems to be from the mainland? There were previously reported that Zhang Baji had an affair with a man in the mainland, but it wouldn't be. Facing the extremely gossiped reporter and Liu Yingyuan, who seemed to be smiling, Du Sheng shook his head and smiled. I can't help if Brother Hua doesn't let anyone go. At this time, he will not be in the limelight. Not to mention the purpose of robbing the crew of publicity, it may be besieged by Xie and Chen's fans. This kind of hatred cannot bring reputation. Lu Huanzhao sent a locust to death and came out to block the gun. Seeing Zhang Beizi asking for guilt, he couldn't laugh or cry. The shooting cycle is compact, there is no way. In fact, this promotional meeting is also very good, and everyone can take time. He didn't want to provoke this arrogant girl. Not everyone could be like Du Sheng, and he could subdue him. Therefore, except for a limited number, no one knew that Zhang Baji had already belonged to her. Seeing that the agent was trying hard to wink, Zhang Baji remembered Du Sheng's kind reminder during the last time she parted, and she didn't cause any trouble. However, she still stood beside Du Sheng. While others were not paying attention, she reached out to pinch the man's back and hummed. I didn't show any sign of seeing me. Are you fascinated by the beauty from Bay City? Xiao Yuxuan likes young and handsome guys, and it is no secret in the circle. Moreover, this Aquaman is specialized in picking those who are over teenagers, and this man's specialties are just in line with all aspects. Du Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth. Stop making trouble, have you not seen the reporters bring the problem to us? When Xiao Yuxuan joined the group, he saw that his beautiful eyes were indeed a little brighter, and he even asked someone to ask. But her first goal was to put Liang Chaoyi on her, and even said bluntly. Brother Wei's eyes are very deep and full of electricity. It feels like he is playing in the NBA for the first time and is on the same team as Jordan. I'm very excited. As expected, the words of this ex-girlfriend played Liang Chaoyi caused displeasure to her current girlfriend. Du Sheng was not involved and had no idea about this kind of Bay City artist who was very fun. Although he has a special physical skill, who knows whether he can suppress Aquaman? What's there to worry about? We didn't do anything too much. Zhang Baji's small and upturned nose was like the finishing touch of the painting, adding a bit of cute flesh to her purity and delicacy. During this period, she was disturbed by Xie Tingfeng and her fans, and she missed Du Sheng more and more. Especially when comparing the two together, Xie Tingfeng's gamble behavior seemed extremely childish, making her feel more and more indifferent. But she also knew that it was not advisable to have scandals at this time. On the one hand, the matter of Xie and Chen PK has not stopped. Although she was innocently implicated, she could not stay out of the matter. Second, this time it is for the promotion of Big Boy. She played Lu Yingtai in the video, and other ambiguous stories will only backfire. Du Sheng smiled and let the woman's little hands tease her, and asked with concern. After that day, Ying Huang Entertainment did not force you again, did you? Although Xie Tingfeng and Zhang Baji's record contract are not in the same company, Ying Huang Entertainment has a prominent position in Xiangjiang and has a wide connection. There was a rumor in my previous life that the company was suspected of manipulating the relationship between the two. As for the purpose, it is nothing more than hype to maximize the benefits. Not on the surface, but I'm still looking for relationships. Zhang Baji curled her lips and lowered her voice. Artist-director Mani hopes that I will change my mind, so that it will also facilitate the promotion of the next new special. She is preparing for a new album, and it is inevitable that she will use company resources in all aspects. You don't need to guess that this is Xie Tingfeng's efforts behind the scenes. There are experts to give me some advice. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. Du Sheng even guessed the purpose of it all at once. After all, Xie Tingfeng made a big fuss when drinking and even sent Chen Wangzai to the hospital, which was very unfavorable to him. If Zhang Baji changes her mind and even openly supports him as her girlfriend, the effect will definitely be great. At least, he can use the reason to protect his girlfriend to reduce the situation. There is also an excuse to say that Chen Wangzai disturbed her girlfriend and made the mistake a man should have made. If you were disturbed by me, would you be impulsive? Zhang Baji blinked her big eyes and asked inadvertently. But his attention was raised. Du Sheng knew this girl's little thoughts and smiled. Is that more important? I just lifted the roof. Zhang Baji immediately smiled like a flower. No matter whether the man was trying to please her or not, she was happy to listen. The fans of Zhang Baji's scene were sucked by this pure and sweet smile so much that their eyes were straightened. They felt itchy in their hearts, and they wanted to go on stage and grab Du Sheng and kick him away. Are these two people circulating their feelings? No. Absolutely impossible. They waited for so long before they could wait for the news that Zhang Baji and Xie Tingfeng had broken up. How could this be possible? However, what made them pessimistic was that Zhang Baji stayed with the young man for the rest of the time except for answering several questions about the crew. The joyful smile during chatting, as a fan, I could vaguely sense the change as long as I was not blind. Why is a handsome guy with little fame in the mainland? Zhang Beizi is not only a top-tier actress, but also the #1 beauty in Xiangjiang. How could he like him? Is the love brain going on again? No matter how everyone speculates, after the publicity is over. Du Sheng said goodbye to the main creator of the crew and was about to leave. Bastard! It's not over yet, you won't want to run away again. Zhang Beizi walked up to him in a small step and lowered her voice. During this period of time, I have to avoid paparazzi, and I feel sore all over. You have to rub me with some ejaculation. After saying that, he quietly stuffed a hotel room card. All excuses. In fact, she was unbearable and it was a bit overwhelming. Seeing that the reporter was not paying attention, Du Sheng smiled and whispered in her ear. After hearing this, Zhang Baji's face turned red inexplicably and she spat. Hate. Can you change to something else? Du Sheng smiled. Just say you're looking forward to it. Zhang Beizi was so embarrassed that she didn't say whether she agreed or not. Finally, she left shyly. Du Sheng watched the woman leave gracefully, smiled and put the room card in his pocket with a little expectation. If he doesn't do it, he has to go through fire and water even if he doesn't wear an LV hat on his head. Du Sheng took a look at the time and it was still early. He heard that Sun Yaoi's fan meeting was held nearby and was about to go and take a look. Suddenly a phone call came in. But Yezi, who came to Xiangjiang before, planned to go back. Before leaving, I asked him to talk to him about something. It's related to the studio. Du Sheng had this idea and went there happily. If you want to set up a studio, you can't just talk. Especially in this era, studios have just emerged on the neon side, and the mainland has not followed suit. If my memory is not bad, it seems that Fan Ou will only take the lead in his previous life a few years later. Now that he wants to be independent and bypass the cumbersome procedures of the company, he needs a professional and back-end help. For example, registration, location selection, license, pass the review, etc. It's okay for you to be blocked. As several films were released one after another, many trivial matters had to be handled by individuals after their fame rose. It is necessary to start preparing now. Central, Madly Cafe. As soon as Du Sheng stepped into the hall, he saw the target at a glance. It's really a little too eye-catching. Yezi's OL women's suit, which combines sweetness and elegance, not only sets off her figure, but also has a calm temperament, which is very pleasing to the eye. Dessert or coffee? Seeing the tall and handsome figure approaching, Yezi smiled and greeted her. Not to mention the others, this man is indeed outstanding. Just look at the little girls along the way and you will know it. She suddenly remembered the last flight for no reason, and felt a little awkward. However, when I thought about what I wanted to talk about, I suppressed my thoughts. Aren't you going to open a cultural company with your friends? What's wrong? Du Sheng withdrew his gaze and sat down next to him. It's hard to describe it. Speaking of this, Yezi's face was a little complicated. During this period, she had the idea of working alone. I was indeed quite interested in the cultural exhibition industry, so I came here to inspect it this time. But the result? During the last treasure exhibition, the treasures exhibited by her friend were questioned by 2 buyers, resulting in the disappearance of subsequent exhibitions. This line of water is too deep, and her family doesn't agree. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked to Du Sheng today. Then you might as well not change careers and cooperate with a studio. Do you have any ideas? After this conversation started, Du Sheng brought the topic to cooperation. How to cooperate with the law, let's talk about it. Yesi asked without saying a word. Since she had a brief chat on the plane last time, she has specifically inquired about this new thing. Chapter 113. There are so many benefits. It's okay if you don't check it, but after checking it, you will suddenly realize it. No wonder Du Sheng has been reluctant to sign the company and has focused on this. Compared with those entertainment brokerage companies, although they have no advantage in backing, the studio is very flexible. For example, you have the right to choose projects independently, form teams, and decide on publicity strategies. The most important thing is to retain more benefits. For example, Huayi, if a newcomer like Du Sheng signs in, he will be plundered at least half of the share. Moreover, he can receive dramas without Huayi's resources, and he doesn't have to worry about taking on some messy dramas that will ruin his reputation. With my ability in it, as my popularity grows higher and higher, I will never have to worry about resource endorsement in the future. There are 3 or 5 people in the studio, and there are tax incentives. There are too many benefits. As for why not start a company directly? Yesi also guessed something. Du Sheng is now in a state of being full and not hungry for the whole family. He takes too much steps and pulls the eggs. To be honest, Yezi was a little moved. After all, the other party asked her to participate as a partner, and it was directly the management. Although there are not many shares, it is much better than staying in Huayi. Moreover, with her ability, as long as she does it, taking advantage of Du Sheng's east wind, she can take advantage of the opportunity to open an agency in the future, and there is no worries about the prospects. What's the name of the studio? Yesi did not hesitate too much and finally asked. Actually, she called Du Sheng today and the meaning was clear. Du Sheng smiled and knew that this person was basically on board, so he was just about to get on board. Miracle is called Miracle Studio. I come, I testify, I conquer. Since he has come to this era, he will not be content with the status quo and will not be inferior to others. Miracle is an attitude. Good name. Hearing that the other party's tone was full of confidence and will, Yezi seemed to be affected, and nodded with a smile. For someone like her who doesn't want to rely on her family, she also wants to create her own miracle. It's getting late, I'll go to the airport first. After chatting for a while, Yezi looked at her wristwatch and was still unsatisfied with speculation. After going back, I will complete the selection, registration, application, and so on you mentioned first. I'll give you a gift. Du Sheng smiled slightly and stood up. I kept sending her into the car and leaving, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. It is not easy to finally take the first step. Although Yesi does not rely on her family, her identity is already destined. Usually many people open the door to convenience for her, but she is used to ignoring or not paying attention. Even if you don't use your family connections, this alone will be enough to make the studio much smoother. Sun Yaoi's side should be dispersed. Let's go and support it next time. Seeing that it was getting dark, Du Sheng dismissed his original attention and took a taxi directly to the hotel in a disguise. It looks good at the top of the list, luxurious and high-end, and privacy is also good. A Sheng is here. When Du Sheng entered the door, Zhang Baji was fiddling with something in the kitchen, and she turned her head and said happily. Du Sheng walked in with a smile and picked her up. I haven't seen my baby for a long time, come and study it. Wait, let's fry the steak soon. I don't rush to eat this, it's important to see if the baby. Du Sheng put Zhang Baji on the bed, took out a set of police uniforms for her to change into, and specially matched them with silk. Du sir, Inspector Li Fenji reports to you. Zhang Baji stood in front of Du Sheng with a red face, stamping her feet and saluting him. There is no doubt that this is the heroine of Big Boy. The slim and three-dimensional police uniform was bulging and swollen, with long and slender legs, and watery eyebrows and eyes. The whole person was both heroic and generous, and added a bit of pure style. Du Sheng felt that he was still owed something, so he put a pair of fake silver bracelets on his white-skinned hands. Did you tortured me that day? Very good, girl, you have a story, go back with me and be investigated obediently. No. You are the thief, why did I become a tortured? Zhang Baji blushed and wanted to speak but stopped. It's too shameful to imitate the role-playing scenes of catching thieves. Moreover, she knew at a glance that this man was not serious, so she might have some tricks. You and the murderer were exposed. What, are you going to disobey your life? Du Sheng was in good mood tonight, pulled her to her side, and scolded in a deep voice. And, this time it's just an audition. I'll check whether these equipment is long and reliable enough. Zhang Baji rolled her eyes. Is it considered a collusion now? But she was in a good mood, and she put her arms around the man's neck with one hand and breathed like an orchid. Then we agree first, you must also be punished. After a series of inspections, it is indeed very reliable and durable, and it should not be broken even if it is pulled. It seems that the merchant does not sell fake goods. Next time, see if there are any other copies of the product. In the cold weather, the drama is indeed hard. Zhang Baji, who has good acting skills, was sweating all over and lay motionless in the man's arms. It can be seen that the audition of this chase is quite difficult. Du Sheng wiped her sweat and put on a clean nightgown. The steak is cooked, go and replenish it. I don't have the strength, you can eat it. Zhang Baji said softly. How can you not eat? You are a popular star. How can you keep going with this physical condition? It seems that you have to practice it in progress. Du Sheng simply carried the girl to the dining table and fed her some energy. After dinner, Zhang Baji recovered some physical fitness and suddenly pointed to a report on her phone, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Look, we're reported, haha. Explode. Zhang Baji has a new love, and in order to revenge Xie Tingfeng, she is hungry and eats nothing. Third-rate tabloids, eye-catching. Du Sheng shook his head when he saw it. Hungry and eat? It's not cultured at first glance. When you have money in the future, send it a dozen lawyer letters and ask it to spend 2.5 years to review. I have to say that this is made up, a bit like it's fake and real. Zhang Baji didn't care, and even collected the website and took it out to appreciate it when she had time. It probably won't take long to delete it by your agency's public relations. These are obviously not included in the streaming media, and they write randomly according to the promotional pictures in the afternoon. Despite the suspicion of being blind, Zhang Baji is indeed in his arms now. This is really a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. Looking at the girl in her arms, she not only did not worry, but instead started the discussion with great enthusiasm. He even praised the photographer for his good ability to capture, and the picture looks full of sweet atmosphere. While speaking, I was still a little happy to have a scandal with him. It's also outrageous enough. Du Sheng also relaxed and became a little excited. I didn't have enough fun just now. Let's take a test show again. This time you can play the role of secretary. He has verified that although Zhang Beizi does not have 32C, she is only a small size difference, and she is tall, long, fair, and beautiful. Those slender and straight legs alone are enough for the Play Year series. Zhang Baji gave him a blank look, left a beautiful snow-white back on his side, and hummed. Stop making trouble, I will cooperate with the publicity tomorrow. This man was so gentle, considerate, and powerful that she was happy and ashamed, and even a little attached. But I don't play like this. There are too many tricks of the show, and she can't resist it. But I have to say that with such an outstanding man, Xie became more and more indifferent in her mind. Du Sheng smiled and didn't force him. Anyway, he said that he was a long one. It can be seen that this woman has changed a lot, at least she listened to her advice and was more willful and restrained. Is this also a strange influence brought by one's own characteristics? The next morning, Du Sheng saw that Zhang Baji was still sleeping soundly with her hugging her, and woke her up speechlessly. Don't you want to go to the mainland to promote with the crew? How can you sleep? Oriental Star Entertainment attaches great importance to the box office in the mainland and has long set up a promotional and distribution plan. In addition to letting the main creators of Big Boy go to popular cities to perform and promote road shows and promotions, they also put some interesting shooting scenes online from time to time, and also bought hot searches for cooperation. 3G networks appeared in advance and began to be launched nationwide in full swing, and online marketing is destined not to fall. It seems that the investors behind this movie are very good, and the promotion have obviously placed heavy bets. It's all your fault. How can I go out like this? Zhang Baji yawned and stretched out her legs to the edge of the bed, but she still lay lazily on him and refused to get out of bed. I couldn't help myself last night and fought again overnight, and I couldn't get excited at this moment. Du Sheng smiled and rubbed her acupoints such as Beiwei, Fengqi, and Renshong, which is helpful to refresh the mind and relieve fatigue. It's only a few days to run. It's a little harder, and it's good for you and everyone. Maybe we can still spend the new year together. Actually, he is quite optimistic about this movie. Because this version deletes the secrets or taboos in previous lives, the plot is compact and clear, and it is more in line with the cognition and thinking of the Chinese people. With the lineup of Du Kefeng plus Lu Ying and Zhang Beizi, it can be regarded as a guaranteed confidence. In the past life, one-size-fits-all way, causing the plot to be chaotic, and it can also be ranked as the single and single. People here have a lot of living standards in all aspects, and the theaters have expanded their box office, so the box office should be less than that. According to the record of Hero directed by Zhang De last year, the box office of popular movies was about 100% higher than in previous lives. Even if Big Boy doesn't have such a big game, as long as the box office can maintain the top 5 of the year, the popularity feedback to Du Sheng is essential. This is conducive to his follow-up arrangements and expanding the studio's popularity, so how can women drag their backs? Then wait until I come back and we will celebrate the new year together then. Zhang Baji was a little expectant and got up obediently to wash. Seeing that Du Sheng had prepared breakfast, he sat down next to him happily, and then reluctantly left after eating. This looks like a little girl who is trapped in a love mind. Du Sheng smiled and the hidden worries of wearing an LV hat were wiped out. He didn't believe that brother Tingfeng could win people's love like this. After breakfast, he saw that no paparazzi was paying attention to this place, so he also used the people to flow out of the door. Due to the legend of Lu Yingying, Infernal Affairs focused on Liang Chaoei and the supporting role. In contrast, Du Sheng's remaining roles were also advanced. At this moment, the 2 young versions of Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren were photographed in the final scene where the identities of 2 young versions were reversed and they looked at each other. After entering the police academy, you must abide by the police academy rules. A person who does not follow the rules is like him. Get out. The last shot is frozen on Du Sheng looking up at Chen Yongren, who was excited from the police academy. If there is a choice, I want to change it with him. Anyone can see that there is envy, hesitation, and unwillingness in his eyes. Cut. Not bad, the 2 handsome guys have finished the filming. Lu Wei put down the guide cylinder and said in a good mood. If you need to add the camera later, I will contact you later. Du Sheng turned his head silently and interpreted the helplessness and depression of the undercover agent just in a perfect way. This is exactly the artistic effect he wants to express. Mai Shaowai, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but praise. This scene has passed, everyone is in good condition. Especially when Du Sheng raised his head stubbornly, there was no word, but any viewer who saw this scene understood that this person was destined not to be an undercover agent. Next, it will surely be full. The city is windy and rainy. Chapter 114. I really pulled it out. Thanks to Xian Yunbu, Maya Magad, and Pinelia Cuttlefish for rewarding. However, the completion of the filming is like a common occurrence for everyone. After chatting for a few words, they each dispersed. After the filming, it means that Du Sheng received another 80,000 yuan in compensation. Although he only got half of the money, he didn't have many scenes and was quite satisfied. Besides, Big Head is still in the lottery. Brother Le, I'm back. Du Sheng and Yu Wenl's relationship was quite reasonable, so he greeted him when he went out. If you have the opportunity to cooperate again, Yu Wenel is from the bottom of the country and is very clear about the hard work of both parties to get to this point, and is not stingy with kindness. Du Sheng smiled and was about to take a taxi back to see if the lottery was received. Bang! Unexpectedly, an off-road vehicle came in from the other side and directly struck Yu Wenel, who was about to leave. Du Sheng looked up and saw a familiar figure. Somewhat unexpected. It turned out to be Brother Guanxi. He was discharged from the hospital so soon? Seeing Brother Guanxi get off the car erratically and stop Yu Wenel, everyone at the scene was confused. Interesting, is this going to make a fuss again? Du Sheng simply took back the hand of the taxi, and his eyes were fun. Logically speaking, he took the role that Chen Wangzai was originally planned to play, and the other party should look for him if he wanted to vent. What's more, there is Zhang Baji's seemingly unbreakable relationship. As a result, Chen Wangzai now ignores his true master and instead provokes Yu Wenel. Some paparazzi squatting nearby surrounded him even more excitedly. Although Chen Wangzai retired for the time being, he has a big temper and is known inside and outside the circle. Who knows if he will do the PK again? If they can't control their emotions, they will book their headlines. Even if they didn't take action, the personal controversy is worthy of their special book. Even my woman dares to touch me. Chen Wangzai stared at Yu Wenel with an arrogant attitude, implying arrogance and provocation. You are very kind. I don't know if he experienced the last incident, but his temper is getting more and more irritable at this moment. If it weren't for being pulled by someone around me, maybe I'd already pushed and hit me just now. As a mellow-kneading crowd, Du Sheng finally understood what was going on after hearing this. It's also a bit ridiculous. This person is so romantic, everything is related to women. This time is no exception, because a female star. A Jiao. Previously, media reported that Chen Wangzai was rumored to have a passionate relationship with a Jiao, who was a group of twins, and all photos were published in the newspaper. However, during his accident, Yu Wenel happened to star in the movie Yulusuk with A Jiao. The two not only performed a kissing scene, but also were frequently rumored to have a close meeting. This incident made Chen Wangzai very angry. Although he often ate in the bowl and looked at the pot, he would never allow outsiders to get involved. I was discharged from the hospital today, so there was a scene before me. These two are the peerless two heroes in the new generation of Hong Kong circles, so how can they make a big splash? The crew quickly stepped forward and pulled them away. The people from the police academy were also alarmed, and Du Sheng was unable to finish the melon intact and left with some regrets. However, that night, Yu Wenel posted a post on his blog that seemed to be pointing out, and the title was extremely offensive. What is this? Diss everywhere, bullying others with power, and don't know what's wrong. The smell of gunpowder ignited the New Year atmosphere. This is a later story. After Du Sheng got into the car, he heard a crisp reminder as he wished. During the filming of Infernal Affairs has been detected, will the lottery be settled? He had no hesitation and chose to settle directly. Although he doesn't have many scenes in the movie, his self-confidence with the characters is quite good. More importantly, there are still 10 annual lottery draws that have not been used. These times are also placed. Instead of leaving them for a chance in the future, it is better to master the present. After all, the advantage of this lottery seems to be much higher. Sure enough, when his thoughts just fell, the rating result was beyond his expectations and it was not low. In the statistics, the host character fit is 81%, the roles account for 3.2%, and the completion is 82%. The prize pool is re-updated. Du Sheng was not surprised by this. After all, I only starred in a young version, and only a few clips at the beginning of the movie, which would be great to give the audience a favor. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is E, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/10. Will the lottery be conducted? Du Sheng took a look at the comprehensive evaluation and said that according to the popularity and status improvement brought by the broadcast of Tianlong, the promotion should not be far away. This means that in addition to the comprehensive improvement of physical fitness, there are another lottery draw and 3 annual times. As for the younger version of Lu Jianming, what are the better items and skills? This should be counted as 2 stages. Undercover, in front of undercover. In front of the undercover, he is a short mule, and skills such as single-handed fighting, drinking, fighting, picking up girls, selling goods, and escaping life should be necessary. After the undercover agent enters the police force system, he will have more knowledge reserves, including law enforcement capabilities, legal application, security, and riot prevention, as well as qualities such as chasing, climbing, defense, and detection. Several things flashed through Du Sheng's mind instantly, all of which were of great use. With some hope, I silently recited in my heart, "Raffle lottery." As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush, as the 7 cards exploded, the streaming light turned, and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining lock-unlocking techniques, green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a first aid kit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of bad guy documents. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of tear gas sprayer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of M-fans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mechanical Mastery, Blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving HK $30,000. Sure enough, I drew a lot of special things about short mules. Du Sheng only glanced at him and knew it. Unlocking skills LV1/green, 1/1000. You have a special liking for traffic locks, anti-theft locks, and core locks. As long as you have tools in your hand, you have a certain chance of success. When I saw this name, I knew what Lu Jianming did when I was young. Talented, and the success rate of crime is not low. Du Sheng sighed. But to be honest, this thing is a bit useful. Even if you don't do things that are shameful to Lu Jianming, you can use them if you forget the key, lock the car door by mistake, break the door if you have urgent matters, etc. First aid kit, can you draw out all this? Du Sheng looked at it for a moment and found that it contained nitroglycerin tablets, alcohol disinfection tablets, bandages and other first aid supplies. Fine. You can feel much more at ease if you encounter any sudden damage in the future. If used in conjunction with the Tianji Ling Shu Jing, you can act as a surgeon temporarily. Is this Lu Jianming's ID? Du Sheng could tell at a glance that this little blue notebook was a certificate and logo of the mistress. Not only are there steel seals on it, but the photos are all his own, Lu Jianming's young version. This thing is real in the movie, but the actual police department did not enter it, so it was destined to be considered a fake. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and threw it into the extraction warehouse. When you have to disguise your identity in the future, you may be able to use it, but you shouldn't be able to use it now. Tear gas sprayer? This is good. Du Sheng's eyes lit up as he saw it. This thing is a powerful tool to uniform suspects at close range. It is a micro-special police equipment. It has extremely lethality and is difficult to resist without being prepared. The 60 ml wolf-proof sprayer that Zheng Xian used in the Black Heart crew last time was actually its low-end version. Despite this, the 2 security guards instantly lost their combat effectiveness and the effect was withstood. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can give it to the girls for self-defense. M-fans. Du Sheng's face became strange. He looked at the introduction carefully, and he was speechless. Can you get any such top-quality stuff? When I think of Lu Jianming forcing him to return to the taxi pavilion, there is indeed a chance that he will make it happen. However, for ordinary people, this is no less powerful than a bomb, the kind that can be realized in the dragon field in every minute. He was considering whether to throw it into Victoria Harbour so that it would never see the light of day. Suddenly I remembered something and held back again. Maybe, if you encounter garbage that uses power for personal gain or power to suppress others in the future, you can give him a good Anyway, if you throw it in the lottery warehouse and eat it, you won't be exposed. Du Sheng calmed down and glanced at the end. Gun Mastery LV1/Blue, 10/1000. Shooting experience and skills of outstanding police academy graduates. I'll go. I've really pulled it out, it's so powerful. Du Sheng was a little excited. As a flood of knowledge poured in, I felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Guns and other weapons seem to have become old friends for many years. Whether it is holding posture, changing safety, loading bullets, changing magazines, aiming and shooting, there is a feeling of being familiar with it. Even he could tell the magazine capacity and effective range of several models of machinery. If placed before, the accuracy of shooting skills 6 meters away should be as accurate as possible. Shooting training is too expensive, and the 2 boxes of bullets in the warehouse are not enough to even plug the teeth. People who don't have any financial resources and fire channels cannot afford it. Now, I have a lot of experience in practical gun combat out of thin air. This value is hard to exchange for. According to Du Sheng's guess, if there is no point added now, there is a 40% chance of hitting the target within 10 meters. Don't underestimate this number. The police in the Lighthouse country, who have the highest level of live-fire shooting training, took place in a practical attack of about 7 meters, and their hit rate was about 15%. That's right, less than 20%. If there is a gun on the opposite side, the hit rate will decrease. The most famous one is a murder case that occurred in Bay City last year. A gangster confronted the bad guy with a pistol and a bomb. In the end, the bad guy fired 105 shots, and the suspect was only shot 3 times, and all the others were shot empty. The gun mastery obtained by Du Sheng is only LV1, and there is a 40% chance of hitting within 10 meters. If you advance to a higher level, how accurate is this? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but glance at the reputation value. Due to the good response of Tianlong, and it has been replayed on local satellite TV stations such as Southern Satellite TV, Chili Platform, and Sweet Potato Platform, and the exposure has been greatly improved. Nowadays, its reputation has jumped from less than 5,000 before its release to 52,893. This soaring span is 10 times more. It means that there are more than 500,000 people who shock or slander Murong Fu the role. Including worship, disgust, admiration, and hatred, millions are more than enough. This wave of audience favor alone is enough to allow Du Sheng to gain enough threshold for third-tier artists. Whether you can stabilize or go further depends on the release of several subsequent films. Chapter 115 Fishing Law Enforcement. Please subscribe. Du Sheng calmed down a little and wondered whether to continue to accumulate. Although I have obtained a lot of skills recently, the most important ones are acting, dragon, and elephant prajna kung fu, and Beijiaquan. Not to mention the acting skills, it is related to lottery evaluation plus your own status, and its importance is definitely ranked among the top 3. But the next level LV4 is superb and requires a reputation of 100,000. It has been more than half of it now after saving for so long. The dragon and elephant prajna kung fu is related to one's own strength and the development of action and star paths. The next martial legend fight also needs it to support it. Currently, the skin is only refined in the 3rd level. If you want to develop internal strength, you must refine the tendons. It is necessary to continue to improve. But the same problem is that the next level requires 81,000, and there is a high probability that the tendons cannot be refined. As for the skills of Baijiquan, Puxin, and flying the eaves and walls, I won't mention them, and they will definitely be useful in daily life. But these skills have been upgraded to LV3, and each of them has to exceed 10,000, and 50,000 will be gone in an instant. After thinking about it, it's a bit unprofitable. Du Sheng then focused his attention on other more important LV1 skills. Special Physical Constitution, LV1/Blue, Basic Knowledge of Music, LV1/Green, Lock Unlocking Skills, LV1/Green, Gun Proficiency, LV1/Blue. These can be improved to LV2 by spending 1000 yuan. The effect is good and the personality ratio is very high. Especially in special physical constitution, as the popularity soars, it is common for people to be missed in the future, so you have to be prepared in advance. After hesitation, I spent 1000 to improve it first, and then I would like to save it to see the situation. As a heat flow surged all over his body, Du Sheng felt that he had a slight increase in both physical fitness and endurance. After taking a look at the introduction, it changed. From the previous immune to common infectious diseases, it has become immune to Class B and C infectious diseases. Don't underestimate this brief change, the articles in it are big. As we all know, there are 40 types of Class A, B and C infectious diseases in my country. 1 Category A, there are 2 species, including plague and cholera. 2 Category B, a total of 27 types, including new types of shaped diseases, AIDS, etc. 3 Category C, there are 11 types, including influenza, mumps, rubella, etc. According to the severity, Class A is the highest and Class C is the lowest. Syphilis, AIDS, rabies, hepatitis, pneumonia, anthrax, etc. are all in Class B. Du Sheng was overjoyed. Because what he is most worried about is the above. In the future, in terms of combat, it can be said that all poisons will not be invaded. After a little cleanup, I saw that it was still a long way to get to Sun Yaoi's concert. Du Sheng was bored and took a look at the money. Hey, I'm actually a little rich man too. I don't know, I'm shocked when I calculate it. It turns out that before I knew it, my personal assets had expanded hundreds of times compared to the beginning. Goddess Dragon invested 1.7 million is about to be released. It is easy to earn back 1.5 yuan of capital, and it is not impossible to double it. The golden leaves plus ingots plus jade Buddha are waiting for appreciation, and in the past few years, they will be sold for more than 1 million. There is also more than 1 million gifts from Huang Jianzhong, and even if he has made one, he will still have 700,000 to 800,000. In addition, the pay for filming endorsements is not less than 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. In today's per capita GDP of 20,000, this is not a little rich man. And as popularity soars, this number will only accumulate faster and faster. No wonder so many people in their previous life had to go to the entertainment industry. As long as the road is smooth, the level of money making is definitely the highest in the industry. When I have accumulated enough later, I will learn from Guze and donate hundreds of schools. Du Sheng was in a happy mood and his thoughts were flying. Buy a few more aircraft carriers, for nothing else, just to go to North America to deliver express delivery. Hong Gymnasium, it's past 9 o'clock in the evening. After more than an hour of music bombardment, Du Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he went out. It's not that Sun Yaoi's songs are not nice, nor that the atmosphere on the scene is not lively enough. On the contrary, the girls around me are too enthusiastic. I don't know how Sun Yaoi gave the ticket, but there were women in front, back and left and right. After one night, he couldn't figure out how many times he had been sneak attacked. Some unrestrained little girls even got excited in the atmosphere and just got into his arms. Gee, too handsome and outstanding, that's not good. Looking at the small notes stuffed in his hand, Du Sheng shook his head and sighed. I can't keep a low profile even if I want to be Loki. He wiped off the marks on his face and chest, politely declined Sun Yaoi's celebration, and returned to the bottom of the land alone. Although Infernal Affairs has been completed, there is still something to do tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We cannot relax yet. Because Du Kefeng learned that he was idle, he directly called for help and dispatched all aspects of the premiere of Big Boy. Du Sheng considers that the other party took the creator to the mainland, so he will not refuse for the sake of benefits. In the following days, in addition to arranging the process and seats for the premiere, he also followed the back creative team to carry out several publicity. This kind of bombing was carried out for several days. 100% Entertainment, which was also on the wireless station, was released in the trailer. Before Time knew it, it finally came to the first place, reflecting on this day. In order to promote the movie, director Du Kefeng specially designed a grand premiere. Although it was on New Year's Eve, it still attracted a large number of media reporters, film critics, and audiences. The purpose of this ceremony is very simple. In addition to collecting opinions from the first batch of professionals and audiences, it is to use the media to expand publicity and distribution. On the night of the premiere, the theater was filled with crowds. After completing the brief introduction to the movie, Du Kefeng and Lu Fifeng watched the movie with the reporters, critics and audiences present. As a member of the crew, Du Sheng was pulled to the first row by Zhang Baji at this moment. However, there are too many reporters, and there is no communication between the two of them even if they are separated. As the closely related starring actor, Zhang Bazi is also full of anxiety and expectation at this moment. After all, the success or failure of this film is directly related to her future status and fame. Du Sheng had never watched the complete film of this version before, and the crew took the initiative to avoid the taboo elements in the previous life, so he was a little curious about the final presentation of the film. Looking back on the experience of helping save the scene, even if we included the time we played the supporting role, it took only 8 days to complete all the filming work. He didn't know what effect the movie would have after editing and post-production. As the lights turned off, the cinema where they were talking in a low voice suddenly became quiet. Accompanied by the magnificent and short music, the logo of Oriental Star Entertainment and Galaxy Image appeared on the screen one after another, followed by the title of the movie. The opening song sounded, and the muscular Liu's bathing record was full of muscles, Zhang Baji, who was first to appear in the picture. As the camera turned, Lu Yingyi danced passionately on the bar stage. I danced a dress dance. As the story progressed, just as Lu Ying was in high spirits, Zhang Beizi, who was originally cheering on the spot, suddenly showed her businessman's ID. The scene of fishing law enforcement immediately triggered the laughter of the audience. Seeing this, Du Sheng smiled hoarsely. I have to say that this girl's acting skills are naturally smooth, and she instantly defeated many actresses of the same period. This is probably related to her poor since childhood and suffering a lot of hardships, and she has been interpreted in some ways. According to the acting rating, the formula performance type that should exceed the third level, 60 points pass. Although the infectiousness is a little bit poor, I know how to figure out the character's psychology. As long as you don't commit suicide in the future, there is a lot of room for improvement. Soon, with the release of the movie, the plot became the main topic. While watching, Du Sheng compared it with the version in the mainland in his previous life. Although I can't remember clearly after a long time, some obvious differences can still be distinguished. For example, in order to change the taboo factors, the problem of neon puppets' evil karma is directly replaced by the theory of cause and effect in the past and present lives. The puzzled setting of the heroine is also replaced by a complicitor who was a vicious person in his previous life, highlighting a Buddhist principle that can't take away everything in this life, only karma can be followed by you. The plot is as the heroine chases the murderous case, and a scene of the thrilling painting begins. The audience who saw this was shocked and exclaimed, "Damn it! Can this still be done?" The blood-stained head suddenly opened its eyes, which scared me to death. A man with 1.8 meter hidden in his whole body less than 3 feet, and his wide mouth is in an iron box with a width of 40 cm. Hey, do you think this Nanyang man is very handsome? It's so cool, you can walk on the eaves and walls. What kind of light skills is this? It's like this to chase and avoid bullets, it's so exciting. This Nanyang man's 3 consecutive steps on the walls are so cool, and he doesn't feel like he's acting at all. That's right. There's a back-swinging look in the hangar, and I can't take this sense of reality. It seems that it was taken in one shot with a long shot, it's awesome. What does this actor do in reality? Suddenly he was a little curious. Listening to the audience's low voices, Du Sheng was in a strange mood. This feeling of hard work being recognized by others is indeed very good. In order to shoot this long-shot chase scene, including the one that was demonstrated to the Indians, he filmed it 4 times, and even the Iron Man would be tired. Fortunately, the hard work was not in vain, and the release effect was quite good. Du Sheng felt a sense of happiness that belonged to the creator for the first time. He looked at the reactions of the film critics and the media again. Basically, they all gave positive comments. This is almost the same as his guess. If we eliminate the slightly obscure theory of cause and effect, this movie is indeed outstanding. For example, in terms of character setting, there are both big guys who can see cause and effect and have a strong martial arts skills. They have to die meaningfully and try to solve the case. Nanyang people who are proficient in deflation and know how to fly the eaves and walls, thieves who are slippery all over and can walk around the walls like geckos. If these characters appear in martial arts films, no one will feel that they are inconsistent. But when all of these are added to a modern film, the mixed style will naturally attract the audience's attention. This is the first step in the plot of Big Boys Have Great Wisdom. Secondly, solving the case is not the eye-catching point of Big Boy. What the audience is eager to know is the fate of the heroine Li Fenji. The big guy saw the evil consequences of Li Fenji in his previous life and repaid them with death in this life, but the big guy wanted to go against the will of heaven and change his fate, but he saved her twice but still had no effect. Then Li Fenji ends up whether or not they will die becomes the focus of the audience. When the truth is not revealed, the audience will not easily abandon it. In addition, this movie has Du Kefeng's usual sharp style, and it is not dragging on the narrative, it is particularly compact, and highlights follow one after another. It would be strange if the audience didn't invest in this narrative method that could understand the audience's psychology. Finally, in the audience's expectations, Li Fenji must have died, but she didn't know how to die. The movie created another thriller scene. Li Fenji's body was separated and her head was hung on a tree, which was quite terrifying. Various factors are destined to be hotly discussed. If Big Boy becomes popular, you should have a lot of reputation to return it, and your popularity can be fed back to the mainland. Du Sheng knew very well that the domestic entertainment industry still recognized the status and fame of Xiangzhong, which is also a stepping stone. Chapter 116 So Lucky? The premiere ends and the interview time is entered. In addition to Du Kefeng and Lu Yingying, Du Sheng also received a lot of attention. It's really Zhang Baji's behavior is so strange. Even though the agent frequently winked, she still couldn't help but pull Du Sheng to her side. Especially when the two interact frequently, they remembered the last publicity, so the reporters and media were unable to think about it. In addition, this movie's fantastic martial arts scene is quite exciting, and everyone thought it was Yuan Bin's masterpiece at first. Unexpectedly, after the performance list popped up, they realized that the martial arts warrior was actually an unknown mainland guy. What's even more amazing is that the starring Nanyang Song's Zongke. Only then did everyone understand that no wonder the movements were so smooth, that others had real skills. Especially when Du Sheng's handsome face appeared on the big screen, the atmosphere of the entire premiere seemed to have changed. The reporters picked up their cameras one after another, and the shutter sounded endlessly, and the flashes formed a dazzling starlight. In this entertainment industry where appearance is important capital, there are certainly many kung fu actors who can play, but there are not many who have both handsome appearances. An artist like Du Sheng who has a handsome face and excellent action guidance and skills is naturally an advantage. Du Kefeng is a very insightful person. He keenly captured the reporter's strong interest in Du Sheng and simply followed the flow. He not only took the initiative to introduce to the reporter, but also helped promote the infernal affairs released by Lu Yingyuan's lip, saying that Du Sheng was playing the young version of Huazi in the play. In this way, the reporters became even more curious and even wanted to make Du Sheng a super evil spirit. When asked whether Du Sheng would further develop in the direction of action stars, Du Kefeng cleverly replied, smiling and indicating that he might invite him to star in the next drama. This attitude of neither affirmation nor denial has even opened up the topic for Du Sheng, which can indirectly increase the popularity of the movie. A premiere ended perfectly under Du Kefeng's control. Du Sheng also made headlines in many Xiangjiang newspapers and magazines together with the main creator. This also means that he has officially gained some popularity in the Xiangjiang entertainment industry. This laid a preliminary foundation for the future performance career towards Asia. Although Xiangjiang movies have declined, their influence in Asia is still extraordinary. Especially in the Chinese region of Southeast Asia, this is also one of the factors that Du Sheng values the Hong Kong circle. But the mainland and Xiangjiang have a gap in culture, so it is difficult to be compatible with each other. Whether it is the various dimensions of life or the integration of thoughts and cognition, it is not an easy task. For example, the Forden and Dao Blebing, which is currently quite famous in the mainland, is no different from third-rate artists in Xiangjiang. This time, Du Sheng broke the precedent with The Wind of Two movies. On the 2.1 St, it will arrive in the morning. Du Sheng finally ushered in the first spring festival in this world, when the New Year bell rang in Victoria Harbour. He stood in front of the window, watching the fireworks outside, banging and making a lot of lively sounds. The phone was also buzzing. Many people sent New Year greetings. They are all people who met the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Big Boy, Goddess Dragon, and Infernal Affairs. Wang Yeyang, Lu Yifei, Fan Ou, Lu Tao, Zheng Xian, and others also called each other. The festive atmosphere is full. Someone asked him if he was used to being in Xiangjiang, and some asked him when he would come back. Anyway, Du Sheng has never put down his phone since 9 o'clock in the evening. It is very lively and has a warm feeling. He also gave Zhong Zhen, Zhou Yaoan, Zhao Jian, Yuan Bin, Du Kefeng, Zhu Zhuoliang, Zhuang Wenqiang, and Lu Yingyan Rishuo 86 respectively. No matter whether others care or not, you must do your best. Finally, he transferred 10,000 yuan to Huang Deli, who returned to the countryside to celebrate the New Year, which was considered an annual profit. If he transfers too much, he won't charge it. This is what he said he would only want after earning more than 200,000 yuan in Xiangjiang. Before Huang Deli hung up the phone, he said with emotion, "Among so many apprentices, you are the most promising." Actually, he didn't say anything. That is, since taking over the Huang family boxing gym, more than 200 people have come to learn boxing, but in recent years, no matter whether they are nominal students or disciples, there are very few people who come back to see him after leaving. Not to mention that as long as you have money, you will be more filial to you every year. Huang Deli originally wanted to tell Du Sheng to do a good job in fighting boxing and not to become the successor of the 7 generations, but after thinking about it, there was no need. Because he knew Du Sheng's personality very well, either he would do his best if he didn't do it. Du Sheng put down his cell phone with a smile. To get something, a phone call came in again. It's actually Yezi. A little unexpected. Yezi said a few blessings and changed the topic. What was the response when Big Boy premiered yesterday? She noticed a lot of related reports in Xiangjiang. Among them, 3 newspapers mentioned Du Sheng. Although there are 2 newspapers that are not popular and they are also plaguing the bush to attract attention by the abnormal relationship between Zhang Beizi and Du Sheng, it is also a report. This surprised her a little. In addition, I have to talk about the studio matters. When I see the other party sending a congratulatory text message, I simply dialed it over. The film reviews and media feedback are pretty good, and the audience is very enthusiastic. After all, Du Sheng is the martial arts finger plus supporting role in this film. Success or failure is closely related. It is impossible not to care about it. He smiled and said, "As an institutional review, it is highly likely that the box office will exceed 30 million. Although there are 8 films in the Spring Festival this year in Xiangjiang, not many are threatening. The biggest competitors are the comedy Golden Rooster starring Wu Bru, as well as Liang Chaoei and Yang Qian's Saturday imitating Satin to the People. But the former has been released for a month, while the latter is not as good as Big Boy. In addition, don't underestimate the 30 million. Last year, only one movie could break this number. After hearing this, Yezi felt a little relieved, fearing that the two sides would die as soon as they were about to cooperate, and said, "The studio has been registered and rented in office spaces. Do you need to recruit some assistants who handle daily itineraries and help you contact advertising endorsements?" Du Sheng thought that he had to stay in Xiangzhong for a while and said, "I have a friend, just sign him in first. As for contacting advertisements, don't worry, and let's talk about it when Goddess Dragon is released." Yesi has already left and is now considered the supervisor of Miracle Studio. Her main responsibilities are to maintain and promote Du Sheng's reputation, fame, and negotiate with the media, producers and other related partners. "I have done these in Huai and I am familiar with them." Yesi wrote it down and said, "I have contacted Sujiang Station, and it has been confirmed that Snowflake Goddess Dragon will be premiered at 7 p.m. on the 4th day of the Chinese New Year. I have already known Li Lita, and I may need to do some publicity. Are you arranged this soon?" Du Sheng said in surprise, suddenly remembered something, and said strangely. Producer Li asked about it several times, but there was no response there. Could it be that you used your relationship? Although Zhujiang Channel had agreed to the premiere before, it gave a reply saying that the filming schedule would be scheduled until mid-March. Now that I suddenly arrived at the Spring Festival period in advance, Du Sheng couldn't help but think about it. After all, Yesi's family is in Canton and is teased as the first Ye of Canton. There are great factors here. Yesi did not give a positive response, but just smiled. In fact, the original drama was indeed scheduled to be broadcast on the 4th day of the Chinese New Year, but it was temporarily delayed due to some taboo factors. As a partner, it was her first time working in a studio, so of course she had to come up with some results. In order to give Du Sheng a recognition, he can also give an explanation to his future prospects and his family. So lucky to be a substitute in the Spring Festival. Du Sheng heard something and asked, "What's the name of that original drama?" In this year's era, all TV stations attach great importance to the Spring Festival, and the competition is quite large, and most of the broadcasts are the first-year dramas. Before the broadcast, the TV station will even preheat the audience with great colors to please the audience's appetite. If the dramas at the beginning of the year are the first to be successful, it can show the TV station's production strength and drama selection vision, establish a brand image, further consolidate and increase market share, and drive the attention of subsequent dramas. From a pragmatic perspective, TV stations can also attract more advertising investment from the opening dramas and maximize commercial value. Taking CCTV1 as an example, many classic dramas were broadcast as a grand drama at the beginning of the year. For example, the opening drama of 1998 was Water Margin, 1999 was Yongzheng Dynasty, and last year was The Granary of the World. Zhujiang TV is one of the top 3 TV stations in Canton, and the ratings of popular dramas are generally no less than 5%. Although its opening drama is about to be broadcast, the ones who will be the first to be broadcast on the 4th day of the Chinese New Year are considered to be the next key ranks. A drama that is so valued by Taiwanese leaders suddenly cannot be broadcast? And even if it cannot be broadcast, it is not the turn of Goddess Dragon under normal circumstances. It can be seen that Yezi has put in her strength. Have you heard of Jinghua Smoke and Dust? Yesi casually talked about the title of the drama. Although the other party's tone was calm, Du Sheng could hear the sarcasm and smile in her tone. This is surprising. After all, this person has always shown grace and dignity, and will not easily show it even if he doesn't like or feel embarrassed about someone. For example, in the last plane incident, even if I was shy, I didn't show any abnormality, and at most I just lie down and don't move. Du Sheng suddenly remembered something and blurted out. Is it possible that the folk song Shujun starring Noodles? So powerful? Just guess it. It was Yesi's turn to be a little surprised. This drama is a big production with an investment of more than 30 million yuan. It was produced last year and was highly valued by the community. However, due to the outbreak of the noodle incident and the intensification, the several local platforms that were originally scrambled to compete for suddenly became hot potatoes, and they pushed them again and again, almost becoming warehouses. Bottom goods. A senior executive in Zhejiang thought the incident was almost over, so he wanted to find a gap. Unexpectedly, another heat incident pushed this person to the hot spot of public opinion. At that time, Yezi happened to take over Miracle Studio, so she made up for another blow. Goddess Dragon was lucky enough to fill the space, otherwise there would be no such good thing that could have been broadcast during the Spring Festival. Du Sheng smiled. I guessed it nonsense. In fact, he also thought of the man who sang on Mango TV some time ago when a man suddenly rushed to the stage to feed dog food. As soon as the incident happened, it once dominated the headlines of major hot searches. If this person had been in his previous life, he would have been quiet for several years before he could get a chance to make a comeback in the film industry. This is unknown for the time being. Chapter 117. The next wave of the Yangtze River pushes the previous wave. But I have to say that sometimes luck is also part of success. Nowadays, the drama Goddess Dragon has been helped by Zhongyao Film, and now Yezi uses her relationship to give her a shot. If this doesn't make a big splash, then Du Sheng can take a shower and sleep. He suddenly remembered something and reminded him when he hung up the phone. After the broadcast of Goddess Dragon, if the ratings exceed 5, you go to Zhongyao Film and discuss the investment and co-production of Yi Tian. Yesi felt astern, knowing that this was the studio's subsequent focus, so she made a note. After chatting for a few more seconds, Du Sheng put down his cell phone and was about to find something to fill his stomach when the doorbell suddenly rang. I'm here this night, and I don't have to guess who it is. When I opened the door, I saw Zhang Baji with a mask pulling up her standing collar, waiting there with a big bag and a small bag. I'll help you get in, I'm almost powerless. What's this? In fact, as soon as Du Sheng approached, he smelled a scent. Sure enough, as soon as she put it on the table, Zhang Baji put out the exquisite food boxes with a pure smile on her face. My mother has prepared a lot of delicious food. In order to avoid waste, I packed some of them over. You're here so late, aren't you afraid of your agent complaining? Du Sheng sat down beside her and asked with a smile. Not long ago, Xiang Tai seemed to have learned that Qi Nu was making a friend in a lightning style. Although she did not say anything to stop her, she indirectly asked. It can be seen that this is worrying that Zhang Baji is blinded by love again. In addition, during the Chinese New Year, it was the time when artists made money on stage, so she turned it down a lot. What are you afraid of? I haven't gone to other places indiscriminately. Zhang Baji didn't care and greeted with a smile. Try this Xiangjiang specialty emperor dish, the taste will definitely make you feel endless aftertaste. I packed it and kept it warm as soon as it was released from the pot to ensure that the meat was not lost. Emperor's cuisine, also known as potted vegetables, is a must-have dish for wedding celebrations during the Hong Kong People's Congress Festival, including lobster, abalone, sperm, sea cucumber, and other ingredients. It's really delicious. Du Sheng didn't mention anything else, picked up a piece of shrimp and put it into his mouth, stretching his thumb. It's the new year, congratulations on making money, profit is funny. Zhang Baji suddenly blinked playfully and stretched out her jade hand to Du Sheng. People in Xiangjiang are not used to saying Happy New Year. They don't need to wish you happiness during festivals, because happiness and quick fall are easy to be confused and taboo. You and I are not married, what are you and I am so good at teasing me? Du Sheng smiled and did not give a red envelope, but put a gift box in her hand. Zhang Baji opened the gift box happily and found that there was an exquisite bracelet inside, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Du Sheng let the woman hug her and feed her happily, but a thought suddenly flashed in his heart. If there are women accompanying you every spring festival in the future, what kind of life taste will it be? Eat quickly, it's frozen. Zhang Baji snuggled in Du Sheng's arms, picking up food for the man himself, and her smile was as pure as water. A warm feeling arises naturally, making people feel peaceful and satisfied. If Du Qifeng and others knew that this arrogant girl had changed so much, they would probably speak out in surprise. Isn't your mother in Australia? When did you come back? Du Sheng also saw the changes in women. In addition to the influence of talent and skills, the other party probably listened to his previous words, which is a good thing. This means that even if Xie Tingfeng pesters him, it will be difficult to pry this girl away. Didn't you ask me to treat the people around you before? Zhang Baji lets the man hold her, smiling like a flower. After I came back to Xiangzhong, I also felt that I was too difficult to get along with in the past. It happened to be the Chinese New Year, so I asked my brother to bring my mother back. In fact, after Du Sheng left that day, she suddenly felt empty and lonely in her heart, and she recalled the man's explanation for no reason. Thinking about how similar I was to the unreasonable Tianzui-san? In the face of guilt, subtle changes are natural. Speaking of which, her childhood was quite unfortunate. Not only did her father be a gangster, she liked to stay in the gambling house, but she always lost 9 out of 10 bets. For this reason, parents quarreled twice in 3 days. That's not all. His father was heavily in debt and was chased and forced to move often. In despair, her mother once wanted to sell her young Zhang Baji to her friend in the lighthouse country. Such a bad life was not until she was 9 years old, when her parents finally divorced, and she moved to Australia with her mother. However, living conditions have not improved. While studying, Zhang Bazi often carries her mother out for part-time jobs. It can be said that she is still kind-hearted when she is young. Do you still have a younger brother? I haven't heard you mention it before. When Du Sheng saw the woman holding her cheeks and watching her eat, he picked up a piece of shrimp and put it in her little mouth. Yes, he was born on the same day as me, he is also an artist. Seeing that the man cared about his family, Zhang Baji smiled sweetly and said some interesting things. Only then did Du Sheng realize that the girl in her arms was a twin, and her dream was to become a nurse. Unexpectedly, after returning to Xiangzhong with this dream, he was accidentally discovered by a scout and took an advertisement for lemon tea and became popular. The reason why I developed the willfulness and arrogance before was that I began to be proud after becoming famous at a young age. Simply put, it is expansion. So, wasn't you too inflated to me when you met last time? Du Sheng put down his chopsticks as if he was smiling and said. It's not unforgivable, let's say, what kind of punishment do you want? Zhang Baji saw the man smiling and said shyly. You can't get out of bed. Du Sheng laughed and whispered a few words to the woman. Nothing else, he just wanted to try the feeling of inflated. Not long after, Zhang Bazi, who had changed into a kawaii girl's outfit, stood beside the closed balcony and said shyly. Bow, please feel sorry. She herself is pure, like a pure flower waiting to bloom. At this moment, the cute girl's playful look, her every frown and smile reveals a cute and sweet atmosphere, making people unable to help but think. Du Sheng's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and picked her up. Since the girl made such an unreasonable request, of course he had to satisfy the other party's wishes. No group joining, 30,000 words are omitted. Listening from time to time, a crying sound came from nearby, begging Dad to be gentle. The neighbors next door couldn't listen. On the festive day of the New Year, how can parents beat their daughter like this? It lasted for more than half an hour. Listen to how sad and pitiful this cry is. However, when the truth is, Zhang Baji was very full at this New Year's Eve dinner. And men can say it can do it. Not to mention not getting out of bed, I didn't even get out of the floor. Too exaggerated. It made her more attached. Therefore, during the 3 days of the Chinese New Year holiday, both men and women were tired of being together. When it is rising, I also feed in a special way, enjoying a rare and peaceful time. Big Boy was released, with long queues in many theaters, and both reputation and box office revenues. Release of Reputation. The movie viewing craze of Big Boys Have Great Wisdom swept across the country. Lu Yingzhou Lu's box office broke the record, with 8.26 million yuan in 4 days of release, which is expected to exceed 30 million yuan. These days, various media and newspapers have hyped Big Boy to the sky, successfully attracting more people to the theater. Because the epidemic was eliminated early, the mainland was similar. The blockbusters such as Thousands of Changes and Heroes of Heaven and Earth that were withdrawn and postponed were missed this time and could only watch Big Boy win the lead. It can be said that except for a foreign big production Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, which is slightly better, Big Boy does have the right time and place. After all, there is no reason for the audience to consume revenge. Some institutions have made predictions that Big Boy has a good reputation, and the mainland box office can be ranked among the top 5 of the year, with an estimated price of no less than 35 million. Du Sheng smiled and put down the newspaper. It seems that avoiding many taboos in advance and preventing one-size-fits-all results have allowed this film to save a lot of box office in the mainland. And this is also beneficial to his popularity and reputation. Not to mention other things, the total number of fans on the 3 major platforms has exceeded 1 million. Judging from the rise, it is not surprising to add 200,000 to 300,000. If we count the Goddess Dragon, which will be broadcast tonight's prime time. Of course, there is still the power of Qianlong here. During this period, 2 local stations that purchased copyrights have been broadcast one after another, and there should be many more to come. Nanfang TV in Canton is one of them. In order to meet the local characteristics, the station not only redubbed, but also set the difficult sutra as the opening and ending song. The response is good at present, and it broke 4 on the first day of broadcast. Depending on the situation, it is highly likely to break 5. There are also many discussions about Mirong Fu. For example, there are endless discussions on Du Sheng's blog. So handsome, this is the Mirong Fu in my mind. Damn it! Is this theme song actually sung by Mirong Fu? No wonder Brother Sheng raped and composed songs in Happy Blog before, is this one of them? The lyrics and music are very suitable for this drama. I feel that it is written specifically for it, a great talent. Is this a magic sound? My God! Then aren't other theme songs even spicy chickens? I love this version of Mirong Fu, I want to cut it out as a poster. Tahi Film and Television, General Manager's Office. The next wave of the Yangtze River pushes the previous wave. Wang Jinhua put down the newspaper and sighed. If she said that she could still be lucky to star in Big Boy, Qianlong is real power. But she still couldn't understand. This kid has no connections or background, so why is it still rising so fast? Originally, she planned to try Du Sheng and then find a drama to let her bite the hook. Now it seems a bit late. Wang Jinhua sighed in her heart and looked at Fan Ou, who was becoming more charming and charming next to her. You seem to have had scandals with him. Do you know what his biggest advantage is? Big. Thoughtful. When it comes to men's relevance, these words can't help but come to mind. But this something was obviously not right and was not appropriate. I thought about it and said, I have a solid foundation since I was a child, and my acting skills are unparalleled. It's connections and communication. Wang Jinhua looked at her deeply, and then said suddenly, you should know about the contract promotion, and I can't do anything about it. Fan Ou was silent. Although I had expected it, I was still quite unhappy about Wang Zhonglei's methods of acting. However, she was under the roof and Wang Jinhua had no clear signs of a quarrel, so she would not be so stupid as to stand up for the time being. Chapter 118. It shouldn't be that fierce, right? Wang Jinhua knew that Wang Zonglei was suppressing him. There are even plans to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Fan Ou and others under their name were also implicated. She pondered for a while and decided to give some compensation. When the meeting was held at the end of the year, the headquarters decided to launch 5 movies this year. In addition to Purple Butterfly and Heroes of Heaven and Earth that have won foreign awards, Feng Cue's upcoming New Year films are also very popular. Fan Ou felt stern and became serious. Because she knew that this movie being prepared was said to be starring big names such as Ji Yizhu, Feng Cue's wife, Zhang Qulai, etc., with an unprecedented lineup. In addition, when Du Sheng went to Xiangzhong, she reminded her that if the contract cannot be filed, she would ask Wang Jinhua to fight for the compensation. If a man values this, this movie is probably extraordinary and even a big hit. This is true. After being released at the end of the year, he directly kicked Harry Potter off the throne and won the top of the year. Fan Ou also officially reached its peak because of this movie. Now Wang Jinhua took the initiative to mention it, and it seems that the man is really saying it, and this is a little compensation. After all, Wang Jinhua introduced the top resource Purple Butterfly to Li Ou before, and there is no reason to favor one and the other. If you consider the contract, it is natural to mention it at this time. Of course, there is also a meaning of winning over here. Fan Ou knew this very well, and most likely he would not turn to the king of the big and small, and said with a smile, "It's a bit surprising that Mr. Xiao Wang didn't object to me to play the second female lead." In fact, it was not surprising. She just turned her mind around and guessed the possibility. Sure enough, Wang Jinhua's face was a little complicated. It was the king who nodded. In fact, Wang Zhong is preparing for the listing, so it is not advisable to make too much trouble, so he agreed to Wang Jinhua's proposal. But this does not mean that both sides have repaired the cracks. On the contrary, her management authority was further weakened. The reason why I didn't make a fuss was to consider whereabouts. Wang Jinhua has to admit that resources are the foundation of survival in the entertainment industry. Without resources, artists are like rootless duckweed. What exactly are resources? To put it simply, it is actually a background connection. And what is the most important thing here? Connections. The reason why Wang Zonglei dared to be arbitrary is because Huai has accumulated enough connections. It also gave Huai the confidence to try to go public. At present, there are very few people in the entire company that can be looked up to by them. Feng Pony, who made a lot of money for the company, is one of them. So are those big guys in the Beijing circle. In Wang Zonglei's mind, as long as he maintains these connections, Huai can stand firm. As for others, they are chess pieces that can be replaced easily, and they are irrelevant. Even to be honest, as long as Feng's pants are still there, Huai can make a group of new faces famous at any time. Are you considered a partner or a chess piece that you can replace at any time? Wang Jinhua shook her head slightly, and she had an answer in her heart. But she is not a doll that can be controlled by others. The other party can indeed make a group of people famous, but it is not a matter of a day or a night to replace the 4 dans and double ice. And this period of time is enough for her to find a safe way out for the future. A Sheng, the legend of the martial arts officially begins the day after tomorrow. In the afternoon, Du Shenggang cooperated with the last promotion of Big Boy and received another call from Ma Yaoei. Will you go to the boxing gym to practice later? Fuyun Pavilion. Du Sheng remembered something and smiled. I shouldn't be very welcome there. Haha. How is that possible? Ma Yaoei knew what was going on, and he smiled. Those people always miss you and want to get back the scene. It's funny to say that in order to prepare for the battle these days, he took Du Sheng to the boxing gym to practice. Du Sheng is also idle. Considering the sense of rhythm and force skills, he really needs to correct it. Ma Yaoei opened a membership at Fuyun Pavilion, and he was familiar with it. He paid Du Sheng directly. However, there are horsemen who are blind. He actually came here to discuss. Ma Yaoei laughed in his heart. How could he not know this trick of cheating people? It is nothing more than a support in the boxing gym. First, take the opportunity to attack the newcomer's confidence, and then charge in the name of teaching guidance. He knew Du Sheng's ability very well, so he just waited to watch the show. After all, training is also a kind of boxing practice, and the effect is better. Du Sheng came to the boxing gym just to adapt to the boxing rules and equipment. At most, he practiced the balance of strength and needed guidance from others. However, he hadn't punched a few times, and he agreed to accumulate experience in the ring. The result is no Ma Yaoei as expected. The one who was knocked by 3 fists was a small leader. His younger brother was angry and joined the boxing gym coach. Under the surging situation, there was a 5-game winning streak. Looking at Du Sheng again, he was still calm, as if he had not warmed up yet. At that time, the entire boxing gym was alarmed. So awesome! The members who rushed over after hearing the news also looked at each other, not daring to get up and not wanting to leave. It was awkward for a moment. If the person in charge of the boxing gym had not rushed back and knew how to behave, otherwise he would not know what to do. Forget it, you go. The main reason is that his opponent is too good to be proud of him. He also found out the basic rules. For example, you can attack your fallen opponent in a game, you can use fists, legs, elbows, knees, and other parts, as well as ground techniques such as throat locking and suppressing that are not available in standing fighting. Prohibited categories include hitting the back of the head and kidneys, biting people, kicking the crotch, etc. Although these restricted a lot of national skills, Du Sheng was not too worried. All the equipment there is free to be open to you, and there are 2 days left, so it's useless. Ma Yaoei has always been keen on boxing, and he also wanted Du Sheng to teach him 2 more moves, and he was eager to try. And you don't know yet, the head of Fuyun Pavilion is back. That is the boxing champion that even Joe Billy can win, and he seems to be interested in you. Although it was 10 years ago, I still have the ability, otherwise I would not have opened so many branches. Du Sheng raised his interest and asked, "What is this person good at?" Karate, Muay Thai, Cai Lifo, and Western boxing. Ma Yaoei learned Muay Thai in this boxing gym, and he clearly said. He is now the top 3 boxing champion in Xiangjiang, with nearly 1,000 apprentices. Members who have graduated in the past 2 years have participated in 68 official competitions, of which 66 wins. Du Sheng felt thoughtful when he heard it. Although the chief owner has little reputation, his apprentices are all over Xiangjiang. Because he also has a hidden identity, the honorary coach of the number gang. Although the members of Xiangjiang Club now switch to parking, charging, security and other industries, they still have influence. Of course, he is most famous for his fight against Joe Billy, who won the Southeast Asian Boxing Championship and easily defeated him. After learning that Ma Yaoei had driven to the nearby area, Du Sheng finally agreed. Yesterday he didn't have time to test his physical data. Although Fuyun Pavilion is a branch, it has complete equipment and is considered formal in all aspects. There are all kinds of training areas, boxing rings, rubber boxing targets, pear-shaped balls, tensioners, boxing bags, barbell racks, etc. As soon as the 2 of them stepped in, they saw more than a dozen young people doing strength training. The atmosphere in the boxing gym was quite lively. Damn it! 1 punch 560 pounds. After a while, Ma Yaoei looked at the numbers displayed on the boxing machine and his eyes were shocked. He compared his data. 269 pounds. Not even half of the other party. This is not impact force, but real muscle strength. The other party shouldn't have been so fierce when he punched last time, right? Could it be that it has made another breakthrough recently? Du Sheng smiled and didn't say anything, and tried the others again. Anyway, the equipment here will be open to it for free within 3 days, and it will not be used for expired. 1.83 meters tall, 1.85 meters in wingspan, 111 kilograms of bench press, 333 kilograms of squat, 580 pounds of right fist, 460 pounds of left fist. Ma Yaoi was almost stunned after reading this data. What kind of monster is this? He recalled the data of boxing champion Tyson's training. Height 1.80 meters, wingspan 1.80 meters, bench press 132 kilograms, squat 463 kilograms, right fist 800 pounds, left fist 500 pounds. This comparison can be seen at a glance. One of your main business is filming, and practicing boxing is not a regular time, and participating in boxing competitions is also a playful nature. The other is the world-renowned boxing champion who dominates the boxing world, and various rigorous training is essential. As a result, the former's healthcare gameplay is a chance to catch up with the latter. Even compared with some retired boxing champions, they are not too much. More importantly, Du Sheng is still so young, and the above data has not been done, which is not the limit at all. When I think of him continuing to break through the picture of the earth. Ma Yaoi swallowed. This is indeed golden thighs, so I have to hold them tightly. Du Sheng blurred the data and turned around and said, "Aren't you itchy? Do you want to have a chance to discuss it? Trial? You just want to abuse me?" Ma Yaoi shook his head like a rattle and said, "With such a strong punch, how can I resist the small body like me? Not to mention Du Sheng's previous tough record, just the test just now made him completely give up." Du Sheng was speechless. "Don't you want to practice your skills? How can you improve without interrogating?" Seeing the people around him turning their heads, Ma Yaoi waved his hand again. "It is embarrassing to not be able to stop 2 punches, and it also hurts confidence." Du Sheng shook his head, without saying much, and was about to leave. "You are the Chinese martial arts boxer who won Lao Cheng yesterday." At this time, a group of people walked towards them. Among them are Coach Lao Cheng, the branch manager, and several small leaders who met yesterday. Leading the lead is a tall, strong, and young man with a huge body of muscles. He raised his fists and smiled at Du Sheng. "Since you have the chance to meet today, come and try it." Du Sheng did not answer, and Ma Yaoi whispered, "He is Zhang Fuyu." The branch manager hesitated for a moment and did not speak. He knew what the chief manager thought. This time, in addition to being happy to see the hunt and regaining some thin faces for the branch, it is more of a strong interest in the young people in front of you. I plan to invite him to join. The coach of the boxing gym wanted to remind him, but he didn't even mention it because of the owner's clear temperament of love and hate. Zhang Fu Sitnoyu retired, and her current focus is on teaching apprentices, and she no longer cares about winning or losing. If we can really win over the young people in front of us, that's the benefit. Why don't you dare to go on stage?" Seeing that Du Sheng was just looking at the chief manager and didn't say anything, the students who were beaten yesterday were a little unable to control themselves. Chapter 119 He guessed. "Okay. Then let's practice." Du Sheng ignored the aggressive general and took the boxing gloves handed over by the other party. In fact, he also wanted to test the difference in his abilities and boxing champions to facilitate the adjustment of the next game. Zhang Fu has been private for 10 years, but looking at the muscles, you can tell that he has not given up on exercise, and he is rich in experience, which is much better than the amateurs around him. This is a good candidate for discussion. The people around him stopped practicing boxing and surrounded him. Even many members who received the news outside took the time to watch the battle. A once-in-a-lifetime battle cannot be missed. Not long after, the entire boxing gym was surrounded by people. Du Sheng took off his jacket, top, shoes, and socks, creating clear muscle lines. Although his muscles are not as bulging as those fierce men, his muscle lines with beautiful curves are definitely much more handsome in terms of appearance. Ma Yaoi, who was watching by the side, was secretly surprised. Because he rarely sees Du Sheng practicing boxing, he didn't expect that his figure would be better than himself. Start. Du Sheng was wearing casual pants and stood in the boxing ring and looked at Zhang Fuyu. Zhang Fuyuanba first set his wrist bone, twisted his wrist bone, and jumped onto the boxing ring. He did seek recruitment with the idea of frustrating Du Sheng, otherwise even if he saw Li Xingxi again, he would not have been so rough. Moreover, he weighs 82 kilograms and is a light heavyweight boxer. Du Sheng looked only about 75 kilograms, and he was still an amateur boxer, and all aspects were completely unequal. Those who have punched the box know that cross-level battles are often weight-suppressing. How could you lose? But if nothing happens, there will be an accident. 3 minutes later. Whoosh! Du Sheng's test was over and he was generally clear about the differences between the two sides. The opponent's physical fitness is indeed good. A single uppercut can burst out with nearly 400 pounds of physical strength. But in front of the third layer of copper skin in Dragon Elephant Prajna, that's it. Besides, he also has various skills to support him. Du Sheng had no intention of making fun of it, and suddenly he knocked his elbow and hit his chest and pushed Zhang Fuyuan's second position. In an instant, the ground was flattened, and his fists were like shells, and they exploded in the air. It was the door of Bajiquan that was hard to open. The whole body, waist, legs, soles, and spine have regular force and force. People are like meteors, and fists are like tigers coming out of the gate. With a snap, the fist force made a crisp explosion in the air. Zhang Fu, a member of the country, poked Huai and Leu, retorted Meng, and then Du Sheng suddenly broke out, and it was too late to dodge. He instinctively raised his arms to block it. Bang! Blocked one punch, but missed another punch. Du Sheng's domineering straight punch passed through Zhang Fuyun and hit him in the chest. Boom! Zhang Fuyun staggered and retreated under his feet, and finally fell on the debris below the stage. For a moment, the mineral water and beer were all splashed, and water traces and foam were everywhere. The little brother watching around him was instantly in an uproar and rushed forward. It ended too fast. The gap between the two sides is so big that it is unbelievable. Everyone did not expect this would be the ending. Because Zhang Fu has been trying to get things done, they have seen or competed. It is also a reputation that has been made. But in Du Sheng's eyes, the other party is no longer at the peak, and both parties are not at the same level at all. As for weight, the other party does have advantages, but it cannot ignore the content factors such as age, skeleton, muscle, and body fat. In addition, Zhang Fuzhen retired because he accidentally strained his ligament when he participated in a professional boxing competition last time, which is also the key. But overall, Du Sheng already has a general understanding of boxing competitions and the opponents he will encounter in The Legend of Wulin. According to Ma Yaoi's previous statement, being able to beat Zhang Fuyu is equivalent to entering the quarterfinals steadily. After a moment, Zhang Fuzhe stood up, but he looked a little confused. But he could let go, after all, there were many wins and losses in the competition. I just didn't expect the other party to be so outrageous. This made him even more eager to win over. Mr. Du, stay. Zhang Fuzhe Xiao left the fake rice, but he didn't care about being polite, so he quickly stepped forward and said, I heard you signed up for the martial arts legend. Du Sheng turned around and nodded slightly. With your strength and ambition, you should not just want to win this championship, right? Zhang Fu has played professional boxing games and is very clear about how profitable foreign competitions are. Although the reward of martial arts legends is quite large, there are 4 major punches such as WBA and WBC abroad. In the face of the prize of the competition, we can only say that it is a big witch. The revenue of tickets and PPV subscriptions alone is 10 times higher than that, and it is a US dollar. He didn't talk nonsense and said straight. The martial legend champion is indeed qualified to enter the boxing championship, but do you know the outcome of the previous 2 champions going abroad to play games? Ma Yaoi was also a little curious and turned his head. It's gone, it probably didn't start a fight. Zhang Fu was shocked and punished, and still looked at Du Sheng and said. They may be able to make some achievements in small places, but facing the world's most professional opponents, it's a bit too much to see. To be honest, Mr. Du, your talent and ability are one of the best I have ever seen. But if you don't have jade, you can't become a weapon. If you want to go further, professional training is essential. And I have regular training equipment, sparring equipment, and I will do everything I can to cooperate with you and provide you with the best training venue and logistics services. As long as you join in, think about it. Other students have to pay 2,000 or 3,000 tuition fees every month when they join the boxing gym. This is obviously a different treatment. Some students muttered. Seeing Du Sheng pondering silently, Zhang Fu complained about the sudden danger and continued to add. Before you played professional boxing matches, all services in the boxing gym are free. After you play professional games, our team will only charge you a 5% bonus share. Upon hearing this, Ma Yaoi couldn't help looking at Du Sheng. Zhang Fu's conditions are indeed treated well. In the boxing world, the role of the team behind it is indeed crucial. They are not only responsible for training boxers, but also participate in formulating game strategies and making decisions at critical moments to protect boxers' safety. The contribution of the team behind it is closely related to the success of the boxers, so they can get a certain proportion of the profits from the game bonus, which is also a recognition of their efforts. Generally speaking, this ratio is between 3% and 15%. The greater the contribution of the team behind it, the more you get. Jiangfu disaster is 5%, which is very rich. After all, it's just about sharing the bonus, and the other income of the boxer is not counted. Moreover, there are quite a few people in a team. They need to formulate appropriate game plans based on their opponent's strength and characteristics, as well as the boxer's own status. At critical moments, the decisions of the team behind it can even determine the outcome of the game. During the game, if the boxer is in a dangerous situation, they need to make a quick judgment and take necessary measures to protect the boxer's safety. In addition, they not only provide technical guidance, but also provide comprehensive support in psychology, tactics, and safety. For example, Tyson, if his coach Kuz had not passed away 10 years ago, his peak period could have been extended to today, rather than being imprisoned. Du Sheng's face was as normal, but he just smiled. I'll think about it. In fact, he didn't have much demand for these things. After all, the abilities and skills you have cannot be disclosed to the public. As long as you continue to film lottery and improve comprehensive evaluation, your strength will steadily improve, and it is inevitable that you will become stronger and stronger in the future. In addition, Zheng Zidao already knew that he was coming to Xiangzhang and invited him to have a meal in the evening. It seems that I am not giving up and want to sponsor boxing matters. Sheng, where are you going next? After leaving the door, Ma Yaoi acted a little warm and opened the car door for Du Sheng himself. Now even the king of Jiangfu Zayan wants to win over Du Sheng. He is not a fool. Of course, he knows what it means to get the moon first. He may not be able to help with big things, but he asked himself that he could do some errands and chores. Du Sheng took a look at the time and said, "Go to the New World Hotel." Ma Yaoi felt a stern and drove to Mongkok without saying a word. As we all know, the industry that is named New World in Xiangzhang is basically the industry of the Zheng family, the top 10 new richest people. Needless to say, Zheng Zidao couldn't help but want to pull Du Sheng onto the ship. This has really become a hot commodity. No surprise, he guessed it. The conditions given by Zheng Zidao are even more favorable than the feud boxing gym. Including reimbursement of aircraft, food and accommodation abroad, fragmented expenses, etc. He also promised that as long as he won the top 3 in The Legend of Woolen, there would be advertising endorsements for Zheng's asset properties. If you win the championship, you can not only expand your connections in the entertainment industry in Xiangjiang, but also consider investing in making movies. However, surprisingly, Du Sheng was still calm and said he wanted to think about it. Ma Yaoi couldn't figure out the reason, but he believed in Du Sheng's concentration. The biggest guess is that I don't want to work for others. But they didn't know that Du Sheng's current focus was on filming lottery. Next, even if he gets the invitation ticket to the boxing champion competition, if he has no time to shoot the film, he has to consider whether he wants to go. After all, it may not be possible to make a comeback after a trip for at least 3 or 2 months. Moreover, if Yesji makes progress next, he will be in a busy state in the next 2 or 3 months. When it comes to CAO will arrive. The next day, Du Sheng was just pulled to the Voice of Infernal Affairs and received a call from Yezi when he went out. The premiere of Snowflake Goddess Dragon has been released, how many do you guess? Listening to the other party's crisp and cheerful voice, Du Sheng knew that it would not be bad, so he guessed a number with some expectations. Break 3.5. After all, it is a small crew. Even if Zhujiang Station is optimistic, it will not give too many publicity resources. The start can reach 3.5. It is very likely to break 4 in the end, and breaking 5 is common. Haha, you underestimate your own drama too much, right? Yesi was in a good mood and actually joked. Please guess a little higher. 3.8%. No, it's even higher. Yezi still looks elegant but said a little excitedly. Because other stations in Guangzhou were a little bad at the same time, Goddess Dragon was full of output. The first episode directly exceeded 4.2%, and the second episode reached 4.5%. Oh, what's going on? Du Sheng was a little surprised. This drama was broadcast at the end of the Spring Festival, and he knew where it was not bad. But the previous life had to be played until the middle and late stages, so I didn't care much about it at the beginning. Unexpectedly, I just wore 4 here and completed the match with Zhongyao film. Chapter 120, A Special Love. Yesi also guessed that Du Sheng would have reacted like this. After all, even a person who is so calm and composed at first was surprised for a moment. There are several reasons, and in summary, it can be said that it is unique. In this era, the people of Cantonese mainly watched 3 stations, Cantonese TV, Southern TV, and Zhujiang. However, this is the first problem. The key drama that Guangzhou TV mainly focuses on the Spring Festival, was created with Xiangjiang TVB, and starring actor Luo Jialiang. The ratings did not exceed expectations. Or, it disappointed the audience a little. On the other hand, Southern TV also features Golden Sword and Eagle adapted from the martial arts novel of the same name by Wo Longsheng, which also pounced directly on the center of the earth. Naturally, the audience focused on Zhujiangtai. Although the drama is from a poor background, there is no famous star, unknown director, low cost, and somewhat cliched story in the cast. Even with Sun Yaoi's support, he is still an idol who has been old for a long time. But just like that, a miracle happened. After the ratings were released today, the staff of several TV stations were stunned on the spot. The deputy director of Zhujiang Station, who was connected with Yesi, said with a wry smile, "I really don't understand what Cantonese audiences like to watch." In order to achieve good performance, he also arranged for people to follow the street for interviews. There are several reasons given. Some viewers said that they don't remember the plot of the show very much, they only know that the theme song is good, and they don't need to use their brains to spend a night easily. 2. It happens to be the meal time of most people in Cantonese. The whole family can understand it, and there is no plot that exaggerates violence and is not suitable for children. Instead of watching other Taiwans, it is better to watch Goddess Dragon. 3. The actor who played Cai Huizuo, with a handsome appearance, picturesque face, and a natural illness abandoned by his biological father, has attracted the interest of many audiences. This kind of beautiful boy plus affectionate male second place has always been the most likable character in film and television dramas. Du Sheng's appearance and acting skills directly attracted a group of audiences. For many big dramas are overhyped and make people nauseous, which inadvertently leads to the dealer's mistake and the idle player's laugh. This is really a treat. Du Sheng was ridiculous and felt a sense of finding a bargain after hearing this. Someone recognized you as Mirong Fu from Tianlong, and now he has left a deep impression on the audience. Yes, Ji understood that the studio cooperation was stable, and said with ease. As long as the subsequent plot is maintained, it is a probability that it will become a hit drama in Cantonese or even be bought by other stations. Your starring actors will also have a significant increase in popularity, so you don't have to worry about resources in the future. Du Sheng was not worried, and he was even a little calm. Speaking of this, Yazi suddenly remembered something interesting and smiled. By the way, do you know what reaction Zhang's hit song showed after learning about the ratings of Goddess Dragon? Is Zhang Dehuzi also paying attention to such small dramas? Du Sheng was a little surprised. At the beginning, Zhang's hit song did not care, but he couldn't stand someone comparing his drama. Yes, he smiled and said. I learned that the premiere ratings were higher than Qianlong. He was a little crazy and said that this is okay. What other TV series I'll shoot? Let's go home and sell sweet potatoes. Don't look down on selling sweet potatoes, this is still the blue ocean. Maybe he will really do this in the future. Du Sheng is no joke. After Zhang Dehuzi played several dramas in a row, he returned to his hometown to invest in the sweet potato planting industry. As for Qianlong, the first episode of Southern TV was actually close to 4. Now it has already exceeded 5 after the broadcast, and the one that is followed is Golden Sword and Eagle Elf. The reason why Zhang Dehuzi was resentful is that the investment in the two dramas was disproportionate, which made him a little bit broken. If you have time, it's better to follow up on Goddess Dragon, especially if you connect with Zhonggaiao. I understand, Zhonggaiao film and television basically has some problems with investment. What kind of problem? Seeing that Du Sheng was concerned about this, Ye Ji said directly. Zhonggaiao did not seem to have given up on Against the Cold and started preparing again, and even considered the launch of 2 dramas together. But this makes its investment a little stretched. Du Sheng's face was a little strange. It seems that Zhu Zhuoliang has not given up yet. He is likely to refer to his previous proposal and make suggestions to Zhongzhen. However, the several dramas invested in Tianlong that were invested in last year have not yet recovered, and the capital flow is indeed a problem. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, if possible, you can get involved and see if there is any chance. Of course he would not give up on the drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Since those 2 companies cannot make up enough investment, don't blame Miracle Studio for finding the bargain. As long as you get together and deal with Huang Jianzong's treasures, there are still some. Yezi's beautiful eyes turned, and some different thoughts arose in her heart, and she agreed. Time passed without realizing it. It soon came to the day of the opening of The Legend of Wulin. Thanks to the influential TV stations in Xiangjiang such as TVB and ATV, the popularity of the boxing champion competition is gained by the popularity of the annual broadcast, and the martial arts legends, boxing generals, and other fighting are well known in Xiangjiang. For this reason, the number of candidates for The Legend of Wulin this year has set a new record. As many as 1,388 people. However, it can be seen that most of the contestants are from boxing gym students like Ford, or just short mules who like to fight. Their fighting skills are not superb. They beat the turtle and the mad dog in a random way, making the scene messy and nothing to see. It also led to almost no news media reporting during the primary election. But even so, the audience's enthusiasm for entering the venue did not reduce. The Elizabeth Stadium is full and lively. Is the reason? It is caused by many aspects. On the one hand, the society has promoted it, and has trained many boxers to make money openly and secretly. Many of these boxers are straw sandals, red sticks, and even talkative people. The boss comes to box, but how can I do if I don't come to shake the flag and shout? On the other hand, we have to mention the favorites of Xiangzhong people. This hobby allows all men, women, young and old to come out together. Their enthusiasm for competition is not even inferior to that of a short mule. That's right, that's spinach. People in Xiangzhong have a special liking for this hobby. Whether it is various lottery, horse racing or taking a boat to the Hejiang next door to fight. They are all indispensable parts of their lives. Not to mention other things, just one or two of the box office movies such as God of Gambling, and God of Gambling filmed on this subject can be one or two. Therefore, whenever there is any activity like spinach, even if it is windy or rainy, it will not affect the enthusiasm of citizens. Besides, the pre-selecting stage is free coupons to enter. Many spinach has long opened handicaps for popular players, giving people the opportunity to show their luck. Because many hands gave hundreds of times the odds of winning in the championship, runners, and third place in several rounds, as well as speculative nature such as popular players and upset wins, a large number of brokers were indirectly spawned. Even though Du Sheng passed by on the sidelines, he heard the audiences entering the court discussing how to place bets and who would be upset. However, Ma Yaoei, who has always been keen on this, is still calm now. However, as he listened to the discussions of those players along the way, he couldn't help but whisper. Sheng, are you really not planning to take a big shot? Du Sheng glanced at him and said casually. How can I invest in the market without me? How much money did you bring? My dad learned that I wanted money to invest in this, so he took out the stick on the spot. As soon as he talked about this, Ma Yaoei turned his head weak and said. Those friends don't believe that you can make it to the semifinals. You can't get a loan from them, and you have less than 90,000 yuan. This is the only thing he won in Yunfu last time. The purpose is to continue to invest in Du Sheng, otherwise it is a problem whether he can make up 10,000 yuan. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Du Sheng in confusion. Really, you are more than this little money. Are you not confident in yourself? Last time in Yunfu, the other party won 700,000 yuan. Recently, he has filmed several more movies, and he should have accumulated a lot. It is said that it is only 400,000 at most. If you don't buy this little money like Du Sheng's single bet into the finals and simply bet every PK, the odds will be very low. The most important thing is that no one would open the market for Du Sheng before he became famous. Even if it is opened, there are only a few companies who can stutter. If Du Sheng continues to win all the way, the odds will be even more starved, and will only get lower and lower. Just like the last time Sang Biao, he only had an odds of 0.6 when he had a big chance of winning, that is, he bought 1,000 and had a capital and profit of 1,600, and he lost all his money. Du Sheng is not famous yet, and Ma Yaoei can't find a place to invest even if he wants to. Only when he becomes famous can he have spinach open, and then he will have the opportunity to bet. There are only so many at the moment, and I don't think about it anymore. Du Sheng said casually. All the money is invested in Goddess Dragon, and it is impossible to get the money back so quickly. The treasures Huang Jianzhong got from has not been released and has not been brought. Golden leaves can be used as antiques, but the premium is not too high. The 400,000 yuan is still accumulated by pay plus martial arts finger plus endorsement. As for confidence, of course Du Sheng is quite confident in himself, otherwise he would not have given out real money. Like Ma Yaoei, he plans to wait until the market opens and directly buy and enter the semifinals or the finals. That way, there will be at least 520 times odds, and the upset returns will be good. However, out of caution, he did not take charge of the work himself, nor did he ask Wang Yayang to come here specifically, but planned to record it in Ma Yaoei's name. Because the organizer seems to have obtained the permission of the sponsor, he can bet openly. Unless Ma Yaoei's head is in water or seeks suspicion, nothing will go wrong. Ma Yaoei, of course, I would not do stupid things for this little profit and bring Du Sheng to the competition area. 8 boxing rings were built on site. Today's screening battles are all determined by one battle. Both of them signed up and there were competitions today. Random lottery draws matches, and when the 2 figures are shaken, they will be matched on stage. In the next round of winning, no one cares about losing. After watching a series of unprofessional boxing and fighting among the contestants, the audience complained a lot. They finally called Du Sheng's number. But to everyone's surprise, when the contestants on the stage saw him walking onto the stage, their faces changed suddenly, they cursed themselves and jumped off the stage. This scene shocked everyone, and even the referee was stunned. Chapter 121, Rumors Spread. Just admit defeat if you don't fight? What is this situation? The player was tall and mighty, with his 2 brachial muscles bulging and protruding. You can tell at a glance that he exercises regularly. But this kind of tough character who can make it to the top 200 has not even tried and just gave up? Du Sheng looked at the other person a few times and knew it. It turned out to be a student from Fuyun Museum. After defeating the branch coach that day, the man who originally wanted to end up retreated directly. No wonder they cursed when they jumped off the stage just now. It was really a big injustice. Du Sheng shook his head helplessly. I waited for a long time, but I didn't even warm up. Although it is difficult to understand, he is happy and relaxed. However, Ma Yaoei's side played very well. The opponent is a short mule, and it seems to be a certain number, and both sides still know each other. In the end, Ma Yaoei made the first move in the chess and won the game in the 3rd round. In the afternoon, the 2 returned to the arena again. Because a group of people were screened out in the morning, the process was much faster. When Du Sheng came on stage, the young man who was preparing to go on stage suddenly changed. If nothing unexpected happens, I am still a student from Fuyun Museum. There are thousands of students in the boxing gym, and even if only 1/4 of them register, they account for a large proportion. Moreover, this young man was watching the onlookers who were watching the chief manager Zhang Fuyu and fell down by Du Sheng's move. He knew very well that there was nothing to beat. I didn't want to be embarrassed and laughed at by my colleagues when I went on stage. I didn't even go to the boxing ring and threw out my white handkerchief. This time, even the referee gave Du Sheng a strange look. Could it be that this young man, like Hong Tianzhao in boxing ring number 6, is also a descendant of everyone who can eat everything? Otherwise, these skilled players would abstain from the right time they saw him? At the same time, on the number 6 ring. At this moment, a compelling game was happening. Another contestant watched Hong Tianzhao swaying onto the stage. Although he was so handsome, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Hong Tianzhao is worthy of being the successor of Kung Fu superstar Hong Fatty, and his basic skills are quite solid. The opponent couldn't hold on for a short while under the combination of his uppercut and straight punch and kick back. Hong Tianzhao, who easily won the 3rd game, seemed full of energy and won many applause from the audience. In comparison, Du Sheng's 3 games seemed too weird. Not bad, it was his turn to take the stage just now. As a result, the opponent signed up and did not come. This thunder is rolling. Some of the audience had already questioned and booed. This situation is not normal at all. What they want to see is a fierce boxing showdown, rather than this unsuspecting data swipe. This kid looks familiar, he seems to be an artist. I remember it, it seems like I've played a role in Big Boys. That's right, I heard it was from the mainland. It's so fake. At least I went on stage to warm up and didn't even do it perfunctorily. Isn't the mainland a very strict atmosphere? How can I come to play counterfeit games? Du Sheng was a little ridiculous. Can you blame yourself for this kind of thing? He also wants to use his hands. But today's rounds have been scheduled and there is no chance. The first day's screening came to an end, and half of the players failed. The rest of the people will start a battle for 64 seats tomorrow. As the lucky audience in the venue, Du Sheng will have 2 games tomorrow. Those who can make it into this link will not give up the game, right? The next morning, he entered the field again. Just as he arrived at the candidate area, Du Sheng felt that the eyes of the players around him seemed different from usual. Especially when looking at me, I had a hint of worry in my eyes and didn't even dare to look directly. However, whenever his eyes were turned away, the group of people couldn't help but peek and whisper. Ma Yaoi, I couldn't help but run to inquire. After hearing the reason, Du Sheng was amused and crying. Sheng, your record of retiring boxing champion in 1 round that day has spread. But the more the news spread, the more outrageous it became. Some people say that you succeeded in 100 consecutive kills in the feud boxing gym. Some people even speculate whether you were sent by the mainland boxing organization to Xiangjiang. The purpose of participating in the martial arts legend is to promote national prestige. After listening to Ma Yaoi's narration, Du Sheng couldn't help but laugh. This is really a typical rumor. Lianti killed several angry falcons and poked them to forgive him. The competition defeated the 5 people, which has been 20 times now. If you pass it on, you will not be able to break 1,000? Ma Yaoi couldn't help laughing and whispered. The people from Fuyun Museum have also given you a nickname, Ghost Sniper. People who specialize in sniping at their boxing gym. Du Sheng was speechless. Hong Tianzhao, who had just entered the venue, was cheerful and joked when he passed by. Ghost Sniper? So down to earth, haha. Du Sheng glanced at him and asked back. I heard that your second brother was involved in the incident, and you were also implicated. The contestants were chatting a lot. Before Hong Tianzhao arrived, there had been constant discussions around him. It is rumored that in order to entertain a celebrity friend in Wancheng, Hong Tianzhao's second brother was secretly photographed by paparazzi in his nightclub. He got a bastard when he was beaten. Hong Tianzhao, who arrived after hearing the news, beat the paparazzi up afterwards, didn't know whether it was out of revenge or something. However, there have been no relevant reports in the past 2 days, and it is obvious that the matter has been quickly calmed down. When Hong Tianzhao saw everyone around him, he laughed. A flop who doesn't understand the rules is just a random shot of making random shots to attract attention. Speaking of this, he looked at Du Sheng with a smile. The real person won't show his appearance. It seems that there is a chance to meet in the quarterfinals. The Hong family has friends in both roads of Xiangjiang, so they naturally know about Fuyun Museum. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised to learn that Du Sheng won the retired boxing champion in competition. However, when you think that there are hidden dangers in Zhang Fuyun's escort, it is difficult to judge such a thing. There is a chance. Du Sheng said casually without comment. Anyone could hear this, but Hong Tianzhao was confident. As long as you are below the quarterfinals, you can just have a hand. Ma Yaoi and Du Sheng looked at each other and both pulled the corners of their mouths. How many games did this guy win and start to expand? Or do you think the legend of Wulin can allow his designated opponent? While there were not yet around, Ma Yaoi pulled Du Sheng to the number 6 ring. I have to say that Hong Tianzhao's performance on the field was very passionate, just like those characters in neon comics. Every time Hong Tianzhao goes on stage, he will imitate Li Xiaolong to shout "Aal" and even poses the Tai Chi Yunxiao movement. No matter whether you can play or not, at least this tall and upright posture and smooth and powerful muscle lines have won many applause from the audience. This made him more excited in the battle, like a lion playing before preying on. But in Du Sheng's eyes, this kind of fighting is quite a joke. Although Hong Tianzhao's offensive was fierce, his pace gradually became messy and his breathing became rapid after 2 rounds. This kind of fancy show-off obviously lacks real combat and skills. In addition, Hong Tianzhao relies too much on muscle strength and ignores the importance of defense. It's okay to play against people of the same level. Once you face a talented person with a light and heavyweight level or above, your shortcomings will be exposed in minutes. However, Hong Tianzhao still won this battle. Hearing the cheers around him, he couldn't help but feel a little proud, and even cooperated with the style to let the audience take photos. Du Sheng smiled in his heart and left the number 6 ring early. How many second-generation stars like Hong Tianzhao can study hard and steadily? At most, I learned some fancy moves and superficial skills from his father, and thought I was better. But I don't know that some contestants are afraid of his father's connections and dare not take ruthless measures against him. This natural limitation and weakness is far from a true fighting expert. With this ability, I want to enter the finals unless I bribed the organizer and feed them all the way. Du Sheng didn't know that as the gossip players were talking about it, the news that he KO boxing champion Zhang Fuyu was 100 people in one punch, had already spread throughout the preparation zone. Because the photos of Zhang Fu's KO spread, the previous few students who gave up the defeat came out to support it. This leads to a funny scene. The players are all investigating their next opponents. Many people were even nervous about whether they would encounter Du Sheng in advance. All because they have self-knowledge, they sign up to give their own boss/financial. There is no ability to beat the retired boxing champion at all, let alone face someone who easily defeats the retired boxing champion. Even a capable player doesn't want to face such a tough guy so quickly. Because it can be a loss of physical fitness at the least, once it suffers from pain, it will make others get the advantage. In this strange atmosphere, Du Sheng stepped onto the ring again. The unlucky guy who gave the score turned green when he saw it was him. The inexplicable ending again and again made Du Sheng feel absurd and funny. He didn't even sweat, and his opponent gave in. Zhang Fuyu and Na Fan Chenkong is afraid that Trident Zheng sect has thousands of disciples, but its influence is not so great. Or is the power of spreading rumors so great that it is so great that 3 words make a tiger and all the words make gold? However, Du Sheng is not the only one who wins in this situation. The Neon K1 boxing champion in the number 1 are treated similarly by the young master of the Li family in the number 8. I won't talk about the benefits. It can hide its strength and retain its hands without any effort. But this kind of data swiping has to face the doubts of the audience and the media siege. Because anyone who sees it thinks it is using money to open the way, and the soldiers will enter 64. In the afternoon, Du Sheng planned to go on stage to wash up these noisy remarks. However, what made him speechless was that the opponent he met was Ma Yaoei. When the bastard learned that there was a handicap, he didn't come to give up the game and bet directly. According to Ma Yaoei, even though he knows that he may not win at all, it is embarrassing to go to the stage without any trouble. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with his ability to pass this level. Du Sheng shook his head slightly. But this is good, it attracts enough attention, very many players can't ask for it. In this way, Du Sheng, K1 Neon Boxing Championship, and the Li family master easily advanced to the top 100 rankings. This bizarre result made the audience shocked. The media who rushed over after hearing the news began to surround the 3 lucky contestants. More than half of the reporters rushed to Du Sheng. Because among the 3, the K1 Neon Boxer's record is there is nothing to question, others are here to make money. This is how the young master of the Li family spent money to lead the way in the last session, and finally fell to 64. It was obvious that he was here to play. The organizer did not ask at that time, and even opened a special topic to attract public attention. Only Du Sheng is a true squad. Chapter 122 Turning the Tide. Thanks to the god of misty eyes, the huge charcoal grains in the mine world are rewarded with the same root. Mr. Du, aren't you a mainland artist? How could you be interested in fighting? Player number 888, what do you think of upgrading to 64 with this method of brushing? Mr. Du, how far do you think you can go? Do you think this kind of almost cheating gameplay is considered cheating? Faced with the reporter's continuous questions, Du Sheng was speechless even though he was in a good mood. This group of people almost pointed it out, saying that he had entered the 64th by improper means. Du Sheng knew that they wanted to get attention and would not step on traps, so he said calmly, "Since I signed up, I will be like most players, with the goal of winning the championship. As for why the opponent chose to give up in the previous few games, and why the opponent failed to play just now, to be honest, I also want to know. If someone suspects that I am swiping data, then wait and see." The Legend of Woolen is a semi-charity fighting event after all, involving some profits. To brush data, you can only attract attention in the early stage, and later you have to rely on your personal strength. Du Sheng didn't have much trouble in his heart about this. After all, in the past life, Woolen Feng played more excessively and more nasty than it in order to make money and attract attention. What kind of farmers come to the stage to KO the neon boxing champion, all kinds of fake punches manipulate, incite national sentiment, and the gold belt is wholesale. Hearing Du Sheng's answer, the reporters at the scene became instantly excited. Whoever made it to the 64th game actually made a bold statement to win the championship. This kind of hatred is enough to win the headlines. The facts are indeed not as expected by journalists and media. Exciting. Mainland artists can't punch and easily get promoted to the 64-4 fighting competition. The mysterious boxer swept through the legend of the martial arts and won several consecutive games without going out. The next morning, several prominent news articles occupied the headlines of major newspapers in Xiangjiang. Du Sheng's name instantly became a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Many people even speculated who this boxer who made his opponent frightened and even dared not respond to the challenge. Could it be that some boxing organizations in the mainland sent to conquer the universe in order to show their power? As we all know, the East is not a great fighting country. The real fighting powers are the Lighthouse Kingdom, Baxi, Rakshasa Kingdom, and even the fighting level of the Kimchi Kingdom is far greater than that of the East. There are many reasons and difficulties, either due to the system, or taking the populist route, or all of them are fake martial arts. In fact, in internationally renowned K1, MMA and other fighting events, there are few well-known Oriental players. Last year, Neon K1 invited Oriental players over and over again in order to win the Oriental market. It is said that it even modified certain rules for this, but few players dared to be invited, which made a joke at one time. In order not to become a laughingstock, some mainland organizations will definitely not be able to sit still. Now that the Legend of Woolen is about to begin, it is the best proof. When everyone learned that Du Sheng was from the mainland and was also a kung fu actor, the popularity of public opinion was immediately pushed to the top. This dual identity with guidance is undoubtedly very topical. If he really came with a mission, it would be a big deal. Not to mention anything else, the organizer of The Legend of Woolen will definitely not miss this hot topic, and will definitely write a lot. Having said that, the only mainland artist who has caused a sensation in Xiangjiang in the past decade is still Li Lianjia. However, even Li Lianjia, who won the martial arts championship, has never been involved in such a professional fighting arena. Not to mention that his martial arts champion is performative and has always been questioned by the public. Even the topic of whether many kung fu actors have combat effectiveness and whether they can compete on stage has been talked about by the audience. They are all looking forward to the stars who show their skills in the movie being able to be exhibited now. But neither kung fu superstar Cheng Long nor martial arts superstar Li Lianjia responded. As for walking onto the fighting arena in person, there is not a single famous first and second tier star yet. This also made the public feel regretful and even a little disappointed. Because foreign audiences are questioning, they mocked Dongfang for being only willing to fantasize in the movie. But even so, no one stood up. Even whenever we talk about the protection of the SAC, people can only pull out supporting roles such as Zhou Billy, Lu Huiguang, and Gai Jiaokai. But doing so can't stop Yu Yu's mouth. After learning that Du Sheng is a mainland kung fu actor, many viewers couldn't help but speculate that they wanted to stand up and turn the tide. Is it? However, this practice of lying in the 64th level has somewhat aroused some doubts and dissatisfaction. Some people accused him of being eager for quick success and instant benefits, and some even suspected that he won through improper means. For a time, Du Sheng became the favorite son of the Xiangjiang sports and fighting world. And with the release of the 64, the legend of the martial arts will enter a fierce battle stage. There will be more and more media attention, and even the entertainment version will get a share. The TV station is also intensively arranging broadcasting matters. The contestants who can enter the 64 are famous in the past. Only Du Sheng and the Li family's son received special attention and once became the focus. The young master of the Li family won't say it anymore, and the public will just have fun. It's unknown whether they can enter 32 this time. And what about Du Sheng? It is generally believed that he came with a mission. You can't cheat all the way or rely on luck to get in. That way, let alone the organizer agrees or not, even the audience will persuade them to leave. So next, he must prove it with actions. And this is also what citizens expect most and care about the most. Amid the attention and controversy of everyone, Du Sheng had just appeared in the gymnasium and immediately became the focus of this fighting competition. Media reporters rushed forward and surrounded him, flashes one after another. Faced with the lively questioning and doubts, Du Sheng complained in his heart. It seems that even if you are an actor myself, you don't have the treatment. But I have to say that this publicity effect is bearable. How much does it increase without nominations? The reputation alone earns thousands of dollars every day. The more you get, better. In order to maintain this style, Du Sheng just smiled and said nothing, as if saying, I will respond to you with my strength. Sorry, please give in. The game is about to begin and we will not accept interviews for the time being. Ma Yaoi tried hard to push away the reporter media blocking the road, and the hard work felt even more tiring than going on the court. But I have to say that my friend is about to take shape. He knew Du Sheng's ability very well, and he was going to make a big splash this time. However, this does not include outsiders who are not clear about the truth. Seeing that Du Sheng ignored the interview, the reporters around him became even more excited. If you dare to refute or push it, then you will have a manuscript. Ha, is this courage worthy of participating in the competition? It also represents the mainland to fight. Is it embarrassing to lose it? It's rumored that he won the retired boxing champion. Is this sure he was bribed? Who will the opponent in the next round? Hurry up and expel these monsters and monsters. Ma Yaoi rolled his eyes and simply ignored it, complaining in his heart. You know how to attract attention when you hit the brain. Those so-called opponents are not even as good as Du Sheng's finger. I can easily overturn them even if I go right away. Despite thinking this way, he secretly hoped that this voice would be louder. Because Du Sheng has already opened the market, the odds for advancing to the finals are as high as 7.8 times. If everyone is not optimistic, the odds may be higher. I'll face the boxing champion in the next round, you'll be out of luck. Ma Yaoi flipped through the lottery table and suddenly said in surprise. No wonder the odds are so high. Du Sheng glanced at it, knowing it, not too surprised. In today's 64th game, he no longer enjoys the privilege of making a record. A powerful opponent is about to be welcomed. Baisong. This person from Yunnansheng has long been famous in the fighting world. In the two major Muay Thai world competitions of the Lashanka International Boxing Championship and WPMF 3 years ago, he won the championship with his super strength, and was even beaten by the Yasika International Boxing Championship. Although he was over 30 years old and his physical condition inevitably slipped, he still became a popular candidate to win the championship in a competition where a group of short mules and boxing gym students accounted for the majority. Isn't this intentional by the organizer? Ma Yaoi suddenly thought of a possibility and muttered. After all, the audience's response is huge, and this possibility cannot be ruled out. Du Sheng smiled and his tone was calm. It is obvious that the organizer has noticed his dark horse-like existence and specially arranged for Baisong to intercept it. After all, if he continues to ease his promotion, the fairness and authority of the event will be affected. As for lottery draws, sometimes it's good to listen. A Sheng, this Baisong is not simple. Since leaving the game, Ma Yaoi began to collect information for Du Sheng and said, the attack was extremely ruthless, and the opponents were knocked down and carried out. The favorite combination moves are kicking the left front and hitting the abdomen with the right leg and hitting the ribs with the left leg and hitting the head with the left leg. Pay attention to it at that time. Although he didn't think Du Sheng would be in a mess, he was always right to be on guard against Yu Weiren. After the lottery results came out, the two discussed and prepared to detain all 480,000 yuan. There is no way, I met a popular seed player. In order to advance, Du Sheng must win. Once you win, the odds of 7.8 times will definitely be gone. It will even be pulled down infinitely. Because the organizer has applied for the official license, the final lottery will be included in the pre-sale and issuance of the official website of the Xiangzhong Jockey Club. This will impact the market even more. However, Du Sheng is safe, even if he is 1.8 points lower, he still asked Ma Yaoi to buy it on the official website. He originally planned to ask Zhang Baji to support him first. When he learned that the other party was coming today, he would probably support himself, so he suppressed his thoughts and waited for the follow-up. As for taking Jin Yuan Bao mortgaged these things, but it was temporarily suspended. First, it is impossible to explain, second, it is a pawn to eat black, and third, no acquaintances can trust. Even if you have to be a good person, it is not too late. After all, having confidence does not mean that you will always win. I know what's going on in my mind. Du Sheng just smiled faintly, with not much turbulence on his face. He did not despise his opponent, but had a full understanding of himself. If even a veteran who is in a downturn in this state cannot win, then just learn from Zhang Dehuzi and go home to sell sweet potatoes. Suddenly, a noisy sound broke the tranquility of the venue. Ma Yaoi looked sideways and couldn't help but shout softly. Hey, Xiang Tai and Hong Bao are actually here. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked at him in a blink of an eye. Sure enough, I saw Zhang Baji walking in with Xiang Tai with a smile. When approaching, he blinked here with pride. It seems that Xiang Tai is half the contribution to her. Chapter 123, Broken Couples. Please subscribe. As for the other half, Xiang Tai's Hung also looked at it with a scrutiny and strange look, and there was a bit of complex expression. According to Du Sheng's guess, most of the time this place is related to Zhang Baji. After all, this girl is currently the money tree of Oriental Star Entertainment. Xiang Tai naturally didn't want her to have an affair, and even advised her to cut off the love. It probably won't work, but it's a bit counterproductive. This is indeed the case. It happened that Xiang Tai heard that Du Sheng participated in the fighting competition, and today it was a very eye-catching battle. So I took a look at what's special about this guy. How could Zhang Baji be so devoted? On the other side of them, Hong Tianzhao followed by a rich and fat middle-aged man. It is Hong Bao. This person's name is well known in Xiangzhong. Especially in the 1990s, he was a kung fu superstar. His appearance immediately caused quite a stir in the audience. Especially those fanatical movie fans were even more enthusiastic and shouted one after another. Hong Bao was commonplace, just smiled and waved his hand, then explained a few words to Hong Tianzhao to prepare him. It has to be said that Hong Bao and Xiang Tai have a great influence in Xiangzhong. As soon as the two appeared, they triggered reporters and media rush to report. And those reporters who failed to get a good seat simply followed Hong Tianzhao and filmed all the way. In recent years, Hong Bao has gradually faded out of the public's sight in Xiangzhong. The reason why he appeared publicly this time was obviously to cheer for his son. Some smart reporters even guessed his intention. Is it true that I want to change the track to win my son to be a superstar husband as rumored like in the circle? However, the appearance of Xiang Tai and Zhang Baji made everyone a little confused. Is this boring coming to join in the fun, or is there any contestant worthy of their support? Logically, Oriental Star Entertainment has no intention of cross-border investment, nor does it intend to cultivate kung fu superstars. Especially Zhang Baji, known as the #1 beauty in Xiangjiang, isn't she busy with her new album now? How come she has free places like this? I came as soon as I came, and I was a little excited and happy. What is this situation? But no matter what, this martial arts legend fighting has a good show. Just as everyone was talking, a sensation came from the entrance of the gymnasium again. When King Lu appeared, the entire gymnasium was in full bloom. Lu Fiamao. Oh my god, it's Brother Hua. In a moment, more than a dozen young fans were excited to surround Liu's bathing. Lu Huanwei smiled, greeting enthusiastic audiences, and shook hands with fans and took photos. The friendly attitude caused reporters to rush over. Lu Yingyin was completely beyond everyone's expectations. After all, he has never been involved in such a fighting competition and is not interested in these things. His arrival this time undoubtedly ignited the atmosphere on the scene. Even the organizer of Legend of Martial Arts was very surprised and asked the security guard to open the way for him and arrange a seat. Major media have seized the opportunity to step forward, hoping to guide the headlines. Brother Hua, why are you free to watch the game today? Is there a new cooperation plan to be announced? It's not a fighting-related action movie, right? Faced with the reporter's enthusiastic questioning, Lu Huan's Guangzai's arm was slowly cute. Bai Mao explained. I came here this time, just take a look, there are no other special arrangements. He is indeed on the way. Today, Infernal Affairs filmed the rooftop battle. The original idea was that Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren had a happy duel on the rooftop. But he suddenly felt that the ending scene was a bit apart and wanted to change it into a literary scene. Lu Wei and Zhuang Wenqiang also have this feeling, but it will take some time to change the script. Lu Huang, the emperor, simply went out for a walk, suddenly remembered that Du Sheng was playing nearby, so he came to take a look. However, the reporter media was not satisfied with this answer and continued to ask. Brother Hua, do you have any friends to participate in the boxing competition? Which player do you support? Can you disclose it? Lu Yingzi Kongting suffocated, saw Du Sheng looking over and smiling, and waved his hand, saying, if you pay attention to the drama I started recently, you will definitely know that an artist in the crew has come to participate in the competition. Reporters looked at each other, and when they saw the player clearly, they were a little unbelievable. Brother Hua, are you saying that you are here to support this mainland newcomer? This is a fake match, are you sure he is likely to win? King of Food. Lu Yingqianmeng said calmly. If you have watched Big Boy, you will know that the martial arts of this movie is Du Sheng. I believe you will know what he has in a while. Obviously, this is quite optimistic about Du Sheng and he is not stingy with breast milk. As for the rumors that the outside world questioned Du Sheng's counterfeiting game, he didn't care at all. The reporters were caught off guard by this unexpected answer and began to readjust their interview ideas. Unfortunately, Lu Yingyi went to Xiang Tai and Zhang Beizi instead. However, what he said just now still caused a stir. The audience whispered and even guessed the relationship between the two. That handsome guy is indeed quite pleasing to the eye, but his muscles are not obvious. Is it so cool? Brother Hua seems to be optimistic about him. Is this planning to support him? Who is such a young martial arts finger? Various questions arose in the audience's hearts, making the game more eye-catching. Lu Yingying said hello, and looked at Zhang Beizi with a smile and joked. Aren't you filming Wang Jing's nonsense comedy? Is this a special job for leave? No. I just didn't have any movies today. How could Zhang Baji not hear the teasing? Her eyes moved away from the contestant Shiman, and she just smiled and said, "Brother Hua, aren't you the same? I'll go the same way." Xiang Tai pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, Baiji, I think I'd better pay attention. After all, you are a public figure, and some things will not be good for your image once they are reported." Just now, Zhang Baji looked at Du Sheng's sweet love without blinking, which really made it difficult for her to speak of. Speaking of the previous scandal with Xie Tingfeng, it wasn't like this love-minded, right? What's that kid's charm? Lu Fixi's idea of breaking into Squid Saprop, said. Xiang Tai doesn't have to worry too much. Bai Ji is smart and will definitely not be confused. Before, Tianmu Company had sued many times. Xiang Hua and his wife helped to intervene, which gradually turned the situation around. No matter what Xiang Hua's identity and background is, he is somewhat grateful. These words seem casual, but in fact they also mean to persuade Zhang Baji. It's not that we have to break up the couple. Instead, I feel that she and Du Sheng are in a period of rising popularity. It would be a pity if they were interrupted like this. After all, the matter between Xie Tingfeng and Chen Wangzai has not stopped. If Du Sheng knew that he was first to take the lead, wouldn't he have a big quarrel? Especially Zhang Baji is one of the few actresses who can resist box office in Xiangjiang. If there is a bad scandal again, the overall environment will only be worse. Since Zhang Baji was taught by Du Sheng, she has also known some good intentions in dealing with people. She kept silent and smiled. "Brother Hua and Ma Chi, the more you talk, the more outrageous you are. I didn't do anything randomly, don't worry." Seeing that Zhang Baji was so excited, Xiang Tai felt relieved and shook his head slightly. "You young people, you really can't do anything to you. But then again, if that kid dares to bully you, tell me and I will make the decision for you." Of course she didn't want Zhang Baji to fall in love again, but some things could not be controlled by saying them. Zhang Baji couldn't help looking at Du Sheng, her smile was pure and sweet. "No, a Sheng is very reliable. I gave me some advice last night." Xiang Tai sighed in his heart, it seemed that he couldn't pull it out. Although Hong Bao, who was sitting on the other side, was not involved in the fun, he was thinking. Although he couldn't hear the conversation over there, it seemed that he was here to support the mainland newcomer according to the situation. To be honest, if he hadn't accidentally seen the scandal between Fan Ou and Du Sheng, he wouldn't have known about the character Du Sheng in Single Police Flying Dragon. Now, are you still crossing the border to fight boxing? Something interesting. In recent years, he has also been committed to expanding the mainland market. However, due to various problems, too much progress has not been made. The failure of Singapore Flying Dragon and its movie version is the most obvious example. Although he devoted his efforts, the final response was not satisfactory. Hong Bao had to accept his old age, and forced himself to rethink his strategy. Finally, he turned his attention to his son Hong Tianzhao, who has been practicing martial arts since childhood. Hong Tianzhao's participation in the Legend of Wulin fight was not only for popularity and honor, but also a chess move he carefully planned. That's right, he hopes to use this competition to shape Hong Tianzhao into a new generation of martial arts stars to inherit and carry forward his mantle. Martial arts stars not only have a huge influence in China, but also can go international, which is also urgently needed by the mainland market. If Hong Tianzhao can win the championship successfully, he can easily open the door to the Hong Kong and mainland markets as a kung fu star. Now it seems that the young people over there also have this kind of plan? Hong Bao shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Is this considered a hero's similar view? While everyone was chatting, a surge broke out in the entrance to the venue again. Sun Yaoei, Yu Wenel, and others arrived one after another, with stars shining. Everyone was filled with surprise when they witnessed the stars appearing one after another. Is this a fighting competition or a grand party for celebrities? Before the finals arrived, it attracted so many stars to watch the game, which was really beyond imagination. Now the trend in the entertainment industry has become keen on watching fighting events. However, with the previous appearances of Liu Yingbao and Zhang Beizi, their reputation became much weaker. Especially with Zhang Beizi present, the male eyes of the scene always fell on her. Before we knew it, the attention of a large number of viewers and media was so distracted that the competitions in the ring were a bit unattended. It was not until Hong Tianzhao stood up that everyone's eyes were refocused on the boxing ring. The appearance of this second-generation star is undoubtedly the biggest highlight today. With Hong Bao personally coming to support the game, Hong Tianzhao's performance was even better. He quickly defeated his opponent with an overwhelming advantage with a Sanda combination of left swing fist plus right whip fist, and it took less than 3 minutes. After the referee announced the result, Hong Tianzhao saw many people in the circle, including the pure and charming Zhang Baji, who proudly raised her arms and roared, full of passion and fighting spirit. However, he didn't pay attention. Zhang Baji took a look, her eyes shifted to the other side, muttering in her heart. A Sheng probably only had 3 punches and 2 kicks to fight against such an opponent. What's there to show off when he's going to fight? Hong Bao nodded slightly, calm. Liu Yingzhuo and others also smiled and clapped their hands, as if they were waiting for something and were not in a hurry to leave. Sure enough, after another game, the referee looked at Du Sheng. Many people have also focused on the past, both expectation and fun. Chapter 124 finally got a chance to fight counterfeiting. Next, please invite the number 888 player from the mainland, known as the Ghost Sniper. The referee's pretentious introduction made Du Sheng's eyes slightly slim. He knew that boxers basically had nicknames. And the organizer hype this way is also for the sake of a hot spot. But this inexplicable title is so perfunctory. And as soon as this nickname was released, everyone unconsciously remembered that the previous players who gave up or were absent were all sniped by his ghost. Even on the way to the stage, Du Sheng felt like he was cutting out 1 bedroom and 3 living rooms. However, the audience didn't mind at all. When the host announced that Du Sheng would appear on stage, the audience burst into shouts and cheers. Because they waited for a long time. Finally got a chance to fight counterfeiting. In addition, some media reporters turned their attention to Liu Yingying and wanted to find out. What is special about this player? It allows these big stars to take the time to watch the game in their busy schedule? If they noticed Xiang Tai's eyes change, they would be even more surprised. At this moment, Xiang Tai's eyes looked at Du Sheng, who was walking into the boxing ring, his face becoming more and more complicated. Since Zhang Baji's scandal broke out in the mainland, she has sent someone to investigate Du Sheng's information. If it were in the past, she would have more than a dozen means to make such grassroots retreat. Even if the other party is outstanding in all aspects. But after the girl next to me came back, she seemed to have changed her own. The willful and arbitrary little temper has become weak. Not only is he much more sensible, but he also knows how to care for others. After careful indirect attacks, this change was actually brought by Du Sheng. So, she was a little embarrassed. Today, let's just take a look at the other party's performance. If there is really as special as Chi Nu said, I won't talk about anything else. I won't be able to support my filming in the future, so that my status can match my position. If the mud cannot support the wall. On the other hand, Hong Bao didn't have so many thoughts and seemed calm and free. A small inconspicuous character from the mainland is still a special stunt, and he is still not sure about him for the time being. With the introduction of the host, another contestant also stepped onto the ring. This is a flat-headed man with dark body, tall and burly figure, naked upper body, and a pair of combat pants on his lower body, looking like a strong African man. Boxing champion Bai Song. He proved himself in the World Muay Thai fighting competition and even won the gold belt, and his fame ranks among the top 10 in the entire legend of martial arts. Especially the popularity in the boxing world is not comparable to Du Sheng. However, due to Du Sheng's legendary experience of winning all the way and the support of celebrities such as Lu Ying and Zhang Beizi, the sensation he caused when he walked into the ring was not inferior to Bei Song. If we include the cheering of the melon-eating crowd, the sound of the sound is even greater than that. This is simply an irony for Bei Song. However, he was not angry, but calmed down. As a top Muay Thai player, he is very clear about the key to winning. Anger will only become a burden. Bei Song stood in the boxing ring without showing any impatience. He looked at Du Sheng calmly and thought about ending it in that way. In response to those Shabai who questioned his decline in form, he had a cold look and decided to be a little cruel. Du Sheng looked at the other person's eyes and then withdrew his gaze. Bei Song and Zhang Feud are both retired boxing champions, but the former is better than the latter in terms of state and momentum. According to information collected by Ma Yaoei, Bei Song played a friendly match with others last year and KO'd his opponent in the same level in 2 rounds. He could burst out with 500 pounds of power with a right hook. Du Sheng didn't feel much pressure. The reason why I pondered at this moment was to consider whether to spend my reputation. Follow with the release of Big Boy and Goddess Dragon, the reputation value has also skyrocketed from about 50,000, which has not risen before to 73,000. According to the current pull-up speed, although it will gradually slow down, it can exceed 100,000 in less than a month. I have been suppressing my reputation before, just to improve the 2 main skills. Acting LV3/Blue, 10218/100000. Dragon Elephant Prajna, 3 levels/Blue, 9302/81000. What he was thinking about was whether to keep it for improving his acting skills. Let's first upgrade the Dragon and Elephant Prajna to the 4th level. The current effect of acting LV3 is between the 4th level of acting skills, psychological speculation among the 7 levels. Specifically, in addition to script prompts, he is also good at guessing the character's psychology. His facial features are vivid, and his joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness also have changes in depth. To put it simply, the acting is highly infectious and can allow the audience to consciously bring it in. For example, when Mei Zhuang died in Zhenji was really heartbreaking. There are also some disadvantages, and there will be occasional problems with acting routines. As for the next level LV4, if it matches the 5th level character shape in the 7th level acting skills. In addition to the above being more refined, the details are also optimized. Especially in growth characters, it can be better reflected. For example, the details will be automatically optimized based on the character's identity and situation, or physical movements, or tone, or eyes, making the character's interpretation more realistic, and there will usually be no patterning problems. But there are still some disadvantages, such as occasionally there is suspicion of excessive performance. Of course, none of the above are the problems. The question is that there is still more than 20,000 reputations left. Should I wait a little longer? And breaking through LV4 requires upgrading acting LV3/Blue to purple, and before obtaining the shackle card, it can be increased to a critical value of 100,000 at most. If you don't wait, you can now upgrade the Dragon Elephant Prajna to the 4th level. The effect of this layer is quite good. In addition to improving combat power by nearly 100 pounds, it can also strengthen its legs and arms to achieve an effect similar to an iron cloth shirt, laying a solid foundation for the future Prajna Vajra indestructible body. There is another point. According to the organizer's urinary nature, I guess I won't be able to make myself feel better in the future. Du Sheng was mainly hesitant about this. After all, I'm meeting now? The King of the Throne blocks the way. Who will be next? K1 Fighting Maniac? Or are international boxers like Ibo, WBF, and Iba who are making money? Or are the great people who come to Asia to show off their power and abuse their food after retreating from global competitions such as WBA and WBC? The organizer has not disclosed all information yet and is not known yet. Although Du Sheng is quite confident in himself, he is not as proud as he is. Therefore, no matter which aspect, it is urgent to improve the dragon and elephant prajna kung fu. After pondering for a while, he was too lazy to think too much, so he decided to follow the principle of priority. Because if you don't take on acting randomly and wait for Songhaiao's preparations, you probably won't be able to use acting skills in the near future. When I use it, my reputation has accumulated almost all. Of course, there is a prerequisite for this. That is, he can win the championship of the Legend of Wushu and become famous at home and abroad. Du Sheng's gaze was finally locked in Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. According to the introduction, the third layer is copper skin, followed by iron hardness in the body. As expected, the fourth layer is the initial completion of iron leg skills and iron arm skills. Even if the area is slightly scratched by a sword, with a force of less than 100 pounds, it can only damage the skin without damaging the muscles. Usually, it is very difficult to train iron legs and iron arms. It's like practicing an iron cloth shirt. Use a soft cloth to wrap around your legs and arms several times, then rub them with your hands, and then do elbows and arms bend exercises. During this period, let the bones come into contact with hard objects and try to fight against sandbags or tree bodies with legs and arms. This is repeated 100 times a day, and it lasts for a year or two before you achieve a small success. Then remove the soft cloth, pound it with a wooden hammer, or slap the legs and arms with a blunt sword. The time will take 3 or 2 years, and focus on progressing step by step, otherwise the effort will fail. It is precisely because Du Sheng is interested in its iron legs and iron arms that he can handle the attack on the ring intact. In addition, the fourth level of practice is too complicated and takes too long, so no one wants to get stuck in it if he can achieve it quickly. The most important thing is that Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu can be improved to a high level, open up the 3 meridians and 7 chakras of the human body, and can also practice Qi similar to internal strength, and have a high growth potential. At that time, all purple skills that require internal strength in fighting stars can be used. Upgrade. Du Sheng no longer dragged on the mud, and silently escalated in his heart. The reputation value of 7.3 W instantly dropped to 1229. Dragon Elephant Prajna, 4 layer / blue, 81,000 / 243000. There is a way to give up and gain. Du Sheng closed his eyes and felt the physical changes brought about by the upgrade. A powerful feeling permeates the whole body. Especially with both legs and arms, the muscles are slightly supported, and the feeling of casting steel is like an explosion. Click. Du Sheng subconsciously used the drilling force of Bajiquan, and the platform built with solid wood under his feet could not withstand the gravity and made a crackling sound. In addition to the level of defense, the strength has also been further increased powerful. Du Sheng showed joy on his face. The kick just now was no less than 660 pounds. Dragon and Elephant Prajna has reached this level and gradually shown its power. In the era of cold weapons in Jin Yang's book, if you practice the 4th level of legs and arms until you reach the great perfection, you can compete with sword slashing. You can imagine how outrageous it is. However, you have to try to find out what the specific improvement is. Du Sheng vs Baisong, please prepare for the 2 contestants. At this time, the host happened to go on stage to announce that it would open the official betting channel for cooperation with the Jockey Club. However, there are no odds for every game above. Only bets for the finals, semifinals, and third-place winners alone or in combination. The highest odds are of course the KO round of the first, second, and third place, reaching 22.3 times. For example, if Du Sheng can make it to the finals, the bet will make 6 times the profit. The young master of the Li family who was lucky enough to come in by swiping data all the way was 18 times. I guess no one except those who support him in a friendly manner would buy him to the finals if he had too much money. And Baisong, I don't know if he is a popular player, only has 3.6 times the odds. The most outrageous thing is the K1 fighting maniac who was beaten 2.5 times the odds, which shows how optimistic the organizer is. Boss Do, I can't guarantee whether Du Sheng can enter the finals, but he is definitely stronger than Bei Song, so it's definitely right to buy him. The bell of betting is about to ring, but the elites in suits and ties and wealthy bigwigs are not anxious. While listening to the incitement of the agents of the outside world, they carefully looked at Du Sheng and Bei Song. Chapter 125, Kill in Seconds. In terms of image, Bei Song, who practices Muay Thai, is undoubtedly better. He is 1.8 meters tall, weighs 83 kilograms, has a bare upper body, 8 pectoral muscles, and 2 muscle-strung arms like cast iron. Especially his fierce appearance, coupled with the great reputation of King of Food, just standing there is enough to make people feel a sense of oppression. In contrast, Du Sheng's handsome appearance seems to be a disadvantage in the boxing ring. He did not deliberately show his strong muscles, and such a person is not worth investing in at first sight. The school bet you 100,000 yuan to the finals. Bei Song, I will bet on you all my money. If I win tomorrow's club, you can choose whatever you want. These foreign curtain spinach agents set up a separate betting session for each game. The odds currently offered by some market quotations are as follows. Du Sheng vs Bei Song, 2.23 vs 1.68. Obviously, most of them are optimistic about Bei Song. Taking the same 10,000 bet as an example, if you choose Du Sheng to win, you can get 22,300 with the principal and profit, while if you choose Bei Song, you can only get 16,800. Although some adventurers are always willing to try unpopular, there are only a few of them. Most people are more willing to bet their money on the safer Bei Song. It's really Du Sheng's fame that is so famous. Whose family's money is blowing from the strong wind? For a moment, the wind direction of the betting had turned towards Bei Song. In the VIP stands, the atmosphere was a little silent. I don't believe that Ashen can't even win this ghost. Seeing that so many people around him were not optimistic about Du Sheng, Zhang Baji felt a little unhappy and couldn't help looking at Xiang Tai. Mama Chi, please help me bet 500,000, and buy Ashen to win. Although the Xiang family has been washing the whitewashing, the powerful white-grey background is not that you don't have it if you say there is no. This is indeed the case. The Xiang family is also involved in some cases. It's just that outsiders are not optimistic about it. As for it, Xiang Tai pulled the corners of his mouth, and he was a little confused about the girl's mind. How confident is this to invest 500,000 at once? Although Zhang Baji is a new first-line actress in Xiangjiang, the contract share of the two brokers is not high. In the past 2 years, the assets have been purchased, with an account of up to 300 million yuan. However, she could hear the girl's determination, so she would not have misled her wishes and would have called her subordinates to give her instructions. Huazi, Ale, do you want to have fun? Seeing Xiang Tai's opinion, Lu Fias who was so cruel to Zhang. You guys play. Everyone knew that he had always been clean and did not say much. Yu Wenel has been involved in society since he was a child, and he is good at all, but he is not involved. After all, anyone with discerning eyes can see that Bei Song is optimistic about the odds given by the organizer. However, Sun Yaoi thought about it and asked his assistant to place a bet of 100,000 yuan on the official website to suppress Du Sheng, as he was only spiritual support. Ding! In the noise, the electronic bell rang. Boxing! When the host gave the order, the audience around him shouted excitedly. This means that the next 3 rounds will be the battle between the two players. If you want to win, you must do your best to knock the opponent down 3 times, or you cannot get up within 10 seconds. Otherwise, you can only rely on points to judge the winner or lose. In the boxing ring, after Bei Song and Du Sheng politely fists, they began to approach steadily. Du Sheng steadily stepped on his lunge, drooped his shoulders and elbows, and made a small frame. The moment the audience urged him, Bei Song moved. Although he is cautious about Du Sheng who wins all the way, he still doesn't regard him as his main opponent. To put it bluntly, if even such a person can't win, then he has really learned from dogs in his actual combat over the years. Bei Song moved left and right to test, and suddenly rushed forward with a fierce right hook punch and stepped straight into Du Sheng's face. Du Sheng reacted quickly, and with a wave of Bajiquan, he waved his posture and rushed forward with a cannon fist. Bang! The fists collided with each other, making a dull sound. Both sides wore 5 fingers, and only covered some of the fighting gloves on the back of their hands. They were much lighter than all-inclusive boxing gloves, only 10 ounces. It can only buffer about 30% of the impact force, and the impact is still very obvious. Bei Song retreated, feeling slightly shocked. Although it was tentative just now, his punch burst out more than 480 pounds, but he was easily blocked by the other party. He felt his fist hitting an iron hammer, and Du Sheng was as if nothing had happened, and his strength recoil made him unstable. This has never happened before since I got the Muay Thai gold belt. Bei Song did not believe in evil and tried to get close again. But every time he was shocked by Du Sheng's elbow that always pointed at him. This means that if you get closer, the opponent's elbow will hit you like lightning. Among all fighting skills, the power of elbow strikes is often far greater than that of boxing. Especially in some schools, elbow strikes are regarded as a fatal killer move. For example, Dongfang Xinyaquan, Bajiquan, etc. are among the best. Bei Song had to put away his contempt. The man in front of me was definitely not what the outside world saw, but was just lying in the 64th place by luck. But the audience is not clear about this. They only saw Bei Song around Du Sheng, but they never launched an effective offensive. This made them begin to doubt Bei Song's strength. Can't it be solved by dealing with such achievements in just 3 punches and 2 kicks? Could it be that this boxing champion with great achievements has also been corrupted by money? Are you right now? I'll die. I've given 50,000 yuan to unilaterally, and I'll lose you to Xiangzhong if you lose. Some irritable audiences even started to curse. Although Bei Song couldn't understand, he could also hear the dissatisfaction inside. Seeing that Du Sheng was still calm and motionless, he stopped swimming. Suddenly, his feet kicked the ground and slid forward and kicked Du Sheng's cheek. The quickness of the legs is exposed, with a whistling sound. Du Sheng had long judged the opponent's combat effectiveness, and except for his weight advantage and rich experience, he was not as good as himself. He turned his body slightly, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow, and at the same time he suddenly poked out his right hand and accurately grabbed Bei Song's calf. Bei Song was shocked, but he reacted quickly. He turned around and threw himself over, and smashed his left fist from bottom to top to Du Sheng's chin. However, how could Du Sheng's dragon and elephant prajna be a fictional reputation? He tilted his head and took the punch with his iron-hard right arm. Then he bumped into his body, and his right fist instantly shot out like a collapsed bow. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bei Song felt as if he was hitting a steel plate, and his wrist was extremely painful. Seeing the opponent's right fist hit, he didn't care about the pain, and shouted angrily and used Bosnian Jiu-Jitsu's backslide technique. Trying to hold Du Sheng's waist with both hands, trying to use his strength to throw Du Sheng down. However, he still underestimated the explosive power of Tishan Kui. Or, I didn't expect Du Sheng to have an impact force of 700 pounds even with his elbow. Click. Bei Song felt like he was hit by a car. It can't stop it at all. My body was knocked back step by step, almost rolling over, and my right arm was sore, let alone my hug and fell. Du Sheng was in power and was unforgivable. He kicked his back palm, his left foot seemed to be a slump, and an elbow that shook the mountain and stabbed Bei Song's heart. Whoosh! The arm drives the air and makes a bang, comparable to a chain rush. Bei Song's face changed drastically, and he barely raised his arms to block it. But the opponent's speed was too fast and he was completely unstoppable when caught off guard. He could only watch the collapsed elbow getting bigger and bigger in front of him until he hit his chest hard. Boom! The huge force made Baisong's abdomen collapse, and he fell backward without control. By the time Baisong smashed heavily on the boxing ring, the audience below had already exclaimed, obviously not believing the scene in front of him. Isn't Du Sheng a slut? Why did he suddenly become so fierce? Some older audiences shouted excitedly. This is the national martial arts Kung Fu, Bajikwan. Tishan Kui plus Tung Xin elbow, kill in seconds with a combo. Baisong, who was lying on the ground, was dizzy, breathing suddenly, and his heart palpitations almost fainted. He has played in the fighting competition for so many years and has met many elbow masters, but this is the first time he has seen such a fierce person who is not as good as the weight. 500 pounds? Or 600 pounds? It feels completely unstoppable. This can be easily made by a 75 kilograms person? Baisong was a little unbelievable. He struggled for a few times, but he still couldn't get up. The referee was stunned for a moment before he quickly rushed to Baisong to stop Du Sheng's subsequent offensive. However, Du Sheng stood there calmly and had no intention of taking action, but just watched quietly. 1 2 3. Although Baisong heard the countdown, his eyes became more and more dispersed, his whole body was disintegrating, and he was in pain and lost his balance, and he fell on the ring again. 8. 9. 10. After reading in 10 seconds, the referee crossed his hands directly and announced the end of the game. KO. Du Sheng won. I'll go. Win so easily. In the VIP stands, Lu Yingying and others looked surprised. Even a bit incredible. Zhang Baji updated it was excited to hold Xiang Tai's arm to vent his joy. If Xiang Tai hadn't been reminding her constantly, a reporter was taking photos to make her pay attention to her image. I'm afraid that Zhang Baji will jump up happily at this moment, and even wishes to point at the tall figure on the ring and shout, "Look, this is my man. It's really too powerful." Now she wants to take the man home to practice martial arts. Baisong, who has a record of 23 wins and 2 Muay Thai gold belts, was beaten so hard that he could not afford to get through by an unknown mainland artist. Everyone was stunned and noisy, and it was hard to accept. They thought the show was a good show, but that was the end? Go to you, fight fake punches. Baisong, you're so fucking stingy. Are you beating you with such trash? Punish your mother, you've lost all your energy. Ying is also. What kind of shit? King of food, a waste. The audience around were very angry because most of them bought Baisong to win. For a moment, many colorful pieces of paper were thrown out like an vent. That was the ticket stub they won by buying Baisong. There were many indignant people, but more viewers were in shock and regret. I never expected that this mainland actor is really a master. Is it true that he took on the heavy responsibility of flattery to cleanse up the shame? What, if I knew it, I would have bought him and won. It's so cool, a Sheng is so fierce. On the other side, Ma Yaoi roared with a red face. At this moment, his condition felt even more excited than nightclub combat. Although he knew Du Sheng was very strong, he really didn't expect to be so brave and defeated the famous king of Yao in just a few seconds. According to this trend, it is only a matter of time before the investment of 80,000 will become 480,000. This feeling is really more enjoyable than free picking it up.